In the cafeteria, my childhood friend Qin Yichi had reserved a dining spot for me early on. Seeing me finish my meal, he even gestured for me to come over and sit together. I walked over obediently with the plate in my hand. In the past, I would have refused and then eagerly waited to have a meal with the cold and handsome schoolgrass Ji Xian, but at this moment, I am walking towards him obediently with a tray in hand. Qin Yichi's mouth lifted slightly at the corner, his voice carrying a barely perceptible hint of anticipation. There's no one here. The male classmate next to him couldn't help but widen his eyes, his face full of astonishment. In their eyes, Qin Yichi, this Yan Wang who was not close to women, and a cold and indifferent man, is now actually smiling so indulgently at a girl? At this moment, he is so enthusiastic towards me. It is truly unbelievable, as if he took the wrong medicine today. In the puzzled and shocked eyes of the crowd, I sat down slowly, facing Qin Yichi. I don't know if it's an illusion, but she always feels that the person opposite seems to be in a particularly good mood. Qiao Zhen didn't think much, bowed her head and quietly ate the shredded pork and pickled vegetable noodles, trying to ignore the boy's astonished expressions. Why not take a double-skinned milk pudding? Qin Yichi suddenly spoke. I looked at the table, and all the other classmates had double-skinned milk pudding, except me. It's already been taken, and when it was my turn, there was none left. I chewed on my noodles, responded nonchalantly, and then continued eating noodles. After all, I have always had bad luck. Suddenly, a warm and powerful hand pressed the double-skinned milk and moved it in front of her. I was stunned, looked up. The cafeteria was noisy. Qin Yichi was staring at me, and said softly, "I'll give this to you. I don't want to eat it." I stared at the double-skinned milk, feeling a strange ripple in my heart, and whispered, "Thank you." The next moment, a cold figure suddenly intruded into the corner of my eye. If I feel something, I look up slightly. Ji Xian stood not far away, wearing a white shirt, cold and noble, with exquisite and translucent glassy eyes, like a bright and clean moon, out of reach. He fixed his gaze on me with precision, cold as frost, as if even the air around us had dropped to freezing point. He was followed by several boys, among them Song, who saw me and disdainfully said, "Oh, Qiao Zhen, why don't you come over and have dinner with our young master Ji?" The sarcastic words made my hand suddenly stop. She recognized this rich second-generation Yuan Jian. When I was in the first year of high school, Yuan Jian inexplicably sent me a bunch of luxury goods. After I politely declined, Yuan Jian immediately became angry, and in front of Ji Xian, he crazily slandered and belittled me, mocking me for not knowing brand names, sarcastically saying that my family background was poor and I didn't deserve to be with them. In the previous life, Yuan Jian also had a high and mighty attitude. At the same time, another boy behind Ji Xian also noticed her. The boy lazily said, "Come over here quickly. No one is helping us with the chopsticks when you're not here." From start to finish, Ji Xian never said a word, naturally assuming that she would definitely pass. Ji Xian never helps me refute, letting the people around me belittle me and mock me. Now it is like this, and the previous life was like this. On the side, Qin Yichi's whole body was tense, full of vigilance and displeasure, as if his heart was being fiercely squeezed by a big hand, unable to breathe. Under the table, his hand clenched into a fist, fingertips gradually turning white. Enduring it, the two groups of boys were never getting along well, and now the atmosphere is gradually turning sour. With tensions running high, Qiao Zhen looked trance-like, her fingertips curling slightly, forcibly suppressing the bitter turmoil in her heart. She took a deep breath and looked at Ji Xian, her tone calm and serious. "I will not be with you in the future." My voice is not loud, but it is enough to make all the classmates present hear clearly. Everyone looked surprised. After all, in Beijing University, everyone knows that I am Qiao Zhen, who has been chasing after the school grass persistently, from high school to university. Very affectionate. Now this sudden change is really unexpected. Yuan Jian was even more shocked, his mouth wide open, raising his voice. "What did you say?" I lowered my head and repeated, "I won't be with you guys anymore." As soon as the words fell, a layer of frost formed in Ji Xian's eyes. His face darkened, his tone cold and unquestionable. "Qiao Zhen." However, I still sat firmly in place, showing no intention of getting up. Ji Xian's friends around him were all stunned, looking at each other in disbelief. No one had expected that I would actually refuse. They secretly speculated whether I had taken the wrong medicine or was playing hard to get. Ji Xian stared at me intently. After a moment, he turned around expressionlessly and left, as if nothing had ever happened. After they left, I finally breathed a sigh of relief, but my mood was messed up, and I even lost my appetite for lunch. I hung my head, feeling listless, poking at the bowl with the chopsticks in my hand. Perhaps sensing the dull atmosphere, the male student dining with Qin Yichi attempted to break the deadlock. "Brother Yichi, do you know this handsome guy? Qin Yichi smiled and said seriously, let me formally introduce everyone. This is Qiao Zhen. She is my. He deliberately prolonged the ending sound, and my heart suddenly clenched. Everyone pricked up their ears, their eyes full of curiosity and anticipation. Qin Yichi paused for a moment and added, she is my childhood sweetheart, 2 months younger than me, and we grew up together since we were young. The boys cast envious glances one after another, feeling sour in their hearts. Qin Yichi seemed completely indifferent to the teasing glances around him, just slightly curling up the corners of his mouth. His roommate Niu Yifeng patted his chest enthusiastically. Xiao Mei, you are Qi Ji's childhood sweetheart, so to speak. You are also our childhood sweetheart sister. The warmth was so unexpected. Xiao Zhen's brain got stuck, her white soft face full of question marks, her voice sweet and clear. Ah, it's okay. Is it rounded up like that? The boys started chiming in. Jokey, that's a great name, haha. Qin Yichi tapped his fingertips on the table and corrected him word for word. It's not Joe Wood, it's Joe Jane. The Pearls Jane. As a result, the other man took a mouthful of rice into his mouth and realized, slurring his words, oh, I'm sorry Joju. Xiao Zhen choked and quickly waved her hand. No, it's okay. At the end of the meal, Jojun couldn't help but smile and inwardly lament that the atmosphere of Qin Yichi's side of the meal was really good, as if a comfortable and natural spring breeze had wrapped her in a pleasant mood. The freedom to just be yourself. His brothers are really genuine and welcoming. Unlike Ji Xian's friends, who always treated her like she was on a high horse, giving her the finger and picking on her everywhere, and she could only be careful to observe the words of always pretending not to understand the yin and yang. Xiao Zhen hung her head, her nose inexplicably sour and her eyes gradually burning. With the comparison, she realized, turns out it was a really tiring time. Outside, the wind was blowing so hard that the golden ginkgo leaves rustled, and the sky was getting darker and darker. Dark clouds. Ji Xian's mood seemed to be as bad as it could be. No one even dared to talk at the table during a meal for fear of upsetting him. Ji Xian walked at the front of the crowd with an expressionless face, looking calm and detached. Behind him, Yuan Jian was so angry that his veins rippled and his tone was unkind. Good. This Qiao Zhen, being a three-timer, now you're actually pestering Qin Yichi? When the words fell, Ji Xian's footsteps abruptly lurched, and the bottom of his eyes set off a fierce wind and rain, flashing out several sharp ons. His face was even uglier. The next second, the sky violently rumbled, lightning like a sword cut through the air. It's pouring rain. Chapter 5. So it was always him. The rainstorm came unexpectedly, the raindrops slamming hard into the ground, splashing layers of. It was like a frantic catharsis of some emotion. Resounding. The students put up their umbrellas and started complaining about the crappy weather that changed at the drop of a hat. Yuan Jian followed Ji Xian and held the umbrella open for him, snorting disdainfully. I see. Jojun wants to lust after him. I guess. It's really laughable. The other boy picked up the conversation and grunted. Can she stand it? I bet. Within a week she'll come running back with her eyes open. A week? I'd say 2 days tops. The jeers gradually drowned out the pattering of the rain. The sky was getting heavy and dark clouds loomed over the land with abandon. Ji Xian suddenly stopped in his tracks, his expression frozen for a split second. The boys followed his gaze. In the distance, a man and a woman share a black umbrella, their shoulders close together, smiling at each other. Like a young couple in love. The heavy rain laid a hazy filter over them, making them seem a little ambiguous and loving. The crowd took a closer look and their eyes widened. Isn't this Qiao Zhen and Qin Yichi? There was a sudden silence. A moment later, Yuan Jian narrowed his eyes. Okay, really okay, doing a full set of drama. The tactics are pretty clever. That's right, don't fall for it. Ji Xiao. Everyone knew that Qiao Zhen was obedient and meek, the best to bully. She's been chasing Ji Xian so hard for so many years, seeing no results. I guess I thought of playing some tricks. They all came from rich and noble families, and they had seen this kind of cheap tactics too many times. Ji Xian stood in place, frozen and motionless, his gaze cold and detached. His face was gloomier than the dark clouds in the sky. A few moments later, he turned away with no expression on his face. The crowd also followed his lead. The rain became heavier. The torrential rain rushed down, striking the ground like a waterfall without mercy. Xiao Zhen's dormitory is farther away from the cafeteria, and Qin Yichi's dormitory is not in the same direction. Seeing that she didn't bring an umbrella, Qin Yichi happened to send her back. Even with an umbrella, there were still countless raindrops blowing downwind and hitting Xiao Zhen's clothes and hair. She was close to Qin Yichi, her entire body almost pressed against him. Xiao Zhen tilted her head to glance at the top of Qin Yichi's head and obediently lowered her head again. She was 1 meter 64. but Qin Yichi was 186 centimeters. The heights don't match. The big umbrella was almost on top of Qin Yichi's head. Suddenly, Qin Yichi stretched out his arm towards her, his voice low and hoarse. Hold me. Qiao Zhen froze and slowly looked up, her eyes blank. What? Qin Yichi repeated seriously. Hold on to me. Zhen almost fell to the floor. It's all adolescent boys and girls, is this not? Favorably, Qin Yichi seemed to not care about this at all, lazily saying, it's raining hard, so it makes it easier to walk together. Don't you girls always hold on to each other like that? Zhen bowed her head and didn't say anything, but inside she was scratching her ears like crazy. Oh big dummy, he knows it's between girls too. Where are the boys and girls holding hands? 726-253-6272. At this time, Qin Yichi didn't know what came to mind and suddenly laughed lightly. You used to always wrap your arms and neck around me and you couldn't shake it off. Not only did you say you were going to strangle me, but you said you were going to peel off a layer of my skin. And you forgot all that? Zhen. That was all when I was a kid. How come he always remembers so much? Qiao Zhen looked up and was caught off guard when she slammed into the deep pupils of Qin Yichi's eyes. He happened to incline his head, his obsidian eyes glittering with light. And it was like a nice hot spark. Compelling and titillating, probably because she was really afraid of getting caught in the rain. Qiao Zhen let out a soft hum and held out her hand in a haunted manner. Taking his arm, she pressed against him. Closer, even as the scent of the teenager's body spread over a hint of it loomed. Zhen hung her head and looked at the road to avoid stepping in puddles. Her arms a little unnatural. So close to him. Zhen blinked and saw, out of nowhere, that the handle of the umbrella in front of her was askew. And it was tilted in her direction to avoid more rain drifting onto her. Zhen silently reached out and set her umbrella straight. It didn't take long for the big umbrella to gradually favor her again. Just as Zhen reached out a second time to try to set it right, Qin Yichi suddenly spoke out. What's wrong? Qiao Zhen's arm holding him stiffened, and she said in a warm voice, you're raising your umbrella crookedly. You'll get wet. Qin Yichi fatally you did not wet as long as. He paused and added absently. I just like getting wet. Qiao Zhen was just about to say something when she suddenly felt that there was something familiar about this image. In the next moment, her mind was suddenly in pain. Her mind was extremely confused, and there was a buzzing in her ears. The entire person instantly had no strength and collapsed towards Qin Yichi's arms. In my mind, it seems like those memories of my past life again. In a previous life, on a gloomy evening, Zhen ended her 23rd birthday concert with finally waiting for Ji Xian's birthday wishes. Her heart was pounding with anticipation as she clicked on the chat dialog box, and the next instant, the whole thing was like falling into an ice cellar. She's back in the country and I have to pick her up. The moment the icy message popped up, each word pierced deep into the eyes. Qiao Zhen's face froze, her eyes froze, and the tip of her nose curdled with sourness. And the heart seemed to be clenched hard by a large hand and gasped for air. This she is the first lady of the Yu family, a childhood friend of Ji Xian, bright and beautiful, and a good match for him. Seeing the news, even knowing that Ji Xian didn't like this Qingmei at all, even though she knew that Ji Xian was only trying to cooperate with the Yu family, Qiao Zhen still had red eyes. Bitterness spreads in the heart and brews a mist in the eyes. It's always her initiative. It's always her who takes the initiative to hold his hand, to message him, to ask him out, to admit her mistakes and bow her head, to follow him around, to confess. Being in love together is no different than it was. Whenever she was disheartened, Ji Xian would give her that little response again. A glimmer of hope. It was as if, for a moment, he liked her, too. But if one genuinely likes someone, one does not let those around them mock and insult them. If one genuinely likes a person, one does not disparage the other person's career or ideals. If you genuinely like someone, you won't treat them with cold violence for long. It was hard for Zhen to breathe. Her gait became heavy and weary, and it was a long time before she moved her stiff fingers and tapped the screen. You missed your appointment again. That again is too many. Too many times. The cell phone buzzed. Ji Xian's message burst into sight. Don't be unreasonable. Unreasonable. Sure enough, that was the reply. Ji Xian seemed like never cared about her feelings. Never. Over time, disappointments and grievances accumulate little by little, like a drop of water that, unconsciously, it condenses into a river and a sea. It's Ji Xian's indifference. It's his mom's disdain. It's his friends' taunts that. It's been so many cold, harsh nights. Douse all her enthusiasm. A myriad of emotions welled up in Qiao Zhen's heart and rolled over like a shocking wave. She clenched her fingers and a mocking, faint smile appeared. Break it up. From anticipation to disappointment. From burning to extinguishing. From liking it to being bored with it. It all builds up slowly. There was a clap of thunder and a sudden downpour from the sky, the raindrops smashing mercilessly into his face, stinging and heartbreaking. The next second, a red sedan flashed its blinding lights and accelerated toward her. Almost to the point of rushing to the face. Qiao Zhen's body stiffened and her face paled. Her throat was dry and her eyes were a blur, as if she had fallen into an abyss from which it was difficult to break free. In a flash, someone clutched her from behind and jerked her forward in a frenzy that, almost holding her down in his arms, brushed shoulders with the red sedan. Qiao Zhen was dizzy and fell into a hot, warm embrace, and when she looked up she saw a familiar face that, nearby. She was stunned, her voice choked. Qin Yichi. The air froze in that instant, and it seemed as if only the two of them were left in the world. Qin Yichi's face was full of tightness, and he wrapped his arm around her waist, standing in place and taking a deep breath, wanting to say something. There was a long silence before he let go, his voice a little husky. It's been a long time. Zhen reddened. It's been a long time. Ever since she had gotten together with Ji Xian. It had been a long time since she had contacted Qin Yichi. The two haven't seen each other since graduation. She had only ever swiped the news on her cell phone that Qin Yichi had won the championship on his motorcycle. Qin Yichi picked up the black umbrella on the ground and propped it over her head, his eyes deep and restrained. I stopped by to see your concert. Under the fierce wind and rain, the umbrella handle always tilted in the direction of Qiao Zhen. Qin Yichi paused, his throat dry and extremely restrained, and dropped a blessing in her ear. In that instant, the tears that Qiao Zhen had been holding back finally fell uncontrollably. She waited all day with great anticipation, but didn't even wait for Ji Xian's blessing. But she heard with her own ears Qin Yichi, who she hadn't seen in years, say to her, "Happy birthday, Zhen." Hiss. It was a clearer, more detailed memory than in the previous dream. Qiao Zhen's vertigo gradually disappeared, and there was an indescribable feeling inside. The emotions of her past life surged to her heart, and she also unconsciously had a sour nose. Looking up at Qin Yichi, her eyes gradually turned red, and tears fell in drops like pearls on a string. Qin Yichi, who is still a freshman today, and Qin Yichi, who grew up to win the Asian championship, magically overlapping in this moment. It turns out that the person who tilts the umbrella for himself is always him. Chapter 6. Why are you crying? Who bullied you? Qiao Zhen's head was spinning, her eyes were black, and she had no strength when she remembered those memories. Unconsciously pouncing on Qin Yichi. Pounce. Qin Yichi held the large umbrella with one hand, while the other hand quickly wrapped around her thin waist and pressed her into his arms. The knot in his throat rolled up and down as he looked down slightly. What's wrong? It was not long before the little girl in her arms looked up in a daze, her face pale, but her eyes frightfully red. A whimper spilled from his lips. Her eyes were heavy with crystalline mist, as if she were trying desperately to hold back but the teardrops are still falling down. Like he's been wronged. Qin Yichi's complexion suddenly changed. His heart briefly stopped, reached out and cupped her small face. What are you crying for? Slightly rough thumbs rubbed over her skin, wiping away her tears bit by bit. Qin Yichi frowned slightly, veins rippling at the corners of his forehead as he stared at her with a grave expression. Who bullied you? Was it Ji Xian and the others? As the words fell, Qiao Zhen didn't speak, only hung her head and sobbed, and even her shoulders shook gently. She didn't know why, but those sour emotions of her former life all those grievances she had received in her previous life, traveling through time and space at this moment, all surged to her heart, completely drowning her and making it difficult to breathe. She tried to force down her tears, but she simply couldn't control herself and instead cried harder. Woo! It's like turning on a faucet and then not being able to turn it off. Tears are fighting to come out, rustling and sliding down the snow-white, flawless face. The eyes were red and swollen and pathetic, and well-behaved and cute. Qin Yichi stood silent, leaning down slightly impatiently, wiping her tears one after the other. At night, the warm streetlights slowly light up, lengthening the shadows of pedestrians indefinitely. Thunder rolled, and the rain fell like countless silver needles, weaving a hazy curtain of rain, crackling mercilessly on the umbrella. The sound of the rain muffled her choking and sobbing. Qin Yichi dried her tears and couldn't help but pinch her soft cheeks for a long time. A sigh of relief. Tell me if you're being bullied. Don't carry it all by yourself. Do you hear me? Qiao Zhen's eyelashes were thick and curly, still hanging with crystalline teardrops, and her eyes were misty with water. She nodded as if she understood, mostly because she didn't want to worry anyone, and choked back a sob. No bullying. Qin Yichi's lips opened and closed, paused, and ultimately did not say anything. He lowered his eyelashes and hid the flash of gloom in his eyes. Okay, you're crying so hard, and you're still defending that key guy. That's how much she likes it. Intense emotions rolled and screamed in Qin Yichi's chest, eventually turning into astringency that permanently buried in the heart. Qiao Zhen shook her head and sniffled, muttering sadly to herself, I don't like him anymore. The sound was so soft, almost less than the sound of a rainstorm falling, that it could not be heard without careful listening. Qin Yichi's fingers froze and his footsteps abruptly lurched. What did you say? Qiao Zhen's eyes were red and her fingertips clenched the corner of her coat. Seriously, I don't like Ji Xian anymore. Every word was like rain slamming hard into the ground and into Qin Yichi's ears. Time seemed to stand still. His heart suddenly skipped a beat, the knot in his throat rolled, and the corners of his lips curled up slightly. Congratulations. Zhen didn't understand. She tilted her head dutifully, full of drollery, with a thick nasal voice. Under the warm orange street light, Qin Yichi hooked his lips and smiled gently. The dark pupil bottom rippled with a little starlight. It looks unbelievably brilliant. Congratulations, Scrubs, and congratulate himself. Finally. Wait for this moment. Qiao Zhen covered her red eyes and returned to the dormitory, rushing into the bathroom to take a shower. When she had gathered her emotions, she flipped through the diary in her drawer. There's a Polaroid stuck to the front page, boys sitting and playing piano on the stage at the school festival. A black suit, cool and reserved. It's key envy. She could never forget the look of the teenager playing the piano under the focus of the bright lights. One look is stunning, one look falls. Since then, Zhen has been watching him, paying attention to him, but always careful and afraid to come forward. Ji Xian is the proud son of heaven, the heir to a powerful family, a star-studded, unattainable existence, and she was just a humble speck of dust, dim and unseen, until the heavy rain on the way to rehearsal, when a limousine suddenly pulls up in front of her. The car windows slowly dropped. Ji Xian's eyes were as delicate as glaze, and when he met her, his voice was clear and cold. Get in the car. It is said that no female student has ever gotten into Ji Xian's car. It was said that no girl in the school could add Ji Xian's contact information. But Zhen is the only one. Perhaps this distinctive and unique treatment has given the young girl the illusion that the fantasize a beautiful dream. At the end of the school festival, Qiao Zhen happened to overhear the boys asking Ji Xian what kind of girls he liked. Ji Xian's calm voice came out from the door. Active, enthusiastic, and obedient. So Qiao Zhen made up her mind, and used all her confidence and courage to go to Ming Love's. Now that I think about it, it is indeed laughable. If Ji Xian didn't like her, he could have rejected her just like he rejected the other girls, simply and decisively reject her. But Ji Xian repeatedly gave her the illusion of being different when she wanted to give up, give her a glimmer of hope, hang on to her. It was because of that glimmer of hope that Zhen held a heart, full of passion, and, eventually, he was doused with ice water and completely disheartened. A cold-blooded man like him can't be muffled. Reality is never a fairy tale. Cinderella was able to marry the prince. It is because Cinderella herself is the daughter of a noble earl. The ugly duckling can become a white swan because it is itself a swan. She, on the other hand, was never the heroine. It's just a humble speck of dust. Qiao Zhen took the scissors and cut up the diary altogether, face down, and finally threw it into the garbage can. She slid open her cell phone and, without missing a beat, took Ji Xian and those friends of his and, all deleted, all blacked out. It's all in the past. Everything is completely turned over. Once she came to her senses, she would never make the same mistake again. Qiao Zhen lay down on the bed and covered up. For the first time, I felt that my body was relaxed and comfortable. She drifted off to sleep, and in her dreams, intermittent memories of her past life were inserted. A low, compelling voice gently struck the eardrums. The memories were confused and fuzzy, and Zhen could only vaguely discern that a familiar man cupped her face and said seriously, "You were never humble dust. You are the brightest and most brilliant pearl." Chapter 7, Iceman PK Flame Man. The following afternoon, the air smelled fresh from the rain, and the golden sunlight filtered through the layers of green leaves. The spilling dappled light. Zhou Jin and her roommate, Lulu Shang, both signed up to be spectators at the basketball game, adding 2 hours to their volunteer hours. On the court, Shang Lulu was full of surprise, holding her cheeks and questioning softly, "Didn't lie to me. You really don't like Ji Xian anymore?" Although she had only been roommates for less than a few months, she took Zhen's liking to heart. When choosing classes, he would take the same electives as Ji Xian. When he saw his, would smile with bright eyes, always careful when talking to him. Even the spectators of this basketball game had signed up earlier to cheer on Ji Xian. It was as if her entire being brightened up at the sight of Ji Xian. "How much is this a favorite?" Zhen dug in a spoonful of double cream and nodded dutifully, holding up her little hand in a solemn vow. Really, or I'm a fake." "Humph." Shang Lulu took her arm and raised her chin. "I've long since looked at him with disdain but I didn't say anything bad about him in front of you because you liked him so much. so I'm going to say it hard from now on. He has a cold face every day. Like a refrigerator. And when those rich kids were ting on you to your face, he was as silent as a mute. I'm pissed off. I'm pissed off. Gold miners can't even dig up godly gold like this, can they? Shang Lulu spoke in a colorful manner, her eyes almost spitting fire. Look, am I right? Qiao Zhen pursed her lips and nodded obediently. Aha, you're right. As the words fell, the girls around them suddenly raised their necks and wailed madly. Asterisk asterisk. The president is here. So handsome, oh who? More handsome than my ex-lover. It's so impressive looking, isn't it? I didn't have class this afternoon. I grabbed a random audience spot. Who knew Ji Xian would actually come on? Hey, did he just glance in our direction? That face. Absolutely amazing. Jojin kept her head down and silently put on her headphones to listen to the song without glancing at the door. If I hadn't signed up and been absent for no reason, I'd have been blacklisted once. And with the added volunteer hours and signing in and out, she wasn't even going to show up. Not far away. Ji Xian faintly retracted his line of sight, his sunken face easing up a lot. The boys beside her also noticed Qiao Zhen, and a few moments of disdain welled up under their eyes, showing an expression that says, told you she couldn't fake it for long. And look, she's still coming to cheer us on. Yuan Jian was all smiles. That's true. That's how it was in high school. When they were in first grade, they played basketball against other classes. Jojin would sit off the field and quietly cheer them on, and would give each of them a drink of water. She is good-looking and obedient and docile, especially good to make and bully. Almost as soon as Ji Xian had made his entrance, the campus forum threads about the basketball game suddenly exploded. There's also a red-hot tag. The president actually came to play basketball. Laughing, the flower of the High Sierra at Kyoto University is not a myth. Who stole my milk tea takeout from the door of the basketball court? Bitch or not? Anger. In the next second, Shang Lulu suddenly gently bumped Qiao Zhen's shoulder. Hey, Jin. Isn't that your little bamboo horse? Jojin paused the music and looked up. Qin Yichi was dressed in a red and black jersey, with a straight and shapely figure, and short, clean black hair. His face is hard and clear, and he exudes a wild and gangly aura. It is especially prominent in crowds. It inexplicably occurred to Qiao Zhen that in his memories of his previous life, he had been this spirited on the field as well. The moment he crossed the finish line, the entire crowd of fans screamed and cheered for him. The camera flashes were focused on the Asian champion racer, Qin Yichi. Men are radiant and bright. He was riding a red and black motorcycle. His eyes were sharp as a tack, and he was even more wild and untamed than he is now. The hormones are literally capable of shattering the screen. In the post-game interview, a reporter raised his microphone and asked a frantic question. Everybody's saying right now, there's a line of girls who want to ride on the back of a Chicane motorcycle that goes all the way to France. What do you think? Qin Ichi's eyes were dark, and his earrings were like obsidian, refracting a fine light. His tone was calm and serious. I'm sorry, I've only had one girl in my back seat, and only she can sit. This basketball game is between the colleges of KYU, Faculty of Economics, PK Faculty of Information Technology. There was Ji Xian, a sophomore finance major, and Qin Yichi, a freshman computer science major. The two great characters of the century in the same frame, instantly attracting a large number of girls' eyes. Ah, you guys stop fighting. Stop fighting, fight quickly, fight quickly, fight quickly, fight. Hurry up. Who do you think is more handsome of the two? Children only make choices. The forum even directly pooped out the enrollment photos of the two and started analyzing the face value. Cough cough. This floor guest analyze Ji Xian is the cool delicate beauty. The features are correct. The peach blossom eyes, light-colored pupils, a temperament similar to that of a high mountain flower or an iceberg beauty. And Qin Yichi is flaunting wild beauty, with hard features, a sense of advanced misogyny, and Danfang eyes, with a deep tearful mole and an aura similar to that of a lone wolf prancing in the sun. The vote was almost 50-50, with the two neck and neck. I'll vote for the chairman. He's very noble looking. He's a young master of a rich family. He should have a good character. I'd rather eat QYC's type of face anyway. It's too wild. Feeling stronger. This is a basketball game, not a beauty pageant. Can you people not be so shallow? By the way, I think Qin Yichi was a bit more handsome. Dog head. Summary, Cold Iceman PK Hot Flame Man. So who the hell stole my takeout? Shang Lulu munched on her potato chips while diving through the forums with gusto, spitting out a few words every now and then. Qiao Zhen, on the contrary, never paid attention to this mess. Her brain emptied, propped up her chin and, sitting in place and fuming. On the field, the matchup is about to begin. Qin Ichi's posture was lazy, and he took off his jacket, revealing his red and black jersey, smooth muscle lines on the arms. His eyes landed on Qiao Zhen's face, and his form paused slightly. Following her gaze, there was only one person standing there, Ji Xian. She was looking at Ji Xian. She was looking at Ji Xian again. Qin Yichi pursed his lips straight. His limbs stiffened, and his chest grew stuffy. It felt like even the air around me was becoming bitter. And yes, after all these years, it's long overdue to get used to it. His roommate, Niu Yifeng, was doing warm-up activities when he suddenly threw his arms around his neck and grinned widely. "What's wrong, Chico? In a bad mood?" Collapsing a B-face with the corners of his mouth turned downward. Anyone who didn't know better would think someone owed him like millions. Qin Yichi was silent and didn't say anything. His shoulders slumped down and his throat was dry. Yet the next second, Qiao Zhen looked at him with sudden precision. Her eyes suddenly lit up as if they were dripping with stars. Crystalline and radiant. Lines of sight crossed and four eyes met. Qin Yichi suddenly froze in place, only to see the little girl raise her arms toward him, her eyes curving, her lips rippling with two playful little pear swirls. Showing a bright smile, like a budding pear flower, she mouthed wordlessly to him, "Go for it." Chapter 8, Her Water. A little sweet. With a bang, a brilliant firework exploded in Qin Yichi's heart, and there was a momentary pause, completely frozen in place. It was as if the whole world had frozen. Qiao Zhen's every move was like smashing a boulder hard into his heart. The water splashed and stayed away for a long time. The heart was pounding so hard it was almost ready to burst out of his chest. The knots in Qin Yichi's throat rolled up and down, and his earlobes gradually climbed up to a red color that burned terribly. He coughed lowly and nodded, reaching up to straighten his shaggy hair again and looking around in a pretense of carelessness. 800 fakes a second to hide the inner soldier. This silent refueling instantly energized Qin Yichi. Beside him, Niu Yifeng looked dumbfounded. What the hell? The man who had just been so disinterested and downcast and sad, now actually raised if not a smile. And, looking in a good mood? Epileptic. Going to college. Everyone is epileptic. As the whistle blew and the game began, the crowd looked up and concentrated. Qin Yichi is amazingly fast like a cheetah, keeping his eye on his prey and quickly grabbing the ball with agility. The young man was tall and handsome, his figure athletic and agile. Like an eagle that has been planning and strategizing for a long time. Every move reveals the wildness of the gangster. It's like the basketball is glued to his hand. It's very obedient. It made a beautiful arc in the air and went firmly into the frame. A three-pointer on the first play. It was as if every inch of the air around us was ablaze with the flame called youth. Instantly drive a warm atmosphere. Jojin was all eyes on the ball, and it ended up passing like a leprechaun into the arms of one of the other boys. It flew around and eventually obediently returned to Qin Yichi's hand. He threw the ball decisively and sharply as if by precise calculation. Once again, the basketball arced through a meteor-like arc and accurately entered the rim. The field was incredibly intense, with both sides almost indistinguishable from each other. After the goal, people around them were clapping and shouting. It's a dizzying sight to watch, and you don't know who you're yelling at to cheer them on. Anyway, whoever scores is going to do a double take and play even-handed. Compared to Qin Yichi's sizzling passion and ambition, Ji Xian was out of place. He looked calm, with little emotional ups and downs, as if he didn't care about winning or losing at all, rather like caring more about something else. Ji Xian easily threw in a ball. His movements were standard. His stance was lean and upright, and his eyes were cold within the. There's an air of chiaroscuro. Got in. The surrounding students began to cheer, and there were even girls with slightly red cheeks. I've usually seen Ji Xian play the piano and give speeches on stage, but I haven't seen him play basketball yet. How come you're so cool and reserved when you're exercising too? Ji Envy swept past these palpitating young girls with an expressionless face, his eyes slowly pausing on Qiao Zhen. The young girl was dressed in a beige dress, propped up her chin, good and soft and innocent, her lips rippling with a smile. Look focused and serious. Her eyes were not on herself. Ji Xian frowned slightly, the bottom of his eyes were gloomy, and a layer of frost slowly condensed on his breezy face. Beside him, Yuan Jian violently let out a roar. Holy, convinced, really convinced. He's been targeted by Qin Yichi since the beginning of the game. Press never touched the ball. Yuan Jian's gaze was eerie and horrifying as he passed a glance towards the boys beside him. The other party's eyes narrowed, immediately playing match with Yuan Jian, secretly poking and prodding to encircle Qin Yichi, deliberately posting up on him, limiting his offense and maliciously blocking with his arms, legs and shoulders, but taking the measure of the, bouncing around like crazy on the offending line. It's all the usual scamming tricks a few of them use anyway. Not far away, Niu Yifeng immediately stared with wide eyes. Simply unbelievable. What kind of people are these? Poking around in the dark with this kind of stuff? Playing ball and still playing so dirty. These dogs, then in the end there is no ball. He was so angry that he spat out blood and yelled. Watch out. Qin Yichi dribbled the ball on his hips and snorted with eyes full of disdain. Don't worry. He had long since noticed the small movements of the two men beside him and shrugged them right off. Qin Yichi's eyes were narrowed, his profile sharp, and he dribbled the ball like the wind and lightning. The whole thing almost exudes wild gangster vibes. The afternoon sunlight was golden and draped all over him, glowing so brightly that people couldn't take their eyes off of him. The eyes of the room were focused on that ball, but the ball flew to the basket, played a little game, spun around the rim 2 or 3 times. It's just slow to go in. Jojin's heart was inexplicably pounding, and her whole body tensed up as she silently prayed inwardly for a goal. The next second, that ball went firmly into the basket, with the winner and loser already decided. The whole stadium instantly boiled over with cheers. The School of Information won by 2 runs. The boulder in Qiao Zhen's heart finally fell to the ground, and she let out a long breath, her eyes shining brightly. But I don't know if it's an illusion or not, but she always feels that there are 2 eyes focusing on her. Same as X-rays. One side was hot, the other cold. But when she looked up, it was clear that there was nothing and no one was looking at her. Losing the match. Yuan Jian the pedestrian hung his head, his face ugly to the extreme. It's almost as if it's going to be green as hell. Shang Lulu looked cool. She had long been looking at this group of people, and now her body was free and clear. By the way, Jin. Shang Lulu suddenly shoved an unopened bottle of mineral water into Qiao Zhen's arms. Here. Jojin looked up in confusion. Little heads, big questions. Shang Lulu hemmed and hawed. You quickly go and bring water to that little bamboo horse of yours. No to the ice cube guy. After saying that, she covered her stomach and hurriedly ran to the toilet. ***. Jen, I feel something. I'm going to go the whole hog this time, so you won't have to wait for me. Aha. Qiao Zhen was full of drollery, looking down at the mineral water in her hands. Looking up again at the teenager not far away who was shooting the ball, he made a silent decision. Winning the game, the boys huddled together and a few sophomore seniors patted Qin Yichi on the shoulder. Bro, that's awesome. You were born to be in our sports department. After a brief chat, Qin Yichi happened to be a bit thirsty. The eyes always landed on a certain bunny without a second thought. The bunny was holding the mineral water and moving towards him little by little. Oddly cute. Qin Yichi's earlobes gradually reddened. The knot in his throat rolled up and down, and he couldn't say what he felt in his heart. Brother Qi. Niu Feng's head was covered in sweat. Exhausted and, with a big grin, he said, I'll go get you a glass of water. I'm so thirsty. Qin Yichi refused flatly. No, I don't drink. The other guy froze and had to scratch his head and leave, muttering, weird. The next few girls saw that Qin Yichi had no water to drink, and they were organizing their 8 bangs. Walk up and politely hand over water with a sweet smile. Classmate, look at you playing very well. Yeah. Want some water? Can you add a contact? I'm also from the School of Information. Qin Yichi refused without hesitation. Sorry, no. Before he could even get a good look at the girls, he lifted his feet and headed in the direction of Jojin. Pretending to be careless, he slowly passed her. In the next second, a sweet voice did ring out. Qin Yichi. Jojin called out to him and shoved the agaric into his arms. Like a cute little squirrel that offer the baby pine cones. Here's some water. The young girl's voice was light, like a comfortable and fresh spring breeze, and like a pure white feather, scratching at the ears. Qin Yichi's heartbeat accelerated wildly, but on the surface he remained calm and collected, his throat dry and voice low. Thanks. Now he has water from her, too. Unlike before, he could only stand still and watch from afar as Qiao Zhen ran to bring water to Ji Xian and the others. After saying that, the corner of Qin Yichi's lips lightly hooked, unscrewed the bottle cap, tilted his head and drank. The knots in his throat continued to rise and fall with it. Mineral water running down a parched throat, like pouring a glass of water into a dry desert. A seed gradually germinates and blooms into a small white flower. A moment later, Qin Yichi's sight slowly lit up with a cluster of bright flames. Her water. It's a little sweet. Chapter 9. Be good. I'll rub you. Finishing off half of the bottle of mineral water in one gulp, Qin Yichi tightened the cap. The corners of his lips slowly rose, tinted with a few smiles. When he looked up, he happened to meet Ji Xian's icy gaze, and the two of them were caught off guard looking at each other across the room. Qin Yichi's square smile faded in an instant. There's a chill in the air, like a fierce storm brewing. One is instantly wary. The two sides were at odds with each other, and an invisible atmosphere of tension and saber-rattling pervaded. After a few moments, the two moved away from each other and regained their composure. Ji Xian's color was light, staring at the bottle of mineral water in his hand. His eyes were cold. Soon after, he averted his eyes and turned away. Qin Yichi, on the other hand, narrowed his eyes slightly, the bottom of his pupils dark, revealing a touch of dangerous aura. Being men themselves, both sides certainly knew what the deep glances at each other meant. Disdain, disgusted, and jealousy. The basketball game was over by dinner time, and everyone was starving. Rushed to the cafeteria for a dry meal. After Ji Xian left, the crowd in the basketball gym also almost all left the court, becoming empty for a while. Qiao Zhen went to the restroom to wash her hands, and when she didn't wait for Shang Lulu, she walked towards the cafeteria alone. Shang Lulu sent a large string of messages, ****. I'm ing scurrying. My stomach hurts. That new fried chicken place that opened last night is toxic, right? Jen, you go home first. I'm going to fight hard. Oh. Tears. Qiao Zhen immediately replied, aha, don't order that one again. Some hot water would be better. Kitten petting face. JPG, she answered the message in earnest, and as she descended the steps, there was a dull thud. A strong and massive shock slammed into his head as if he had been hit hard with a hammer. Before Qiao Zhen could react, almost her entire body flew out. Caught off guard, she lost her balance and her right foot twisted suddenly, landing hard on the steps and crying out, "It hurts." Her ears were buzzing, the corner of her forehead was in intense pain, and she subconsciously covered her forehead and physiological eyes are red. Zhou struggled to keep her eyes open for the basketball on the floor and the man who came face to face. Yuan Jian, a friend who followed Ji Xian, the same person who gave her a gift in her senior year of high school and went around spreading rumors after she politely declined it. He casually picked up the basketball, squinted at her, and raised his eyebrows in a smirk. Yo, I'm sorry about that. I didn't do it on purpose. Although he apologized, he towered over him, his face not hiding his contempt and mockery, contemptuous to the extreme. Qiao Zhen was confused for a moment and froze in place, covering her head, her lips gradually turning white. It was clearly intentional, deliberately hitting her with the ball. These people, they never look her in the eye, they never look high and mighty. Qiao Zhen's eyes were slightly red, holding back tears, and she was just about to say something when suddenly, a basketball flew past her side and smashed precisely into Yuan Jian's face. He fell to the floor with a loud thud. Wide-eyed and furious, he roared, "Who the hell sneaked up on me?" Qiao Zhen stared in bewilderment at the dramatic scene in front of her. The next moment, a familiar scent lingered around her, and a steady, strong arm was added to her waist, bringing her up off the ground with ease. It's like picking up a bunny. Qin Yichi gently held her hand, slightly tilted his head, and smiled coldly towards Yuan Jian, and the tone was arrogant to the extreme. Hands slipped. Sorry. Qiao Zhen looked at him sideways in a daze, her heart suddenly missing a beat. The man stood firmly beside her, facing the sun like a hot, dazzling flame that it burned uncontrollably and the temperature rolled. He had a fierce look on his brow, a faint scar on his jaw, and he looked fierce and wild. Not to be messed with at all. But in Zhou eyes, it was simply safe. Qin Yichi, you crazy dog. Yuan Jian clenched his fists and sat on the ground, cursing angrily. A moment later, he snapped out of it, letting out a piercingly shrill scoff as the tone was rampant and dismissive. Oh, I see. You don't ing like this dead cousin, do you? One other person doesn't want a broken shoe, and who knows what she does in private Boo! Before he could finish his sentence, Qin Yichi rushed up violently in 2 steps and, swinging his fist up and slamming it hard into Yuan Jian's face. Yuan Jian's ears buzzed, and his entire face was punched askew without mercy. Warm nosebleeds flowed slowly down his nose. He had just pulled out his pocket knife when he was again picked up by Qin Yichi's collar and his head hit the ground hard. Qin Yichi pinched his neck with one hand. Veins rippled at the corners of his forehead, and his voice was vicious and frightening. One word at a time. Try saying that again. Each punch was a venting of anger and carried a deadly force. Yuan Jian let out a miserable cry as if he had been hit by a heavy hammer. He was swinging his sharp knife carelessly. The scene was chaotic. There weren't even any people around. It was empty. Qin Yichi sneered, grabbed Yuan Jian by the neck, and mentioned in front of Qiao Zhen, a hushed warning, keep your mouth shut. Yuan Jian suddenly lost his center of gravity and fell to his knees. The back of his head was firmly held down by Qin Yichi, and his head hit the ground again, forcing him to kowtow ahead towards Qiao Zhen. Qiao Zhen took a step back in fear, pursing her lips nervously as a wave of complex emotions welled up inside her. It wasn't until Yuan Jian limped away that Qiao Zhen got over her shock. She rushed up and grabbed Qin Yichi's arm, her voice trembling softly. Qin Yichi, are you hurt? Qin Yichi let her grab his arm, his dark eyes slightly drooping as he stared deeply at her. It's fine. The girls were left with a red mark on their foreheads that stood out against their pale, translucent skin. Her eyes were vaguely reddened, and in her deer-like eyes, a layer of misty watery light rose. Trudy was full of concern and worry. Good boy. I wish I could hug her. Qin Yichi collected his hostility, slightly bent down, reached out and gently touched the smashed corner of her forehead. Does it hurt? The handsome face came slowly over, accompanied by the man's hot breath. And the faint scent of grass on his body if anything. Qin Yichi was obviously a misogynistic face with a fierce look, sharp and arrogant, tugging and wild, but at that moment, his eyes seemed like a soft beam of moonlight, gentle and loving. Qiao Zhen tilted her head to look at him and met his gentle gaze, and for a moment she drifted off, the tip of her nose, choke on a sob. It doesn't hurt. I don't hurt. Actually, it's killing me at the ankle. But she didn't want to worry Qin Yichi and subconsciously chose to hide it. Qin Yichi's sight slowly fell, staring at her ankle, silent for a moment. A hand picked her up and, walking over to the stairs, sit. Without asking why, Jojin obediently listened to him and sat down on the third step. Immediately afterward, Qin Yichi crouched in front of her, against the light, shrouding a shadow over her. Qiao Zhen's eyes flashed with a few moments of bewilderment. The man was long and even when he squatted down he was a big one. He hung his head slightly, the bits of inked hair on his forehead blowing up gently, his eyes obscure. Suddenly, Qin Yichi reached out and held his hand on her slender ankle, sighing softly in helplessness. How can you break it that hard and not hurt? Qin Yichi raised his eyes, his tone carrying a bit of seriousness. Tell me if it hurts. Don't keep it to yourself. Do you know that? He lowered his voice, looking more and more compelling, like the sound of a cello, and, with the wind swinging into the ears little by little, Qiao Zhen's eyes rounded in surprise as she was held by her ankles, her cheeks burning vaguely. The tips of his ears swooned pink all at once. She subconsciously retracted her right foot, like a frightened rabbit. Qin Yichi leaned over, his eyes deep and obscure, patiently coaxing. Good girl, stretch over and I'll rub you. Chapter 10, it's going to hurt a little, so bear with it. The sun is slowly sinking, and the brilliant afterglow is coloring the sky red, painting a magnificent picture of the mesmerizing. The golden red light reflected on the side of the man's face, and it seemed like a flame was burning. It made him more and more handsome, gentle, and heartwarming. Qiao Zhen sat on the steps, staring blankly at Qin Yichi's gentle and seductive appearance. It seems to be a different person from the flamboyant and reckless hot-blooded teenager on the basketball court. He said, good girl, reach over and I'll rub it for you. He was carrying a slouchy black bag over one shoulder, lined with iodophor and wound ointment. It's supposed to be for a basketball game. Jojin hesitated for a moment. In the past, she also often gave Qin Yichi to deal with wounds. This is very normal. Nothing. Plus it's quiet around here. Hardly anyone around. And Jojin does all the mental work she can. Silently, he extended his right leg toward him. Hurry up then. Qin Yichi squatted in front of her, slightly hanging his head, his broken hair covering the obscure and unknown emotions under his eyes. A soft nasal aha. A few moments later, probably in a less comfortable position, he scooted over, half kneeling on one knee and, inexplicably, it flowed with an extremely strong sense of oppression. He slowly lifted Jojin's long skirt, revealing a small section of his slender, white calf. Fortunately, Qiao Zhen was wearing low-top shoes, and Qin Yichi smeared his hands with ointment and pressed it onto her swollen ankle bone. The man's palm was broad and gentle, and the moment it was pressed against his skin, it seemed to create a flash of electricity that, it spreads to all the limbs. The ointment was icy cold, a stark contrast to his burning heat. Jojin couldn't help the chant that spilled from her lips, her fingertips curling. Hearing the young girl's sweet chanting voice, Qin Yichi's fingers suddenly froze. A clear heartbeat came from his chest. After a long time, he carefully fainted away the poultice and rubbed it gently, as if he were polishing precious china. Comfortable? Qin Yichi raised his head to stare at her, his voice a little muffled. Jojin braced her hands on her side, squinted slightly and took a small breath. That's nice. Qin Yichi began to deepen his force, pressing his thumb fingers on the acupoints, searching for areas of pain and, the technique is extremely skilled and professional. Pressing on a certain acupoint, the taut strings in Qiao Zhen's mind suddenly snapped and her eyes lost focus. Her eyes instantly misted with water and she whispered softly, "Ooh, it hurts. Go easy." Probably pressing on the same point where the sprain was, the pain came instantly. It makes you gasp out involuntarily. Qin Yichi's hand movements slowed down, becoming more gentle, constantly spinning and rubbing. It's going to hurt a little, so bear with me. Will you? Qiao Zhen bit her lip and dutifully nodded her head, saying a sweet, yes. Along with Qin Yichi's powerful technique, the girl's fair skin was vaguely dyed with a charming pink color. Her eyes were also a little red, her shoulders trembled gently, and her curly eyelashes flapped like cicada wings. Even his breathing became rapid. Well, she whimpered stoically and brokenly, her eyes rippling with a wet layer of watery mist, seething with crystalline broken light. Like fragile and pathetic little beasts. This look, which attracted people to commit crimes, made people want to bully her even more ruthlessly. Qin Yichi's eyes moved slightly, slowly retracting his gaze and smearing on another layer of cold ointment. Bony palms pressed up. The young girl's calves were slim enough to hold in one hand. The skin was delicate and smooth, unblemished, like a white, soft cloud that you couldn't help but want to poke and pinch, even a nibble. A deepening color rolled over Qin Yichi's pupils. Just a few hard rubs landed faint pink marks on her. The young girl tilted her head innocently, a few aggravated emotions welling up in her eyes as she weakly called out his name. Qin Yichi. The voice was soft, the end of it gently hooked, as if it were a tickle on the tip of the heart with a pure white feather, like a good little bunny. Qin Yichi looked at her. Why? Does it still hurt? He had obviously been very light and gentle. The young girl shook her head and sniffled, her eyes drooping slightly. It doesn't hurt. I itch. Heavy won't work. She'll be in pain. It won't work if it's light. She'll itch. Difficult to get. Qin Yichi was dumbfounded, half kneeling on one knee, slowly deepening his force. Impartial and just right. The eyes were also more serious. His voice was low and magnetic, his tone slow. Don't worry, I'll make you comfortable. The sky was darkening, and the golden sunset gilded the two men with a glittering glow. Add to the list. The gentle fall winds blowing the leaves of the balsam fir trees rustling and scattered green leaves danced in the air and floated beside them. The man's meticulous and serious movements were all watched by Qiao Zhen. Her breathing was disorganized, and the searing warmth lingering in her calves and ankles. Even the tips of his ears rolled up. In fact, she hadn't rarely treated Qin Yichi's injuries. It's even lost count of exactly how many times. As many as there are stars in the sky. In the past, when Qin Yichi's father was still alive, he drank and gambled all day long, always beating his wife and son violently and inexplicably, using bamboo poles, whips and belts. Qin Yichi was covered with wounds and blood, as if he were a stray dog being bullied by the roadside. Wolverine. The two lived right across the street from each other, and Qiao Zhen watched it all, heartbroken, feeding him candy as she, while holding the medical kit to sterilize, tie bandages and apply ointment. Her small face tightened and she said seriously, Brother Qi, you must come to me if you get hurt in the future. It was all young then. Zhen would unashamedly apply ointment to all sorts of places on his back, legs, and even on his buttocks. In the twinkling of an eye, time had passed so rapidly, and he had grown so tall, with a face so sharply defined and biting that, more bratty and mean-looking than when he was a kid, but in his bones, he's obviously so gentle and tender. In the next second, several footsteps suddenly sounded, from far and near, gradually amplifying in the ears. Holy! Niu Feng stood straight in place, staring daggers at the two men, and roared, Niu, what are you screaming blindly for? What's all the fuss about? Frowned another boy, looking in the direction of Niu Feng. He stopped where he was, his face changing slightly, stunned for a few seconds, and erupted into an even sharper popping sound. Asterisk. 5 or 6 little brothers stood next to each other, had their pupils quake, and were collectively dumbfounded. Unbelievably, he watched the scene. This is what's going on. Qin Yichi, actually half kneeling on one knee, rubbing the legs of this pretty Qin Mei sister, and so gently pampered. Is this the same fierce goddess who is not close to women and is wild and crazy? Countless shocked gazes burned in focus on her body, and Qiao Zhen immediately shrunk her neck, whispering a reminder. Qin Yichi, your friends are here. A gradual flush of scarlet stained her earlobes. Zhen ducked her head hard, covering her ears, itching to take her head off. Help! 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 It's so humiliating and embarrassing. God knows how people will misunderstand them both. OQWQ. Zhen closed her eyes in agony, wishing she could go straight into the ground and live on a different planet. Qin Yichi raised his head leisurely and glared at these boys, as if he had been disturbed in some good way. Rambling? What's wrong? Niu Feng stammered. The college gave out prizes for winning the basketball tournament. We were planning to have a buffet for the reunion, and we couldn't find you. He doesn't return messages, and he suddenly disappeared, like he's vaporized. They thought something had happened, so they ran back to the basketball court, looked around, and I actually ended up bumping into people sweetly flirting with each other. Tease, girl. Chapter 11, his collarbone and throat line. Qin Yichi pulled away from Qiao Zhen, blocking her with his own body in front of her, slouching towards the boys. He said, Oh, you guys go ahead and eat without me. The little brothers hemmed and hawed and flirted in unison. Fine, we get it. A curious line of sight landed on the body. and Qiao Zhen desperately lowered her head to cover her face. The tips of her ears red to the point of dripping blood. Oh, she's going to shatter. She now had a strong desire to become a small, insignificant ant, and while no one else was looking, stealing away and creeping in the shadows. Luckily, these are all Qin Yichi's good friends. If someone else saw and filmed them, she's probably all set to get hung up on the campus forums all day again. Roughly sensing her discomfort, Qin Yichi slightly sank his voice and straightened up. No looking. As the words fell, the boys gave an okay sign and quickly covered their eyes and ran away. The corners of the mouth are literally harder to press than AK. Okay? That's not even the first word. So we're on it. The 10,000-year-old iron tree, Qin Yichi, is finally going to blossom. Only after all the people had left did Qiao Zhen drop the hand covering her face and let out a sigh of relief. Her eyes fell on the collar of Qin Yichi's coat, which she lowered and suddenly saw a scratch. Qin Yichi's collarbone was actually bleeding. It still looks like it was scratched by Yuan Jian's knife. The wound is shallow, but the beads of blood that seeped out of but it seemed to drop on the tip of Qiao Zhen's heart, rippling round and round, and could not be calmed for a long time. Her breathing stuttered, her long eyelashes trembling gently, her face full of concern and self-reproach. Qin Yichi, you're obviously hurt. Still hurt for her. It was as if there was some emotion that kept spreading and spreading over every inch of the heart. Qin Yichi, however, was unconcerned, his tone careless, just a little injury. It's not in the way. But the less he cared, the more Zhen blamed herself. It's her fault. It's her bad. It's her fault. Zhen bit her lip and raised her wet fawn eyes and, in a firm and serious tone, I'll decontaminate you. The young girl picked up the iodine swabs and ointment and stared straight at him, all sincerity and, unspeakably good and soft. Qin Yichi's eyes fluctuated with emotions, and he answered faintly, scooping her up from the steps in one smooth motion. The fish right into the corner next to it. At the corner of the wall, the space was narrow, and with Qin Yichi slightly bent over, almost her entire body was encircled in her arms and trapped in a corner. The distance was also getting closer, but always just right, without a hint of offense. The light was steeply dimmed, and Zhen's right foot was much better after the massage, and she could barely stand still, lean against the wall. Qin Yichi tugged at the collar with one hand, revealing a large portion of skin around his collarbone, a little paler than the skin on his face, and a little more tantalizing, with testosterone gushing out of, as if it were a silent invitation to her. Qin Yichi leans lazily against the wall, his eyes hanging down, his voice compelling, help me. Zhen nodded and took the swab, taking a calming step forward and carefully wiping him down. It's more serious than making a title. A man's collarbone is wild, beautiful, sexy, with smooth, well-defined lines. As he exhaled and inhaled, the hot breath lingered around and, inch after inch, pervasive erosion of the skin, like a giant and beautiful cage from which there is no escape. Qiao Zhen inexplicably had some difficulty breathing, and her entire body was tense, unconsciously collecting her breath. Her long eyelashes kept trembling gently, and she lowered her eyes, not daring to look up. It always felt like Qin Yichi was staring at her eyes, like a vicious wolf. The next moment it was going to eat her alive. Luckily the wound wasn't deep and there was no rust on that knife, or I would have had to get a tetanus shot. If Qin Yichi goes to the hospital now, the wound will probably heal on the way. Zhen carefully sterilized him and tilted her head to ask him carefully, did it hurt? Qin Yichi muffled a low laugh, his tone disdainful, this degree, scratching like an itch. After disinfecting, Zhen anointed him, squeezing the ointment on her fingertips and gently touching his collarbone. She forced herself to be calm, yet every time she touched the man's skin, the fingers all seemed to be stretched with flames, burning all the way to every nerve. Zhen gasped softly and lowered her eyes slowly falling to the knot of his throat. The knot in the man's throat looked like a towering hill, rolling slowly up and down, emphasizing the rigidity and determination that exudes a unique androgynous charm. An indescribable sense of wild desire came over me. I heard, just from Shang Lulu, that men with big throat knots. Qiao Zhen's fingertips trembled lightly, and she hurriedly chased away those wild thoughts, and her breathing gradually became disorganized. Meditate on it in your mind. Qiao Zhen, how did you fall like this? Bad. She's so bad. She's just a bad woman with a bad mind. I don't know if it was an illusion or not, but Qin Yichi seemed to let out a low gasp. It was accompanied by a wild scent that gently struck Qiao Zhen's eardrums, constantly vibrating. Like a fuse, it instantly ignited the flames and strung up the memories, spreading inch by inch through her heart. Qiao Zhen was so dizzy that she could hardly stand on her feet, as if heaven and earth were shaking. Her entire body's legs went weak and she unconsciously flung herself into Qin Yichi's arms. It's that familiar feeling again. Certain images from my past life came flooding into my mind so frantically that it was like playing a slow-motion movie. Frame by frame and clear as day, traces of the two of them remain in front of the floor-to-ceiling windows, in front of the mirrors, in the car, in the bathroom, on the couch. It's hard to leave them alone. Inside the bedroom, huge wedding photos hung on the walls, wedding dresses with suits that, a match made in heaven. Legal couple, legal sport. Qin Yichi enjoyed the position of facing her, yanking her into the abyss, the knot in his throat rolling as he, letting out gasp after gasp of wild desire. Jen, do you like me or Ji Xian? No matter how long they've been married, he likes to ask this question, always treating Ji Xian as an imaginary enemy. Qiao Zhen's eyes were brimming with watery light, her red lips were slightly open, and her inked hair was in disarray. Ouch! Help! It feels like I'm really dying. The man propped himself up above, his eyes dark, strong and gentle as he bullied her. Holding her waist down with one hand, he coaxed gently. Good girl, answer me. Qiao Zhen was driven to desperation, seeping out crystal teardrops, breaking down and trembling. Ooh, like you, like Qin Yichi. The corner of Qin Yichi's lips hooked up, swirling with a smile, still relentlessly pursuing the question. Like me for what? The hot breath almost overwhelmed Zhen. Her mind went blank, gradually losing her ability to think, only hugging Qin Yichi's shoulders tightly. The voice is sweet and soft. Love hubby's big. Memories end and return to reality. Like a thunderbolt, it struck Qiao Zhen's head with a precise boom, chopped her up on the outside. What? Big what? Sigma, degree. Inside, little Zhen snapped out a sharp popping sound. The two people entangled in the picture. Was it really her and Qin Yichi in her previous life? How? Like this. Zhen had a splitting headache and opened her eyes dizzily and, terrified and shocked, she woke up from Qin Yichi's arms, her whole body cracking in half. Her brain went down and she frantically ran outside, trying to escape the planet. He hadn't taken more than a few steps when, suddenly, he was easily grabbed. Qin Yichi wrapped one hand around her waist and the other around her shoulders, almost holding her firmly down in front of his chest to prevent her from falling. What are you running for? Why are you dizzy again? Chapter 12, her waist is so thin and soft. Qiao Zhen was held down in hot, warm arms, her mind a mush. Qin Yichi's low and pleasant voice fell on the ears, with a wild and gangly atmosphere. It's exactly the same as that voice from memory, the kind that feels like it's going to dry out next. Qiao Zhen's heart was pounding, and her whole face instantly burst into red, like a boiled shrimp. It spread all the way to the ears. Help! She still couldn't accept the fact that she had been held down in bed by Qin Yichi in her previous life. Simply unacceptable. There's only a fraction of a memory. She didn't know why her former self had agreed to get married in a brain fart. Her legs went limp and her body went soft in Qin Yichi's arms. Stumbling, I'm fine. She's just trying to turn into a little ant and sneak away. What's wrong with her? Nothing? Qin Yichi lowered his head slightly, staring at her seriously. The expression took on a bit of seriousness. Then why is your face so red? Qiao Zhen bit her lip, practically dying of shame. How can you not blush when you see that kind of inappropriate image? She covered her face, irritated, and pulled up her volume to retort. I didn't. Where was she blushing? It didn't exist. Not that she saw it anyway, that is. Not straight, but strong. Qin Yichi let out a light laugh, looking at someone's heartfelt expression, and didn't continue to tear her down. The young girl was soft in his arms, her thin waist in her hands, clutching the sleeve of his coat. Her cheeks seemed to be tinted with a reddish hue. You're blushing like a tomato, and you still haven't? Seemingly thinking of something, Qin Yichi put away his lazy attitude and, in a serious tone, are you not feeling well? 3 times now. 3 times I fainted in his arms. The first time was when I first started school, the second time was during a rainstorm, and the third time is now. And, each time Zhen suddenly fainted, and then a few moments later nothing happened. Very strange phenomenon. Qiao Zhen shook her head, blinking. Maybe. Stayed up too late. I'm fine. She absolutely, positively would not tell Qin Yichi about these memories of her past life, not to mention whether he believes it or not. The main thing is that the two people were married and united, again in their previous lives. If Qin Yichi knew, would he resist? Then it would be too awkward for the two of them to meet in the future. Qiao Zhen stammered and prevaricated, covering her burning cheeks and running away, suddenly remembering that there's something else. I'll go back to the dormitory first. I'll treat you to dinner some other time. Like a rabbit. He's gone in a flash. Qin Yichi lazily hooked up his lips, a smile under his eyes. The faint jasmine scent of a young girl still lingered on his fingertips. Her waist, so fine and soft. The knot in Qin Yichi's throat rolled, not realizing that his own ears were also gradually climbing up a tinge of red. It's like a sunset outside the window. gorgeous and magnificent and constantly burning. It wasn't until the young girl's figure disappeared around the corner that Qin Yichi withdrew his gaze, his throat dry and walked down the steps. In a flash, he was acutely aware of something and immediately looked up and back. Ji Xian's figure just disappeared into the hallway. Alone. I wonder how long he stood there and how much he saw. Qin Yichi restrained his smile. His face sunk slightly, slowly suppressing the disgust under his eyes. Side fists gradually clenching. Building road. The bottom of Ji Xian's eyes were cold and piercing. His face was gloomy to the extreme, and he squeezed a swelling reducing ointment tightly in his hand. He sneered and walked over to the trash can, throwing away the expensive ointment, imported from abroad, without mercy, like they were throwing some kind of dirty garbage. He saw Zhen applying medicine to another boy. Zhen was also seen falling softly into someone else's arms. I saw it all with my own eyes. A group of boys came over and surrounded Ji Xian, clustering around him. Ji Xian stood in place, his face like frost, and questioned in a cold voice, "Why did you smash her?" Upon hearing this, Yuanjian wiped the nosebleed off his face with a tissue, and his forehead swelled with a large bulge. Immediately irritated, he said, "We were angry enough when we lost the basketball game, and let's just say that Zhen didn't bring us any water. She actually went to bring water to Qin Yichi? Who the hell is she in league with? This one can't keep her head above water." Ji Xian sank his face and didn't say anything. Yuanjian continued to add fuel to the fire. Ji Xiao. Qiao Zhen thought she was something else these past 2 days. Running off to dinner with another boy on purpose is just a deliberate act to get your attention, if you ask me. Several other boys nodded in agreement. In fact, at the very beginning, they were quite polite to Qiao Zhen, at least for the sake of the milk tea and snacks. It wouldn't be intentionally difficult. Add to this the fact that Zhen is good-natured, obedient and quiet, polite and measured. It doesn't matter if you follow them. Later, seeing that Ji Xian didn't care about it, coupled with Yuan Jian's provocation, they also grew accustomed to such treatment and began to turn aggressive and deliberately nitpick. Yeah, what right does an ordinary person have to hang out with people of their class? Now it's almost out in the open to be disliked and despised. Ji Xian stared coolly at Yuan Jian, his voice detached and calm. In one word, "I let you move her?" When the words fell, it was as if even the air around him turned a few degrees cooler. Yuan Jian froze and stammered, "No, no." Noticing Ji Xian's displeased expression, he immediately restrained his arrogant look, bending down and bowing his head to admit his mistake. "I won't touch her next time. Ji Xiao, don't worry." Ji Xian warned him in a cold voice and left without a face. It wasn't until after he left that a few people looked at each other with quite a bit of surprise in their eyes. In the past, no matter how much they belittled and despised Qiao Zhen, Ji Xian never reacted in any way. Thought Ji Xian didn't care about her at all. Someone hummed softly at a leisurely pace. Unexpectedly, "This woman, Qiao Zhen, is quite tactful." Yuan Jian straightened his back. His eyes flashed a touch of shady. 609. Park Garden Women's Dormitory. Qiao Zhen went all the way back to bed sheepishly, her white cheeks swooning with a layer of pink. Like he's done something wrong. The roommates were all there, except for Shang Lulu, and sophomore dance majors Chen Meixiang and Yunyu. The three men were huddled together in a serious manner, as if they were working on some academic problem. As soon as they heard the door open, several people immediately turned their heads and stared at her meaningfully, wanting to say something. The eyes showed mixed emotions. "Zhen, what is this? So serious?" In the next second, Chen Meixiang yanked her into her lap, itching to hold and nibble on her. Leaning into her ear, she asked, "Baby, tell me the truth. You really don't like Ji Xian anymore?" Zhen leaned into her arms and nodded earnestly as if pounding garlic. Aha! The fact that she was chasing Ji Xian before was something everyone knew. It wasn't a secret. The unreserved release of passionate love ends in an icy, tragic end. I wonder how many people are looking at her behind her back and laughing at her insouciance. Yunyu raised her head, picked up a few tarot cards in her hand, and said with a serious face, "I actually calculated the outcome of your relationship with Qi Envy a long time ago, using tarot cards and an astrolabe. But I hid it from you before when I saw you chasing after him full of hope. Now do you want to know?" Chapter 13, Tarot Cards, The True Fate. Yunyu has always been obsessed with divination and the study of metaphysics, spending all day in his dorm room tinkering with various tarot astrolabes and charms. Zhen probably knew it wasn't going to end well, and let out a soft Dutifully, he nodded. "Go ahead." Yunyu held up the mirror frame and sighed. "As it turns out, if you guys stay together, it doesn't end well and can even seriously affect your career." After thinking about it, she added, "But my calculations aren't 100% accurate, quite metaphysical. Believe it or not." Chen Meixiang hugged Qiao Zhen and raised her chin. "I think Ye's calculations are quite accurate. She said last year that my boyfriend and I wouldn't end well and that the relationship was a failure. I didn't believe it at the time, but then it turned out that my ex-boyfriend actually cheated on me. Oh, Chen Meixiang said while rolling her eyes. Qiao Zhen pursed her lips and said softly, I believe it. No wonder her roommates disapproved of her chasing Ji Xian before and told her to love herself. In her previous life, she had a really bad career, just lukewarm singer that. It also got a lot of dirty blackmail thrown at it, and it really wasn't very successful. Suddenly, Shang Lulu curiously put her head together and stared at the priestess, who was in reverse position on the tarot chart. Keep your eyes open. Sister, help me to calculate whether I can be single in my first year of college? When will I meet my true love? Oh. Yun Yu readily agreed, and after thoroughly shuffling the cards, she divined for her. Shang Lulu's small face tightened and asked, how about how? Yun Yu looked at the cards, pursed her lips, and patted her shoulder to comfort her. Sister, you might have to be widowed. As the words fell, Shang Lulu covered her heart in grief and pain, even picked up the chips to slit his wrists. They say that freshman year cannot find a partner. The university will be widowed for 4 years. 4 years, oohoo. I'm all mother fetus solo. Chen Meixiang laughed out loud and quickly comforted her. What's so good about men? It's so comfortable to be a widow. It's cool to be alone. Shang Lulu whimpered and binged on a bag of tomato-flavored Ritz chips. People who have never been in a relationship still carry a sense of yearning and longing for their first relationship. Qiao Zhen remained silent for a long time, gently grabbing Yun Yu's clothes. Her voice clear and sweet. Sister Yu, is it okay to count another one for me? The young girl's eyes were as bright as stars, and her lips rippled with 2 small pear swirls when she smiled. Where could Yun Yu stand her? Her heart instantly turning soft. Of course. Qiao Zhen reported all the information about Qin Yichi's birthday and such one by one. Pursed lips tensed and waited. Yun Yu's frown grew deeper and deeper. Later, this. I will use other divination to calculate again. Turtle shells, bamboo sticks, cards, horoscopes, Oriental and Western divination are all in play. After 10 minutes, her expression grew serious. Qiao Zhen, the remaining 3 had gone to their little heads and pricked up their ears in curiosity. Yun Yu, you and Qin Yichi are destined and made for each other, and there is a huge probability that you will be together in your past life. In this life and even in the next. Zhou Jane? Yun Yu added in a small voice. That is to say, he's your true destiny. Oh, Zhou Zhen? No way. Absolutely no way. Immediately afterward, she was surrounded and tortured by her 3 roommates. For example, Qin Yichi height and weight, family conditions, character achievement, friendship, all ask a clear. The more Qiao Zhen said, the smaller her voice became, stammered for half a day, and simply laid down on the table. Bunny playing dead. JPG has been honest and begged to be spared. Then the conversation in the dormitory went from men to money. The reason for this is that Chen Meixiang just received $300 of monthly living expenses from her mother-in-law. Mezzo ordered cosmetics and became a conversation starter. Shang Lulu was so jealous that she went crazy. Her eyes erupted with fire. Why do I only have 2,000 every month? Damn it. Yun Yu was silent for a moment. Skin smiling. Not smiling. Every month 1,500 of me more want Zisha. Why don't you just jump off the 6th floor? The main attraction is becoming a bubbly superhero at the end of 1 month. As the words fell, Qiao Zhen's eyes moved slightly, her eyelashes gently fanning out. Asked by Yun Yu about her monthly living expenses, she paused and said in a warm voice, I don't have any living expenses. That was something Shang Lulu knew. Zhou Jin used to work various part-time jobs and started tutoring when she went to college. Teaching middle schoolers language and English on weeknights or evenings when I don't have school makes money to live on each month as well. Mom, there will be no alimony for her. Chen Meixiang was heartbroken and reached out to hug her tightly, rubbing lightly on her back. Poor little Zhen. Yun Yu wasn't too good at getting up. Just now she was complaining madly. Turns out I didn't realize there was actually a worse one. How can anyone really think of crunchy college kids as super special forces? Qiao Zhen had long been accustomed to it and had little emotional ups and downs. She calmly finished her laundry and lay down on the bed, snuggling the bear doll on her side. The cheek brushed gently against its head. She's the extra one in the family. When she was 7, her biological father cheated on her, divorced her mom, and didn't want her as his own daughter. Mom also got tired of her and just dropped her off at her grandmother's house in the country. Grandma's patriarchal. She always bullied her. She wouldn't give her meat. She wouldn't give her a quilt. She was made to do all kinds of dirty work and was always scolded in dialect. Little Zhou Jin was confused and couldn't understand what those dialects meant. But she knew from the look of disgust on her grandmother's face that it certainly wasn't a good one. On the contrary, Grandpa was nice to her. He would sneak her meat and chocolate, will patiently hold and coax her to stop crying. At that time, Qiao Zhen's favorite relative was Grandpa, and she clung to him every day for candy. It wasn't until later that she felt something was wrong. Grandpa was always making a move on her. He'd touch her here and there, and pushing the doorknob while she's in the shower, trying to open the door, or sneaking into her room in the middle of the night and God is out and out and out and out. His eyes, like he wanted to eat people. Little Jean was so frightened that she ran out crying and took her grandmother's hand to tell her off. As a result, Grandma cursed her, scolded her for not knowing how to behave, and directly hit her with a broom. Full of dialect. Little, all you know how to do is seduce. Just as shameless as your mom. She rolled down the stairs, in so much pain that she was unconscious. When he lifted his head, all he saw was blood all over the floor, slowly flowing. Little Jean had a hole in her head and fought back tears to call her mom. She says she's good and obedient. Don't leave her. Don't leave her. After begging and calling repeatedly, her mom finally went soft and brought her back to town. Jean was full of joy and excitement until she saw her mom's bulging belly and there was also a strange middle-aged man in the house when it dawned on her. Turns out, Mom is getting a new home. As winter turned to spring, and after all these years, she knew how to read words, how to humble herself to please, and know how to be inviting. During the 4th of July holiday, she came home and saw a picture frame sitting on her mother's bedside table. The background of the photo is a recently opened amusement park with a beautiful fantasy castle. Mom, stepdad, and half-brother, a happy family of 3, happily comparing scissor hands with a big bright smile. Everyone was happy and blessed. Next to it was a thick album thingy with cartoon drawings that it looks like it was purchased new at an amusement park to put old pictures from before. Qiao Zhen held her breath, pursed her lips, implied a little anticipation and nervousness, and flipped from beginning to end. Over and over again. No, she didn't find herself. Qiao Zhen choked and her long eyelashes kept trembling. The sourness was like a shadow that constantly enveloped her. Hard to get rid of. She was empty inside. Looking at the cozy and beautiful photos in front of her, Qiao Zhen felt that she was like a gloomy mouse, peeping around corners at other people's happiness. Amusement park? She has not been there in 18 years of life. At 11 o'clock, lights out in the dormitory. Qiao Zhen hunkered down under the covers and put on her headphones to quietly listen to a song. WeChat suddenly popped up. Pats me on the head. A question mark slowly snapped out of Zhen's head. She didn't know what Qin Yichi was up to in the middle of the night, so she politely tapped back. I tapped Qi on the shoulder and shouted, Ni ini I, Zhen, you better be something. Chapter 14, His milk tea is so sweet. When she thought that Yu had figured out that Qin Yichi was her true destiny, she can't face the truth. Cover your face, trying to turn into little ants and crawl away quietly. In the next second, Qin Yichi's message crashed into the bottom of his eyes. When are you going to treat me to dinner? That's good. That's very straight ball. Zhen gently squeezed the covers and buried the lower half of her face in them, her eyes a little blank. Silently, he recalled when he had promised to take him to dinner. Oh, come to think of it. It seemed to be the polite words that came out of her subconscious escape after Qin Yichi rubbed her leg. But that's just politeness. Zhen lowered her eyelashes and rolled over gently. As soon as she remembered that under the gorgeous golden red evening sun, Qin Yichi was half kneeling on one knee to rub her legs. Her cheeks burned again. Qin Yichi also hurt for her. Right there at the collarbone. It's her fault. And then there was yesterday's rainstorm, when Qin Yichi held an umbrella for her and sent her back to her dormitory, and looked down to wipe her tears. He was patient and didn't mind at all. And that if he gets bullied, he'll tell him. The more Qiao Zhen thought about it, the less she felt, and she sat up in the middle of the night in shock, reaching for her right ankle, her heart pounding. It was as if a flame had spread across his face. Should have thanked him properly indeed. Please. Qiao Zhen looked at the schedule. Tomorrow morning there will be traditional Chinese music and forms and policies. The whole school is closed in the afternoon for public holidays, and vocal practice is to be continued in the evening. She pursed her lips and thought for a moment, and replied seriously, Is tomorrow lunch okay? And what would you like to eat? After lunch she can also go to study hall and prepare the materials for tutoring students in math and English on the way. Qin Yichi replied, I'll listen to you. The man isn't really picky. The question was thrown back to Zhen. So she picked the one she wanted the most and tapped the screen to reply. 2006 foot 5306, 20 crab cakes on the 3rd floor of the new cafeteria. Is that okay? Receiving an okay reply, Zhen took off her headphones and fell asleep in a daze after setting her alarm. After 4 classes the next day, Qiao Zhen carried her shoulder bag and jogged all the way to the 3rd floor of the cafeteria. It also came with a box of cookies and snowflakes. She made it herself during the 4th of July. After taking it to school and distributing it to my 3 roommates, there was a lot left over, and I was going to enjoy it myself. But thinking about it, Qin Yichi just loved her Oreo-flavored snowflake pastry from before, so wanting to give it to him should be considered a thank you gift? Entering the cafeteria, with a gasp still on her lips, Jojin raised her head and looked around for an empty seat. How are all the people? The cafeteria will be full of students during this time just after classes, and there will basically be a line at every restaurant. Jojin, caught off guard, a low magnetic and pleasant voice slowly sounded behind himself. Qin Yichi was half leaning on the back of the chair, wearing a dark gray baseball jacket with hard and sharp lines, but the whole thing softens again in the warm orange light. The man sword-browed and starry-eyed, his eyes were deep, revealing a touch of dashing and uninhibited. Hooking his lips at her with a smirk, Qiao Zhen sat over and looked down at the rice table at the Xiaolongbao, her eyelashes slowly fluttering lightly. You bought it already? Qin Yichi faintly responded. I don't have class in the third or fourth period, he said, handing over spoons and chopsticks as he did so, veins bulging slightly on the backs of his hands. There is an indescribably sexy wild desire. Qiao Zhen took it silently, her fingertips inadvertently touching his skin, immediately like a mimosa. Curl up slightly. So, he is taking a seat and buying lunch in advance so he doesn't have to wait in line. Even he hadn't taken a single bite, waiting specifically for her to come before he started. Qiao Zhen tilted her head and asked, how much is it? I'll transfer it to you. She forgets the price of this restaurant. Delicious it is, but still that little bit expensive. A cage of 8 dunked crab meat steamed dumplings. She ate 1 cage, while Qin Yichi ordered 2 for himself. That's 16. Upon hearing this, Qin Yichi stared at her with a calm expression. I'll treat you. Jojin snapped out the question mark in confusion, her eyes round and flashing blankly underneath. Didn't I invite you? As long as the thought is there. Qin Yichi chucked up a xiaolongbao, dipped it in vinegar, and let out a light laugh. An obscure emotion brewed in his dark eyes. How could I really let you invite me? As the words fell, a cup of milk tea was pushed in front of Qiao Zhen. The man's tone was careless. Passed by the milk tea store and brought it for you by the way. Like something trivial and insignificant. Jojin took the cup of milk tea, her fingertips clenching slightly. Fresh taro jasmine creamy green, medium cup, just the flavor she likes best. If I remember correctly, that milk tea store is quite far from the men's dormitory. It's a pretty smooth road. Qiao Zhen is proper taro head, lowers the head to take a puff. The bottom layer of taro puree is delicate and mellow. The sweet, silky scent spread and warmed, filling her heart directly. Qiao Zhen's eyes glowed and her body felt comfortable. Yummy. Well met. The greater than over equal to less than over equal to, Qin Yichi raised his eyebrows, the corner of his mouth curling up slightly. Just like it. Jojin stared up at him and snapped her head down just as the other man was about to realize it. A few subtle moments inexplicably welled up in his heart. When she was in her first year of high school, she liked Ji Xian, and ran to the basketball game to give Ji Xian and the others water to drink. At that time Ji Xian always gave her hope if nothing else. For example, a group of girls gathered around to bring water, and Ji Xian didn't take anyone's that. Just walk up to her with a blank face and drink what she sent. He said thank you calmly, with a little tenderness and a smile in his light-colored pupils. The hot summer sun was blazing. Qiao Zhen dragged a whole box of water over, and as a result, he didn't expect that the Ji Xian's rich friends didn't leave her a bottle of water. Treat her like free labor. Jojin walked away silently, exhausted, and ended up sitting paralyzed on the edge of the playground. Alone, with her head hanging down, sweating all over. It was as if something was blocking his throat. So thirsty, so hot. In the next second, a familiar, low, hoarse voice rang out from overhead in a flat tone. Just serve them and don't take a sip yourself? Jojin blinked blankly and looked up slowly. Qin Yichi was standing right in front of her, wearing a white body shirt that, just enough to shield her from the hot, harsh sun. The teenager crouched down lazily, staring straight at her, the ink rolling under his eyes, and there was an unspoken complexity. He laughed softly and pulled a cup of milk tea out from behind him, inserted the straw and, forcefully, he shoved it into Jojin's arms. It was close to feeding her mouth. Qiao Zhen froze in place, hung her head and hugged the milk tea, whispered thank you. Qin Yichi stared at her for a long time, then suddenly sighed and reached out to flick her on the head. Jojin, are you stupid? Qiao Zhen lowered her head in loss, a mist of water brewing under her eyes. She retorted softly, her voice still a bit aggravated. I'm not stupid. Her whole body was groggy, and she only remembered that the cup of milk tea was so good that it's like a direct charge to her batteries, instantly restoring her energy to full strength. That one, too, was a fresh taro in jasmine milk green. Add pearls, 5 parts sugar, and remove ice. So sweet, so sweet. Chapter 15, Happy again. Thinking about what? Qin Yichi's low magnetic voice rang out. slowly pulling her thoughts back. By the time Qiao Zhen came back to her senses, Qin Yichi had already finished off an entire cage. One xiaolong bao in each bite. Speed is flying. It's nothing. Zhou stammered and bowed her head, eating slowly. The cafeteria this dunking xiaolong bao is particularly fresh and looks exquisite. You are happiest when you take a small bite to suck in the soup. The skin is thin and meaty and full of flavor. Qiao Zhen ate 4 or 5 of them when she sensed that the man across from her had finished them all. She surreptitiously raised her eyes and her gaze quietly fell on Qin Yichi. The man's posture is languid and careless, exuding a wanton and uninhibited wildness between his hands and feet. Keeps his emotions guessing. Those phoenix eyes are deep and intense, and they look a bit fierce, not to be messed with. The tear mole under his right eye, however, dripped a little deeper and seemed much softer. Very evil looking. This guy, her husband from her previous life, her true love? The man's eyes slowly cast over, and Zhou immediately dropped her eyes, blinking and act as if nothing had happened. By the time Qin Yichi continued to turn his head sideways with nothing to do and his brain emptied, Zhou quietly looked up to survey him again. He tapped his fingers on the tabletop with a flourish, bony and slender and ascetic, like a hibernating beast, extremely patient, waiting for its prey to take the bait. A few seconds later, the other's lips seemed to curve a little, and with an involuntary glance toward her, inexplicably with a touch of favoritism, Qiao Zhen's gaze darted back and she ate her xiaolong bao without blushing. Heartily, he took a sip of his milk tea. A few times down the road, her mood rose and fell like a roller coaster, up and down, swinging around and I don't know what I'm doing to be a thief. Qin Yichi suddenly smiled, lazily leaned back in his chair, and lightly shouted her name, Qiao Zhen. Zhou Zhen's eyelids fluttered and she dutifully responded. A few moments later, seeing the other party smile without saying anything, she inexplicably had a bad feeling in her heart. The fingertips holding the chopsticks tightened slightly. What are you laughing at? Qin Yichi propped his chin on one hand and lowered his voice to stare at her. Do you know that it's obvious when you peek at people, Zhou Zhen? Revealed by the man in question himself. She rounded her eyes in embarrassment. Her breath stopped for 2 or 3 seconds. And the tips of his ears couldn't help but burn. Is it that obvious? And she thought she was well disguised. Qiao Zhen couldn't help but feel deflated, and lowered her head to continue eating the remaining 2 xiaolong bao, not daring to raise her head to peek again. Qin Yichi's gaze leisurely fell on her, his eyes focusing at that moment. Zhou Zhen was dressed for every day today. A pale yellow knit jacket with light blue jeans. The single twist braid hangs down on the right side. The whole person is pure and gentle, like a tea flower bathed in the spring breeze. She was nice and quiet when she ate, taking small bites, her lips crystallized. Staring at her lips for a few seconds, Qin Yichi averted his eyes extremely unnaturally. His throat parched. The cell phone buzzed and several messages popped up on WeChat. Dormitory group. Nyo Demon King, Nyo Ifeng, Yo-Yo, guess who I met at dinner? Photo message. In the picture, the girl is eating seriously with her head bowed, her brow gentle and the boy across from her looked at her with slightly downcast eyes and propped up chin, the corners of his mouth quirking up slightly. The photo is a bit mushy, like it's layered with a hazy filter. Squidward, Zhang Yu, she is taking the initiative here? Bullwinkle, happy again slash. Qin Yichi laughed and sent a roll, but his fingertips pressed the screen, silently saving the photo. Meanwhile, the two were secretly photographed in the same frame by someone in the corner. On the dimly lit stairs, a boy suddenly shouted in surprise, I'll go. Ji Xiao. Look. Ji Xian's brows furrowed slightly as he stared at him expressionlessly. The boy scratches his head and explains. Zhou Zhen ran off to eat with another boy again. The next second, pop sound, Ji Xian footsteps stopped. The glass in his hand suddenly fell to the ground, and the glass was dropped to the ground. Quarterbacking. What? Obviously in an extremely bad mood. It was chilling. The boys would understand, and immediately zoomed in on the photo. The cell phone screen moved to him. My friend filmed it, and Qiao Zhen actually ran off to have dinner with another boy again. Ji Xian stared at Qiao Zhen's smile on the photo. His eyes were like cold ice and snow, unusually cold and morose, more lurid than a blade. At this time, a boy named Zhou Tian whispered impressed. She refused us altogether before. I don't think I'll be back later, right? At those words, Ji Xian's face suddenly sank, his tone cold and certain. Word for word. No way. Qiao Zhen liked him so much and had been chasing him for so many years. How could she just say go? Yuan Jin stood beside him and grunted disdainfully and coldly. It's just a tactic of trying to escape. Brother, you can't take it seriously. Next Monday is Ji Xiao's birthday, and when we don't call her then, she'll naturally get anxious. Another boy chimed in. Yeah, I heard it on the sly earlier. Qiao Zhen's birthday gift for Ji Xiao this time seems to be a hand-knitted scarf, in khaki color. As the words fell, a snort of laughter instantly erupted from the surroundings. Laughing my ass off. Who knits scarves these days? Someone laughed softly. How poor. However, Ji Xian's brows slowly relaxed and the emotions under his eyes eased a lot. Sure enough, Zhen couldn't stay away from him. In the afternoon, the balsam camphor trees along Jingdao Road were lush, and the sunlight poured down through their branches. It depicts fine and moving patches of light. The cafe has small enclosed rooms. After Qiao Zhen ordered 2 mousse cupcakes, she added a latte for Qin Yichi. She trenchantly patted her chest and said, "I'm buying." Seeing that she had to be invited, Qin Yichi did not refuse, and lazily hooked his lips to respond, smiling favorably. "Okay, then I'll take a soft bite." Zhen took out of her bag the tutoring materials for middle school students. It is very responsible to understand every question thoroughly, otherwise your conscience will not be satisfied. But as she wrote, she began to get a little sleepy. How come I get sleepy when I study? It sucks. It was quiet in the little cafe room, with the faint sound of a melodious and pleasant piano. The mood was also unconsciously soothing and pleasant. Qin Yichi flipped through the study materials to prepare for the advanced mathematics competition. He didn't move his head down, full of calm as he wrote high math and calculated calculus. But now more than half an hour had passed without him moving a single word on a problem that he usually solved quickly. The gaze always involuntarily shifted to the body of the young girl across the room. Her eyes were fighting and bracing his head for drowsiness but struggling to stay awake. He vacillated between fainting and wakefulness countless times. "It's cute." Qin Yichi rolled the knot in his throat and withdrew his gaze, finally putting pen to paper. But there was no ink. That's when he came back to his senses. The pen is upside down. After half a day of solving a big problem, Qin Yichi was distracted and couldn't help but look sideways at Qiao Zhen. The little girl fell asleep on the table. She was probably really tired, breathing evenly and resting on her side on her arm. Her skin was as white as snow and a small piece of flesh squeezed up on her cheeks. Her eyelashes were thick and slightly curved, and she oozed serenity and charm, pure to the core. It was as if there was a hammer, gently striking Qin Yichi's heart, beating frantically. It took a long time to settle down. Zhen had no idea how dazzling and wonderful she really was, but Qin Yichi knew. The young girl did not know what she was dreaming of, and frowned gently, as if she had been wronged by the dazed and confused murmured, "$. It's like a nightmare." Qin Yichi didn't hear it, and came up slightly, asking, "What?" Chapter 16, Baby, so soft. Zhen was still asleep, not sleeping very soundly, her eyelashes fluttering softly as she. It was like falling into an endless abyss, deeply fearful of something. You can't help but look at her and want to hug her. She sniffled and murmured softly, "Amusement park." His voice was a little aggravated, as if he was about to cry. "Behave yourself." It immediately poked at the softest part of Qin Yichi's heart. His eyes became obscure and deep. His heart was burning at the tip, and he quietly stretched out his index finger, moving little by little from the table. It slowly touched the young girl's fingertips, feeling each other's temperature. It's very light, very careful, like a dragonfly. Index finger paste. It was like some kind of electric current, spreading from his fingertips to all his limbs, tingling, and, with an unspoken love and heart, as if sensing something, the sleeping girl frowned slightly and turned her head to sleep in a different direction. Qin Yichi quickly withdrew his hand, his heart like a beating drum. Qiao Zhen was working on a problem and had planned to squint for a while, just a while, but she didn't expect to fall asleep. She dreamed that her mom took her as a child with her to an amusement park that she also gave her a gentle smile as she put on a headband, took pictures, and bought balloons. As far as I could remember, my mom had never been this gentle with her. Little Zhen was practically jumping up and down with joy. Pearly swirls rippled across her lips, blinking along the way. As a result, the next second, her mom decisively left, abandoning her once again, leaving her alone inside the amusement park, crying and yelling, "Mommy, where are you? Don't leave me. Oh, I'm good. Don't want me." As in the year when she was dumped in the countryside and left to be bullied by her grandpa and grandma, both explicitly and implicitly. She's never been favored. The scene shifted abruptly and she was back in her previous life. On our wedding anniversary, Qin Yichi took her to an amusement park, bought her a nice big balloon and leaned down to put his arm around her waist. "Wife is beautiful today. Beautiful." Riding the Ferris wheel, Qin Yichi clasped the back of her head and held her down in his arms. Lowering his head, he kissed her lips, strong yet gentle, gradually deepening the force. "Jen, we're going to be together forever." Hot, deep, fierce kisses, like it was going to eat her up. Wild and bad. "Well, hubby." Zhen's eyes were wet and her cheeks were getting pinker and pinker. Reaching up against him, he gasped softly. The hot breath lingered around her. Her mind went blank. She lost the ability to think. Repeat only in silence. Okay, together forever. Help! Practically melting in Qin Yichi's hot embrace. The man held her in a death grip of square inches, choking her waist and sliding his fingertips restlessly upward. Qiao Zhen immediately clutched the collar of his shirt, her eyes aggravated. The voice seemed sweeter and more delicate. No, I'm itching. But Qin Yichi didn't stop moving. His voice was as low as a deep cello. It's hard to resist, he whispered in her ear. Baby, it's so soft. Zhen, wake up, you've been asleep for half an hour. Qin Yichi poked her finger lightly with a pen and lowered his voice to remind her. The tone was a little helpless, and a little spoiled. The reality voices overlapped with the dream voices, and Zhen opened her eyes drowsily, her cheeks burning rapidly, red as a ripe red tomato. What strange memories had she? Had she dreamed? Baby, so soft, soft. The low, hoarse voice lingered in his ears, gently rubbing his eardrums and constantly vibrating. W1919, Zhen's sky has collapsed into ruin. Her eyes filled with panic. She quickly lowered her head, packed her book bag, and decisively chose to run. I'll go back to my dorm room and sleep first. Bye. See you again. Damn it, why didn't you dream about the winning lottery numbers? Why? Parochial. Always remembering the ambiguous moments with Qin Yichi in his previous life. Oh, she's really going to make a scene. Zhen covered her rolling cheeks and broke down completely, embarrassed to the point of gouging out a castle. The white neck was rippling with pink, spreading unchecked all the way across the skin. She put her bag on her back and treated Qin Yichi as if he were a flooding beast, afraid that if they run slow, they will be caught and eaten in one bite. How did this happen? In the next second, the man's body was in front of her, blocking her path. Qin Yichi half leaned against the doorframe, his slender legs slightly folded. The whole person had a demonic yet diffident aura. His dark eyes flashed with gloom and he asked nonchalantly, "What are you nervous about? Can I eat you?" Qiao Zhen tensed her little face, thought hard, and nodded gravely. Well, this one could really eat her up. She suddenly remembered something and stuffed the pouch of her bag into Qin Yichi's arms. Right, here's to you. Snowflakes and cookies. After a pause, she added, I made it myself. Should that be considered repayment? Qin Yichi's footsteps lurched as he picked up the small pink bag. A little puzzled, repay for what? Zhen stood her ground. Honest, the one where I got hit by a basketball and you helped me out. Before she could finish, Qin Yichi suddenly interrupted her, his tone calm. There's no need for repayment. Qiao Zhen froze and looked at him, her eyes blank. Why? Qin Yichi didn't explain, only lowered his eyes, his long slender lashes casting shadows under his eyes. The half side of his face added a bit of mystery in the dim light, weakening the sharpness. Really, if you want to repay. Qin Yichi's eyes that hid complex emotions, carefully thinking for a moment, curved his lips and said, then go to the amusement park with me this weekend. When the words fell, Qiao Zhen was stunned, and some bewilderment showed in her eyes. Extending his index finger to his cheek. Ha, me, why do you need her company? He, Qin Yichi, is not a child. But on the contrary, the other party's serious look made Qiao Zhen a little shaken. She actually kind of wants to play. Qin Yichi was in no hurry to ask her to reply, and the two of them just walked along the road, side by side, toward the dormitory. The journey was very quiet, with only the sound of rustling leaves. The trail skirts the lake, is sparsely traveled, and has pleasant views. Occasionally a few couples hang out holding hands. A gentle wind blew, filling the air with a light, refreshing scent of osmanthus. Zhen kept her head down, occasionally stepping over leaves on the ground and listening to the leaves crunching miserably is particularly stressful. As if he had realized something, Qin Yichi suddenly leaned down towards her and reached out his hand in a gesture to touch her head. As soon as Qiao Zhen saw him, she remembered those charming and ambiguous images in her dream and immediately shrunk her neck. Deflect your head to avoid it. Qin Yichi's fingers froze in midair, a flash of gloom under his eyes. It was as if there was a lump of cotton in his throat. He paused, his voice slightly hoarse. There's a bug on your head. Bugs? At those words, Qiao Zhen stared wide-eyed, as if she had been nailed hard to the spot, not daring to move at all. Qin Yichi closed the distance, his fingertips brushing against the top of her head and, grabbing the bug that had fallen from the tree with precision, he quickly tossed it aside in a sharp, clean motion. He said absently, well, seeing the green-colored worm squirming limply on the ground, Qiao Zhen sucked in a breath of cold air. She raised her eyes to look at Qin Yichi, a subtle emotion inexplicably welling up in her heart. It turned out that Qin Yichi just wanted to help her catch bugs. Her hair was gently ruffled in a gust of wind. After a long interval, she heard Qin Yichi open his mouth with a few moments of bitterness. Jojin, don't hide from me. Chapter 17, be good to her for the rest of your life. When Jojin returned to her dormitory, a pinkish blush crept up her cheeks, and her heart beat like a drum. It's like doing something wrong. She looks like a cream bun with blush, with the word weak engraved on her head. Chen Meixian was leisurely applying a face mask. Her eyes lit up when she saw her with a sideways glance. Laughing, she teased, "Little Jenny, your face is so red." Shang Lulu also immediately poked her head out of the bed and narrowed her eyes. Yo, being a thief? Qiao Zhen reached up and covered her face to keep them from looking, retorting weakly, "I didn't." She slapped her face and went to the bathroom to run some cold water to clear her head for a moment, staring at herself in the mirror. When Qin Yichi said, "Qiao Zhen, don't hide from me," she actually tasted so much aggravation. Illusion, right? Qin Yichi so dragged so flamboyant a person. How can it be aggrieved? Jojin shook her head seriously. Actually, she didn't mean to avoid it. Just dreaming of that kind of picture. Her whole person was frozen, so shy that she wanted to run headlong to death, and she didn't dare to look at him directly at all, feeling like a pure white sheet of paper, only to have those damn memories go crazy and throwing yellow paint at her. Thoughts aren't even clean anymore. Then Qin Yichi said he'd call his friends to join him, not go out with her alone. It was only then that she nodded her head in agreement sparingly. At least his friends are there to lighten the mood. Jojin changed into her kitty cat pajamas in the bathroom, ready to lay in bed for a little afternoon rest. Her roommates were envious when they found out she was going to that new playground in Kyoto for the weekend. Shang Lulu is going back to her hometown for a wedding banquet this weekend. Chen Meixiang and Yun Yu are going out of the province for a school dance benefit, staying one night, the kind where you take an official leave of absence, plus volunteer hours and general test scores. Yun Yu conscientiously organized the tarot cards and casually asked, "By the way, who are you going to the playground with?" "Yours truly?" In the next second, 3 curious gazes focused in unison. Jojin, how does this guy guess so well? Her breath shuddered. She paused, and began to change the subject. "I'm so sleepy, I'm going to bed. You guys be quiet." The rest of the group had a gotcha look on their faces. Chen Meixian lifted off the mask and spoke in a smug tone, "Worthy of being the diviner of our 609th dormitory." In a nutshell, Jojin silently crawled into bed, tucked in, and patted the bear doll's head with a, "Get ready for a nap." Right. Shang Lulu suddenly remembered something and pulled back the curtain to say hurriedly, Jen, you mentioned to me before that it's Ji Xian's birthday next Monday, and you were planning to knit a scarf to give him." As soon as Ji Xian was mentioned, Chen Meixian became angry and her tone was fierce. "Old mother won't allow it. He's a dead ice cube face. Where does he deserve to have our Jen knit a scarf for him by hand?" Yun Yu also nodded her head in agreement. "Don't ever turn back. This man affects our career luck. It'll be bad luck." Jojin lay on the bed, excessively quiet, with hardly the slightest fluctuation of emotion. After a moment of silence, her voice was soft but firm. "There will be no turning back." The roommates breathed a sigh of relief when they heard the young girl's decisive decision to. Inwardly, I applauded her for quack 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 quack. Those who don't deserve it should be turned into leaves outside the window and scattered when the wind blows. Jojin rolled over comfortably and already couldn't help but look forward to her weekend trip to the amusement park. There was a fine gleam in the bottom of his eyes. She hasn't even been there yet. Men's bedroom back is 307. The boy slumped back in his chair, crumpled and growled. "Holy, why isn't this dog fielder coming to support?" Lousy 1 to 4 Was over the tower strong kill, still play a hammer? On the side, Qin Yichi quietly unwrapped the bag and opened the box, revealing a delicate snowflake pastry, strawberry Oreo flavor. Niu Feng happened to be stretching and turned his head, staring at the snowflake pastry in his box. The eyes glazed over. As soon as he got closer, he was suddenly met with a hand reaching out to rest against his forehead. Qin Yichi raised his eyes and stared at him like an abyss. "What for?" Niu Feng sniffed and came. "Brother, I happen to be hungry." As soon as the words were out of his mouth, the other roommates came over and held out their evil hands. Qin Yichi fiercely shielded the box into his arms, justifiably protecting the food. "No, Niu Feng? No, there's some kind of ironic relationship. Brothers since high school. What an intimate relationship where you can eat and sleep together and even wear the same pants." In the past, he was allowed to take whatever snacks he wanted from Chi's desk. "Okay?" The corners of Niu Feng's mouth twitched. Aggrieved. "Just one piece. Taste the flavor." As he spoke, he opened his mouth wide. Qin Yichi casually drew a napkin, crumpled it into a ball, and made a gesture to throw it into his mouth. Niu Feng was so scared that he immediately covered his mouth. The other roommates cried and retreated with regret. It's not just a snowflake pastry, so precious to protect. Do not know that they thought it was a golden pastry. The noise of the game continued. Qin Yichi, however, looked at the snowflake pastry out of focus, and could not help but ring in his mind the young girl's phrase repayment. He returned to her. There is no need for repayment. Thoughts seemed to drift back a dozen years, to a time when he was at his most wretched and, always getting beat up by that scumbag of a father. At that time he was at the bottom of his grade list, scarred and withdrawn, plus appeared to be mean. No one wants to play with him, and no one dares to play with him. They all think he is a social gangster who loves to fight and avoid him like a snake. Only Zhou Jin doesn't mind him. Only Zhou Jin will play with him. Only Zhou Jin was willing to take him out into the sunlight. Little Zhou Jin would be red-eyed when he was beaten and bloodied. His head, carefully apply the ointment to him. Are you in pain? I'll be gentle if you are. When he was rumored and ostracized at school, little Zhou Jin would bravely stand up for him. No bullying, he's not bad. When he was hungry and had lost hope, the little girl would bring him meals. Buying him all kinds of snacks and stuffing him with bear dolls full of arrogance. I don't want any of this stuff. It's all yours. Don't give it back. The dolls even contain change. $1, $5, $10, big crumpled bills that, and I don't know how long she worked so hard to save it. Jojin is just too good. Like a little angel, radiating light, with a sweet smile and little pear swirls. The eyes were even brighter, hiding countless sparkling diamonds. God must have seen him suffer too much, so he sent the fairies down to give him a candy. Let him live well. Finally, one time, Qin Yichi couldn't help but ask her, "Why are you so nice to me?" Little Jojin said with a wink and a straight face, "Because I'm going to marry brother Qi in the future." Qin Yichi froze in place, his breathing briefly stopped, and a pinkish red crept silently onto his face. Later, he also knew that it was just kids playing around. No one would really take it to heart, much less hold it against them for so many years, but he took it seriously and deep in his heart. That's when he swore, "Be good to Jojin for the rest of your life." Chapter 18 Rua Her Little Pill. On Sundays, the sunlight spills broken shadows through the gaps in the leaves, and the fresh breeze carries the faint scent of osmanthus. Jojin had been in a soothing mood for the past few days in class, finally looking forward to this day. She changed into a creamy blue knit sweater, black and gray jeans, and a pill head for the mirror, going out with a small bag on my back. Downstairs in the dormitory, the man was dressed in a black punching bag, with angular features, hard brow bones, deep eyes and, it's all about the unruly and uninhibited vibe. Qin Yichi curved his lips toward her and shook the object in his hand, his voice lazy and low. "This one's for you." Jojin walked down the steps and looked down at them. Qin Yichi was holding a light blue hairband, interspersed with lace bows. It was dotted with a single golden star like the night sky. Qiao Zhen paused in her footsteps, tilted her head slightly, and met Qin Yichi's dark and deep eyes. A flicker of bewilderment flashed under his eyes. "For me, such a beautiful and dreamy hairband, held by Qin Yichi, was inexplicably a bit out of place." Qin Yichi walked up to her and lowered his head to meet her eyes, his tone careless. "I got it as a gift with my purchase. It's not like I can use it as a big man. Turn around and I'll put it on you?" The low magnetic and pleasant voice rippled into the ears, invading the brain little by little. Qiao Zhen simply couldn't resist, gently nodding her head and turning her back to him. "Yeah." Qin Yichi stood behind her, looking down at her, the knot in his throat rolling gently up and down. Jojin happened to be wearing a creamy blue jersey today, like a pretty doll. One can't help but want to take her, steal it, hide it. She still wears her playful and sweet ball head. Qin Yichi didn't hold back and reached out to gently rua her pills, as if he was rubbing her head, and pinched in the process, jerking off like a cat. Been wanting rua for a long time. Qin Yichi quickly withdrew his mind and put on her hairband and circled it twice. Qiao Zhen was practically encircled in Qin Yichi's arms, the faint scent of grass on the teenager's body lingering on the tip of her nose. It's as if a hint of hormones is burrowing into the skin. The tip of the heart itches. When she finally finished putting on her hairband, Jojin actually wanted to see what she looked like with it on, but she couldn't see the back of her head. At that moment, Qin Yichi, as if he heard her heart, took a picture of her head and raised his cell phone and put it in front of her. It worked out pretty well. Jojin nodded dutifully. What had been a lone black marble was embraced by a group of radiant stars. It adds a little more brightness and luster, like the dark night sky, shedding a little light. The gods whispered to her, "Behold you are clearly a star in the sky." Meanwhile, the 6th floor balcony. Chen Meixiang and Yin Yu had to wait until noon to go out of the province to prepare for the benefit performance. At this moment, Chen Meixiang held up her cell phone and zoomed in several times, observing the two people underneath. Can't help but mutter, "This Qin Yichi, he doesn't look simple." 2 or 3 times and he's on hand to pinch the pill head? I suspect he's been plotting and scheming against little Jinjin for a long time. Yun Yu narrowed her eyes. Hiss. But this man can enhance Xinjian's career luck. Chen Meixian's eyes flashed a few moments of doubt, pondered for a long time, and said, so, shallow high one? The weather was just right and the fall colors were delightful. The sunlight coated the earth with a layer of golden yellow. Sycamore tree leaves bright green, dancing with the wind. The amusement park is at the moment crowded at the entrance with a dense crowd of adults and children, having to wait in line to get in. Niu Yifeng, Zhang Yu, and 7 or 8 other people were already standing at the door waiting early. Eyes lit up at the sight of Zhou Zhen. 2 or 3 others who hadn't formally met Qiao Zhen were now craning their necks in exclamation. The young girl's palm face was delicate and clean, her skin fair, especially those watery fawn eyes that, innocent and delicate jasmine-like, pretty and soulful, like Nuwa's delicate little hand-me-downs. Someone let out an exclamation. Asterisk asterisk, this is Chia's little green plum? Why haven't I heard that before? Why don't I have such a beautiful Aomame sister? Damn. God grant me one. Niu Yifeng grinned broadly. Sister Qiao, come into our group. From now on we're on the same team. Zhou Zhen greeted politely, took out her cell phone to add friends, and was pulled into a group of 9. Group name, gathering is a pile of. Dispersing is a sky full of dilution. Zhou Jin. Good. Personalized group name. Seeing that Qiao Zhen didn't look quite right, Qin Yichi immediately opened his cell phone, and after seeing the group name, the face darkened. I don't know which cub did this. With a swipe of his fingertips, he changed the name of the group to Study Well, Up Every Day. Upon seeing the name of the group, a few of the boys instantly wilted. Come on. What a fun name for the original group. Was lining up. One of the boys hesitated for half a day, and finally couldn't help but quietly approach Qin Yichi. Holding his hand over his mouth, he said, brother, trouble? Qin Yichi put away his cell phone, cast a faint glance at him and hooked his lips. You're welcome. We're all brothers. I'll be sure to help with anything. The boy coughed low and whispered, that's just it. You Liney's sister. Can you introduce? Before he could finish his words, Qin Yichi suddenly interrupted. The smile at the corner of his mouth suddenly disappeared. With a few warnings. Can't. No thoughts about her. Didn't you say you'd help if there was anything? We said we are all brothers. The boy's tone was suddenly a bit anxious and full of seriousness. I'm not the playful kind, although I have 0 relationship experience. I don't smoke, don't drink, don't fight, and I'm absolutely dedicated and loyal and spoiled to my girlfriend. You can kiss and cuddle and hold high. In the next second, Qin Yichi grabbed a small handful of hair in front of his forehead, with a few moments of teasing under his eyes. Then fight me. Win and I'll promise you. At that, the boy's legs softened. Brother, that, or forget it. After Niu Yifeng overheard the conversation between the two, he hurriedly covered his mouth and almost burst out laughing to death. Want to pry Qin's corner? That's not even a door. Entering the amusement park is like stepping into a colorful fairy tale world. A gothic fantasy castle surrounded by flowers and gems. Qiao Zhen looked at every sight around her in amazement and sighed every now and then. It's bigger and prettier than she ever imagined it would be. It's also a very different feeling than watching it on cell phone video. Qin Yichi happened to walk beside her, keeping a fist's distance, and asked in a low voice, what kind of program do you want to play? Qiao Zhen looked around, her eyes shining brightly, her voice sweet and cheerful. I can do it all. I'll tag along with whatever you guys want to play. Qin Yichi cocked his head at her. What would you most like to play first? We'll follow you. Zhou Zhen froze, torn for a moment, and pointed to the closest place to them. Then play bumper cars? Is that okay? Qin Yichi nodded. Good. The few remaining boys don't pick at all. Whenever they get together, even in the restroom you can have a good old time. A group of people finished lining up and were excited to get on the bumper cars in groups of exactly 10 people. Zhou Zhen was the first to pick out a cream-colored bumper car and buckled up, her heart pounding, eyes lit up with expectant crystals. The game started with a ding. Gradually the scene began to be chaotic. A couple of boys got loud. It's rather like going into battle to kill the enemy. Old bull, I'm going to create you to death. Oh, just you? A pinky could bounce you off. Brother Octopus, let's team up on him. Charge. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Aren't we on the same team? Why are you hitting me? Well, that's the way to play it, isn't it? A few people on the field play especially crazy. Colorful cars flying everywhere. So chaotic that you cannot tell friend from foe. He bumps into everyone, like a rabid dog that bites on sight. Qiao Zhen slowly gripped the steering wheel, still carefully studying the throttle and brakes in reverse, driving carefully. Suddenly, there was a loud bang, and someone slammed into his back. Well, Zhou Zhen said without any defense, her whole body swaying forward. A gasp couldn't help but spill from his lips. A little confused, she turned her head to the culprit. Qin Yichi was right behind her. sitting in the red car, passionately like a flame burning. He reached out in greeting, his dark, crushed hair on his forehead cold, his eyes staring at her without blinking. The whole thing looks rebellious and wild, oozing with demonic flavor. Jojin took a deep breath and puffed on the gas. This person, who was clearly coming for her, was abominable. Jojin turned the steering wheel hard, defiantly trying to ram it back. Halfway through the turn, there was another bang and she was knocked slightly to the right. Qin Yichi bumped from her side and flicked the top. It was more like teasing her this time than the previous one that slammed her. The other, seeing that she didn't respond, stepped back a little, and extremely provocatively and badly. Another gentle bump forward. This time, it was more of a sticker than a bump. It's very intimate. Qiao Zhen's small face tightened, looking up at him, some aggravation inexplicably in her sweet, soft voice, and a hint of pleading. Qin Yichi, you don't bump into me. Chapter 19, Jojin. Hold me. Of all the people in the room, why did they catch her alone on top? Must just think she's a rookie and a bully, so she's targeting her alone. QWQ. Qiao Zhen made a silent mental note of this revenge. Meanwhile, the group of boys who were all on the verge of a fight and a messy mess. As a result, they didn't know what was going on, but suddenly they were all on the same page, and they were chasing after Qin Yichi to kill him. A crowd surrounded him, colorful bumper cars crashing in a flood of water, like it was going to squish him. Qin Yichi lightly raised his eyelids, half leaning on the back of the chair, his posture lazy, one hand manipulating the steering wheel. Quick and agile, he instantly escaped from the multiple pincers. The young man's broken hair fluttered gently on his forehead, his nose was high and sharp, his profile, half of his face was hidden in the shadows, and the corners of his lips were lightly hooked, arrogant and unruly. No matter how much anyone else chases him, they can't catch him. The rest of the boys crashed into each other with a bang, and Qin Yichi's shadow was nowhere to be seen. Yelled in exasperation, come on, let's team up and hit Chico. Why are you hitting me? Pissed off, crash a hair. He's a professional racer, drives like a loach. I'd like to see who can bump into Chico. Qin Yichi drove the car with ease, as if completely integrated with the car. Obviously, it's a somewhat childish amusement, but he's got a rambunctious, gangly look about him. Indescribable toughness, wild as hell and cool as hell. There were countless young ladies surrounding the field watching the battle, staring straight at his face and muttering in whispers, that boy with the red bumper cars is so handsome. I'll find a chance to ask him for a WeChat later. Looks like a student, right? Handsome male big hey, old lady's favorite. At that moment, Qin Yichi's car happened to be parked horizontally in front of Qiao Zhen, and he looked as if he didn't even notice the danger. A fire called fighting spirit suddenly flared up in Qiao Zhen's heart. She pursed her lips, saw her chance, stepped on the gas, and slammed hard into Qin Yichi's body. Boo! Qin Yichi's figure shifted, as if he didn't expect to be attacked by a sneak attack, and he looked at her sideways, and, raising an eyebrow, a smile rippled under his eyes. Jojin blinked, somewhat less than understanding. This guy got hit and he's still laughing? On the field, suddenly everyone stopped and their eyes focused on the two of them. Sister Joe is awesome. Niu Yifeng was even more dumbfounded and let out a popping sound. Holy, Sister Joe managed to take Chico's first blood. That's a twisted thing to hear, and it's easy to think about. Qiao Zhen choked, and the ambiguous figure reflected on the floor-to-ceiling windows of his previous life came to mind. At that time, Qin Yichi stood behind her, lightly wrapped his arms around her waist, lowered his head to kiss her, coaxing and pampering her, gentle to the core. Jen, I love you so much. Don't. Jojin looked out the window at the view, biting her lip, her voice small. You're gentle. Good. The man's mouth gently agreed. But, it's a total fraud. That time, it should have been all about the two of them. First time, right? The tips of Qiao Zhen's ears burned, and her entire heart couldn't help but beat frantically. The inner villain lets out a groundhog squeal. Goat. You're unclean. Qiao Zhen suddenly got a little angry, turned the steering wheel seriously, and pressed the gas pedal of the bumper car. It slammed hard into Qin Yichi's car, a look that was going to knock him off his feet. Qin Yichi also does not counterattack. Holding the steering wheel does not move. Just let her hit. At the sound of a tick, the 15-minute timer expires, and all the cars come to a stop. This game is over. Happy times are always so short, and the crowd couldn't get enough. How did it end? Jojin didn't have enough fun either, and it always felt like only 2 minutes had just passed. Really? Love it. Qin Yichi unbuckled his seatbelt with one hand, crossed his long legs, and walked over to Qiao Zhen with a lazy smile. How was it? Fun? Jojin got out of the car slowly, looked him in the eye, and said in a muffled voice, fun. But, Why are you staring at me alone and crashing? Mere puzzlement. Qin Yichi's eyes were dark and deep, his gaze falling on her innocent face. Justified. Because you're the only one who's new and never played bumper cars, so you're easy to bully. I'm sure he's still bullying her. Qiao Zhen thought seriously, her eyes curved. But I bumped into you too. Qin Yichi followed her with one hand in his pocket, his voice low. Well, so we're even. As for why just bumped Zhou Jin, actually, he doesn't know. After all, at the time, he didn't even notice anyone else in his world. The boys got off the bus and were thoroughly excited by the urge to play, and were excited to plan to go on the most exciting roller coaster ride. Soaring high, the crowd walks over to the soaring area and lines up. The track stretches almost to the sky, like a giant dragon circling. Qiao Zhen stood on the ground floor, looking up at this skyrocketing dragon, deeply shocked, her heart pounding, nervous and expectant. Ah! A group of people in the car erupted into heartbreaking screams. Not only does the roller coaster hang upside down, it repeatedly goes back and forward, constantly pulling and going extremely fast. At that moment, a strong-looking boy came down with a false sense of humor and didn't hold back on vomiting straight into the bag. An out-of-body look. Zhou Jin sucked in a breath of cold air. A moment later, a familiar voice drifted in his ears, and Qin Yichi asked, "Scared? If you're scared, we'll both go play next to this." Zhou Jin looked in the direction of his finger, next to the Winnie the Pooh roller coaster. The Winnie the Pooh roller coaster. It's all child's play. The children sat in one of the yellow honey wagons and laughed and played. The speed of that car was monumentally slow, comparable to an old lady crossing the street with a cane. Qiao Zhen blinked and clenched her fists in shame and annoyance. I'm not a kid anymore. Qin Yichi leaned against the wall, legs folded, and looked at her seriously. There was also some hidden worry and concern under his eyes. You're sure you want to take on the challenge of flying and soaring this hard on your first roller coaster? Aha! Zhou Jin actually hesitated for a long time and decided to play this. Having come all this way, she did want to play the thrill ride. It's something she's never touched or tried before, so she wants to experience it all over again and, even if it may not end well. Soon it was the turn of the 10 of them. Qin Yichi sat beside Qiao Zhen as a matter of course. Niu Yifeng, on the other hand, sits in the row in front of them, and he takes Zhang Yu's hand, interlocking his fingers. Full of deep emotion, he said, "Good brother, hand in hand. For life." Zhang Yu has already gotten used to it and spits out expressionlessly, "You're so disgusting. You don't have a crush on me, do you?" Niu Yifeng choked. "Get lost, lousy 24K pure straight man, okay?" The roller coaster bell rings. The staff rechecked all visitors' seatbelts and shoulder safety compression bars to ensure passenger safety. Z-dash. The wheels scrape against the track and the coaster begins to tilt, slowly climbing upwards. Getting farther and farther away from the ground. The boys grew excited, dancing around and making monkey calls. Yahoo! Zhou Jin couldn't resist a small wiggle of her legs, peering down. The tourists on the ground had turned into tiny black dots that. It's like a swarm of ants that are crawling. It's really high. Very different feeling. She took a deep breath and looked up nervously, her hormones spiking with excitement and fear. Suddenly, Qin Yichi gently poked her index finger and absently turned his head. A slow pinkish blush crept to the tips of the man's ears. Zhou Jin, hold me. Chapter 20, Zhou Kitten's scratch marks. Holding. Zhou Jin froze and turned her head sideways, her eyelashes fluttering lightly. The gentle sunlight poured down on the man's face, the golden light outlining his delicate, stern side. It made him shine more and more, like a god in a painting. His whole body was gilded with a golden color. Qiao Zhen drifted off for a moment, not thinking much about it, and directly took hold of Qin Yichi, interlocking her fingers with him. His hands were large, and the warmth of his touch was like an electric current, spreading from his fingertips to every cell in his body. Crispy, feeling safe. The same electric current flowed through Qin Yichi's limbs, as if connected to his heart. Puffing wildly, he held the young girl's soft and delicate little hand as if it were a treasure. Sparks ignited at the moment of contact. Qin Yichi, breathing disorder, raised his eyes to look at her, the bottom of his eyes obscure, surging with strange feelings. The two men looked at each other in all directions. Qiao Zhen tentatively imitated Niu Yifeng's tone and said, "Good brothers, holding hands?" The pink bubbles that had originally surrounded the two were instantly shattered, leaving a mess behind. The corners of Qin Yichi's mouth twitched. He really wanted to strangle Niu Yifeng. The roller coaster travels to its highest point and pauses for 3 or 4 seconds high in the air, gripping everyone's heart. Qiao Zhen held her breath and tightly grasped Qin Yichi as if she were grasping a life-saving straw. Suddenly, there was a loud bang in my ears. The flying car swooped down like a waterfall, and a moment later it was like a rocket rushing into the sky. It's getting faster and faster. The boys started screaming like crazy. Ah! Qiao Zhen was so shocked that she forgot to scream, and without saying a word, she clutched Qin Yichi tightly in death. Really? It's too fast. Going for it. The person is in such extreme shock that it is almost impossible to make a scream. The flying car rolls, spins, backs up, hangs upside down, in a variety of positions, soaring wildly. A sense of weightlessness swept through his body. As if she saw Tainan, Qiao Zhen closed her eyes peacefully. Every blood cell and nerve seemed to be stimulated, and a sense of relief filled the heart. Help! She always felt like she was going to fly out. I don't know how much time passed before the speeder slowed down, and Zhen's eyes opened a slit, and tentatively, slowly opening wide, the landscape came into view and the whole world seemed to turn upside down, until it was over and the safety bar in front of her shoulders had been raised. Zhen remained frozen in place. She was still lost in the speed of what she had just seen, her soul out of her body and slow to return. Zhen. A familiar male voice rang out, gently pulling her thoughts back. Qin Yichi walked up to her, helped her push down her seatbelt and pulled her out. How's it going? Zhen blinked, took a deep breath, and subconsciously took his hand, following him step by step. Seems kinda fun. Just a little bit of swooning at the end. Well, just a billion ... Following out into the open. Zhen hadn't quite gotten used to the feeling that the world was still spinning. His legs suddenly weakened, and his entire body suddenly lost its balance, falling downward uncontrollably. Well, the expected pain did not come. Qin Yichi wrapped his arm around her waist and smoothly scooped her into his arms. The arms also circled her plump, thin waist to prevent her from falling. Qiao Zhen was caught off guard and flung herself in front of his chest, her hot breath lingering all over her body, a hint of it burrowing into her skin. Breaths intertwined and entangled, heat diffused and spread. The air stood still for 2 or 3 seconds. The giddy brain cleared instantly. Qiao Zhen stared with round eyes and immediately jumped away from Qin Yichi, retreating 3 meters away. For a moment, there were countless lines of sight focused on the face. The 7 or 8 boys stood around, jaws agape as they watched the two of them, their eyes dropping out of their heads. It seems to be saying in silence, wow. A thin layer of red surfaced on Qiao Zhen's cheeks, and she immediately explained in a small voice, no, I'm just weak in the knees, so don't take it personally. Qin Yichi followed her gaze and looked toward the group of boys, a warning dark in his eyes. In an instant, all of them immediately made fake gestures, bowed their heads, touched their noses, fixed their hair, and there were even those who covered their eyes, and one was afraid to look directly at them, whistling and saying, the sky is so green, the moon is so big, yes, and there are 2 ducks flying in the sky. Qin Yichi's fingertips still retained the temperature and touch from earlier, and the knot in his throat rolled. His eyes looked deep into Zhen's, and he held out his hand towards her. Look at that. Your masterpiece. Zhen stepped forward and peered over suspiciously. On the back of Qin Yichi's hand is the imprint left by nails ruthlessly, 4 or 5 red crescent marks. Extremely obvious. Qiao Zhen froze in place, somewhat incredulous. Did I pinch it? Qin Yichi laughed back in anger. What else? A kitten scratch? Or the marks from Joe Kitten's scratching? Qiao Zhen instantly surged with a strong sense of weakness. While playing the roller coaster, she did clutch Qin Yichi's hand tightly, especially exciting places, pinching him hard all the way. I didn't realize it left such a deep mark. She pursed her lips, full of apologies, and stretched out her glistening white fingers, gently rubbing the back of Qin Yichi's hand. But the red marks, deep in the flesh, just wouldn't heal in a short period of time. Qiao Zhen looked around and said, let me buy you a cup of milk tea then. What flavor do you want? Mostly, she kinda wants to drink it now. How could Qin Yichi not see what she was thinking? The little girl's eyes were dead set on the milk tea in someone else's hand, so close to snatching it and drinking it. His eyes lowered slightly, his gaze moving to her soft little hands, and he smiled lowly. I'm not picky, just like you. 2 or 3 boys followed suit and bought milk tea, agonizing over whether to add boba and taro balls. The soaring roller coaster program has a photo op for souvenirs, but it will cost visitors $15 to unlock the same set of 3 high-resolution photos. Niu Feng said with a big grin. No way, no way. These days, there can't really be anyone stupid enough to buy it with a big grudge, can there? Zhan Yu couldn't help but voice out a reminder. Stupid cow. Shut up. Niu Feng crossed his arms. What's going on? You're not even allowed to spit? As the words fell, he looked in the direction Zhan Yu was pointing. Just paid for the big grudge, Qin Yichi. Niu Feng shivered at the stare, scratched his head, and stammered. Ha ha, bro, I take back what I just said. Who would have thought that this cool, big devil, would be interested in capturing photos? Qin Yichi didn't bother with him and looked down at the photo. In the photo, The young girl, with snow-white skin, closed her eyes and was so nervous that she pursed her lips. Dutifully, he grabbed his hand. Nice and sweet. The whole thing like a ball of sherbet. Want to nibble. Jojin finished buying 2 Four Seasons milkshakes with coconut and boba and went to ice. A tiny glint leapt under her eyes, and she couldn't wait to stick the straw in and suck low and hard. The rich and creamy flavor spreads in the mouth. Super yummy. Qiao Zhen footsteps are much lighter. Walked to the side of Qin Yichi. Handed him milk tea. Yuan Chi full of said. It's 4 Seasons cream green. Do you like it? Qin Yichi lowered his eyes to look at her, unconsciously following suit with a curved lip and light smile. He had no reason not to like it. Qin Yichi inserted a straw and, without moving, gently touched the cup of milk tea in Qiao Zhen's hand. A very intimate milk tea sticker. Chapter 21, I'm not afraid of heights. I'm afraid of you. Qiao Zhen happened to catch a glimpse of the 3 photos in his hand and moved over to take a look. Is this a grab from a roller coaster? Realizing that the vast majority of people fail at expression management on roller coasters, the face was hideous and twisted. Simply gruesome. A smile rippled across Qin Yichi's lips as he turned sideways to show her the photo. Jojin immediately checked her expression and breathed a slow sigh of relief. Luckily, the eyes were closed, and there was no crash. But there was a feeling of death as a good thing. She shifted her eyes to Qin Yichi in the picture. Even if it was a death grip, the teenager was still handsome and cold and spirited. Facing the sunlight, the side face was sharply defined, like a carefully outlined and sculpted work of art. The surrounding landscape was instantly eclipsed. Qin Yichi's gaze in the photo, however, fell on her body with an unspoken emotion. 3 snaps, he's looking at her. Qiao Zhen looked a little lost in thought, her fingers holding the milk tea tightening little by little. Suddenly, Niu Yifeng came over, his face full of curiosity. Brother Qi, give me Kong Kong. Quickly give me Kong Kong. After giving 1 photo to Qiao Zhen, Qin Yichi put away the remaining 2. The face refused. No. Niu Yifeng, QAQ. Jojin squeezed the photo and carefully placed it in her white backpack. Qin Yichi swept a careless glance at her movements and rippled a smile. What do you want to eat for lunch? Qiao Zhen was just about to reply with whatever when Qin Yichi, as if he could read minds, said, immediately insightful of her thoughts. She said seriously, you can't say whatever. All right, whatever. Qiao Zhen's words choked in her throat, half unable to utter a word. She thought for a long time before asking, so, what do you want to eat? Qin Yichi raised an eyebrow, his tone more serious. I was the one who asked you first. Qiao Zhen had to turn her pleading eyes to Zhang Yu and Niu Yifeng. Zhang Yu, I eat grass. Niu Yifeng, I eat dirt. Jojin sucked on her milk tea and silently swallowed away the unpleasantness of the. Looking up and pointing to a nearby store, he said, then I want a steak. Qin Yichi lowered his eyes, his tone lazy. Isn't this a coincidence? I also want to eat. The meal was Qin Yichi's treat, and it was a great meal. Someone paid the bill, and the boys called Qin Yichi righteous father one by one. Black pepper French spice thick cut steak, cheese sticks, cream of mushroom soup, ice cream butter toast, vegetable and fruit salad, are all Jojin's favorites. She had a very small meal, and soon burped, in the midst of the noisy atmosphere of, inexplicably happy and joyful, and little by little the heart fills up. Meanwhile, inside the VIP box of the top luxury restaurant in the city center, the European crystal chandelier refracts a brilliant light, and even the air is filled with luxury. Ji Xian sat in the main seat, his expression calm and cool and detached. Not a trace of emotion could be seen. Beside him, Yuan Jian said in a loose voice while eating the buffet, by the way, where's Qiao Zhen? She hasn't come to ask now? That's quite a sinking feeling. This time last year, Zhou Jin would be asking around, tagging along for his birthday, sit in the far corner of the karaoke bar and sing. At that time she sent a beautiful card. Not a love letter, but excerpts from many love poems that, you can tell she's serious just by looking at the handwriting. Someone else picked up. Last time she couldn't even eat caviar and make a joke. Probably didn't think he was worthy of being with us, but he was quite self-aware. Another man, playing with the latest tablet, sneered, this guy's probably hiding under the covers right now, stealing a crybaby yet. Ding. Ji Xian immediately glanced down at his cell phone. However, it's just an irrelevant advertisement. Other than that, there are no Microsoft messages. In his heart, however, he inexplicably thought of a young girl's tearful appearance, her eyes red, innocent and pitiful. Joaquin should be having a hard time right now. Ji Xian sank down, his face looking like a layer of biting frost. That's what she deserves. It's not like they wouldn't have told her if she would have lowered her voice and pursued it. Amusement park. Jojin wasn't uncomfortable at all. Instead, she was bouncy and refreshed. She looked out at the pretty big balloons on the side of the road, smiled brightly, bent her pretty eyes and, as if dipped in honey, It sparkled with bright starlight. After eating, you definitely can't play those exciting and strenuous programs or you'll just vomit all over yourself. The crowd began to discuss the next round of the game. It just so happens that a hot couple walks by and the girl gushes. It's said that couples ride the Ferris wheel and hold and hug and kiss at the highest point. Their love is then blessed for eternity. It feels super romantic. The boy wrapped his arms around her waist. Come along then. I'm all ears, baby. These words were transmitted word for word into Qin Yichi's ears, and he raised his head slightly, his eyes deep. This Ferris wheel is huge and each carriage is an ambiguous heart-shaped pink color that is romantic and sophisticated. He turned his head in a leisurely, diffident manner, his long, raven-feathered eyelashes casting a shadow as he looked straight at Qiao Zhen. Going on a Ferris wheel? The boys were all fine with it. They raised their hands and feet in favor of it. The idea is that you can see the whole amusement park from high up. Instead, Zhen's brain went down and her mind buzzed. Ferris wheel? A certain memory of her past life suddenly began to attack her in a frenzy. And like a thunderbolt falling from the air, hit her with precision. Wife is beautiful today. Very beautiful. Zhen, we're going to be together forever. Baby, it's so soft. Inside the Ferris wheel, every word, every gesture a man makes, as well as that hot and deep kiss, hot and entangled breath, are deeply imprinted in the mind, lingering. Sigma, degree. And the dream was dainty and shy, sitting on someone's lap, hooked around his neck, kissing him back deeply. No. How is that possible? Qiao Zhen, you're confused. Her small face exploded red and she immediately took a step back, waving her hand in a hurry. I don't want to play that. After a pause, she felt she was overreacting and a small, nebulous voice explained, I just don't really want to play this, so if you guys want to play it, I'll just wait here for you all. After saying that, she looked at Qin Yichi somewhat sheepishly, her mind drifting, as if sensing her gaze. Qin Yichi looked straight toward her. The voice was low. You're afraid of heights? Zhen immediately averted her eyes and dropped her head to look at the tips of her shoes. Her cheeks rolled and she shook her head very softly, saying inwardly in silence, I'm not afraid of heights. I'm scared of you. Greater than over equal to mouth less than over equal to Chapter 22 Haunted House. Held down on the bed. In the end, the crowd decided to change the program and go to the haunted house secret room. Blood doll. Niu Feng excitedly raised his cell phone, his eyes bursting with excitement. ***. The internet says that this is an upgraded haunted house. The kind that's so realistic. And the NPCs will keep running after you and interacting with you. The boys gradually jumped up and down in excitement and ecstasy. Really? Then I'm going to play this. That's it. Qin Yichi didn't have much of a reaction, only looking faintly at Qiao Zhen. His tone lazy, afraid of ghosts? It seemed like no matter what the project was, he would look at Zhen first and ask once. Qiao Zhen's eyes were expectant and nervous. And after a moment of serious thought, she shook her head. With you guys along, I wouldn't be afraid. She'd never been to a haunted house, but she'd seen some clips from scary ghost movies and felt as if they were acceptable. She's a staunch materialist. There are no ghosts in the world. They're all, staffers pretending to be, well, they're all fake. So, she wanted to try something she hadn't played with before, and she shouldn't be scared, right? They arrive at the entrance to the haunted house and line up, only to see a wave of people escaping through the exit of the haunted house. Pale and weak-legged, he collapsed to the ground and took a deep breath of fresh air. The two girls cried out directly on the spot. Help! Oh, my legs are weak. A strong, muscular, flower-armed slugger darted out, trembling, his voice shaking. Honey, that severed head rag doll. It scared the hell out of me. Boing boing. Beside the muscular man, there stood a Cheongsam beauty. The beauty had a slender figure, and her temperament was elegant and sensible, as if she was someone who came out of a painting. She was full of calm, her tone disgusted and spoiled. You're wasted to death. The muscle slugger's eyes reddened and he lowered his head and buried it in her arms. Honey, I'm scared. The Cheongsam beauty sighed helplessly, reached out to pat his shoulder, and gently hugged him. There, good boy. No fear, I'll protect you. Qiao Zhen looked dumbfounded and froze in place with her mouth open for a while. Really? Is it that scary? She didn't think she could, probably, maybe, not be afraid, did she? The moment Qiao Zhen stepped inside, however, a pang of regret surged through her. The haunted house was pitch black and out of reach. Let me out. An eerie laugh sounded from a distance, if at all. And, even creepier, it was not mere blackness, but with an eerie light, as of falling into an abyss. It was as if there were countless pairs of eyes staring back at them. Qiao Zhen had never experienced anything like this before. Her pupils suddenly tightened and the hairs on her body stood up in sweat. Standing at a loss, Bad memories came flooding back. When she was 7 years old, she would be put in a small dark room by her grandmother for small things. The dark room reeked with a vague stench, as if bugs had flown into her face. And the confined environment is stifling and depressing. Little Qiao Zhen cried up and down, frantically banging on the door. Oh, let me out. Grandma, I don't want it. I want my mommy. I want my mommy. She couldn't catch her breath and crouched down, covering her ears, always feeling like someone behind her was staring at her. To eat her up. Every second of it was unbearable. It was as if a merciless hand was covering her mouth and nose in death to keep her from speaking, and she was crying out silently for help. She wasn't let out until she didn't have the strength to cry. Outside the door, Grandma pointed at her nose and scolded. Why are you crying? Why are you looking for your mommy? Your mom doesn't even want you. There have been several such experiences. Memories that had been sealed in the depths of the brain, now hooked up, and the more clear and realistic it becomes. Qiao Zhen stood dumbfounded, her entire body unable to move. Obviously the sound of Niu Yifeng, the boys, exchanging their voices lingered in their ears. Obviously they were all around her, but it always felt as if she was, always, alone, always the one left behind. In the next second, a familiar hot breath came to his face, and his right hand was gently held by someone. Zhojin, hold on to me. Qin Yichi's low voice rubbed his eardrums, loving and seductive, with a gradual attraction. It was as if a cluster of fireworks exploded with a bang in the deep darkness of the night, blooming with brilliant and colorful sparks. It instantly disperses the haze. Zhojin slowed down, let out a soft hum and tightened her grip back on him. Qin Yichi's hand was really broad and reliable. A group of bold boys went ahead, pumping their fists in the air and roaring their courage. Yoo-hoo! Oh ho, come on! I'm not afraid of you. No, not afraid of you. Uppercut, undershot, left hook, right hook, sweeping kick, whirlwind triple kick, to the side. Zhang Yu couldn't help but voice out, brother, your legs are shaking. The boy crosses his fingers. Boing, don't tear me down. Niu Yifeng also fell silent in a rare moment, and only after a long time did he say, why are you more disgusting than me? In front of them was a huge mirror, and the crowd concentrated on it, only to see 2 lines of blood left on it, moving forward with eyes closed. Don't look back. Meanwhile, Qiao Zhen was walking at the end holding Qin Yichi before she could see the text on the mirror. She pursed her lips slightly and murmured softly, Qin Yichi, you, don't poke my back. It's a bit itchy. However, after finishing her sentence, Qiao Zhen froze in place, thin sweat seeping from her palms. It's not right. I'm clearly holding Qin Yichi's left hand. And who was poking her right side shoulder? She turned back subconsciously, and was suddenly confronted by a pair of sunken eyes. Giggle! A giant porcelain doll hung upside down behind her, covered in blood and twisted in a shadowy, stretching out white bones toward her as if to pluck out her eyes. In the face of great fear, Zhojin was unable to react, unable to make a single sound. The whole thing was dumbfounded, until those cold white bones caressed Qiao Zhen's cheeks and the chill penetrated the skin. She completely exploded, her soul flying out and popping out in a panic. Help! Help! Oh hoo! The 7 or 8 boys turned around and all froze, hugging each other frantically and screaming. Aw, don't you come over here, don't you come over, wow. Everyone's running around like a fly on the wall, triggering a myriad of mechanisms, drawing more blood dolls to track, broken bears, string bunnies, stiff-faced mannequins, white-haired maids with missing arms and legs, and green-haired zombies. NPCs were almost in full force, running after them frantically. Zhojin runs forward and ends up with a bloody doll in front of her. She immediately turned around and ran backwards, with a mummy behind her, one on the left, one on the right, and even a large spider overhead. What's wrong with you? Fear swept through his body, almost drowning the person completely. Qiao Zhen's legs were completely weak, her whole body was shaking, goosebumps were erect, and her mind was blank. Oh, she's out. She'll never set foot in a haunted house again. Please let it go. In the next instant, Qin Yichi sighed helplessly, and with a single hand, circled Qiao Zhen's slender waist, easily carried her into the room. Qiao Zhen closed her eyes tightly, dazed, feeling a spinning of the sky. She could only trust Qin Yichi and subconsciously reached out to hug him, and she only trusts him. However, after the door of the room was closed tightly, Qin Yichi, while wrapping his arm around her soft and thin waist, while gently but forcefully holding her down into the crib. Chapter 23, Princess Hug. The man pressed the young girl into the soft cot, his eyes deep as he covered his body, his hands braced against the bedpan, like a whole foggy black cloud in the sky, slowly pressing down. The space was narrow and the two were close together, but Qin Yichi controlled a decent distance and never touched her. Well, Qiao Zhen sank into the soft quilt, her brain instantly going down and her whole body stiffening. Can't breathe. Can't think. Time seemed to stand still and freeze, and the whole world went quiet, as if only the two of them were left. Jojin didn't move a muscle, her curled eyelashes fluttering gently like cicada wings. She's being held down on the bed by. Is this the legendary bed thump? Qiao Zhen's breath stuttered, and she subconsciously stretched out her hands and, against the front of his solid chest. You. The bed was soft, but very narrow, small enough that it happened to fit Jojin alone. Qin Yichi's breathing was ragged, and his voice was even more compelling due to his stoicism. The first wave of attacks will take 15 minutes. The bed is a safe zone. Stay there. He's read the clues. There's a charm on the bed. It's the one place in the haunted house where the dolls won't be attacked. At least nothing will happen for 15 minutes. When he finished, he got up and left. In the pitch blackness, Qiao Zhen suddenly reached out and reflexively clutched Qin Yichi's clothes. The whole thing stiffened into a log. Don't you go. His voice trembled softly out of control, and his tone carried a few pathetic pleas. Qin Yichi paused and soothed her in a deep voice. Two people can't stay here. I'll be back when I find a clue. But Qiao Zhen gently shook her head and mumbled. Don't leave me behind. Qin Yichi. Her eyes glittered with terror as she cowered obediently in her cot, even her breath carefully held. In the darkness, Qin Yichi couldn't see her face, but he could feel her helplessness, gradually losing the battle. He answered yes, his forehead veins bulging, the knot in his throat rolling, hands braced on either side of her, knees up against the bedpan. Avoid any physical contact while keeping her firmly protected underneath you. Very restrained. They were just close together. That's all. There was no touching. But in the darkness, the other senses are magnified and amplified infinitely. Qiao Zhen seemed to be lying under a hot stove. The heat wrapped around her in a pervasive way, making it difficult to break free. Searing temperatures falling head-on. Testosterone branding the skin. A hint of uncontrolled fermentation burrowed into the skin. It spreads and spreads throughout the body. Qiao Zhen clutched Qin Yichi's sleeve as if she was grasping some kind of life-saving straw. They're just huddled in the safe zone. So, Qin Yichi holds her down here. It also makes sense. Well, it makes sense. It had obviously only been a minute or two, but she felt like a long time had passed. Qiao Zhen's eyelashes fluttered lightly as she said, somewhat unnaturally, when can we get out? Her voice was soft, very soft, and a little shaky. Hush. Qin Yichi deliberately lowered his volume, his voice becoming more and more compelling. It turned into a black feather, rubbing her eardrums one at a time. The door to the room was gently pushed open, and the sound of hissing flooded into the room, along with the sound of blood dripping onto the floor. Qiao Zhen's heart completely seized up and her whole body shrank into a ball. Suddenly, there was a boom. Thunder roared. The room suddenly lit up with blue spectral fire, and the shadow of a white doll hung upside down from the ceiling. The bloody head fell to the ground with a clunk. The horrific images deeply stimulated the eyeballs, and Qiao Zhen's pupils suddenly tightened, so frightened that she lost her voice, and yet for only half a second. Her eyes were then gently covered by Qin Yichi. The man's slight exhale came from overhead, with a hint of unspeakable desire. If there is, if there isn't, don't be afraid. Jojin's heart missed a beat in that instant. The words, like a shot of tranquilizer, lodged in the tip of her heart, spreading to all her limbs. Soothed her panicked emotions. Really, there's a weird feeling. I don't know how long it took, but the door finally closed with a bang. The NPC ate the dog food and ran away. Only then did Qin Yichi remove his hand, and when he got up, his collar was still firmly clutched by Qiao Zhen, making it difficult for him to get out of it, even being pulled closer than just a moment ago. The room lit up with a blue ethereal light, as quiet and beautiful as moonlight. He lowered his eyes to the young girl, the raised knot in his throat sliding up and down as his mouth suddenly went dry. Well, Qiao Zhen's eyes reddened, her ebony pupils brimming with a layer of watery mist. Wet. Her long eyelashes curled up slightly and fluttered gently, like a butterfly's wings. As well, a gasp, if any, spilled from the cherry lips, as if dipped in a layer of honey. Sweet and soft, nervous and scared, like an innocent, pathetic little bunny, shivering in small increments. So cute. Qin Yichi held back until he was in pain. The veins between his neck slowly rippled, and the tips of his ears gradually became hot. The nasty thought came swiftly to mind. I wish I could take her, make it hard to cry. Qin Yichi cursed himself as a beast. Preferably, Qiao Zhen didn't have the slightest idea of how purely lustful she looked, lying on the bed. How endearing. She pursed her lips, her mind confused and dizzy with thoughts. Qin Yichi's face was close at hand, half hidden in the darkness, the bottom of his eyes obscure and unknown. Extremely aggressive. I don't know if it's because it's so stuffy and hot in the chamber, but a thin layer of sweat is seeping out from the corners of his forehead. Simply wild. It was a long time before Qiao Zhen asked in a soft whisper, "Why aren't you getting up?" Qin Yichi was back to being exasperated. "How am I supposed to get up when you're holding on to me?" Qiao Zhen pursed her lips and thought seriously for 2 seconds. Oh, hold him. Wait, hold him? Qiao Zhen raised her eyes, and actually saw that she had a death grip on his collar, like an octopus, or the kind you can't get rid of? Gosh, is that really her hand? Qiao Zhen stared round-eyed, as if she had touched some hot potato, and immediately spread her hands. The whole person quickly turned her back towards Qin Yichi and shrunk up, her face buried in her hands. "Cover your face in shame, JPG. Oh, what's wrong with her?" The door of the room was locked by an NPC and could not be opened from the inside, so Qin Yichi looked for clues in the room. Calmly, he turned out an urn. The lights were dim and it was hard to see the road. Qiao Zhen was in a trance, following him a little bit out of the secret passage. Suddenly, Qin Yichi stopped in his tracks, and Qiao Zhen almost bumped into his back. Qiao Zhen was full of puzzlement, and was about to open her mouth to inquire. Before the words were spoken, a handful of his wrists were then in his grip. Qin Yichi's voice was a little dark. "Hold on tight, don't get lost." "Aha." Zhen obediently gripped him tightly, her fingertips curling up to feel his warmth. I don't know if it's because the blood dolls are so scary, or if the chamber is just too eerie and spooky. At this moment, Qin Yichi's voice, there is actually an indescribable gentleness and favor. At this point, the boys went wild and shouted, "Chico, Sister Joe, are you guys still alive?" Discovering Qin Yichi's figure, a boy directly pounced over and hugged his thighs, crying in pain. Qin Yichi was full of indifference. "What the hell? Get lost." The boy's face was full of panic. Keiko was captured by the dolls. There are 3 paths in front of the secret room. Qin Yichi strings together clues and analyzes them head-on. The voice was calm and strong, like the leader of the team, voicing out a command at the end of the crowd. Behind them, there seemed to be ghost dolls floating around. The crowd picks up speed, and after rescuing the captured Johnny, finally runs to the end of the white glow was close at hand. All of them were like lost people out of the desert, running frantically toward the front. Suddenly, the boys in front of them erupted in shrieks, and for a moment the scene was chaotic and rowdy. Niu Yifeng slammed forward and yelled, ***, I fell. Shut the up. In the next second, Qiao Zhen was suddenly kicked so hard that her foot twisted violently and she suddenly lost her balance. Boom! Her knees hit the ground hard and she fell to the floor, her lips pale and almost on the verge of tears from the pain. Everything happened in the blink of an eye. Even before she could react, a pair of strong arms pulled her into a fiery embrace. Qin Yichi almost picked up her entire body with ease. And still, Princess Hug. Zhen. Chapter 24, buried in his arms. Qin Yichi did not hesitate to pick her up, his hands gentlemanly and restrained. There was a time when Zhen had done the same thing, carried him to the infirmary without a second thought, full of worry and fear. Without Zhen, he wouldn't have lasted through so many cold winters. The walk from here to the exit seemed long enough that he would never want to let go for the rest of his life. It was as if the world had gone quiet. Qiao Zhen's small face was taut, with a few moments of embarrassment under her eyes, and she immediately buried herself in the left side of Qin Yichi's chest. Feel the searing heat. The whole thing seemed to lie on a warm and comfortable cloud, with the heart hanging high in the air. Flop plop dash. The sound of a steady, powerful heartbeat traveled from the man's chest into her ears, clear and full. Qiao Zhen held her breath and nestled quietly in his arms, not saying a word, good and obedient. The faint scent of grassy mint lingered at the tip of her nose, wrapping around her in a haze of. She couldn't help but relax. The light ahead was becoming more and more blinding, and Qiao Zhen couldn't help but close her eyes. So bad. Brain not responding. Dead again. A group of boys had long ago rolled up to wait outside the haunted house and were probing uneasily. Why aren't Qi and Zhou out yet? Niu Yifeng just fell on his butt and almost fell into a dog. He couldn't help but worry. They both didn't fall too, did they? I always feel like I just kicked someone. Zhang Yu united his hands. I hope the people are okay. Shortly afterward, the exit of the haunted house was vaguely permeated with silhouettes. The crowd was stunned in place, rubbing their eyes incredulously, completely petrified. I'm not blinking. Qin Yichi, the wild and crazy Qin Yichi, who doesn't get close to women. The Qin Yichi with only 5 million and get out written all over his face. Right now he's actually, I can't believe I'm princess hugging Zhen? Still princess hugging. How it's like a secondary character coming out of a romance comic. The atmosphere was becoming more and more subtle, with 7 or 8 eyes focusing on the body of. Only then did Qin Yichi carefully put down Qiao Zhen. Did you knock your knee? Inside the crowd, they don't know if Zhou Jin knocked his knee or not, but they're definitely high. Qiao Zhen turned around silently, avoiding the curious gazes, and said in a small, muffled voice, "It's okay. Fine on the surface. But really, she was dying of pain just now." The staff also rushed to ask if everyone was hurt, and seeing that nothing was serious, that's when he breathed a sigh of relief and pulled up the last segment of surveillance. The crowd came over to look. Boy A, at the end, deliberately plays a ghost to scare Boy B. Boy B jerks back and accidentally knocked down C. C fell to the ground and accidentally tripped Niu Feng. Niu Feng accidentally kicked down Qiao Zhen. A chain reaction together. Boy A is immediately roughed up by the crowd, and a couple of guys whack each other with a few punches and quickly reconcile. After a few times, the one who was hurt the most, surprisingly, was still Qiao Zhen. They apologized, their faces full of sincerity. That, Qiao Zhen, I'm sorry, next time we'll buy you a milk tea. Definitely. Niu Feng's conscience just couldn't stand it, and he decisively stuck out his foot. Sister Qiao, I'm sorry, why don't you kick back? Qiao Zhen calmly waved her hand and said seriously, "It's okay, I'm fine. Other people don't do it on purpose. She just had a little bit of bad luck." When Niu Feng saw Qiao Zhen's bowed head and lost look, he became even more alarmed, as if he was on the verge of an attack. Don't, Sister Qiao, kick me in the ass. I'm a dead pig. I'm not afraid of pain. Kick me now. Otherwise, he might have awakened in the middle of the night and sat up in deep repentance. No, why did I kick her down then? The words managed to amuse the crowd. Niu Feng wanted to cry. His feet were still hanging in midair. He couldn't wait to be kicked. As a result, in the next instant, Qin Yichi spaced out the two of them and decisively threw out his leg, interrupting the spell casting. He said in a hushed voice, "Step aside. Looks like the kick is very heavy." In fact, Niu Feng did not feel anything. Hey, smile, let. The crowd was intent on continuing the fun, pointing to the 360-degree swinging sledgehammer and screaming with excited monkeys. Qin Yichi, on the other hand, took the sprained Qiao Zhen to leave first, and walked slowly to sit down. "Take a break and wait for me here." Zhou Jin nodded and agreed softly. Good. Oh. She stayed quiet where she was, reminiscing about all the day's excursions, and couldn't help but raise her lips and eyes curved. She wants to come back next time. Want to play all the programs. Mommy, not far away. The little girl in her yellow princess dress, her eyes red and dropping a tear. "I have a stomach ache." Panicked, the woman carried her on her back, wiping away her tears and patting her back soothingly. "Good girl, don't cry. Will mommy buy you balloons? And what kind do you like?" The little girl buried herself in her shoulder, her voice muffled. "I want the one that glows. The yellow kitty." The two walked further and further away. Zhou Jin looked down at her shadow, stretched long by the sunlight. The shadow was so alone, keeping her company. The next second, a longer shadow appeared beside her, as if it were snuggling up to her intimately. Zhou Jin immediately turned her head as something was shoved into her hand. Qin Yichi shoved the balloon with twinkling stars at her. Boo boo ball. There's also a bunny balloon holding a heart in that round clear balloon. Cute and dreamy. It's not cheap just looking at it. Qiao Zhen froze in place. This is, for me? She'd been staring at it, consciously or unconsciously, since she'd entered the park, and it had always seemed familiar. Familiar, and there is an inexplicable attraction. Want to buy. But then again, she's not a kid anymore. Standing in long lines and spending money for a tiny balloon. Not really worth it. So she just looks at the balloons in other people's hands, and simply looks and, I didn't realize I ended up owning it myself. It also happens that it's her favorite one, the love bunny. Qin Yichi stuck one hand in his pocket and lazily answered. Well, this is compensation. Zhou Jin, reparations? Qin Yichi shrugged his shoulders carelessly. His lips hooked up an arc. Come out to play and still let you get hurt. It's time for a gift to compensate. After a pause, he asked in a flat tone. I just picked them at random. Do you like them? Qiao Zhen couldn't help but curl her lips and smile from the bottom of her heart, her eyes rippling with a little starlight. Love it. Really like it. She lifted her eyes and looked at the familiar balloon as the bunny hugged the love and smiled sweetly. In that instant, Qiao Zhen's fingertips trembled lightly, suddenly remembering, in a previous life, on their honeymoon after marriage, when they went to an amusement park, Qin Yichi also gave her a beautiful balloon. It's exactly the same as this balloon right now. Qiao Zhen stiffened in place, inexplicably feeling a sense of unreality, and looked straight at Qin Yichi. The exact same balloon. Exactly the same scene. It's as if, in their past lives, the two Qin Yichis overlapped at this critical point. Thud. Qin Yichi reached out and flicked her head. In a good mood, what's the point of walking? A small broken balloon, he said. Just happy like that? Qiao Zhen hurriedly came back to her senses, her tone muffled. don't you play me. Seeing her in this state, Qin Yichi's eyes were obscure and deep. Even if she were to ravage her a little harder, she should only be red-eyed and be nice and pathetic and say don't bully her. Qin Yichi's throat was dry and he couldn't help the redness at the tips of his ears and wanted to reach out and rub her head. And then finally a hard restraint, because she's had so little good from others, and now she's just a balloon. It was just too easy to fool her, too easy to abduct her, just to make her freeze in place and go out of her mind. So, have to be nicer to her in the future. Chapter 25, Qiao Zhen has blackmailed Ji Xian. Inside the most luxurious box of the Imperial KTV, the lights were brilliant and luxurious under the sparkling chandelier, and the smell of wine mingled in the air, and the music was haunting. Ji Xian sat in the very center, listening to the boys' noisy singing. An annoyance surged through him, couldn't help but frown. All shut up and be noisy. The noisy KTV box was instantly quiet, the warm atmosphere instantly dissipated, and the temperature plummeted as if the next second would be winter. The boys looked at each other in dismay and hastily put away their hangdog energy, not daring to utter a breath. No one could figure out what Ji Xian meant. The protagonist wasn't happy, so they naturally didn't make a hasty noise. It was the same birthday last year, hot and heavy, and young Master Qi, though he seemed cold but it was obviously a good mood. What's, so weird today? Compared to last year, everything is exactly the same. Only, there's someone missing. At this point, a boy spoke tentatively, his voice cautious. Shall we? Let's get Zhen too. The crowd didn't move to observe Ji Xian's face. The man was leaning on the sofa, in an ironed, straight English shirt, his legs folded haughtily. A cool and unapproachable nobility exuded from his body. Those light-colored pupils were as misty and elusive. At those words, Ji Xian finally reacted and nodded. The boy immediately got the meaning and started editing the message. Yuan Jian wasn't too happy about it and said with a cold grunt, Ji Xiao, Qiao Zhen must be waiting for us to call her right now. Wouldn't that fall into her trap? The bystanders also chimed in. That's right, the more we ignore her, the more anxious she's. You won't dare to play small from now on. Ji Xian was silent for a moment and coldly swept a glance at them. Get her here. The boy then clicked send. In the next second, he snapped his eyes wide open and looked incredulously at his cell phone screen. Stammered. Zhen, she actually. Yuan Jian crossed his legs and rambled. What? She answered you back in seconds? The boy shook his head, full of surprise and said, no, she blacked me out. As soon as the words left their mouths, the crowd seemed to think of something possible and took out their cell phones to contact Qiao Zhen. ***. I was also pulled black. WeChat QQ do not leave me too. How come I'm even being blackballed? I've never spoken a word to her? A total loss. No doubt. That left only Ji Xian who hadn't sent a message yet. The crowd looked at each other, vaguely guessing something and finding it unlikely. Even if Qiao Zhen intentionally pulled the plug on them, she could never pull the plug on Ji Xian. Ji Xian opened his cell phone and flipped through the chat logs expressionlessly, his eyes narrowing slightly. It's almost always an unsolicited message from Zhen. I've got the finance elective. I also made a lot of cookies, so I'll bring them to you tomorrow. Bunny sleeping. JPG, I'm already at the library, waiting for you. Happy Penguin. She didn't send a lot of messages. Actually, there will be no bombast or boring trivia. Each time, carefully, maintaining a polite sense of distance. Fear of interrupting others. Fear of people disliking her for talking too much. Between the lines, one can glimpse the nervousness, excitement and warmth of the young girls. The young girl seems to be one with the critters in the emoji. In contrast, his words were much colder, like machines without the slightest warmth. Usually an O, a period, or even no reply at all. Returning to his senses, Ji Xian frowned slightly and typed A into the dialog box, and clicked send. No matter what, Zhen shouldn't have pulled the plug on all the boys around him the day before his birthday. It's so unreasonable. The next second, however, a red exclamation red suddenly appeared. Extremely harsh. It was like a sharp knife poking straight into the eyeball. Dripping blood. The system's icy alert popped up. The message was sent, but it was rejected by the other party. It's being blackballed, if only to delete a friend. The prompt should be, the other person has friend verification turned on and you're not her friend yet. To be correct. Ji Xian stared dead at the chat interface, his face grim, his cold and lonely face suddenly cracking open a slit. The crowd watched his reaction with staccato surprise. It's not, is it? Qiao Zhen, so ruthless that she blacked out Ji Xian? This kind of risky trolling tactic is really unheard of. Surely you must have asked someone high up to guide you behind the scenes? One word, absolute. Under the dim lights of the KTV, half of Ji Xian's face was hidden in the darkness. obscure and unknown. His face was so grim that it was about to drip ink. A cold light burst from his eyes. Call her. Call Zhou Jin on an unfamiliar cell phone. Yuan Jian immediately took out his cell phone, and after a pause, facing difficulty, he said, I don't think any of us have her cell phone number saved. Ji Xian's voice was cold, and he blurted out, 137***6828. It wasn't until Yuan Jian dialed the phone that the crowd gradually reacted. Why is Ji Xian so familiar with Qiao Zhen's phone number? On the other side, the amusement park, Zhou Jin went to the restroom line and couldn't help but feel a surge of anxiety. There was a long line out the door of the women's restroom, literally more people than on a roller coaster. And in the men's room next door, there wasn't even a single person at the door. This, in the end, why? Forget it, no gas, no gas, hold it for a while longer. Oh, 1717. Qin Yichi, on the other hand, was holding Qiao Zhen's cell phone and small backpack, standing leisurely not far away. At that moment, Qiao Zhen's cell phone rang suddenly. It's an unfamiliar number. Qin Yichi lowered his eyes, lightly swept a glance, and did not answer. Engage in fraud, I guess, until the bell rang sharply again and again, as if there is something urgent and must be answered. Qin Yichi then slides the screen to answer. In the next second, Yuan Jian's reproachful voice suddenly rang out in an unkind tone. Qiao Zhen, you're quite capable. How dare you pull the plug on us? Chapter 26, She'll be sorry. Sensing the other party's disdainful attitude, the smile on Qin Yichi's lips instantly disappeared. His voice was vicious and gloomy, with a strong sense of warning. Yuan Jian, your skin is itchy? Inside the KTV box, the cell phone turned on the speaker, and Qin Yichi's voice reached everyone's ears. The sense of oppression is extreme. The crowd froze in place, especially Yuan Jian's face turned pale with fear, associating himself with the feeling of being held down and beaten furiously on the ground. He stammered and was half speechless. How come it's Qin Yichi? Why did Qin Yichi answer Qiao Zhen's call? Ji Xian's face was cold and solemn as he snatched the cell phone, his voice unusually icy. Give Zhou Jin the cell phone. For a brief 2 seconds, smoke filled the air without sound. The atmosphere was tense, as if foreshadowing a new storm about to erupt. The man on the other side of the phone didn't seem to hear and let out a soft laugh. Oh, what did you say? Ji Xian repeated grimly, word for word, give the cell phone to Qiao Zhen. However, in the next second, Qin Yichi decisively hung up the phone. Inside the box, everyone didn't dare to utter a single breath and had their heads bowed. Ji Xian resolutely blackened his face and smashed his cell phone hard onto Yuan Jian, those eyes unusually cold. Zhou Jin pulls the plug on him and turns around and gets this close to another man? Good enough. Yuan Jian hugged his cell phone, his brain racing, listening to the phone being so noisy. It should be out there. Why don't I go ask around and find out what the two of them are doing? Ji Xian's face was full of hostility as he squeezed out a word through his teeth. Go. 5 minutes later, Yuan Jian was shocked. Holy, I've inquired. They went to that new amusement park to play. Not alone, though, several others were called. Noticing that Ji Xian was in a poor mood to the extreme, Yuan Jian's eyes rolled and he immediately opened his mouth. I think this Qiao Zhen is doing it on purpose, deliberately acting like I don't care. Besides, it's your real birthday tomorrow, so she's sure to sink her teeth into running up a present. How can you hide a scarf when you've knitted it? Ji Xian lowered his eyes, his eyelids fluttered, and a wave of panic inexplicably surged through his heart. It's as if the most precious thing is invisibly lost. No, what's he panicking about? The beloved is emboldened. Did Qiao Zhen somehow gamble with him and purposely seek out her bamboo horse to play along, trying to test him? Ji Xian regained his composure, his face expressionless, his tone certain. She will regret it. The crowd laughed and drank and continued to sing, chiming in, ha ha, that's for sure. She'll probably have her guts in her hands by then. Yuan Jian slipped off to use the restroom midway, sneered, and couldn't help but despise it in his heart. He knew in his heart of hearts that Ji Xian would only push Qiao Zhen farther and farther away by doing this. Ji Xian, this ice cube person, relying on his powerful family background, who is he pretending to look at with a sullen face all day long? He admitted that Qi Envy was capable in every way and smart in every way, favorably stupid as a dumb pig when it comes to relationships, as if there's some kind of psychologically twisted disease or emotional disorder. It has to be chased, cuddled and coaxed by others. Isn't that a? Yuan Jian snorted coldly and opened his cell phone, flipping through the photos in the privacy album. There's the look of a young girl sleeping on her side, studying for homework, running drills, drinking water. There's also one of Zhou Jin in her personalized class uniform, a JK pleated skirt. From the senior field day, the angle was tricky, peeking under the young girl's skirt, although wearing white bottoms. but you can still get a glimpse of the delicate white skin on your thighs, as if it's red at the slightest pinch, and it's evocative. Yuan Jian swallowed his saliva, his gaze carrying a deep fascination. Qiao Zhen finished going to the restroom and returned to Qin Yichi. Hands were suddenly gently pulled up by him and tied to the thin strings of the pretty balloon. A perfect bow, tenderly tied around a glistening white wrist. Qin Yichi pointed to a couple of little kids playing with balloons next to him and said half-jokingly, "That's how those kids play." Qiao Zhen froze, blinked, and retorted in a small voice, "But I'm not a little kid anymore." Childish, she wiggled her wrist, and the balloon kept rising and falling with her movements. The bright little thing inside refracted a fine light. Zhen is gradually losing the battle. Okay, indeed, quite fun. Qin Yichi looked at her, his tone careless. "By the way, just now, Ji Xian and the others called you." Zhen looked up calmly. I don't know what it was that was looking for her, but it was more than likely not good. Besides, she didn't want to root around. Qiao Zhen silently took the cell phone and did not hesitate to pull the blackout of that number just now. Look up and keep playing with the balloons. There were no emotional ups and downs. Looking at her series of reactions, Qin Yichi couldn't help but hook his lips. "Go, let's go back." The sky was darkening as we got out of the car. In the distance the setting sun's afterglow pours down. The clouds look like burning flames, and the autumn colors are infinite. There's still a ways to go before the school. Qiao Zhen's right foot was sprained, and even though Qin Yichi was holding her, she was still a little tired from walking, and it hurts a little bit. I just twisted it once not too long ago, and Niu Feng's kick was just too strong. Oh, but she held her tongue, thinking, soon, we'll be at school soon. Qiao Zhen, a clear magnetic, low-muscled voice slowly sounded from the side of her body. "I'll carry you." Qin Yichi looked straight at her, his eyes shining like obsidian. It didn't look like a joke at all. Instead it was full of seriousness. Qiao Zhen subconsciously shook her head. "No, it's only a 10-minute walk away." But Qin Yichi suddenly squatted down in front of her, with a bit of gambling. It's the same as a naughty little kid who lies on the floor and plays with toys if they don't buy them. Qiao Zhen didn't resist curling her lips, leaning over to poke his forehead with a warm smile. "Come on." Qin Yichi squatted in place, looking up at her with a blunt tone. "Then let me carry you." There was inexplicably a bit of arrogance in his tone. Zhen froze. Is it an illusion? Qin Yichi seemed to think of something and raised his eyebrows gently. "In the past, you used to ride me every day. Or do you want to try a princess hug?" Princess hug? Qiao Zhen recalled the part of the road coming out of the haunted house and couldn't help but feel her ears heat up and her legs go weak. Finally, a little self-absorbed, she resigned herself to her fate and said, "Then it's better to memorize it." Thinking about it, she used to ride him every day, and Qin Yichi was her exclusive mount. What's there to be embarrassed about? After she figured it out, Qiao Zhen took a deep breath and lay on his back, reaching up to hook her arms around his neck. "Stay close." Qin Yichi's body stiffened and he stood up, weighing it. "You're so light." "It's too light. I'll have to feed her more goodies in the future." The man's voice was a little low, inexplicably with a loving and seductive meaning. Through the thin 2 layers of clothes, Qiao Zhen could even feel the man's burning body heat. It was spreading to every inch of her skin. "It's just too hot. Too hot." Zhen's heart burned a little, too. It was as if the temperature around them had changed, and the 2 breaths were just entwined, inseparable, especially since with each step, it clings tighter, as if a million feathers that, scratchy and uptight. "Help!" Qiao Zhen pressed herself against his hard, broad back end, in a trance for a while, couldn't help but murmur softly in his ear, "You're so hard." Qin Yichi violently stopped in his tracks, even suspecting that he had misheard. "What did you say?" Chapter 27, Qin Yichi. "Your ears are so red." Not realizing that something was wrong, Qiao Zhen repeated in his ear, her voice sweet, "Your back is so hard." It was very chalky to hold and not comfortable at all. Qin Yichi walked forward with her back, his tone meaningful and loose with a long drawn-out ending. "Oh, obviously nothing was said." But then it seemed like everything was said. Zhen's breath froze for 2 seconds, and she realized with a jolt what she'd said. Her cheeks were immediately colored a scarlet red, as if she were burning with a reddish haze. Her inner villain struggled frantically. "Whoops, this isn't a ride to kindergarten. Put her down." Regarding the memories of her past life, the part where she had communicated with Qin Yichi in depth after her marriage was the clearest and most profound. Zhen is most familiar with it. Qin Shaoqi. Not cute. Not at all. She lowered her head and silently tightened her arms, her whole body blowing up. Qin Yichi was strangled in his throat. The knot in his throat rolled and he couldn't help but utter a reminder. "Zhen, are you trying to strangle me?" The young girl behind her then responded, slowly relaxing her force, her voice lukewarm. "Oh, sorry." The soft and cozy scent was attached to Qin Yichi's back, and the posture was more intimate than ever. Rubbing and squeezing. The young girl's wrists, slim and white, encircled his neck, her breath falling slowly on the base of his ears and the nape of his neck. It gives off a refreshing fragrance. The scent is quiet and gentle, not strong and flashy, but rather a light, jasmine-like flavor. A hint of it lingered around. One can subconsciously think of the words warm and soft jade, at an angle she couldn't see. Qin Yichi's black eyes were colored with a layer of hot lust. A flame ignited in the abdomen. Qin Yichi's lips pursed, knowing full well that it wasn't right to think such nasty thoughts, and so desperately tried to ignore the touch behind him. But the more one tries to ignore something, the more you can feel something. So soft. Qin Yichi walked faster and faster, the veins at the corners of his forehead bulging, his mind full of soft clouds. If I had known, I should have let Qiao Zhen strangle this beast to death just now. The orange-red sunset fills the entire sky, dazzling and glittering. Gently, the shadows of the two men slowly lengthened. Zhen lay on top of him, her eyes unintentionally landing on the tips of the teenager's thin red ears. As if she had found something rare, her eyes brightened slightly, and she couldn't help but hold out her index finger and, gently touching the root of Qin Yichi's ear. The moment the fingertips touched the base of the ear, it seemed to provoke a strong electric current the electricity made Qin Yichi almost jump. He resisted the urge to whisper a warning. What for? No touching. It's a warning, but it's not really mean at all. Qiao Zhen nodded obediently and softly, staring at the back of his head as she said softly yet seriously, Qin Yichi, your ears are so red, and, ever since the index finger touched it, his ears have been redder to the naked eye. It's the same as the brilliant red sunset in the sky. Qin Yichi did not react much. His face did not change color. A serious bull ******* born. Zhen paused, her tone muffled. Oh, Qin Yichi reddened his ears, carrying her on his back as he dashed to the school's entrance and gently lowered himself down to support her. But the balloons tied to Zhen's wrists were just too eye-catching, shiny, and many of the students along the way looked at them sideways, mistaking them for a young couple showing their love. Qiao Zhen buried her head deeply, silently chanting inside, can't see me, can't see me. Finally, when we arrived under the 100-garden dormitory building, the white street lamps lit up and the sky darkened. Waiting until there were few people around, Qiao Zhen breathed a sigh of relief and looked up with eyes full of gratitude. Waving her little hand, bye-bye. Qin Yichi slowly stretched out his hand towards her head, noticing that the young girl had no intention of avoiding it. Only then did he relax and rub her pilled head, like petting a bunny. His tone was careless. Go ahead. Qiao Zhen nodded, holding onto the handrail as she climbed all 6 floors, before realizing, as an afterthought, that it seemed like he was being eaten tofu. No, pills. He's so bad. Returning to the dormitory really tired from a day of play, Qiao Zhen had just sat down when the phone rang unexpectedly. Strange number. Qiao Zhen pressed the answer. I did not expect the opposite side of a quiet, so he politely inquired, may I ask if you are? The voice on the other side was a bit anxious. Qiao Zhen, we're in Imperial Box 188-. Hearing Yu Wenjian's voice, Qiao Zhen hung up the phone without hesitation before he could finish. Leahy one-stop service. She hung her head, not reacting much, silently placing the balloon and charging her cell phone. Forget all your worries and take a shower. She has nothing to do with them anymore. From now on, they will only be parallel lines that will never intersect. On the other end of the phone, there was a cold silence in the top box. Yu Wenjian looked at the frosty-faced Ji Xian and eased the atmosphere. Qiao Zhen not coming is because she's not blessed. Does she think we have to have her? The sidekick picked up. That's right. Really think you're important? I heard there's a new batch of fairies here lately. Have them brought in for a look? It's no fun just drinking. The crowd looked at Ji Xian, who was silent. That's no objection. The boys lazily leaned back on the couch and rang the service bell. Shortly afterward, a row of pretty girls fishtailed into the room, the general manager bending over respectfully. Young Ji, may I ask for anything else? The girls looked up with red faces and, there are hot and beautiful imperial sister, sweet and lovely lowly, pure and shy girl. Yu Wenjian took a glance at the young girl on the far side, dressed in a light pink JK pleated skirt. It also has a ball head. The silver nameplate on his chest reads, No. 1. Ching Ching. Ching Ching smiled and there are 2 small pear-eddies, like a budding peach blossom, pure and lovely, much like Zhen, but less interesting. The GM was deeply attentive to Ji Xian's every move, and saw his gaze resting on the young girl that, tentative opening. Ching Ching, go and pour a glass of wine for Ji Xiao. Ching Ching was flattered, looking at the man in the center of the most noble and high cool. She was full of joy, bowed his head and approached with a red face, his heart beating like a drum. She picked up the bottle, Yet the next second, Ji Xian suddenly crushed the glass. His eyes were sharp and dangerous. His voice was extremely cold. With hostility. Get out. All of you. The glass smashed into the ground with a piercing sound, and the entire box was instantly silent. Qing was so scared that her face turned pale and shivered as she followed the general manager away. The boys were also unsure. Their faces were surprised, and there was some complexity in their eyes. Ji Xian is the proud son of heaven, the existence of the stars. No matter what, he all maintained a cool and calm demeanor, maintaining a flawless state that made emotions unreadable. It's always been that way. Only today, in public anger, a boy cleared his throat and began to warm up. Today, Ji Xiao has an early birthday. Why don't we sing some? Before he could finish his words, Ji Xian left with a sullen face, not caring about their feelings at all. Young master, you don't go. The cake has not been eaten yet. Yuan Jian chased after him and bitterly detained him. The tone was worried, but he rolled his eyes as he retained it. A million straw horses running through his insides. Frozen. Who the are you throwing your face at? Nightfall. Midnight. Numerous birthday congratulations popped up on Ji Xian's cell phone. He had little patience and flipped through them one by one, but never found Zhoujen's congratulations. She did have his cell phone number. Even if she pulled the WeChat, it was an impulse. You can text message your wishes. If Zhoujen had been more sensible, she would have admitted her mistake, and been a good girl, and stayed away from other men. Don't do these fancy tricks. It wasn't as if Ji Xian wasn't willing to forgive her. Yet it was 5 minutes past 0 and still not a single message from her. Ji Xian didn't move a muscle. His brows furrowed slightly, and his face grew colder and colder. Last year at this time, Zhoujen pinched her time to send him a blessing, not just a typed one. Instead, it was a personally written card, photographed and shown to him. She specially writes in black-backed card with a gold brush, and her regular script is neat and beautiful. Ji Xian flipped through the chat logs and quickly found the picture, only to just click on it. System alert, this image has expired. He murmured softly as he stared blankly at the reminder text, a strange emotion welling up inside him. Expired. 10 minutes passed slowly. Ji Xian slammed down his cell phone and looked at his slightly out-of-shape self in the mirror. Quickly adjust your emotions and regain your composure. What does he care? It was clearly Qiao Zhen who couldn't stay away from him. It was Qiao Zhen who had to have him. She'll be back. Chapter 28 Nightmare. Late night link with him. At 2 o'clock in the morning, the night was as deep and thick as ink, and all was silent. No! Zhoujen exclaimed, her eyes snapping open, waking up from her nightmare, her face pale and heart-thumping. She hastily turned on her cell phone flashlight and breathed deeply. In the middle of the nightmare, the doll in the room suddenly awakens, twisting its head and taking a step towards her, and she lay in despair, unable to move. He watched as the dolls cocked their heads, giggled, and bared their fangs. Jen, you're so pretty. It's a shame you don't turn into a doll. The doll's eyes glowed green as it stuck out its teeny tiny tongue. Jen, I like you so much. You're going to become our kind soon, okay? The next second, they open their mouths and bite her, draining the blood. Don't. Qiao Zhen couldn't make a single sound and watched herself turn into a dry corpse. The dream was so realistic, so real that it almost seemed like it was happening in reality. Zhoujen sucked in a breath of cold air, her scalp tingling, and looked around at the whole row of dolls beside the bed. Instantly the hairs of sweat stood up all over his body. There was, if anything, a sense of oppression and suffocation in the air. It was as if there were pairs of red eyes hidden in the darkness, black shadows moving silently and eerily. Help, woo. It must have been the haunted house of the blood dolls during the day that left an indelible shadow in her mind. Qiao Zhen covered her face, and always felt. A doll suddenly moved and it was as if he would swallow her in one gulp the next second. Most of all, she was the only one in the dormitory tonight. Shang Lulu went back to her hometown to drink wedding wine. She didn't have class on Monday morning, so she wouldn't be back until noon. Chen Meixiang and Yunyu went to a dance charity event outside the province, took official leave and stayed in a hotel. Zhoujen gave herself up to cover her covers and sent a message to the dormitory group. Sure enough, no one replied. The sisters should have been asleep long ago. Also, who's awake after 2 a.m.? When she came back to her senses, her finger had already uncontrollably tapped into the chat interface with Qin Yichi. Qiao Zhen's fingertips trembled slightly as she tentatively asked, "Is it in?" After sending the message, he waited for half a minute, but still didn't hear back. Zhoujen pursed her lips a little lost. Indeed, they were already tired from a day at the amusement park, so I guess these boys fell back to sleep. She felt a point of chagrin for no apparent reason, and planned to listen to a children's song to calm her nerves. Suddenly, there was a ding and a beep. "Chi, why aren't you sleeping?" His avatar was a darkness with a small red flame burning in the center. Qiao Zhen's heart thumped and she subconsciously clicked on the input box, but she had no idea how to reply half the time, typing and deleting and going back and forth. It seems to have made the other guy hold his breath. Scared? Having a nightmare? The text message crashed into her eyes, and Zhen froze, slowly widening her eyes. No, how could this man always guess her mind? This? Zhen, well, a little bit, just a billion dots. Zhen sighed softly, her whole body wilting. Even if you tell Qin Yichi that you're scared, what's the point? In the middle of the night, let him come over and sleep with you? Zhen hid under the covers, silently shrinking into a ball, never letting her feet stick out. The sense of security was much heightened, but she was still afraid that not daring to get out of bed or look those dolls in the eye at all. And it always felt like there was someone under the bed, draped in a sack trying to steal her away. Creamy and sweaty. The streaming cell phone rang again, and Zhen froze slightly, snapping her eyes to the phone. Voice call? She subconsciously pressed the green connect button, her tone dripping with surprise. You, how do you play voice? The other party lowered his voice, a little hoarse, appeared more and more low alcohol magnetic, justified said, Aang, aren't you scared? I'll keep you company. Qiao Zhen's pupil shook slightly, suspecting something was wrong with her ears and almost biting her tongue. Sleeping with? Qin Yichi was silent for a moment, his tone sounding somewhat helpless. You put your cell phone on the bed and don't hang up. Yell for me if you're scared. Okay? Good. Zhen dutifully did as she was told, laying back on the pillows, her whole body wrapped tightly in the quilts. The heart thumping. Through the cell phone, it seemed that you could hear the man's shallow breathing that it kept amplifying and haunting in the silence and darkness of the night. Qiao Zhen couldn't help but call out to him. Qin Yichi. The man's voice was loving and lazy, a little provocative for no reason, with an indescribable compulsion, gently rubbing against the eardrums. Zhen silently rolled over in bed, her long eyelashes trembling softly as she whispered, You're not allowed to hang up in the middle of a call. Aha. If there is danger, you must come to my rescue. Aha. You can't leave me. Well, he said without the slightest hint of impatience in his tone, softly soothing, go to sleep. Qiao Zhen's heartstrings fluctuated slightly, probably because Qin Yichi had promised her without hesitation, and he was a man of his word. When all is said and done, Qiao Zhen's heart is inexplicably a few points of solidity, as if it is not as frightened as before. She slowly closed her eyes and soon fell asleep, her tense nerves relaxing all at once, softly murmuring, good night. After that, a night of peace and quiet. In the boys' dormitory, Qin Yichi had his Bluetooth headphones plugged in. Each of the roommates had long since fallen into a dead sleep, snoring, and hadn't even heard their conversation. Qin Yichi's fingertips slid the screen, and the sound of the young girl's well-proportioned breathing gradually came to his ears. Little by little, it struck the eardrums. Occasionally you can still hear her murmuring in her sleep, as if she were sleeping right next to him. Outside the window, the stars are dotted, the moonlight is warm and hazy, and the silvery light quietly climbs the treetops. At 7 a.m., the alarm clock dings a few times. Shimmering light filled the air through the curtains. Joaquin hates going to early 8s. Her entire body was in a daze, and she reached up to turn off the alarm clock, yawning lazily. After a few minutes, she sat up against her fried hair and struggled to open her eyes, dropping her head to look at her phone. The call was almost 5 hours long. He really didn't hang. Subtle emotions welled up in Qiao Zhen's heart, and she tentatively shouted softly, Qin Yichi? The next second, the other party's wantonly lazy voice came. I'm in. Chapter 29, blocked in the corner by Ji Xian. It was Ji Xian's birthday on Monday. There is generally no fixed location for college classes, but his first 3 classes in securities investment need to be seated by student number, and already a number of people have poked around the campus wall to find out exactly where he's seated. At this very moment, a huge pile of love letters and gifts has been placed on the table that can no longer fit. Even the ground is piled high with flowers, which is extremely exaggerated. Boys in the same class have expressed envy. Awesome. Young Master Ji was worthy of being the high ridge flower of the capital university and the cool schoolmaster. However, Ji Xian walked over to the table and unwrapped one of the beautifully wrapped gifts with no expression on his face, frowning softly at the sight of the giver's name. No, none of them. No cards or scarves for her. Ji Xian's face suddenly turned icy cold as he looked at Yuan Jian to the side, his voice sinking slightly. Return all of these. As always, everything is rejected. Yuan Jian very doggedly came forward to pack and organize things, rummaging through the east and the west. No sign of Zhen's gift either. What the hell? Is she that tolerant? While finishing up, Yuan Jian looked up and asked, what about these unsigned gifts? Ji Xian spoke calmly, throw it away. The boys next to him gathered around him, craning their necks to look at the desks and in a slightly surprised tone. Where's Qiao Zhen's scarf? It hasn't been delivered yet? The boy didn't notice anything wrong and continued. By the way, I remember Qiao Zhen's birthday gift last year was a watch, right? Laughing, a cheap watch of 800 or 900. How dare she give it away? In the next second, he felt the temperature all around him drop much lower, instantly becoming cooler. Ji Xian's light-colored pupils were laced with snowfrost, and his face became sunken to the naked eye as he just stared at him. The stare was hair-raising. Boys, what did I say wrong? It lasted until the end of the securities investment class, when the students were organizing their things. A pretty girl from the same class took a deep breath, smoothed out her 8 bangs, worked up the courage to walk up and, red-faced confession. Ji Xian, I like. But before the words of confession were finished, Ji Xian left with a cold face and a frosty countenance. In an extremely bad mood. It was as if they didn't want to stay a second longer. The young girl's heart broke in an instant. Yuan Jian hurriedly chased after him and followed his pace. Ji Xiao, where are we going? It's not the cafeteria. And by the look on his face, it's like going to ask for a favor. Inside the empty classroom, Qiao Zhen was sitting in her seat studying for the college English contest. Her fellow majors had already left, and she was the only one in the entire classroom. And it was quiet. After brushing up on a set of practice papers, she organized her backpack and slowly made her way downstairs when no one was around. Struggling with what to eat for lunch today. Around the corner, a few shadows fell unexpectedly, like dark clouds looming and suddenly approaching. Sensing something was wrong, Qiao Zhen's eyelashes fluttered lightly and her eyes snapped up. Ji Xian and the 3 or 4 men around him took a step toward her. Qiao Zhen froze, subconsciously taking a step back and lowering her head, not wanting them to notice her. On the contrary, it seemed as if the men had come specifically for her, and had almost surrounded her and, forming an impenetrable wall. Zhou backed away frequently, bumping into the cold tiles and being cornered, wary and repulsed. It was this wariness and rejection that deeply irritated Ji Xian's eyes. The boys were tall, gazing down at her from above. Stepping up to, a strong sense of oppression was born for no reason. Even the air became a few degrees thinner, making it difficult to breathe. Qiao Zhen tried to leave, but was firmly blocked. It's jammed to death. There's surveillance all over the building. They shouldn't dare really do anything to her. But Zhou still had a few moments of panic. Ji Xian stood in front of her, his skin cold and white, his nose high and straight, his face handsome and elegant, exudes the innate coolness and arrogance. He said nothing, as if waiting for a reasonable explanation. Bad chills surged through Zhou entire body. He always will be, whether in this life or the one before. He is always and forever out of the loop and above the fray, not willing to say anything, and requires everyone to chase and cajole before he will give a good face. It was clear that she didn't like him anymore, didn't fall in love with him, yet he appeared in front of her frequently. Qiao Zhen slightly tilted her head, calmly confronted him. Her voice did not rise and fall in the slightest, and said without being condescending, "Get out of the way." She would never make the same mistake and follow as humbly as she did in her last life. 7 whole years in a previous life, 2 whole years in this life, just a joke. Yet Ji Xian didn't move a muscle, still blocking her, his gaze sharply fixed on her. The handsome face was even colder than earlier. The two just stood there, frozen in place, neither one speaking. Yuan Jian, who was on the side, couldn't help but open his mouth, his tone arrogant and disdainful. "Zhou, why did you pull the plug on us? Ha? Not even answering the phone. What do you mean?" Zhou leaned back against the cold tiles, dropping her eyes, her tone calm and firm. "I told you, I have nothing to do with you anymore. Not now, and even less so in the future." Yuan Jian just wanted to say something, but was immediately stopped by a look from Ji Xian, so he had to hold his breath and silence himself. Ji Xian took a step forward, and the distance plummeted, almost closing in on Qiao Zhen. He had an air of moroseness about him, and his eyes were like sharp blades of silver light. Questioned word for word. "You mean, it's not about who?" Normally Ji Xian always had perfect control over any of his emotions, and on the surface it was calm and quiet, calls for guessing and searching. But right now, it was a really extremely bad mood, so bad that it was obvious. Zhou hadn't seen him like this before and shuddered. She tried to slip through the gap between the other 2 boys. Without Ji Xian's order, the boys didn't dare to make a move. Qiao Zhen successfully broke out of the human wall, immediately ran downstairs. In the next second, the wrist was suddenly clutched hard. Ji Xian has a cleanliness fetish and has always loathed physical contact. In his previous life, every time he held hands, it was Qiao Zhen who took the initiative. And he never initiated the touch. Now it even took the initiative to grab her white, slender wrists and pin her firmly in place. Hiss! Qiao Zhen sucked in a breath of cool air, and the more she struggled, the tighter she was clutched. In the end, men and women's power disparity. Qiao Zhen felt like the bones were going to be crushed. Her brain went blank. Deep disgust surged through his entire body. Let go. Ji Xian stared at her closely, the young girl's eyes still pretty and clean. However, it has lost the joy and expectation it once had, and has become like a pool of calm water, with no ups and downs. It shouldn't have been like this. She shouldn't have been so calm, so unrelenting, and much less should it become a matter of not caring. Invisibly, it seemed as if something was losing Ji Xian's grip, and he had not noticed. Ji Xian took a deep breath. His tone sank, his voice cold and piercing. It was almost like squeezing a few words out of his teeth. Zhen, don't be unreasonable. Slap. In the next instant, a figure suddenly rushed over and violently slapped Ji Xian away. Qin Yichi reached out and pushed Qiao Zhen into his arms, looking at Ji Xian with vicious and violent anger in his eyes. The tone was grim. Off. Don't touch her. Chapter 30, They bullied you. Qin Yichi's dark eyes were dark, as if he was about to set off a raging storm, and the bottom of his eyes flickered with flames of anger. Zhen fell dizzily into a warm, generous embrace. She pursed her lips and reflexively clutched Qin Yichi's sleeve. It was as if time stood still in this moment and the entire world began to freeze. A strange emotion surged through his body, spreading and spreading. The buried seeds seemed to start taking root, hitting Zhen's heart one at a time. Qin Yichi, he's really fierce and mean, and really gentle. Niu Feng and several others hurriedly arrived, snarling as they ran. What's going on? A bunch of you boys surrounding a girl. Or not? Yuck. 2A. After spitting viciously, the group of people then left. Qin Yichi carried Qiao Zhen down the stairs. He looked into Zhen's wet eyes and his heart instantly went soft. The young girl's slender wrist was white and smooth, but there were a few more clear red fingerprints that were very obvious. Apparently it was left behind by Ji Xian's hard grip. They bullied you. Qin Yichi's forehead corners were rippling with veins, and his tone was one of affirmation. Instead of a question. If only he had arrived earlier and earlier. Qiao Zhen's eyelashes fluttered softly as she wordlessly nodded and shook her head. I'm fine. There's surveillance in the school. They shouldn't really do anything to her. Just get blackballed by her. So pissed off. By the way, what brings you here? Zhen asked softly. Qin Yichi's voice was low, and his tone sounded a bit careless. By the way, not far away. When he heard the word by the way, Zhang Yu almost burst out laughing. Inner madness yo-yo. It's obvious that a boy from the same class happened to see Ji Xian going to block Qiao Zhen before and told someone about it. Someone immediately flew over at a 50-meter sprint. It's a smooth ride, isn't it? Qin Yichi, still in his loose appearance, gently lifted Qiao Zhen's wrist end. A rough thumb gently rubbed her skin, as if trying to wipe away the few red marks. Qiao Zhen was being touched by Qin Yichi. The heat rolling off his wrist seemed to penetrate through his skin and into his bloodstream, stimulating every cell. Her cheeks couldn't help but heat up, tinted with a pinkish red. The whole thing was in a trance. Qiao Zhen hung her head, her voice very soft. Don't do that. Someone is watching. Qin Yichi calmly turned his head, and sure enough, he saw a row of dumbfounded, gossip-filled little brothers. Qin Yichi, something wrong? In the next second, all of these people covered their mouths and ran away, revealing meaningful smiles as they did so. I'm high again. When everyone had left, Qin Yichi smoothly took hold of her wrist and led her. The knot in his throat rolled. Walk me to dinner. Qiao Zhen didn't notice anything wrong and nodded, obediently following him. Okay. Stairs. Ji Envy stood silent, and from the high ground he could see the men and women walking side by side. His eyes were instantly cold as ice. It was even more horrifying and terrifying than just now, and the atmosphere around them instantly froze. Instead of going after him, he stared at Zhen dead in the face. The boys beside him shivered with cold and spoke up. Zhen is gambling. Isn't she trying to irritate us on purpose? Definitely. How can someone who's been chasing young Ji for so many years just say they're leaving? Hearing their words, Ji Xian gradually regained his calm demeanor and stabilized his emotions. The face walks down the stairs without expression. Yeah, it's just a deliberate gamble. Qiao Zhen doesn't like Qin Yichi. It's impossible. She had said it herself. She just thought of Qin Yichi as a brother she grew up with. She also said that she only liked him, Ji Xian, and would only like him alone in the future. So there's no point in going after them at all. When she calms down and figures it out, she'll definitely come back to him in tears. Inside the top mansion, it is spacious, bright and understatedly luxurious. Ji Xian likes to live alone and does not want to stay in lodgings, so he bought a mansion directly next to the school. All day long, his face was full of ice and he told the servants to all get out. The servants had bowed their heads and left. and could clearly feel that the young master was in a particularly bad mood today. It's as bad as it gets. It's so strange. Usually the young master's likes and dislikes never show. Besides, it's obviously his birthday, right? In the room, Ji Xian's fist slowly clenched. Unconsciously in his mind, he remembered the image of Zhen's hand being held by another man. Qiao Zhen deliberately gambled by having dinner and going to an amusement park with her good bamboo horse Qin Yichi. Meh. He shouldn't care. Ji Xian's light-colored eyes didn't have the slightest emotion in them as he calmly opened his backpack. In the next second, however, his fingertips froze and his entire body stood straight in place. In the backpack, a light brown scarf was tucked in. It looks hand-knitted and the fabric is soft and comfortable, like a ray of warm spring light, slowly enveloping the glacier. The ice and snow melted. Although there was no signature or greeting card, Ji Xian was all but certain that it was from Qiao Zhen. A few of the boys looked at me with a I knew it look when they found out. With a soft smile. Surely she's sullen, and she's not just running around with her eyes to deliver a gift? Is this the legendary fishing system? Ji Xian didn't say anything, his slightly suspended heart finally dropping. It's also true that Qiao Zhen likes him so much. How could she not give him a birthday present? Chapter 31, No. One racing driver Qin Yichi, the women's dormitory, 609, was informed of what had just happened, and the roommates were furious. Shang Lulu banged on the table as she broke into tears. What? Isn't it proper harassment that Ji Xian actually blocked you on the stairs? Chen Meixiang pondered for a long time and came to the conclusion. When you chased him, he was indifferent. Now that you're not chasing, he's getting antsy? Holy, or not? Zhen wilted onto the table, taking small bites of jelly and looking at her wrist. Couldn't help but remember the touch of Qin Yichi holding her wrist and gently rubbing it. So hot. But then again, it's comfortable. She buried her head in annoyance and rested it on her arm, her breathing a little disorganized. Yunyu's words slowly drew her back to her thoughts. We women still have to make a career and earn a lot of money. From now on, we'll order 10 male models a night. Talking about the cause, the crowd came together. Yunyu loves dancing and dreams of becoming a dance teacher in the future. Better yet, you can make a lot of money running a training program. Shang Lulu wants to make a living by drawing, and be a game original drawing designer, dreaming of working with her idol artist. Chen Meixiang enjoys studying makeup and often posts videos on social media. Two of them have broken 10,000 likes and aspire to be a beauty blogger with 1 million followers. When the trio asked about Zhen, she silently clenched her fists, a hint of determination in her soft voice. Singer. Probably even she didn't think that she would actually be able to stand on stage and shine in her past life. Although it is not warm, there are still many fans who support her and favor her. That's enough. Zhen's eyes twinkled with a little starlight. With the encouragement and support of her roommates, she mustered the courage to sing stage auditions that, vegetarian only, registration is hot. Chen Meixiang hugged her tightly. Xiao Zhenjin, don't forget each other when you're rich. Don't forget us when you're on fire. Shang Lulu nodded her head in approval. Our Zhenjin will be the woman to dominate the singing world in the future. At those words, Xiao Zhen was a bit weak, lowered her head and muttered in a low voice, this is not even the first step. What if I don't even pass the online interview? And, maybe she'll go into Sao postpartum care later? For a month Qiao Zhen was busy practicing until 10:30 every night before returning to the dormitory. Even her roommate said she had lost a lot of weight. It wasn't until November 10th, Qin Yichi's birthday, that Qiao Zhen took a special leave of absence. It happened to be a Sunday, and the congregation made a date to reunite at 7 p.m. on their birthday. The moment in the early hours of the morning was unusually hot with a sudden brush and a group of 10 people chatting. Nyo Demon King, Nyo Weifeng, happy birthday brother Mia. Love you. Kisses. Squidward, Zhangyu, congratulations. Happy birthday and happy birthday to you. Keiko, tonight at 7 o'clock. I'll see you at the Xbox. After that it inexplicably turned into a fighting contest, with countless sandy emojis popping up like crazy. Swipe the message to 99 plus in one go. Qiao Zhen had long since drifted off to sleep, pulling at her eyelids with her hands and bracing herself until now. She poked into the private chat dialog box with Qin Yichi and sent it at midnight sharp. 20:06:53:06, 20 happy 19th birthday. Every day. It also comes with a cute and adorable emoji of an orange kitten holding a cake with a starry face. After sending the message, her eyelids were forced to shut down and she was about to turn off the light and go to sleep, when the next second, the cell phone beeped. Qin Yichi seconds back, tomorrow night at 6 o'clock empty. You take you to a place. 6 points? Xiao Zhen rubbed her sleepy eyes and slowly replied. Is it with them? I thought we were supposed to meet at 7 p.m. Immediately after that, the cell phone rang twice in a row, and Qin Yichi's message crashed into the bottom of his eyes. Not, it's just me and you. Jojin read the message in a daze. Froze, went back to read it again and the whole thing was instantly awake. She stared at the words "just me and you" and her heart felt like a kitten's claw had scratched it. A feeling called anticipation creeps into his heart, especially in the stillness of the night. Qiao Zhen's fingertips stuttered for 2 or 3 seconds, holding down the screen. Good oh, where to go ah? Qin Yichi, secret, aha, sells nothing. Jojin silently turned off the lights. Her cell phone went off, and she lay down on her cot. I kept guessing what the secret was. The more he thought about it, the more energized he became, his eyes glaring like brass bells. 40 minutes later. Can't sleep. Why? Can't sleep at all. Qiao Zhen's entire body shrinks and twists twice under the covers, sulking silently. In the afternoon, Qiao Zhen changed into a beige knit shirt with a long skirt and left the house half an hour early. According to the location sent by Qin Yichi, he came to the base of the racing training ground. Qin Yichi has been consistently training and usually comes to the base to practice when he doesn't have classes. The engine's hum filled his ears with a low, powerful roar. Qiao Zhen stood outside. All can be driven and uplifted by the aura. Dozens of motorcycles flashed across the closed-loop road course in an instant like lightning silver dragons. Jojin was so dazzled that she had to tilt her head back to look at the screen and the camera happens to cut to the first rider. The man was dressed in a red and black racing suit with a solid black helmet. He presses down on the bodywork and drifts. The whole thing is nearly plastered to the road with a sense of aggression and control. Like a wildfire, it raged across the field, smoke spreading into the air around it. That's driver number 1, Qin Yichi. The team name Infinite Fanaticism. It simply fits a person like Qin Yichi perfectly. Jojin craned her neck and stared unblinkingly at the screen for a moment of trance. Qin Yichi's time was finally set at 6:28:41, ranking first in the whole group. It's even far ahead, leaving the latter a long way behind. He's so fast. The technology is superb. For some reason, Jojin's heart inexplicably filled with pride as she stared at the first row of grades. The eyes full of joy. Last year, Qin Yichi won the gold medal in the youth division and was called a monster newcomer with a lot of talent. Coupled with his lack of arrogance and hard training, it's no wonder that in his previous life, he is eligible to represent his country. 10 minutes later, the teenager had changed into a black punching bag, with a hard silhouette and superior sidelines. Meanwhile, he stood in front of Qiao Zhen. Qin Yichi didn't expect her to be standing at the door already. His voice low and slightly hoarse. Why did you come so early? He seemed to have made a point of washing his face, and the refreshing water beaded down his face, and ran slowly downward, and it eventually rested on the raised knot of the throat, with a wildness that was hard to ignore. It spread densely in all directions with a strong sense of aggression. Just at that moment he tilted his head back to drink his mineral water, and that knot in his throat rolled up and down the neck of his, contoured and eye-catching. Qiao Zhen looked a little confused, her cheeks swooning a layer of pink. So sexy. Want to bite. Chapter 32, Yo. With your girlfriend? After 2 seconds of disorientation, alarm bells went off in her head and she immediately averted her eyes. How can you think that? She's really gone bad. Oh. Jojin began to change the subject, standing on her tiptoes and looking around, eyes blinking lightly. So that place you were talking about, where is it? Qin Yichi's dark eyes stared deeply at her, meaningfully. There's no rush. You'll know later. Jojin. Oh, don't tell or don't tell. She wasn't curious. Just don't. Jojin pursed her lips in loss. Reaching over, he covered his canvas bag tightly. Then the birthday present I got for you is also out of the question for now. So you're not in a hurry anyway. Upon hearing this, Qin Yichi lowered his head and smothered a laugh, casually responding with a hum. From the pocket of his punching bag, he pulled out a small black velvet gift box. A pearl hairpin lay inside, adorned with fine diamonds, delicate and elegant, looking high class. A lazy smile curled up on Qin Yichi's lips. I'll clip it on for you? Qiao Zhen looked at the pearl hair card, her watery eyes filled with doubt. Where did you get that? An incredible speculation suddenly swept through his mind, and in a flash, Jojin hadn't even had time to catch the stump. In the next second, Qin Yichi's careless voice rang out, sounding like he was casually explaining. Sweepstakes in the fleet. A giveaway. Qiao Zhen was filled with suspicion. Really? Qin Yichi nodded his head and babbled in a serious manner. Really? Oh, Qiao Zhen thought to herself. Why did Qin Yichi lie to her for a good reason? There's no need for that. Anyway, this hair card is really floaty brew and cute ovo. Qin Yichi walked behind her and put on her hairpin. The pupils of his eyes were dark, and the knot in his throat rolled gently as he looked at the young girl with seriousness. Today Qiao Zhen was wearing a long white dress and a beige knit shirt. Her hair wasn't tied up. It hung down over her chest, shiny and silky, a little more gentle and kind than usual, like a quietly blooming jasmine flower, white and serene, especially the snow-white, flawless neck that was leading him to take a nibble every second of the day. A touch of pink slowly welled up at the root of Qin Yichi's ear, forcing him to avert his eyes. Suppress the charming thoughts in your mind. He hooked a small amount of hair from each side of Jojin's left and right sides, twisted it twice toward the center, and finished by pinning on a pearl hairpin. The bright pearls fell on her ebony hair, becoming more and more radiant. That's how it's taught online. Girls love this everyday hairstyle. It's easy and convenient too. Not too flashy, not too plain. She should like it too. Qin Yichi slowly and methodically arranged her broken hair. The young girl's hair gently brushed against her fingertips. With a light scent. It was tingly and numb. Time seemed to slow down and the moment was very long. Qiao Zhen stood in front of him, her head hanging slightly, her glistening white fingertips silently tugging up, her small face taut. Okay. Qin Yichi pulled away without haste and led her to the motorcycle, his long legs straddling the bike end. Movements are sharp and competent. Get in the car and take you. Jojin jumped at the chance. She had actually ridden in the backseat of Qin Yichi before and envied him for being tuggy and pulling his weight. The feeling is really special and exciting. But if you really think about it, the last time I rode on the back of his motorcycle, it has been a long, long time ago. It seems that from the time she started chasing Ji Xian, she started, consciously or unconsciously, to distance herself from Qin Yichi, always stay away from him. Suddenly, an unfamiliar voice rang out from a short distance away. Asterisk asterisk. Qiao Zhen looked back. I don't know when. There was already a row of boys standing, and wearing a racing suit. The boys in that row were filled with shock and dumbfounded, their eyes hovering between Qin Yichi and Qiao Zhen. I'll be damned, came an exclamation from the crowd. Gosh, they've never seen any other girls around Qin Yichi. Before, there were always bright and beautiful women who wanted to sit in the backseat of Qin Yichi and add a weebo with him. He was all I'm not interested and I don't like women. They seriously suspected that Qin Yichi was gay, the fierce one kind. As a result, this guy is now inviting pretty girls to ride on the back of his motorcycle? He also gave her a pearl hairpin with his own hands. Them. All of them. See? A boy with blonde hair whistled and heckled. Yo, Chico. With a girlfriend? Qiao Zhen was burned by the word girlfriend. Her body suddenly tightened, her heart hanging high. She subconsciously shook her head and responded softly, I'm not. But the next second, Qin Yichi's wild and lustful voice rang out from behind, his tone casual and lazy. Yeah. The two words were like a boulder, bang into the heart of the lake. Splashing. Qiao Zhen froze in place, her brain instantly going down, a blush sneaking up her cheeks, smoked out pink. What is it? How come she doesn't know? The brain was a mess, as if it couldn't think at all. Qiao Zhen's heart was almost about to jump into her throat as she froze and turned back to look at Qin Yichi. Red-faced, I asked, what are you talking about? She held her breath, not daring to gasp at all, her entire being confused. Qin Yichi's lips gently hooked up, exuding a wild and gangly atmosphere, reaching out and patting his motorcycle. Just kidding. This car, my girlfriend. The words just fell, and in that instant, Qiao Zhen's heart suddenly missed a beat and the corners of her mouth twitched. She looked down at the cool black motorcycle and froze for a long time before silently making a sound. Oh, you too, quite a match. Turns out she was overthinking it. It was so embarrassing. What kind of nonsense was she brainstorming? Complicated emotions welled up in his heart, not knowing if it was loss or what. The crowd was similarly silent in place, their pupils seismic and their expressions almost on the verge of cracking. Motorcycle. Is that his girlfriend? Okay. Plankton from SpongeBob SquarePants can marry a computer. It doesn't seem surprising that Qin Yichi would marry a motorcycle. Let's just say, even if a pig can get up a tree and a dog can play with a cell phone, there's no way Chico, a dead straight man, will ever get a wife, and deserves to be single for the rest of his life. The crowd pondered carefully and came to a realization. No wonder Qin Yichi never lets girls sit in his back seat. It turns out to be afraid of his girlfriend motorcycle jealousy. The golden-haired boy took out his cell phone and opened the QR code of WeChat. Smiling, he walked up to Jojin and asked politely, hello sister, can you add a WeChat? In the future, my brother will take you out for a ride. It's the first time he's ever actively asked someone for a WeChat, for no other reason than the fact that Qiao Zhen looked so pure and desirable. In a long white dress, the air of a good girl doesn't fit in with the atmosphere in the training base. The key thing was that she smiled sweetly to his heart. No one can say no to a sweet girl. No. However, before Golden Hair could wait for Qiao Zhen's reply, he was interrupted by Qin Yichi's sudden voice. Can't. The blonde guy's mouth twitched. I didn't ask you either. Qin Yichi faintly lifted his eyelids and swept him a glance. You're 5 seconds slower than me this time. Isn't that a no-no? No man would tolerate being told he couldn't. and Golden's attention was immediately drawn to they. Pissed off. Okay, Qin Yichi, you ride the fastest, okay? The world's #1 fastest man. The world's fastest man. However, during his speech, Qin Yichi had already skillfully scooped Qiao Zhen into the back seat. Whoosh away. Motorcycle exhaust fumes hit the air. Golden Hair realized with hindsight that something didn't seem quite right. The locomotive traveled toward the back of the base, slowing down as if it were afraid that Jojin would fall off. The surrounding scenery was like a movie, flashing from eye to eye, frame after frame. Jojin clutched the punching bag behind him, extended her glistening white index finger, poked him in the back end, poking his head out and urging, Qin Yichi, you're so slow, can you drive faster? She loved the feeling of being free and uninhibited and hurtling along, just like a roller coaster. Qin Yichi's back was as powerful as a strong bamboo, with broad shoulders and a narrow waist, matched with a black punching jacket, inexplicably attractive and hormonal in an indescribable way. He seemed to chuckle softly, his voice low, then hold me tight. Without thinking too much about it, Qiao Zhen reached out and wrapped her arms tightly around his waist, pressing almost her entire body against his back. The dutifully nodded and said, well, I've held on tight. The man's body seemed to freeze for a few seconds. In the next instant, there was a boom. The locomotive suddenly accelerated and sped out in an instant. The roar and the sound of the wind filled the ears of the buzzing. With a bump, Qiao Zhen knocked her head on Qin Yichi's back. The strands of her hair were completely disheveled by the wind, and Jojin always felt like she was going to be thrown out of the room. The whole heart takes flight with it, and exciting and scary. The locomotive is even still accelerating. Another bump in the road. Qiao Zhen clung to Qin Yichi for dear life, and after a few seconds of strong support, finally couldn't take the yelling. Well, don't. Qin Yichi, slow down. It's too fast. Chapter 33, she's so good and cute. In just 2 minutes, Qin Yichi drove to the top of the hill behind the training base. It's not really a fast drive. It's just that the way up is steep and tends to scare people. Besides, the person driving the car feels differently than the person riding in the car. He was just about to step out of the car, but his waist and stomach were still being held by the young girl's death grip. The back was also pressed against a warm, soft body. The knot in Qin Yichi's throat rolled, and he couldn't help but pat the back of her hand, uttering a soothing voice, good girl, we're here. Qiao Zhen was dumbfounded in the back seat, full of dumbfoundedness, and it took 2 or 3 seconds before she reacted and slowly spread her hands. Qin Yichi couldn't help but curl his lips as a low chuckle welled up from deep within his chest. Helplessly, he reached out and hugged Jojin down, moving gently and holding her head down in the process. Rubbing it gently, he pulled away and faced the sun. Look, Qiao Zhen looked down her eyes, and suddenly, her eyes slowly widened, sprinkled with a layer of bright stars. With the sun's favor, the hills bloomed with flowers. Light blue, light pink, golden yellow. Flowers of all kinds intertwine in a brilliant and colorful oil painting, fragrant and refreshing. A breeze blew slightly. The sea of flowers surged up layers of waves, romantic and healing. And the butterflies danced with it. Qiao Zhen's lips couldn't help but ripple with a smile, like a bright spring flower. So beautiful. She really loves flowers and nature. Just standing in place and watching is refreshing and relaxing. Qin Yichi put one hand in his pocket, turned his head diffidently, and asked her in a low voice, does it look good? Aha. Qiao Zhen curled her lips and nodded, as if she'd found some rare treasure that couldn't take my eyes off it at all. Qin Yichi stood beside her, his ink pupils flushed with a mesmerizing color. The corners of his lips quirked up slightly. It'll look better at sunset later. Qiao Zhen's eyes were filled with longing, and she couldn't help but look forward to it. The whole thing was like an infusion of some sweet honey. So, he brought her here because he wanted to watch the sunset with her? Suddenly, Qin Yichi stretched out his hand towards her, his bony fingertips slightly curved, and lightly hooked towards her. The tone was lazy. Give it to me. Qiao Zhen looked back steeply, some doubt in her eyes and a question mark over her head, but dutifully placed her hand in his palm. Well, he must have his reasons for saying that. Fingertips touched and suddenly felt his burning heat. Qiao Zhen was in a subtle mood, her hand shrinking slightly and her eyelashes trembling gently. In the next second, Qin Yichi raised his eyebrows in slight surprise, with a complex expression, staring straight at her, and, like a smile, not a laugh. I mean, gifts for me. As soon as the words fell, Qiao Zhen stared roundly, as if she had been electrocuted, and immediately drew back her hand. It's a gift for him? Not hands to him? Qiao Zhen's brain was a mess, and her ears couldn't help but start burning. Thinking to myself how I misunderstood again. Oh, she wanted to cry and spat softly. How do I know what to give you? Why do you people talk in halves? Humph. So angry. Really angry. Oh, But who let him be the birthday boy today? He can only be spoiled. Jojin pulled a brand new wireless headset case out of her canvas bag and gave it to him. Just the other day. As if nothing had happened. She inquired of the other woman what she had lacked lately. Qin Yichi thought for a long time before saying that he had lost one of his earphones. So Jojin picked out a pair of good quality headphones overnight. Although the price was brutal. But she endured the purchase. Qin Yichi took the headphones and shook them lightly, leaning over slightly, a smirk on his lips. Thanks. I happen to really like this brand. It's just right. Jojin leapt inwardly, and likewise couldn't help the smile that rippled through her. She inexplicably feels happy whenever people like her gifts. Immediately after, Qiao Zhen pounded half a day, and carried out a dark gray scarf from the bag. The whole thing looks like a little animal offering up its treasure, blinking and expecting favorable comments. She carefully observed Qin Yichi's reaction. Qin Yichi froze slightly in place, staring deeply at the scarf, his heart suddenly beating a little uncontrollably. His ink pupils were covered with starbursts of broken awnings, flashing with a strange luster. For me, Jojin took it for granted. Yeah, you knit it yourself? His chest gradually began to burn. Jojin nodded her head and let out a soft Mostly, she loves knitting, crafting, baking, herself. It will be really healing and enjoyable. She didn't feel it was a waste of time at all. Quite the contrary. It will make her brain comfortable and relaxed and all at ease. Suddenly, those words of envious friends from the previous century drilled into my head like crazy. I don't think he would wear it. Would he? Oh, I don't want this cheap stuff for nothing anyway. A phrase that seems like a joke, but spits out the truth. Every word was hard on the tip of Jojin's heart. Once, the heart she gave was trampled on at will. A sourness welled up in Qiao Zhen's chest, and she couldn't help but hang her head, silently withdrawing her hand and asking in a muffled voice, "Don't you like it?" Qin Yichi immediately converged his smile, full of seriousness, and responded seriously, "Like, Jojin, I love it." A cool breeze blew by, carrying the scent of earth and grass, and brushing the face in a gentle and loving manner. The leaves of the trees are rustling, the flowers on the hills are swaying in the wind. The birdsong is crisp and clear. Everything is like a dreamy wonderland. Every word went with the wind, pouring into Qiao Zhen's ears. Qin Yichi leaned down slightly, bending over and leveling his eyes with Qiao Zhen, his pupils rolling with strange feelings. But I don't know how to wear it. There was also an inexplicable hint of arrogance in his tone, like he was waiting for something. Jojin, it's just a scarf. Why wouldn't it be? It's just 2 or 3 loops around the neck. Oh, it's probably because he's looking for perfection, to keep a good image. Qiao Zhen's mind was in a daze and she blurted out, "So, shall I put it on for you?" Just after saying that, Qiao Zhen had some regrets. Why does it always feel like I'm falling into a trap? Forget it. Who made Qin Yichi the birthday boy today? I still have to spoil him, as long as he's happy. You help me put it on. Qin Yichi nodded, like a big dog with a wagging tail. He is fierce and tugging at others, but only, he is good and innocent to his master. Jojin was startled by the thought she had brainstormed and sucked in a breath of cold air. With her eyes downcast, she carefully folded the scarf in half and reached up to wrap it around Qin Yichi's neck. The two came so close that the hot breath exhaled slowly filled the air, hovering and tangling between them. Qiao Zhen's fingers inadvertently touched his burning neck, and suddenly it was as if an electric current was spreading throughout his body along his fingertips. The faint scent of the teenager's clean pine and grass still lingered on the tip of his nose. The atmosphere was inexplicably subtle. Qiao Zhen bowed her head slightly, her gaze sweeping over his delicate, cold white collarbone and, well, the tantalizing knot in his throat slid slowly up and down once more, as if he were trolling. Really sexy. No wonder he had so many female fans in his previous life. Jojin blinked, snapping awake and arching the immodest thoughts out of her mind. Putting on the scarf, Jojin reached back to give him a careful finishing touch, checking it carefully and, a satisfied smile pursed his lips. The dark gray color goes particularly well with his temperament. It's a perfect match. Jojin laughed, and in the next instant, was caught off guard by the hot, genuine look in his eyes. Qin Yichi's obsidian-like pupils were clear and transparent, and his eyelashes were long and rooted. The mole of tears under her eyes became more and more compelling. Tenderness is hidden beneath sharpness. Jojin was even able to see her own crystal-clear reflection through those eyes. After a few seconds of staring at each other, Qin Yichi was the first to lose the battle, dropping his eyes and averting his gaze. "Wear it." Jojin silently moved her feet and pulled away. She raised her pink and white finger and made 2 small gestures in the air. "Actually, there is a small gift, but I'll give it to you together when the night is over." Well, she's learned to sell out too. Qin Yichi's chest burned. Good. The young girl's skin was white and delicate, and when she looked closely, she could see her thick, curled eyelashes. flapping gently like butterfly wings. This scarf. It should take her quite a while to knit, right? In fact, it was the best gift in the world for Jojin to come and stay with him. Favorable to Qiao Zhen. Always so good. So attentive. So warm to him. Qin Yichi really wanted to pinch her cheeks and question how she could be so well-behaved and cute. Chapter 34. She hugged Qin Yichi tightly. Qin Yichi was wearing a dark gray scarf. Feeling the soft and warm fabric, his lips could not help but rise. The mood is pleasant to the top. The softest places of the heart are also deeply touched. It was as if he had been stung by something in a small bite that gradually became red and swollen and tickled the tip of his heart. The two men continued a little further up the hill to find the best spot to watch the sunset. Green grass. Hundreds of flowers. The air smelled fresh and good. Qiao Zhen breathed deeply in the fresh air, her whole body and mind relaxing, crouching down and just wanted to sit on the grass. Suddenly, something long and thin came to her feet. Its back is covered in lime green scales and almost blends in with the lawn. What's? Jojin froze in place, rubbing her eyes and it was too late to scrutinize the moving pile on the floor. In the next second, the little green snake snapped its head up and stuck out its tongue towards her. Hiss. Ah! Qiao Zhen instantly sobered up, her scalp tingling and the hairs on her entire body immediately standing on end. Help! There's a snake! Oh, help! Her face went pale, her head buzzed, and cold sweat instantly soaked her back. The shadow of what once was looms overhead, like a huge, impenetrable web to devour her completely. Qiao Zhen instinctively stepped back and subconsciously jumped onto Qin Yichi. The slender legs automatically wrapped around his lean waist, not daring to touch the lawn at all. It was like wrapping himself around a life-saving straw, and he refused to relax his force. The two were in a face-to-face position, with Qiao Zhen lying on Qin Yichi's front, wrapping her arms around his neck, almost close to him. Tight fit. The young girl's soft and fragrant body was stuck up unexpectedly. Qin Yichi froze and instinctively protected her. Reaching around her waist, he held her firmly in his arms. Don't be afraid. The man's body stiffened for a moment, and he raised his hand to pat her on the back, almost to her ear. And whisper a gentle coax and repeat. This snake is not poisonous and doesn't bite. Qiao Zhen, don't be afraid. Qiao Zhen's face was still frighteningly white. Her eyes dropped and she bit her lip stoically, her voice and body trembling uncontrollably. Gently rubbing against him. People in extreme panic have absolutely no regard for shame or decency. The young girl wrapped her arms tighter around him and murmured softly in his ear. No, don't you let go of me. Qiao Zhen's voice was especially sweet, and the end notes were slightly upturned, sounding just like a pet. The light scent of incense came and lingered around, and there was magic in it burrowed into every pore on Qin Yichi's skin. His face was cool and even. He looked proper and serious but the neck and the tips of the ears had long been involuntarily smoldering pink. The veins on Qin Yichi's arms bulged and throbbed with excitement, and he comforted in a muffled voice. Okay, I won't let go. The young girl's eyes brimmed with a layer of watery mist, as full of spring water, and the ends of her eyes were moist and, condescendingly, she hugged him, as if, with eyes only for him. Qin Yichi remembered that Qiao Zhen had once said that the year she was thrown into the countryside, to work in the farmland. As a result, his calf was caught in the death grip of a large snake, biting out 2 bloody holes. Crimson blood flowed slowly down his calf, or the next door uncle saw it, rushed over and chopped that snake with an axe, and sent Qiao Zhen to the hospital. Saved her life. When Qin Yichi heard about this, his heart clenched suddenly and he couldn't help but ask, did it hurt? Tiny Jojin leaned against him, hugging her knees tightly and tilting her head with a bitter smile that, the whole thing was calm and sober. It hurts, she mumbled lostly. How can it not hurt? Whenever he remembers this incident, Qin Yichi finds it a little hard to breathe, and his heart feels like it's weighing down a Tarzan. Can't breathe at all. If she hurts, he hurts. Qin Yichi held down her back waist with one hand to prevent her from slipping. Qiao Zhen obediently lay on his shoulder, her snow-white arms encircling his neck, holding back her breath. Qin Yichi, hurry up. Qin Yichi picked up the branch with his other hand and tried to get rid of the snake. It would have been so easy, but Jojin hung onto him like a koala hug. All actions become extremely difficult. The point is, Jojin also locks him in a chokehold and is almost about to strangle him alive. It's just too close. So close that Qin Yichi could even feel the roundness of the young girl's body in front of him. It trembled gently in front of his chest. Qin Yichi's ears began to burn, secretly climbing a touch of scarlet. It's like having several Mentos dropped into a Coke bottle and instantly spewing out tons of gas. His eyes seared and rolled. The knot in his throat slid up and down. His breathing gradually became ragged, his voice low and hoarse. Jojin, don't you move. He was so stiff and immobile that he couldn't even think straight. The brain was in a state of disarray. Jojin whimpered in his ear, red-eyed, and the eyes were filled with a wet, pathetic mist in no time. I didn't move. Her voice trembled slightly, soft and sweet, as if she'd rolled in a honeypot. Jojin is going crazy. Qin Yichi was going even more crazy. Where was he to take such a shock? Every word, every tremor of Jojin's turned into a bullet that, a precise sniper shot to his heart. He took a deep breath, clearly enduring to the limit, veins rippling at the corners of his forehead. Good girl, just relax. I'm going to get choked by you. The neck was stuck so hard that it was unusually difficult to even breathe. Today he was handed over to the warm, soft arms of Jojin. Qiao Zhen froze for 2 seconds, slightly relaxing her force, holding back her sobs and whispering in his ear. Oh, sorry. She was going to break down. She felt like she was really going to see the tits. At that particular moment, the little green snake on the ground was pushed by a branch, and silently looked at the two people who were in love with each other. Instantly upset. It made a sudden, chilling hissing sound. The sound was like long fingernails scraping hard against a chalkboard, and Jojin shivered, her scalp tingling, and, lowering his head and burying it in Qin Yichi's right shoulder, she hugged him while whispering and trembling softly, Qin Yichi, because she subconsciously felt it. Qin Yichi is the safest and most reliable existence. Quite the opposite. Qin Yichi felt that the current version of himself was more frightening, terrifying, and dangerous than some little green snake. Green snakes are non-venomous, harmless, docile and do not bite. And if he is poisonous and vicious, he may become an animal. Eat Jojin alive. Especially now, with Jojin calling his name over and over again. It was foul to the core. The breath belonging to a young girl lingered in the ears, warm and sweet, and little by little it gently swung into the ears. Hearts were shouting crispy. Qin Yichi clenched his teeth tightly. The blood in his whole body flowed against the current, like boiling water, and it bubbled and rolled. He held back, forcing down the evil thoughts in his mind, and got the snake down the slope without mercy. Snake? Jojin lifted her head obediently after hearing no movement. Got rid of it? Qin Yichi's earlobes were red and dripping with blood, while gently patting her back. One side carefully put her down, pretending to be calm. Well, it's gone. Qiao Zhen's eyes were resigned and pitiful, like a small moose frozen in place after a panic attack. She breathed a sigh of relief and slowly came back to her senses. The fresh, light scent lingered on the tip of her nose, and the testosterone hit her. It also has a strong, rolling, aggressive odor. Only then did she realize how offensive she had just been, how close she had been to Qin Yichi. He even almost strangled Qin Yichi alive. Jojin's heart was beating so fast and so furiously in her chest that the sound was deafening. Probably, scared by snakes. Qin Yichi's throat was dry, and inexplicably a hot flame flared up in his heart. I was forced to unscrew the cap of a mineral water bottle and finish the bottle in 2 or 3 tries. His neck was getting a little red too, and he was burning and rolling as if he would burn the next second. After calming down for a few moments, Qin Yichi carefully looked around and confirmed that there were no other snakes or bugs. Only then did he take off his punching jacket coat and unfold it to lay flat on the grass. Sit down. He looked lazily over at Jojin, keeping his own distance and sitting casually on the grass next to him. Jojin rubbed her eyes, detaching herself from the panic and fear she had just experienced, and gasped softly. She sat down on Qin Yichi's jacket, clasping her hands on her knees and shrinking into a small ball of. It only sits about a third of the way down the jacket. Nice and formal. Qiao Zhen patted the empty seat beside him, pupils clear as crystal. Looking at him seriously said, "Why don't you come over and sit with us?" Qin Yichi frowned slightly, struggling extremely hard inwardly, and didn't move a muscle in place. He was actually intentionally pulling away, intentionally wanting to get away from her for fear that he wouldn't be able to restrain himself. It's so torturous to hold back. A voice in Qin Yichi's brain desperately tried to stop him from saying that. Don't go over there. Stay away from her. But in the end, he was physically honest enough to move over and lean in with Jojin, snuggling intimately. A breeze blew slowly, blowing away the layer of charming and hazy ambiguity. It also blew away the panic and helplessness of the two men. However, the touch of the young girl sticking up was deeply burned into Qin Yichi's mind. She's really, really soft. Chapter 35, Sunset. His romance. It didn't take long for the setting sun to gradually begin sinking downward as if it were a large golden bead. The sky was gradually dyed with layers of golden red. The sun is setting. Qin Yichi unpacked the headphone box, connected it to Bluetooth, and handed it to Qiao Zhen. Absently, he asked, "Do you listen to songs?" "Aha!" Qiao Zhen, who loved listening to songs, nodded and took out one earphone and put it in her left ear. Qin Yichi, on the other hand, plugged in his right ear and lazily asked her what she wanted to hear. Jojin silently padded over to him, almost right next to him, and casually clicked on a song on the charts. "Call You Tonight." The next moment, a relaxing intro plays through one's eardrums. It hits the deepest, softest places of the heart and stirs up fine ripples. It's like springtime on a dead tree, or the warmth of the winter sun. The stars must be aligned tonight. I believe this has to have a meaning. I believe this has to have a meaning. With the beautiful melody of the music, Qiao Zhen was instantly comfortable all over. It was as if time had frozen, and the world was left with just the two of them, amidst the hills of flowers that quietly enjoy the sunset. She looked up at the sky, her eyes slowly widening, her lips unconsciously curling up gently as she breathed in comfortably. So this is what Qin Yichi calls a secret that he shares only with her. Zhou couldn't help but leap up inside, even she didn't know why. It's as if, every minute and every second that I stayed by Qin Yichi's side, it all feels wonderful and comforting. The sky is rendered in a magnificent and spectacular orange-red color, and the streamers are colorful and romantic. The setting sun forms a poem, the evening sun paints a painting, and the whole sky becomes ardent. It's really pretty. All the beautiful sights were reflected in the bottom of Qiao Zhen's eyes. She was full of excitement, and she couldn't blink. Take out your cell phone and take a picture to deeply document the moment. Qin Yichi's entire body leaned back, his gaze unconsciously falling on Qiao Zhen. The young girl smiled from the bottom of her heart, revealing two dainty little pear swirls. The eyes were clear and sparkling, like budding flowers. A golden butterfly danced and landed on Qiao Zhen's shoulder, staying for her for a brief moment before flying off into the distance. Even the butterflies and the sunset favored her. Qin Yichi's heart thumped, as if there was some kind of sentiment spreading and boiling all over his body. His eyes were hot and his voice was low. Indeed, it's beautiful. The gentle, gorgeous light enveloped the duo in a romantic way. Without realizing it, Qiao Zhen inexplicably leaned on Qin Yichi's shoulder. Even she didn't realize it. It just felt, well, cozy and reliable, like leaning on a giant pillow. Qin Yichi's body suddenly tightened. His blood froze, and his body stiffened. In the next second, Qiao Zhen snapped out of her senses, and as if she had been electrocuted, she immediately straightened her back and sat upright. Unknowingly leaning on Qin Yichi again. At his side, the man seemed to let out a low chuckle, the sound of laughter slowly vibrating out of his chest. Why don't you lean in? Zhou didn't dare to turn around, her ears slowly reddened by the evening sun, pointing to the motorcycle not far away. Half jokingly, I'm leaning on you, so, your girlfriend won't be jealous, will she? After saying that, Qiao Zhen always felt like she teared up with that. While pretending to be calm on the surface, the villain inside was already scratching and twisting and crawling like crazy. Want to cover your face? Who knew that the next second, Qin Yichi took the initiative to come over, his shoulder gently rubbing against the fabric of her clothes. The corners of his mouth quirked up slightly. Then I'll lean on you. It's a lean, but it's just a sticker. And he sounded like he was pouting. Qiao Zhen's eyes were a little dull, and it took her a long time to accept this fact, murmuring softly, the sun was setting, as if someone had broken the setting sun and smeared the layers of interlocking clouds with orange and red, bright and colorful. Qiao Zhen gradually ignored the embarrassment of just now, lifting her cell phone to take a serious shot, looking up to the sky and eyes lit up. Without realizing it, she was flanked by the same blazing, sincere eyes that were watching her. In this place at this time. And I feel safe when I look in your eyes. I feel like I know you from another life. The music rang in the ears, and with a soft melody, the sun sank completely down and the grand romance is also coming to a close. It's getting dark. Everything is like a gorgeous, ethereal dream that will eventually be buried in the river of time. But fortunately, Zhou looked down at the dozens of photos taken on her cell phone, a few of which that it also happened to shoot Qin Yichi's hand. She curled her lip involuntarily. Luckily, she took all of these wonderful views and photographed them. It will remain frozen in this second forever. After watching the sunset with Qin Yichi, it was exactly 7 o'clock in the evening when he arrived at the box. The boys had been waiting for a long time, ambushing the doorway waiting for their chance. As soon as Qin Yichi entered the door, there was a loud bang and countless small ribbons exploded above his head. The boys' joyful voices spilled out from inside. Oh ho ho ho! A warm welcome to our big birthday boy, Chi-chan. Happy posad. Haha, I didn't expect it, but I was sneak attacked by me today. Qin Yichi. Actually, I had already guessed it. At that moment, a green-colored ribbon happened to hang above Qin Yichi's head. It was like a hint of what was to come. The whole room burst out laughing like thunder. Zhou followed him, staring at the bit of green on his head and blinking. After a few moments, she couldn't help but stand on her tiptoes and reach down to take the piece of green ribbon off the. By the way, he straightened Qin Yichi's broken hair. There's a small handful of hair that's sticking up. It seems like, she casually grabbed it when she jumped on Qin Yichi and panicked earlier. Just scratch into this. When she thought of the terrible position she was in, Qiao Zhen's heart inexplicably beat a little faster. The boys have started giving gifts. What co-branded sweatshirts, baseball caps, keyboards, and Lego. All kinds of gifts dislike Qin Yichi's face. Thanks a lot. Qin Yichi looked at them with seriousness and, take these gifts and their goodness to heart. It's still touching and heartwarming to meet these heartless douchebags. It's his good fortune. Wait. Niu Yifeng suddenly shouted, instantly attracting everyone's attention. He poked his head out and jerked it over, reaching out to gently take the scarf around Qin Yichi's neck. This is a nice scarf. It looks so cool and feels good. Where did you buy it? 3, 2, 1. On the link. When she heard the keyword scarf, Zhen immediately looked up. Her face tense. Fingers tightened involuntarily. Her eyelashes involuntarily trembled gently. Her whole heart in her throat. Next to him, Zhengyu laughed softly and began to undermine his friend. If you have a cool face, you're cool in everything you wear. You can't wear this even if you get the same style. Niu Yifeng was furious. I'm just asking. Qin Yichi gently patted away Niu Yifeng's paw resting on the scarf. His voice compelling. Slowly lengthened the end note. This scarf. Ah, it's. The crowd perked up their ears and were close to his mouth. Zhen's breath stopped for a brief second. Yes. What? Why don't you just say it? Qiao Zhen's whole heart was lifted up high, hanging in mid-air. The anticipation, nervousness, uneasiness, all sorts of complex emotions caught together, eating away at every drop of blood. Suddenly, Qin Yichi turned back if he felt something, and his line of sight happened to meet Qiao Zhen's gaze. His eyes were hot, and buried in his ink pupils was an entire scorching sunset, intense and brilliant, and, with extreme attraction, Zhen was in a trance for a moment. The corners of the man's mouth slowly hooked up, as if in careless jest, and, yet it was more like responding to her through jokes and seriousness. This scarf, it's globally orphaned and priceless. Chapter 36, Open your mouth and eat the candy. In the midst of the noisy box, Qin Yichi's voice clearly reached Qiao Zhen's ears, word for word. It was obviously just normal volume, but in Qiao Zhen's ears, it was like shouting into a loudspeaker. Each word was like a stone that hit the surface of the lake, sending wave after wave. Priceless, priceless. Will her gifts, her thoughts, be treated as precious by others as well? The boys are once again in yo-yo mode. Qiao Zhen froze in place, her ears inexplicably a little hot, her fingertips slightly clenched. Qin Yichi withdrew his blatant, passionate gaze and casually pulled out a chair for her. Sit down. When everyone was back in their seats, Zhen took a pretty little beige bag out of her canvas bag and tucked into Qin Yichi's arms, his voice soft. It's the third birthday present. The first was headphones, the second was a scarf, and this third, it's the cranberry skittle she baked. In fact, Qiao Zhen didn't know why she had prepared so much by heart, but it is, want to give Qin Yichi. Qin Yichi reached out and cupped the beautifully wrapped bag, his dark eyes staring at her, his chest gradually burning. Zhen, I love it. Special favorite. However, Qin Yichi hadn't been happy for long when he saw Qiao Zhen continuing to pound away from her bag. 8 or 9 small bags were pulled out and distributed to all present. The young girl's eyes were bright, her smile was sweet and cute, and her tone was sincere. Saying things like it was nice to meet everyone and don't mind the cookies she made. The brothers were giddy, each one squeezing their bags tightly and patting their chests. How could it be too much? Come on, it's really super cool to make your own stuff. Okay, don't worry Joe, I'll eat it all. Not a single cookie crumb left. Little Joe's sister is just handy. The last time Dinyo made out a flavored chocolate. I don't even want to talk about it. There's no one who doesn't like a girl who's kind and gentle. Moreover, Qiao Zhen was also the little plum that Qin Yichi valued, so they naturally released infinite good feelings. The crowd started to get rowdy again, and Qin Yichi hung his head to look at the bag in his hand. Another look at the exact same bag in someone else's hand made his throat inexplicably clogged. His eyes grew dim, and he leaned back in his chair, silently clenching his fists and dropping his eyes. And the voice was sour. Oh, so it's not just for me alone. The other sisters have it. The tone is almost exactly like Lindayu's. Even, there was a hint of aggravation mixed in, like a puppy who was filled with joy when he sees his favorite owner throw him a bone. Bounce. But when I turned my head, I suddenly realized that the owner was throwing bones to the other puppies, too. It's not the only one. The puppy's wagging up tail immediately dropped, drooping his head and standing lost. Qiao Zhen's eyelids suddenly jumped, wondering if she was too good at brainstorming. She was sitting right next to Qin Yichi, and immediately turned her head to look at him, whispering super quietly, you're not like theirs. Moreover, she had made it specifically for Qin Yichi, and as for his friends, it was just in passing. At those words, Qin Yichi's throat knots rolled slightly, and a warm current surged into the blood veins of his entire body. Everyone unwrapped the bags and it was all square cookies. The only cookie was Qin Yichi's, which was in the shape of a 5-pointed star. Not only is it more substantial, it looks bigger, prettier and more refined with lots of extra little ingredients. And, in fact, only the bag that Qin Yichi had, tied with a pink lace bow. He froze in place somewhat disoriented. Niu Fang is a bit unconvinced. Extending his evil paw, "Give me a taste of this pentagram-shaped piece." Qin Yichi steeply slapped his hand away. Extremely protective of food. "No, this is mine," Niu Fang reasoned. "But we're different from yours." Qin Yichi suddenly raised his lips, a few moments of complacency showing in his eyes. His tone lazy. "Yeah, we're different. Crowd. Why is it inexplicably a bit of an understatement?" The waiter began to serve the dishes, and one by one, they were all still Qiao Zhen's favorite dishes. Crystal shrimp, Buddha jumping wall, glutinous rice, sweet lotus root with rock sugar, fried milk. Qiao Zhen's eyes lit up and she lowered her head to eat in small bites. The crowd also began to frantically show off their rice. Qin Yichi was a bit distracted, his gaze frequently falling on Qiao Zhen. The young girl's lips were slightly open, always eating in small bites, her cherry lips brimming with a layer of watery light, as full and delicate as the petals of a flower. Qin Yichi's throat was inexplicably dry, his breathing was ragged, and only one thought remained in his chaotic brain. She looks, well pro. Qin Yichi couldn't help but recall that on the mountaintop, Qiao Zhen had taken the initiative to hug in front of him. The constant fidgety look, obviously through several layers of clothing, but still could feel her roundness, her softness. The sweet scent of the young girl lingered around, and she mouthed his name over and over again. "The," eyes moist and clean, voice and body shaking softly. "Hold on tight." At the end of the day, Qin Yichi is also a man of blood and vigor, and in that situation, there's no way he wouldn't have been moved, much less reacted. Qin Yichi, the sound of reality pulled back thoughts abruptly. He met Qiao Zhen's pure and flawless eyes, inexplicably a bit of a thief, and asked in a mute voice, "What's wrong?" Qiao Zhen raised the coconut juice and clinked glasses with him. Her eyes smiled and curved like the bright moon. "It's fine." Clink one. "I don't know what he's gawking at. His ears are red, so I just wanted to call out to him." After dinner, the crowd hiccuped and walked to a karaoke bar booked on the roof to sing. Pushing open box 110, which was spacious and cozy, with 3 large sofas surrounding the table. There were several microphones on the table. Some guy jumped on the couch. Excitedly, he rummaged through his backpack. "I even brought my truth or dare deck. So will you all play?" The crowd suddenly all turned their attention to Qiao Zhen, as if the whole room was waiting for her response. Several pairs of eyes stared over in unison. Qiao Zhen's breath stuttered slightly and she nodded gently. "Playing? Are you sure, Joe? We're playing a big game, and if we lose, we'll have to drink perverted bitter melon juice." Huge bitterness. Qiao Zhen tensed her little face, thinking for a moment before nodding her head seriously. "I play." She also wants to join them and wants to play the game with Qin Yichi. Besides, even if you lose, it's just drinking bitter melon juice. It's not poison. No fear. Yet when the waiter brought up a bottle of green, dark bitter melon juice of death, Qiao Zhen's tight little face gradually collapsed. This wouldn't be bitter melon juice with dark tidbits, would it? Zhang Yu patiently explains. The specialty of this store is the dark bitter melon juice, spiked with Chinese herbs. In short, it is good for the body and beauty, just particularly difficult to drink. It's kind of a signature, because the flavor is so unique. Sales are higher than any other drink. Zhou Jin is pretty unique. The boys began pouring dark bittersweet juice into small cups, wailing exaggeratedly as they did so. Zhou Jin rubbed some of the juice on her fingertips, and she couldn't help but move closer for a sniff. It has a light fragrance. The flavor shouldn't be too bad, right? Zhou Jin hung her head with some curiosity and licked gently. In the next moment, a bitter taste hit the taste buds so deeply that it was 100 times worse than the bitterest Chinese medicine. The spreads on every taste bud. Help! It's really bitter and hard to drink. Qiao Zhen wanted to cry, her brows furrowing in aggravation. She hated the taste of bitterness, per se. Hate to cut out my tongue now. Just then, a lemon-sweet candy with a half-torn wrapper came to her mouth end. It's like mineral water in the desert with the ultimate attraction. Qin Yichi sat beside her at some point and raised his hand to feed her, his voice compelling. "Open your mouth and eat the candy." Chapter 37. The ideal type, beautiful person with sweet voice. Without giving it much thought, Zhou Jin immediately lowered her head and took in the lemon candy. The honey is sweet and sour and the bitterness instantly dissipates in a big way. She finally breathed a sigh of relief and whispered thank you. The game starts with the crowd sitting around on a couch and spinning around with a drink bottle. The first round draw was Zhang Yu. He decisively chose the dare and drew a card. his face instantly frozen and his voice trembling. Please sing the full version of Learn to Catcall. He propped up his frames, glanced at the green, bitter melon juice, and finally took a deep breath and look at death and raise the microphone and sing. Meow meow. The face was expressionless and lifeless, as if it was going to the guillotine to die the next second. He's got the exact same look on his face as Squidward did in the cartoon. Even singing it brought tears to my eyes. The whole room burst out laughing like thunder. In the second round, the bottle stops slowly and happens to point at Qin Yichi. Sincerely, he casually drew a card, glanced at it, and displayed it in the center of the table. Qiao Zhen silently followed the crowd over to see what the sign clearly read. What's your ideal type? The crowd began to cajole. Oh, is it this exciting and powerful right at the beginning? Chico, you can't talk about motorcycles. Jojin couldn't stop her heart from rising and falling, her fingertips clenching the fabric of her skirt as she pricked up her ears to listen. Immediately afterward, she reacted. Why was she so nervous and uneasy in her heart when she was in a good mood? In the next second, Qin Yichi's voice was as low as wine, with a few moments of love, drifting leisurely over from his side. There is no ideal type. As long as I like it, then everything about her will be my ideal type. Jojin wrote it down word for word. As long as you like it, it's the ideal type. She sat on the couch, absent-mindedly sipping her orange juice, one small sip at a time. The crowd, however, was clearly not eating it up. Zhang Yu was a bit unconvinced. Brother Qi, you can't do this. Saying it is the same as not saying it. That's right. It's not farting with your pants down. Come on. Just think of 2 words. For example, I like the hang of the big bright beautiful girl. Niu Feng disliked the microphone to Qin Yichi's face, almost drilling into his brain to answer for him. Qiao Zhen's face didn't change. Her eyes were full of calm, and she looked as if she didn't care in the slightest, but she surreptitiously pricked up her ears. This time Qin Yichi's voice was amplified bit by bit in his ears through the microphone. My ideal type. Ah, that would be. I don't know if it was an illusion or not, but in Jojin's afterglow, it appeared that she saw Qin Yichi glancing at her faintly. Qin Yichi held up the microphone, his lips lightly hooked, one word at a time, kind and sweet and beautiful. The eyes of all the boys in the room were surprised, and once again the line of sight focused on Qiao Zhen in unison. A meaningful wow, powerful, exciting. It's so close to reading out someone's ID number, isn't it? As a result, Qin Yichi swept away a warning look, signaling them not to make a fuss or scare the others. The crowd was immediately silenced. Hearing Qin Yichi's voice, Qiao Zhen's hand holding the juice shook violently for a moment. Panicked, he could barely hold the cup. His mind was in turmoil. Is she kind? Is she sweet? Is she pretty enough? Does she sound sweet enough? Nope. Why is she thinking about this in the right place? Qiao Zhen hung her head to hide her weakness, only silently sipping her juice and watching the drama, like an outsider. As it turned out, coincidentally, the next round turned to her. Would be quite a coincidence. Truthfully, Jojin drew a card, her cheeks gradually starting to burn. Do you have a favorite right now? P.S. The kind that wants to become a lover. Like, the kind of like that wants to be a lover. Qiao Zhen subconsciously looked at Qin Yichi, and when she met his dark eyes, she was electrocuted. Immediately retracting his eyes, Qiao Zhen pursed her lips, reached out and touched her nose, her eyesight flicking about. No. Zhang Yu raised an eyebrow. Oh, there really isn't? Qiao Zhen tensed her little face and thought seriously for a long time, but she wasn't sure what her heart was really thinking. Not sure. Look again. In the end, after thinking for a long time, nothing came out. Qiao Zhen tilted her little face up, wanting to cry. Just have to be honest and say it. No I guess. When she finished, she held up a finger and swore, her eyes full of sincerity. There are no absolute boundaries between likes and dislikes, per se. The crowd didn't intend to continue flirting or make things difficult, but only looked at Qin Yichi with extreme regret. Their eyes seemed to say, good brother, there's still work to be done. The lights in the KTV were a bit dim, and half of Qin Yichi's face was hidden in the shadows, blurring. He bowed his head and bit into a 5-pointed star cookie, narrowing his bleary eyes in silence. The emotions are mixed and I don't know what I'm thinking. The 4th round drew a boy. Dare, which reads, please show your browser search history and history. The boy erupted into a sharp popping sound. Without the slightest hesitation, he turned off the phone and decisively lifted a glass of dark bitter melon juice and drank it down. What's the difference between running around naked if you put out your browsing history and history? After drinking it, he coughed so violently that his whole face choked red, wildly flaunting a bottle of Nongfu Shanquan. His expression twisted in pain to the point of contortion, and he shed tears. Brothers, I'll do it. Over. The perversion adventure includes, but is not limited to, finding a random passerby. Long time no see, I cried, waiting in front of the restroom, smiling at passersby and saying, welcome. After several rounds, many of the boys had downed a glass of dark bitter gourd juice and were wearing pain masks, wildly dry mineral ice water. The next round of bottles slowly stopped in front of Qin Yichi. Dare. He looked up at Zhang Yu, his eyes obscure and deep. Zhang Yu held the mirror frame, secretly compared to an okay gesture. A look of I get it, I get it. The pupils of Qin Yichi's eyes were dark and deep, and he stretched out his bony fingers and decisively flip over the bottom card. The corners of his lips slowly lifted in an arc. Qiao Zhen followed suit and lowered her head over, her eyes widening like a curious little animal. Look at the words on the card. Pick anyone in the room and hold their face for 1 minute. Cupping. Cupping face kills? She slowly opened her watery, misty eyes. Qin Yichi's eyes swept over everyone present, and finally settled on her face impartially. Qiao Zhen's heart alarm bells rang. Inexplicably had a bad feeling. Fingertips gently trembling. The expectation and fear. Her heart stopped for a moment, and she gathered her breath, shaking her head slightly. Don't pick her. But on the contrary, Qin Yichi leaned down close to her. His eyes were meaningful, and his lustful voice slowly rang out. The tone of his voice carried a touch of seriousness. Zhojin, may I? Chapter 38 Heartwarming. Face killing. Ha? Qiao Zhen slowly widened her eyes, somewhat in disbelief of her ears, and, clueless sat in place and pointed his index finger at himself. What? Who? Qin Yichi lowered his head a little closer again, obscure emotions swirling in the bottom of his eyes, repeating the question in a muffled voice. May I? Qiao Zhen's mind went blank, Qin Yichi's voice lingering in her ears over and over again. This guy is kinda polite for miles. She was so compelled that she nodded her head in confusion, and when she reacted, she shook her head softly and, murmuring, how about, let's just forget about it. But before the words were finished, Qin Yichi suddenly spoke softly, his tone carrying a few points of sourness and loss, like a big wet dog. Zhojin, it's my birthday. At those words, Qiao Zhen suddenly went soft and was taken to death. Right. Who made Qin Yichi the birthday boy today? Is supposed to spoil him and treat him better. She simply couldn't say no, and a slight chant spilled from her throat as she said slowly, it's okay. By the time she reacted, she had already been pulled into a corner by Qin Yichi. Qin Yichi leaned against the corner of the wall and slowly hooked his lips facing her. That way they can't see your face, only mine. Zhojin kept her head down, her eyelashes fanning out in small increments, murmuring, is it too late for me to back out? Qin Yichi gently yet forcefully held down her hand, and a strong aggression flowed from his eyes. In a hushed voice, he refused. It's too late. The two stood facing each other in the corner. Qiao Zhen turned her back to the boys, but she always felt that her back was focused on countless curious gazes. It's like a thorn in the side. They shouldn't get the wrong idea, should they? I don't think so. It's just a game. It's just a touch of the face. They had a big game just now. They all cried and cuddled and made love to each other so that they wouldn't have to drink the bitter melon juice. They were so close to sticking their mouths together. Zhojin, focus. Qin Yichi tapped Qiao Zhen's forehead. It was a bit hot indoors, and Qin Yichi had long since taken off his scarf and tugged at his collar. The beautiful collarbone is hidden. Very sophisticated and sexy. Zhojin withdrew her eyes silently. Aha! Qin Yichi unknowingly approached her, though always keeping a normal distance between them. Yet it was a little closer than usual. The next second, his burning palm covered Qiao Zhen's face, tightly, cupping her small face and, rough fingertips rubbed gently. Hold your face in one hand. It was only a very light contact, but the hot touch instantly flowed through his body like an electric current. Qiao Zhen instantly exploded and shuddered. She'd finally realized what it meant to be killed in the face, and now she was about to be killed in the face. She even forgot to breathe and subconsciously shrank backward. Qin Yichi, however, seems to have planned this for a long time, and is extremely familiar with her every move. Immediately, he reached out and clasped the back of her head with his other hand. Good girl, don't move. 1 minute, soon. The voice carried a tantalizing attraction. Fluffy and, it was drilled into the ear along with warm breath. Too deadly. Qiao Zhen had no way to retreat, so she could only reach out her hand and shallowly grab Qin Yichi's clothes. It was as if she was stuck inside a swamp, with countless vines tightly wrapped around her. Watching myself wallow bit by bit, completely unable to break free. Nor do they want to break free. She nodded stiffly, her voice quivering a little. Yes so. She reassured herself inwardly and silently. 1 minute. That's only 60 seconds. Soon. The boys were watching the scene from the couch, staring at each other in disbelief. And there were expressions of I get it, we all get it. In front of Qin Yichi, Qiao Zhen was simply a tiny one. Zhang Yu pinches his watch and starts timing. 1 minute to go. Both sides must look at each other to complete the dare. Qiao Zhen lifted her head and looked into Qin Yichi's obsidian eyes. His Danfang eyes were deep and intense, aggressive as a carefully carved work of art. Inexplicably flowing with a very dangerous aura. It's as if you're not careful, you'll fall in completely and never come out again. The two men looked at each other in all directions. The right side of Zhou face was cupped as if a flame was raging on her face, making it hard to ignore. So hot. He's really hot. The touch on the right half of his cheek spread instantly through all his limbs. Even every drop of blood became hot. Qiao Zhen fluttered her eyelashes gently, her breathing gradually disordered, and she hated to bury her face in a crack in the ground. Hanging my head more and more. She doesn't realize that she's practically like a good little bunny now, held in the palm of her hand. Tilting his head up. His eyes were bright and full of dependence and trust, not realizing the danger. It's too pure. Qin Yichi's eyes slowly traveled downward, resting on her lips. The young girl's cherry lips are full, brimming with a layer of crystal and waterlight, just like a full petal. The eyelashes are like butterfly wings, fluttering. Her face was small and soft, like a sheet of cloud, as if the slightest pressure of it leaves red marks. If pinched hard enough, she would, I think, cry. The nasty thought passed by in a flash. Qin Yichi's complexion darkened by a few points. The raised knot in his throat rolled visibly, and his breathing was ragged, and the ears began to burn. The young girl's wet eyes even had his reflection in them, very clearly. This scene made Qin Yichi's whole body cells scream and boil, and became even more excited. It is also more difficult to restrain. Zhang Yu coughed lightly. Both of you. There are still 30 seconds left. Qiao Zhen could not hold on any longer. Her legs were inexplicably weak, and her bones were almost crispy, almost collapsed on the floor. Unscientific. How come there's still half a minute left? She was like a quail, lowering her head little by little, not daring to look Qin Yichi in the eye at all. But on the contrary, Qin Yichi's hand holding her face was slightly hard, forcing her to raise her head, her voice slightly hoarse. Look at me and take it easy. Qin Yichi grew too tall. Even though he was slightly bent over at the moment, Qiao Zhen still had to tilt her head up, and it was only then that I could meet his sizzling gaze. In the dim light, the man's half-hard face fell into shadow with the ultimate wildness that sexual tension pulls full. Good lust. Qiao Zhen's heart suddenly missed a beat and she breathed carefully, the right half of her face numb from being cupped. It was obvious that the two were at a normal distance, but she always felt cramped for space. It was as if he himself was deeply wrapped in Qin Yichi's aura. It wasn't like this in the past. In the past, she dared to blatantly lock eyes with Qin Yichi. It wouldn't even be out of place to get any closer to him. But now, why would? The brain gradually lacked some oxygen, and Qiao Zhen slowly lost the ability to think, making it difficult to distinguish. For a moment, it was as if the world was left with just the two of them, and it was awfully quiet. She could faintly hear the sound of her heart beating powerfully, deafeningly. Can't tell whose heartbeat it really is. A flash of pink sneaked up Zhou cheeks, and she couldn't help but gasp softly. The eyes also gradually brimmed with a layer of watery light. This minute, it's not right. Why is it so long? Zhang Yu looks at the 3 minutes and 01 seconds on his cell phone's timer and opens his eyes. 1 minute 2. As soon as the words fell out of his mouth, Qin Yichi lowered his hand that was holding her face and hung down at his side. Couldn't help but gently rub it twice. Qiao Zhen was just about to run away when her legs went numb and she went completely limp. Her whole body was uncontrollably pounced on Qin Yichi, her nose bumping into the front of his solid chest. It hurts and it's sore. Qin Yichi reached out and wrapped his hand around her waist, patiently lifting her up, and a smooth hand rubbed the top of her furry head, his voice steady and strong. Stand firm. As he lowered his hand, Qin Yichi couldn't help but twist his fingertips. I'm sorry. Zhou Zhen felt like she couldn't even stand up and almost drifted all the way to the restroom and rinsed his face with cold water. The icy cold water dispelled the burning heat at once and gradually calmed him down. Zhou Zhen took a deep breath and looked up into the mirror, frozen in place in surprise. The right side of her face, so pink and red. Zhou Zhen broke down and covered her face, smothering herself for a few moments, feeling her powerful heartbeat and trying to get all this charming ambiguity out of the way. But the more you try to forget, the more impressed you are. Qin Yichi, he is also too foul on the basis of his birthday. Chapter 39, Giving Carrots to the Bunny. Qin Yichi wasn't much better. He looked at himself in the mirror, full of diffidence and calmness in his eyes, but the tips of his ears were red and dripping with blood. The neck is also gradually starting to turn pink. After a moment, he took a deep breath and strongly suppressed the fire of desire in his heart. The field is still playing hot, and one of the boys draws the wallop to any of the people in the room. He swept around and sighed helplessly. Yo, let's do it. As soon as the words fell, Niu Feng immediately covered his crotch, staring wide-eyed in horror and shivering. Asterisk asterisk, you're not plotting against me too, are you? Crush on me? The boy stormed out. Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. I'm a straight man, do you understand? He ended up crying and drinking a glass of dark bitter melon juice, so bitter that his whole face crumpled up in a ball. Laying on the ground, he rolled around and roared in anger. Whoever invented this drink is a real talent. A few rounds in, and the only thing left on the field is the last cup of dark bitter gourd juice. Drinking it all means game over. Jojin was completely absorbed in their happy atmosphere and couldn't help but cover her mouth with a soft smile. Eyes lit up. As a result, the next second, the mouth of the drink bottle was pointed precisely at her. Jojin stopped laughing at once. Fearing that she had drawn some strange dare, she simply kept it conservative and spoke warmly. Sincerely, drawing the card, she looked at the words on it and froze, her fingertips stalling slightly as the smile that curved the corners of his mouth faded. Have you ever had a crush? If so, can you elaborate? Qiao Zhen lowered her eyes, her fingertips slowly tightening as she calmly pursed her lips. There is. She had a crush. I've been in love with Ji Xian since 2 or 3 years ago, and I've followed him with all my heart, even from a crush to an explicit love. Ji Xian always gave her a little special treatment to make her feel different. It made her feel as if the other man had some interest in her as well, so she always chased after him with anticipation. He seems to be enjoying her chasing him, not refusing, but not agreeing, either, and would allow those around her to mock her. Thinking of the bits and pieces that had been there, Qiao Zhen's heart truly ached. It's not that I can't let go, it's that I'm unworthy and heartbroken for myself. Qiao Zhen's eyes dimmed for a moment and slowly closed, becoming bright when she opened them again. Her voice was sweet and warm. Sorry about that, I'll take the last one. The so-called dark bitter gourd juice is no more bitter than her one-sided relationship, much less the pain of her humble previous life. More than 2 years. And 7 years in a previous life. The boys also vaguely knew that Qiao Zhen had once chased Ji Xian, or rather, there wouldn't be anyone in Kyoto University who didn't know about it, and the forums were abuzz. Damn it, they wouldn't happen to poke at Zhou's heartbreak, would they? They're not human. The brothers looked at each other in disbelief, and after a pause, they opened their mouths to stop them. Don't drink, Sister Zhou. It's your first time playing with resurrection armor. That's right, the newbie protection period. Don't drink it, it's bitter. Let's hurry to the next round. Besides, taking in the cookies that the little girl worked so hard to bake, how could they really make her drink such bitter stuff? Qiao Zhen quickly recovered and shook her head with a smile, pretending to be light-hearted and said, it's okay, it was supposed to be her drink, and she didn't want to break the rules, let alone spoil everyone's fun. Jojin reached out her hand, and just as her fingertips touched the glass, a bony finger appeared in front of him, snatching the cup away. Jojin froze and turned her head. Qin Yichi tilted his head, not hesitating to pick up the cup of dark bitter melon juice and take a mouthful of it, his thin lips opening and closing. The eyes were even more inky and thick. In the dim warm light, the lines of his side face were superior, the contours hard and smooth. The raised knot of his throat was like a work of art, sliding between his slender neck with the ultimate attraction. Hormones exploded all over him. Qin Yichi finished his drink in one gulp and put down the glass. Nothing much in the way of emotional ups and downs. His tone lazy. I'll drink for her. Like treating a small, insignificant thing. As soon as the words left his mouth, as if there were a cluster of fireworks, they exploded in Jojin's head. Gorgeous and gorgeous. It's beautiful and radiant. The boys gave a meaningful smile. Oh. Jojin blinked and hastily unwrapped an orange-flavored hard candy from the table. Plug it into Qin Yichi's hand. She hung her head silently, her heart clogged for some reason. Quickly, eat cake. Karaoke. The boys cheered. The cake was ordered by Qin Yichi a long time ago and was quickly brought in by the waiter. Huge double-layer tiramisu cake. On that cake, there was a soft and cuddly white rabbit happily leaning against a miniature motorcycle. A motorcycle made of chocolate, as well as a white rabbit made of marshmallows, close together. Intimate and snug. Qiao Zhen's heart suddenly pounded, and a guess slowly surfaced in her mind. The boys, who had just finished their bitter melon juice, could not wait to have something sweet. I can't wait to just go up and grab one and shove it in my mouth. But they refrained hard enough to put a happy birthday song on the karaoke screen that, not forgetting to light a golden candle, along with the sound of happy birthday. Qin Yichi also went through the process. Close your eyes and make a wish. He never believed in wishing for anything, but he still prayed over and over again. Amidst the noise and confusion, he could clearly hear Qiao Zhen's warm, sweet voice. A word that gently struck the eardrums. She said, Qin Yichi, I wish you happiness every day. Qin Yichi opened his eyes, gently blew out the candles, and began to cut the cake. The crowd came together with bated breath. Qiao Zhen sat quietly next to him, not tilting her head as she pondered what Qin Yichi's wish would be. As she drifted off, a small plate of delicate cake had been handed to her. This is the first piece of cake that Qin Yichi cut down, and he even dug that soft white rabbit over here, arranged on top of tiramisu. He leaned over slightly and deliberately lowered his voice, speaking in a voice that only two people could hear. This little bunny is you. The hot breath with the light scent of grass quickly wrapped around Qiao Zhen's entire body. Thanks. She reached for the cake, her ears inexplicably burning, her mind a mess. Qiao Zhen looked down, looking at the bunny, which was white and soft, and had a sweet, sweet smile. So cute. Zhou Zhen's eyes lit up with stars and she smiled along with them. Then very cruelly, he eats the bunny's head in an owie bite, leaving only the headless body. Qin Yichi was dividing the cake for the others, but his eyes couldn't help but fall on Qiao Zhen. There were mixed feelings inside. She's a bunny that was abandoned by her mom. So learn to be obedient and understanding, humble and pleasing, awkwardly holding the cherished carrot for others in the hope of a sincere response. Others, however, stomped on the bunny's carrot and crushed her heart without mercy. She just sat in the corner, hungry and alone, hanging her head and talking to herself. Am I unworthy? Is there something about me that isn't good enough? In fact, she's not slow. On the contrary, she's especially sensitive, being able to feel the emotions of others who are kind to her, who are special to her, and who are in love with her. But when she's been lied to, she doesn't believe it so easily, and subconsciously has to avoid it, even denying yourself. Qin Yichi's heart was a soft mess. He lowered his eyes to the cake he was holding, his long, raven-feathered eyelashes casting a shadow of. Reaching up, he rubbed his brow. It's okay, it's coming. He would give the bunny more and more carrots. Chapter 40, Singing Love You for him. After dividing the cake, start the karaoke session. The boys were raging, ordering old classic songs that are mandatory for middle-aged and older people. It's not a sin for a man to cry. Cry, cry. Niu Yifeng raises the microphone, deeply singing. Friends for life, those days are no more. The singing was ghostly and pentatonic. There is no skill, no emotion, and the output is all by roar. Until later they were plugging their ears, feeling like they were about to explode. Really hard to listen to. Can't stand it. Going crazy. I don't know who suddenly mentioned, hey, by the way, does Sister Zhou want to sing? When she first enrolled as a freshman, Zhou Zhen stood on stage and sang, straight out of the campus forums. After that, everyone knew that there was a superb singing elementary school girl in the art school. In an instant, all eyes were once again neatly focused on Qiao Zhen. Zhou Zhen was a slow eater, and had just finished stuffing a bite of tiramisu cake when she was suddenly cued up and, clueless, raised his head. She blinked her pretty eyes, her long, slender lashes fluttering, and nodded her head in warm agreement. It's okay. She took one of the microphones and turned her head to look at Qin Yichi, tilting her head slightly to ask, what do you want to hear? After all, the birthday girl is the biggest. She's just congratulating her on her birthday. Definitely not just wanting to sing to Qin Yichi. Well, definitely not. Qin Yichi stared equally deeply into her eyes. Mutely, after a long period of silence, the knot in his throat rolled, not hiding the scorching heat under his eyes. His voice low. Love you. Qiao Zhen's brain went down, struggling to digest in the face of these two sudden words. She couldn't help but feel her heart flutter lightly. Qin Yichi leaned on the back of the sofa, converging the thick piece of the bottom of the eyes, sitting in a wantonly loose posture, repeating the question. Sing love you. Will you? Zhou Zhen responded immediately, nodding her head and letting out a soft The boys immediately cut the song and perked up their ears to listen. The Wang Xinling version of Love You. A light accompaniment plays, and the melody is like a clear spring flowing down the river, gently tapping the heart. Zhou Zhen gets emotionally involved, singing softly into the microphone with a sweet voice. She has a really nice voice, no pretense of being deliberate, it's all genuine emotion. The sweet voice was amplified through the microphone, and little by little it lingered lovingly in the ear. As if dipped in honey, it blooms quietly in the softest place of the heart. Qin Yichi's breathing gradually sank, his deep gaze falling on Qiao Zhen's face, his eyes burning with admiration. And a hint of lust. When the young girl smiled, her almond eyes hid billions of stars and sparkled. The corners of her mouth curled up slightly, and her pearly swirls blossomed. Every move has the ultimate appeal. Zhou Zhen may not realize that as she sings, it's like a pearl refracting a brilliant luster. It's the prettiest, nicest view in the whole world. She really underestimated herself. Qin Yichi's fingers tightened slightly, his chest rose and fell uncontrollably, and a thin layer of red brimmed between his neck. The entire box seemed to be bubbling with pink love bubbles, instantly becoming cozy and comfortable. In your heart, am I the one? Qiao Zhen sang earnestly into the microphone and couldn't help but look back at Qin Yichi during this line. In the next second, she happened to meet Qin Yichi's deep and compelling eyes. The man's eyes were like swirls, drawing one in with meaningful emotions. Zhen's singing voice shook slightly. She immediately retracted her gaze and averted her eyes. After the song, the crowd felt their ears crunching away, like they were lying on a soft cloud. I've been uplifted. It's true that she has a beautiful voice. The crowd was surprised and opened their mouths. Asterisk asterisk. So good? Deeply hidden ah. No, no, no. You have to sing more songs. Joe, can't give the microphone to those cockney hands. Qiao Zhen silently put down the microphone and smiled warmly. Somewhat less embarrassed by the compliment, the crowd sang until almost 10:30 p.m. Before they were ready to call it a night and take a group photo before leaving, Niu Feng called the waiter to help take pictures and huddled on the sofa with gusto. Come on, eggplant. Upon hearing about the group photo, Qiao Zhen's eyelashes fluttered gently. Her fingertips suddenly became stiff, and she pursed her lips silently. She doesn't like group photos. The family photo will always have my brother in the very center, with my mom and stepdad on either side of me, and she was always sat on the far side, even without her. There's no sign of her in the photo album on mom's nightstand, because she doesn't matter. She's the extra one in the family. Out of nowhere Qiao Zhen remembered last year, when she gave Ji Xian his birthday, it was also at a KTV. All those games they were playing, rolling dice, drinking, whatever. Qiao Zhen didn't know and couldn't understand them. All you can do is sing silently from the sidelines. In the end, Yuan Jian proposed a group photo, and Ji Xian was rightfully in the center, surrounded by several boys. Zhen just sat silently on the far side, in that most unassuming corner of the room. The whole thing was rushed and quiet. Later, Ji Xian those friends send dynamic, but also deliberately cut her off. Once many memories flashed by, with a little sourness, drowning one slowly. Can't breathe. Qiao Zhen rubbed her eyes, feeling a little sleepy, and subconsciously ducked to the side. Suddenly, a large, warm hand gripped her wrist and pulled her gently. Where to? Qin Yichi's vision was deep, with some seriousness in his deep eyes, and he patted the position at his side. Slowly, he hooked his lips. Come here. When he smiled, the tear mole under his right eye was especially eye-catching, teasing and compelling. Why hadn't I realized before that he was so good-looking and flirtatious? Qiao Zhen was momentarily overwhelmed by beauty and was pulled right into the center of the room in a confused manner. Or, the C-suite. Why it's like it's her birthday. A subtle emotion welled up inside Zhen. She moved her but in a small increment and reached out to shallowly grab Qin Yichi's clothes. Come over here a little bit. Qin Yichi let out a careless "oh," and his hot body sat over to him, almost close to her. Zhen doesn't feel the slightest bit out of place, holding out her scissor hand then yay, looking to the camera and, eyes lit up. The waiters zigzagged and did their best to pose in the most professional way possible, aiming a wild shot at the crowd. The boys, on the other hand, were taking pictures while making fun of themselves, and were very pleased with the pictures they were taking. Zhang Yu was about to send a friend circle when he suddenly scratched his head and asked, Qiao Zhen, let's just post the original picture straight. Do you need to pick it? My sister, she's posting to her friends. It has to be P or none of it will be allowed to be posted. Qiao Zhen didn't really care about that. Her voice was fluffy. It's okay, just send it. As soon as the words fell, the circle of friends was immediately screened by these photos, with all kinds of non-mainstream copy. Qiao Zhen usually hardly sends out friend circles, but today, she couldn't help but send one, keeping up with everyone. There's no accompanying text, just a very simple few original pictures. There's a sunset, a cake, and a group photo. In the group photo, she and Qin Yichi were sitting in the center, and smiles bloomed on the faces of the group. It was heartfelt joy. In a trance, the hot, reckless sunset of the afternoon, which now seemed to still loom over the tip of her heart, dispelled the darkness little by little. She thought quietly that she should never forget this day. On the way back to school, the evening breeze picked up and a group of people walked slowly. The boys hooked up and walked in front, while Qiao Zhen and Qin Yichi walked at the end of the crowd. The night melted, and the dark night sky was filled with bright stars, as if flowing with the Milky Way. It's a beautiful night tonight. Qiao Zhen looked up at the bright moon and couldn't help but curl her lips in emotion. Unbeknownst to him, there was exactly one hot line of sight falling on the body. Qin Yichi followed her gaze and also looked up at the moon. Take all the sights deep into your heart. Well, it's beautiful. His birthday wish this year is, crush comes true. Chapter 41, 2 Scarves. He's jealous. The boys' WeChat lists are almost always filled with a whole bunch of college buddies. Circle of friends photos were passed around and reached the hands of Ji Xian's friends. In the early hours of the morning, they immediately forwarded it to Ji Xian. The photo was apparently in a KTV. half light, half dark. The girl smiles sweet as honey. A beige and white dress, long dress, warm and gentle, pure desire sense simply pull full. She sat almost at the very center, in the middle of a group of boys, even, she and the boy next to her, close together. It was tight and unusually intimate. The young girl's sincere and bright smile was like a sharp blade, stabbing hard into both eyes. Ji Xian's fingertips that pinched the cell phone suddenly froze. His face instantly solidified. His face was like an ice sculpture. The light teal pupils of his eyes grew more severe. The group chat was hot. I inquired. It's Qin Yichi's birthday reunion. It's all men. Only Qiao Zhen is a woman. She doesn't come to Ji Xiao's birthday, but she's very attentive to other men's birthdays. At this point, a sensible and sober boy suddenly spoke. I feel like she should really give up. The last time we went to a karaoke, she sat on the very edge and was cut off by you guys. If it were me, I'd be pissed off. She's the only one with a good temper. When this text came out, there was a silence in the small group and no one spoke. Ji Xian's eyes narrowed slightly. His fingertips clenched hard, and even breathing was suddenly a bit difficult. Giving up? Outside the window was a thick, silent night with a biting cold wind and a quiet drop in temperature. Rumble. Suddenly in the evening a furious storm kicked up, and a tremendous roll of thunder. The raindrops slammed relentlessly against the windows. Fierce and sharp. WeChat popped up the message again. Yuan Jian deliberately instigated. Shut up, if you don't like it. How could she send a hand-knitted scarf? This time, it's clear that you're deliberately trying to show us. Ji Xian wrinkled his brow and let out a slow breath. Yes, Zhojin was fighting him. She wanted to make him bow down first. That must be it. Ji Envy was incomparably certain. Early the next morning, at the end of fall, there was a sudden downpour last night, and with it, a sudden drop in temperature. Students have changed into thicker clothes. Ji Xian wore a scarf on a rare occasion, which instantly caused many girls' hearts to flutter. He was exquisitely perfect looking in his own right, cool and detached, his skin cold and white. A light brown scarf adds a touch of class. Someone on the forum has already PO'd the photo. Man, does this person look this good in a scarf? Hot. 1F frowny face. This is the first time Ji Xiao has worn a scarf to school, right? Handsome men look good in sacks. 2 floor, next door post information college Qin Yichi also unprecedentedly wear a scarf. Who understands? The two of you discussed it? 3rd floor, that or QYC looks cooler. I'll get someone to ask for a link. At the moment, a girl with short hair stood still, rubbing her eyes and, unbelievably, he stared at his cell phone screen. The girl beside her was shocked. Asterisk, isn't that the scarf you gave Ji Xian before? The short-haired woman nodded. Yeah, I think I forgot to sign my name at the time. 9 for 9. I just slipped it in and thought for sure it would be thrown away. She did like Ji Xian's face before, but now she's moved on and likes someone else. Just forget about it. Maybe rich people are so used to the big exquisite brands that they want to try the cheap rough stuff? In the meantime, the pupils of the few boys surrounding Ji Xian's body quake, revealing disbelief. Stunned, he stood still. They didn't even think that Ji Xiao would actually wear the scarf that Qiao Zhen had given him? Crazy. It's so ing tie. It's $9 bucks, right? Is it too much to ask to be a rag for them? They had a million things they wanted to ask, but when they met Ji Xian's cool gaze, they immediately closed their mouths. Don't dare ask one more word. Yuan Jian silently clenched his fists, and out of nowhere, he caught a glimpse of a familiar figure outside the door. His eyes flickered and he suddenly opened his mouth, pulling up his volume and laughing. Ahem, Ji Xiao, the scarf that Qiao Zhen knitted for you is quite nice. I don't know how much effort was put into it, and it was dedicated to giving you and pleasing you on your birthday. Ji Xian indifferently lifted his eyelids, as if he heard the words he wanted to hear, before he faintly answered. The words fell outside the restroom. Qin Yichi's footsteps lurched and his body suddenly stiffened. Zhojin hand knitted you a scarf, and specialize in sending you, on your birthday. Every word seems to be a sharp blade that, thousands and thousands of pokes were poked densely into his heart, dripping with blood and stinging with pain. Bitterness spreads inch by inch through the heart. Qin Yichi was stunned in place, silently hanging his head to look at his dark gray scarf in silence. He clenched his fingers hard, trying to push down the sourness that kept rolling around in his chest. And yet it never does. The rain outside the window suddenly got heavy, and the whole school was enveloped in a dense downpour. The rain splashed away and slammed coldly into the heart. It wasn't that he didn't know that Zhojin just thought of herself as the older brother she grew up with. It wasn't that he didn't know how much Qiao Zhen used to like Ji Xian. In the past, Qiao Zhen would always peek at Ji Xian from time to time with her chin propped up. We'll take the initiative to ask Ji Xian to teach math problems. We'll give Ji Xian strawberry yogurt and all kinds of snacks. We'll follow Ji Xian inseparably. Eyes full of joy, heart full of anticipation. He knew all of this, knew it all. But what was the use of knowing? He was in no position to ask, much less be jealous. Qin Yichi rolled the knot in his throat twice, hung his eyes full of despair, and lifted his feet to leave. Images of yesterday afternoon inexplicably came to mind. The breeze is loving and gentle, and butterflies dance among the flowers on the hills. The young girl, full of laughter, put the scarf on him, her eyes all starry, and remembering the rainy day before, with Jojin drooping her head and dropping tears from her red eyes. The commission muttered. I don't like Ji Xian anymore. Every image is vivid in my mind. Qin Yichi closed his eyes and took a deep breath, gradually calming down. Qiao Zhen looks meek and sheepish, but she's actually a very firm and determined girl at heart. It is the most precious and brightest jewel. By her nature, she would never go back to giving Ji Xian anything. There must be some kind of misunderstanding here, and he would sidestep and ask for clarification. Because of the understanding. So believe. Chapter 42, he's waiting for Pearl's heart to move. Rain pattered outside the window, weaving a hazy rain mist, and even the air became humid. Jojin's third afternoon session is a school-wide elective, research and analysis of international finance topics. This course is assigned for the second half of the semester and today is the first class. She was the one who grabbed it when she first started school so that she could have classes with Ji Xian. Jojin sighed silently and stomped to class at the right time. Big classroom, 100 people, almost all have come. Ji Xian and the rest of his party sat in the first row, deliberately leaving an extra empty seat. The moment Qiao Zhen stepped through the door, all their eyes focused on her. Hate to stare through her. Ji Xian faintly lifted his eyelids, trying to see some expression on the young girl's face. But no, nothing. Qiao Zhen didn't even look at him, calmly sitting in the corner of the last row of the. It's excessively quiet. It's like they don't care anymore. Ji Xian's eyes instantly froze, his jawline tightened, and a piece of his heart was suddenly empty. The electives were watered down and most people were on their phones. The girl next to Jojin had been playing doujinshi for an entire class. Between classes, the teacher took a slow sip from her water glass, stood at the podium and said, graded at the end of the term in the form of an essay, with specific requirements posted in study pass, in pairs. Everyone formed their own team and fill out the form after confirming. As soon as the words fell, many girls looked at Ji Xian like wolves and tigers. The bold ones have already replenished their lipstick, taken the initiative, and politely asked if they have a partner. Ji Xian was expressionless and didn't even raise his head. Yes, getting answers. The girls left the room with regret. A few minutes passed, and the air around Ji Xian became colder and colder, almost freezing. Yuan Jian gritted his teeth. Don't worry, Qiao Zhen will definitely come over to find you to team up later. At those words, Ji Xian's expression finally improved a few points, but after waiting for half a day and not waiting for Qiao Zhen's figure, Ji Xian's patience gradually disappeared. At the sight of Qiao Zhen smiling and questioning the girl beside her, Ji Xian completely sat down. Suddenly he stood up. Jojin was talking to the girl from the medical school next to her, and the next second, a long figure gradually zoomed in, as if it was as cold as snow-covered white, walking step by step. Qiao Zhen inexplicably had a bad feeling and raised her head slightly. Ji Xian stopped right next to her table, very, very close, and his cool and austere aura instantly enveloped her. In full view of everyone, his glazed shallow pupils always stared earnestly at Qiao Zhen, silent in place. Not a word. What it means is self-evident. The students all stretched their necks to eat their melons and instantly exploded. Qi Envy is the most famous and popular person in the school. There was no one who didn't recognize the student body president who came from a wealthy family, and it was also almost everyone in the school knew that Qiao Zhen liked Ji Xian. She had been following Ji Xian every day since the beginning of the school year, just like a little follower. There are countless girls who like Ji Xian, but what kind of person is Ji Xian? It's the moon in the sky. It's the young master of a top family. It's an existence that ordinary people can't take off for the rest of their lives. But this time, it was actually Ji Xian who took the initiative to find Qiao Zhen to team up. How is this possible? Ji Xian stood in front of her, his expression light. A flash of unknown emotion passed through those pretty peach blossom eyes. He reached up and deliberately straightened the light brown scarf around his neck. One word at a time. Follow me. Team up. Qiao Zhen, however, leaned back slightly, no ripples in her eyes, and without much hesitation she shook her head, softly refusing. No. Her voice was soft and calm, but every word was clearly transmitted into everyone's ears. She doesn't want to. No? How is that possible? Everyone froze in place, itching to plop down beside them and eat their melon like crazy. Holy beans. This is too powerful. As soon as the words fell, Ji Xian violently pressed a step forward, his detached demeanor suddenly cracking open a seam. He sank down, as if he had heard some great joke, his voice growing colder and colder. What did you say? Jojin didn't move to pull away, the white light shrouding her face. Reflecting the snow-white delicate skin. She repeated, word for word and seriously, I don't want to. After saying that, she averted her gaze, not bothering to look at Ji Xian's expression again. The students next to him were full of surprise, and in the next second, they steeply felt the atmosphere freeze, only to see Ji Xian standing stiffly in place, his whole face almost cracking. It was so heavy it could almost drip ink. The jaws of those around them dropped. Qiao Zhen rejected Ji Xian. She even said no twice. It's too damn good. Ding a few times as the school bell rings. Ji Xian sneered, reserved and calm, oppressive, dropping a sentence before leaving. Jojin, there is a limit to my patience. He returned to his seat with a sullen face, cold and full of hostility and detachment. And, as if there were a dark and gloomy cloud hanging over the face, Ji and these friends looked at each other in disbelief, all seeing intense shock in each other's gazes. Qiao Zhen, the one who followed Ji Xian every day, actually rejected Ji Xian? How can that be? Qiao Zhen obviously likes Ji Xian so much. He even studied hard for Ji Xian to get into Kyoto University. Isn't she afraid to play it off? Ji Xian sat in his seat, half of his face hidden in the darkness, his expression growing more and more grim. It was as if a torrential downpour in the middle of winter laced with ice slush was chilling. He seems to be really close to breaking, like the calm before the storm. At this time, a boy next to him carefully said, Ji Xiao, don't be angry yet. Ji Xian stared at him coolly, a thick warning flowing from the bottom of his eyes. The boy was sweating. Fine. You're not mad. I'm the one who's mad. I'm the one who's mad. He went on to say, this girl, she's a bit of a prude, not easy to coax. A moment later, the boy met Ji Xian's puzzled gaze and scratched his head before continuing. That's just it. Ordering her to team up in a cold, hard tone. Then she's bound to resist. Gotta coax. Smile. Upon hearing this, Ji Xian fell into deep thought, a few moments of faltering and struggling showing in his eyes. But after a few moments, he remained stubborn, his gaze indifferent, his tone icy pit uncertain. No, she likes me. She'll definitely be back. It was the light brown scarf that gave him enough of a boost. Qiao Zhen's heart and eyes are all about him. Even if she lost her temper, she still cared about him. Otherwise he wouldn't have snuck a scarf in his book bag. She cares about him, cares about his birthday, and wants him to just take the initiative to coax it. Ji Xian became more and more certain of his suspicions. Beside him, the corner of the boy's mouth twitched slightly, feeling like he had just been talking to a cow. Even the boys who had been betting that Zhou Jin would come back were getting a little wobbly. Ji Xian, isn't that a bit too confident? And they always felt that Ji Xian's confidence and calmness, it's as if it's going to completely fall apart at any moment. Male dormitory 307. Niu Feng bounced around with his cell phone in his hand, briskly coming up beside Qin Yichi, pretending to be a mystery. Whoa Chico, I just ate a super powerful melon in the campus forum. Are you going to eat it? He said, stuffing a handful of tomato-flavored chips into his mouth beautifully, his expression smug. Qin Yichi looked wan as he tapped on the code, his fingertips falling rapidly on the keyboard. It makes a popping sound. He didn't move a muscle and said succinctly, not available. Qin Yichi had never paid much attention to the forums and was too lazy to eat any gossip, but Niu Feng's words attracted the other two boys in the dormitory, begging him to speak quickly. Don't fart with your pants down. Niu Feng once again came over cheaply and leaned over to Qin Yichi's ear, gently asked, really not interested? Qin Yichi didn't even blink. Get lost. Niu Feng let out a long sigh and shook his head. Alright, then I won't talk to you. When he finished, he muttered, with intent, shady, it still seems to have something to do with our little sister Xiao Xiao. Next, Qin Yichi's fingers tapping on the code suddenly paused. His lethargy instantly dissipated, and he suddenly raised his head, reached out and pressed down on Niu Feng's shoulders. And, the expression was serious. Say, he reacted as if he had radar, and when he heard the word Zhou Zhen, instant alarm bells went off. Niu Feng shook his leg and pretended to be surprised. Yeah, what? Didn't you tell me to get lost? Yo. At the mention of Zhou's sister, a certain person is so anxious to break the defense. Who is it? He does not say well. Qin Yichi gritted his teeth. Dinner, I'll reimburse you. Good. Only then did Niu Feng turn back and speak in a colorful manner. There was just a finance elective class that both Sister Zhou and Ji Xian took. The final paper required by the teacher is in pairs and free teams. As a result, no one expected that Ji Xian would actually take the initiative to walk over and invite Sister Qiao in public. As soon as the words fell, Qin Yichi's eyes darkened, the heart seemed to be seized up hard, and a strong, unknown emotion rolled through the chest. Even breathing became difficult. Even he didn't realize that his fingertips under the table were clenched slightly, hard enough to turn white. And then what? Qin Yichi's voice was calm, but if you listened carefully, you could feel a trace of trembling. It was completely different from the usual wanton and lazy state. Niu Yifeng didn't hear it, and continued to pontificate. Erica, but our sister Qiao was super strong and directly rejected him twice. I heard that Ji Xian's face was so dark that it was about to drip ink. Ha ha, every word Niu Yifeng said was clear to the ears. Qin Yichi closed his eyes and slowly exhaled, detaching himself from his tight state. The whole man leaned back in his chair. He raised his hand and pressed down on his brow bone, his eyelashes trembling lightly like raven feathers, his whole face half lit, half dark. The boulder hanging high in his heart then fell. Niu Yifeng bared his big teeth. How's it going, brothers? Is it cool? Qin Yichi did not listen to the latter words again. The noisy conversations of the roommates faded away in his ears, as if cut off from him into two worlds. He lowered his eyes slightly and pulled the journal that had been with him for years out of the drawer and turned to the first page. The notebook paper has yellowed a bit. I don't know how many storms, days and nights I have gone through, leaving many traces of age. The line of handwriting was also slightly blurred, but the writing was neat and sharp, as if it were a raging fire, permanently branded on the paper. I'm waiting for the pearl to move. Chapter 43, Shura. Ji Xian breaks defense. The next second. Ding sound. The phone received from Qiao Zhen WeChat message. After scanning the message, Qin Yichi quickly put away the diary, casually grabbed a jacket and draped it over his body, and, hurriedly, he headed out of the dormitory. Niu Yifeng froze in the wind he had set off and, the chips all but poked the man in the center. No, brother, where are you going in such a hurry? The rain was getting heavier and the window was hazy. The sound of clattering rain could be clearly heard through the glass, dull and powerful. Qiao Zhen's mood was finally a few points better after she finished sending a message to Qin Yichi. After hearing Ji Xian's sentence, my patience has its limits, she only felt puzzled. Really wanna pick his brain and ask, are you okay? Qiao Zhen sat still and raised her hand to rub her eyes. It seems that there are some things that should be said clearly, so as to avoid further entanglement. The fourth period bell rings. Qiao Zhen teamed up with a girl she didn't know next to her and added WeChat to each other after. Fill out the form with your school number, class name. One after another. Students went to the cafeteria and dormitory. The classroom was instantly empty. Even Yu Wenjian and the others were driven away by Ji Xian. There are only two left. Zhou slowly packed her backpack and was caught off guard when a shadow slammed down on her. Lifting her head, Ji Xian was indeed standing in front of her. The man towered over her, his face cool and detached, staring intently at her. As if waiting for a rational explanation, Zhou zipped up her backpack. Something wrong? Ji Xian's jawline was angular, and his eyelashes seemed to be covered with a layer of snow frost, apparently expressing his displeasure. He stared at her, his voice clear and relentless, and questioned, word for word, you were yesterday, and another man's birthday. It's an affirmative sentence, not a question. Zhou was about to talk to him when she calmly tilted her head. So what? Does it matter to you? Inexplicably, she recalled that she had been surrounded by Ji Xian and the others on the hallway earlier. At that time they questioned her as to why she suddenly pulled the plug. She had no way out and tried to slip out, but Ji Xian had a death grip on her wrist and it also struck a faint red mark. At that time, Ji Xian remained indifferent, looking at her as if he was looking at all his possessions. But who was he to question it? At those words, Ji Xian's expression was icy cold, his eyes instantly covered in biting frost. He justified it as if he had heard a funny joke, and his voice sank a little. Nothing to do with me? Zhou took a deep breath and nodded decisively. Right, Ji Xian. I don't like you anymore, she stated calmly, without the slightest ripple in her eyes. There was even a sense of relief from the depths. After so many years of obsession, it's really not that hard to let go. She persisted day after day. She was ardent year after year. How could Ji Xian not know that she liked him? He'd been enjoying being pursued by her, and he decisively rejected the advances of others that, but never turn her down. And because of this specialness, she has been passionate about it. But those memories of her past life were like a tub of cold, biting ice water that poured her from head to toe. Really? Cool. As soon as the words left his mouth, Ji Xian suddenly froze, his breath stuttering slightly as he struggled to comprehend the words. Even kind of doubted my ears. Don't like it? An indescribable taste instantly welled up in his chest, seeping and tumbling thickly and recklessly. It was like something was clogging up, and even breathing briefly froze. It was an emotion he had never felt before. After a few seconds, Ji Xian quickly came back to his senses and regained his composure and calmness. No way. If you don't like it, why would you deliberately give him a hand-knitted scarf on his birthday? Ji Xian's cold eyes were dark, his tone confident and certain. You lied to me. Obviously said that she only liked him and would always like him. She must be lying to him. But Jojin didn't look like she was lying at all. She raised her clear eyes and stared squarely at him, her tone serious. I'm not lying to you. I hope that in the future, you and your friends will stay away from me in the future. Stop pestering me. She paused and added, it's annoying. Obnoxious? Ji Xian's thin lips pursed and his face became increasingly cold and ugly. These two words were like sharp blades, stabbing deep into the most vulnerable part of his heart. Numerous drops of blood flowed slowly. Again, it was as if bullets were fired towards the vase, shattering it in a moment of disarray. Ji Xian's aura around him was instantly cold. A storm brewed under his eyes, and he sank his face and, one step closer to her. In the next second, Qiao Zhen's eyes suddenly refracted a delighted light, shining brightly and, the whole person came alive. She trotted over toward the classroom door, her steps light. You're finally here. Ji Xian stiffened and turned his head. Qin Yichi was standing right in the doorway, with a strong sense of oppression, staring at him grimly, stern as a knife, and sharp and dangerous. But when he lowered his eyes to look at Qiao Zhen, Qin Yichi's gaze became gentle again. Let's go. The scene in front of him deeply irritated Ji Xian's eyes. His brain tumbled with raging emotions, brewing waves of shock as low pressure enveloped his entire body. After a long time, Ji Xian let out a cold laugh. His tone calmed to the extreme, and gently called her name, Qiao Zhen. He seldom actually pronounced Jojin's name, but if he made a sound, if he crooked a finger, even sometimes all it took was a look and Jojin would immediately appear beside him with expectant stars in her eyes. It seemed like it would never go away. However, as the words fell, Qiao Zhen walked even faster, almost pressing close to Qin Yichi, hiding behind Qin Yichi, like a small animal that has found its backing to hide from other beasts of prey. Ji Xian's cool and ascetic demeanor cracked completely in that instant, his feet sinking as if filled with cold lead. He watched the scene in front of him in a daze, as if a piece of his heart was empty. It deeply impacted the concepts he had grown up with. Qin Yichi's body suddenly stiffened when he felt the young girl leaning around him. Hot lava erupted from the bottom of his heart. The knot in his throat rolled as he took Jojin's hand and lifted his foot to leave. Watching the two of them leave close together, Ji Xian never imagined that. It's amazing how much one's emotions can rise and fall. Thud, he said a few times, his knuckles rapping on the desk, and the word came out coldly through his teeth. Condescending. Jojin, if you dare go with him, don't ever come back. Chapter 44. The corners of your mouth are harder to press than AKs. Ji Xian stood still. Every word was covered with icy coldness. There was an oppressive warning in his tone, certain and confident. In high school, he just casually mentioned, you're pretty close to that Qin Yichi. The next day, Qiao Zhen started to stay away from Qin Yichi, fearing that he would misunderstand. How could such a person be really cruel to leave? Either way, Ji Xian is 100% sure that Qiao Zhen won't follow Qin Yichi. But right now, Qiao Zhen was always leaning against Qin Yichi's side, her footsteps not even pausing for a moment. She turned her back on him, as if she hadn't heard him, and walked to the stairway, her figure getting smaller and smaller. It's as if they've really made up their minds about something. Ji Xian froze in place, his face suddenly changing, and a trace of panic quickly surged in his heart. The hand at his side clenched hard, his voice like ice, and he drew up the volume. Jojin, come here. Qi Envy wanted to be restrained as usual, wanted to maintain a perfectly decent image but his delicate face couldn't control the grimace. The rain outside the window was getting heavier and heavier. Qiao Zhen's figure also completely disappeared into the rain. The entire school building was empty. Ji Xian took a step back and slowly closed his eyes, and you can even hear your own disorganized breathing. I don't know how much time passed before he opened his eyes and returned to his initial breezy demeanor. It's okay. Qiao Zhen doesn't like Qin Yichi. She just thinks of him as her brother. Ji Xian said this to himself over and over again, brainwashing himself over and over again. And the more certain the heart becomes, Qiao Zhen is trying to irritate him, specially looking for her bamboo horse, deliberately acting this out in front of him. Yes, that must be it. The sky was overcast, and with the sound of raindrops falling, the air swooned with humidity. The air pressure is also stuffy. Qiao Zhen tilted her head to look at Qin Yichi and asked softly, what are you looking for me for? It was Qin Yichi who said there was something he wanted to find her, so she sent a message saying, why don't we just have dinner together? It was precisely because I knew that Qin Yichi would come. It was only then that she could speak clearly with Ji Xian alone without any worries, lest she be blocked by that group again. In the rain, Qin Yichi held a big black umbrella and shoved the bag he was carrying into her arms. Lazily, came to give you something. Qiao Zhen looked down into the bag, her clear eyes slowly widening. The bottom of his eyes were shocked and delighted. How did you know I wanted this? There's her favorite snowmobiles. And a bunny doll that's only been extra hot lately. She's super into it, but it's really hard to grab. Her fingertips burned a little as she squeezed the bag, blinking in bewilderment. Thank you, but what's with the sudden sending me these? Qin Yichi looked as if he had expected her to ask this. His tone lazy. Oh, sweepstakes draws. And I'm a guy who doesn't like that kind of stuff. He paused, turned his head to look at the school building not far away, and asked in a pretense of carelessness. I kinda like the scarf you gave me. Have you given it to anyone else? I don't know if it was an illusion, but Qiao Zhen always felt that his tone was a bit hard. It didn't match his own rambunctious look at all. She looked at him sideways. The man's body was erect. Light and darkness intertwined in his hard, handsome face, and his short, dark hair glowed with a fascinating color. With the dark gray scarf she had given him around his neck, which went exceptionally well with his temperament. It looks mature and stable at the same time, but also with a little bit of bratty and unruly. Qiao Zhen nodded and said truthfully, yes, I've also knitted for my roommate. She simply loves to do crafts, and every time she knits a scarf or bakes it's all quiet and especially comfortable and at ease. Qin Yichi was silent and didn't say anything. The dark clouds completely blocked out the light of the sun and sank slowly with a few depressing moments. The bean-sized raindrops hit the umbrella with a dull, powerful sound. After a few seconds, his voice became a little muffled. To other boys? Qiao Zhen didn't expect him to ask this and shook her head obediently. Full of honesty, no, except for you. As the words fell, the stars slowly lit up in the pupils of Qin Yichi's eyes, swirling with fine light, and the eyes became tender. Qiao Zhen sounded puzzled and tilted her face. What's wrong? Oh, nothing, just asking. Qin Yichi held the umbrella with one hand and put one hand in his pocket, his tone light. He lowered his head as if nothing had happened, trying to suppress the wildly upturned corners of his lips. Still, the corners of his mouth seemed to be a little hard to resist turning up, harder to press than Qin Yichi had to bury the lower half of his face in his scarf, secretly hiding his emotions that he couldn't disguise. It's still raining in the sky, but his heart had cleared. The two of them went out to eat dinner out of school, and Jojin ordered scrambled eggs with a glass of orange juice. There weren't many people in the store, and most of the students chose to pack it up and take it with them. The boss's wife immediately brought up the hot, fragrant meal. Qin Yichi handed her chopsticks and a spoon, and took off his scarf while he ate, and it was not long before suddenly out of the blue, do you want to go to the hot springs? Jojin, caught off guard by the fall of the words, she was a little confused, and slowly opened her eyes wide and, even doubting my own ears, the whole thing nearly choked on orange juice. Spa? She swiped on a couple of blogger videos the other day and casually mentioned wanting to go to a spa and I do want to experience it, but if I go with Qin Yichi, wouldn't that be? Qiao Zhen's small face abruptly turned red, her heart fluttered wildly, and she even forgot to chew her rice. Wouldn't we see him show his abs? Qiao Zhen recalled certain charming images from her previous life, and the fingertips pinching the cup unconsciously tightened, a little distracted, and a little vain. A pink mist slowly crept up her cheeks. How does she become like this? Full of throat abs? She is really bad. Seeing her delayed response, Qin Yichi's pupils showed complex emotions, putting down his chopsticks, staring at her seriously. Don't want to go? Jojin snapped back to her senses, looked down and strategically sipped her orange juice and, the sweet voice trembled slightly. Is it a group reunion? With those friends of his? Is it the same as the last time in the karaoke? However, in the next second, Qin Yichi rolled the knot in his throat, his voice low and magnetic, as if with some highly attractive magic. It gently lingered in Qiao Zhen's ears and echoed in her brain. No one else. Jojin. It's just me and you. Chapter 45, Jojin, his white swan. What? Qin Yichi invited you to a hot spring alone? In the dormitory, Shun Lulu sat up in shock from her dying sickness and erupted into a chirp. Asterisk. He's going on a date with you, isn't he? Jojin quietly laid out the covers and placed the bunny doll next to her pillow. Murmuring softly, that's not really a date. Shang Lulu was justified. Isn't that how it's played in the TV series? When the hero and heroine are dating and soaking in a hot spring, pink love bubbles are floating all around them, and the two of them are logically heartbroken. Finally, crazy boo-boo. Stop. A thin blush colored Jojin's cheeks, and she pulled the curtains on her bed and silently smothered himself with the covers for a while. Yunyi was more serious. I remember that the newly opened hot spring resort in the capital has many positive reviews, and the buffet. Anyway, all my friends who went there said it was great. The only downside is that it's so expensive. It's expensive. So did you say yes? Lights out at 11 o'clock. Jojin lay in bed, poking her head out. His cheek rubbed affectionately against the bunny doll's head, and he gave a soft promise. Qin Yichi said it was a raffle in the fleet. He drew 2 hot spring tickets. It also covers 1 night of hotel and buffet. Auntie Qin was unavailable, so she asked her to come along. He even said lazily at that time, "If you don't go, then this drawn ticket will have to be voided." Qiao Zhen was full of abs and throat knots, and was abducted in a haphazard manner. Hearing these words, Chen Meixian's hands shook and her eyeliner flew up to her eyebrows. As a woman who had been cheated on by a scumbag, she was now super wary of men. Chen Meixian tone a little worried. "How always feel you were set up? Hotel is to open 2 rooms, right? He won't do anything inappropriate to you, right?" Zhojin yawned and dutifully responded. "Aha, it's 2 rooms." After a pause, she added softly, with a bit of seriousness in her tone, "Qin Yichi is very nice. Having grown up with me, I'm sure you won't let me be bullied." Chen Meixian wiped off her eyeliner and sked twice, suddenly getting high on CP's candy. Okay, that's the start of the guard up. These 3 people in the dormitory looked at each other with meaningful smiles. And the raffle, for S sake. It's only Zhojin who is so easily fooled and trusting. Sweepstakes brother. He's really super hobbyist, isn't he? Winter is creeping in and the weather is turning cold in December. Hot springs are good for blood circulation in winter. It can drive away cold and fitness, eliminate fatigue, improve sleep quality and relieve emotional stress. Qiao Zhen waited and waited for this day. It was hard to suppress the excitement in his heart, and even walked briskly. I don't know if it's because it's the first time I've experienced a hot spring or something else. The resort hotel is simple and elegant, surrounded by verdant trees and rockeries, lush and picturesque. The natural hot springs are misty, hot and clear, with a light fragrance in the air. After the buffet, Zhojin digested for a while before going to change into her bathing suit. Pure white bathing suit, lace strapping design, surrounded by a layer of thin translucent veil. Very, very conservative. It's a bathing suit she bought 3 years ago. However, when she finished dressing and looked in the mirror, she realized that her bust was smaller than 3 years ago. Qiao Zhen froze and silently covered her face, suddenly regretting it somewhat. Slightly tight on the bust side. Should have bought a new one if I had known. I don't know if it's an illusion, but I always feel that people's eyes are intentionally or unintentionally glancing towards her. Even she wondered if she was wearing it wrong somewhere. After cleaning up in the mirror, as soon as she lifted the curtain, she saw a slender and upright figure. The man's broken hair on his forehead fell over his brow bone. His eyes were deep, and his whole face was extremely aggressive. She was dressed in a white bathrobe revealing half of her collarbone, lined with asceticism, and her whole person was tinted with an evil aura. Qin Yichi had long been standing not far away waiting for her. He raised his eyes slightly, his breathing steepening and thickening under his eyes. The young girl's skin was delicate and flawless, so white that it shook her eyes, and her legs were slender and carried the ultimate attraction. The dress was conservative, with a lot of fabric, to the extent of a regular dress, but it was this conservatism that, instead, it looks more pure and dynamic. Especially, her beautiful eyes, clear and ignorant, glowed with a radiant luster and smiled. Makes you want to bully hard. Not 2 seconds later, Qin Yichi lowered his eyelashes and averted his eyes, not quite naturally tightening his fingers. Qiao Zhen walked up to him, her tone a little less confident, and asked weakly, "Is it weird that I'm dressed like this? Is it weird?" There were a lot of people peeking at her just now. Is there something wrong somewhere? Not surprisingly, Qin Yichi paused for a moment, his throat a little dry, the knot in his throat rolling slightly. It's pretty. Really? Zhojin raised quizzical eyes. She always felt that Qin Yichi seemed to have a layer of filters on her, no matter what. She quacked. And, just like she also brainlessly compliments her roommate's good looks every day. Qin Yichi rubbed his brow, his complexion carrying a bit of seriousness, and lowered his voice. You want the truth? Zhojin's heart skipped a beat and she nodded, looking up at him with a clear, good-natured softness. In the next second, Qin Yichi slightly hooked his lips, smiled a little bad, reached out to rub her head, and it also brushed against a few strands of soft hair. Zhojin, be confident. Do you know what you look like right now? Qiao Zhen was already used to being rubbed, and obediently stood still, not hiding, allowing him to be reckless. At that, she tilted her little face up, inexplicably a little nervous. Like what? The heart seemed to be hanging to the highest place, waiting silently for his sentence. Qin Yichi sighed and slowly leaned down. That handsome face kept enlarging, and his obsidian eyes were almost on the verge of being level with Qiao Zhen's. The pupils were dark and deep and still contained her white figure. There's a gentle aggression. Qiao Zhen stood still, her fingertips unconsciously clenched, even subconsciously holding her breath. And the heartbeat is getting faster. Qin Yichi always kept his distance, very restrained, and dropped a few words earnestly in her ear. In that instant, the surrounding wigwams and green foliage gradually vaporized. Even the dense water mist on the hot springs pauses and the whole world quiets down. Qiao Zhen's eyes were left with Qin Yichi alone. His wildly desirable, low magnetic voice was all that lingered in his ears as well. He said, like a white swan. Chapter 46 Qin Yichi, help me, a very nice white swan. But there are many who covet her. Qin Yichi walked to the side of the hot spring and leisurely untied his white bathrobe. The pupils of his eyes swirled with complex sentiments, as if he was seeing the most beautiful scenery, and the corners of his lips slowly hooked up. So, he's going to protect her. Qiao Zhen froze in place, the words lingering in her ears for a long time, unable to dissipate. Her eyelashes fluttered lightly and her heart beat frantically for a long time before she breathed softly. I really didn't expect that Qin Yichi would actually say that. The two have many close friends in common. They have said, Qin Yichi is righteous, reliable, and good to his friends, but he is poisonous, a bit fierce, and doesn't seem to get along well. But Qiao Zhen never thought he was venomous, let alone mean. He was obviously very, very nice. It would encourage her, support her, comfort her, and clearly have the gentlest bones. When they heard her words, their mutual friends were shocked with a look of "You're blind." Zhen, the Qin Yichi you're talking about, is that the Qin Yichi we know? So Qia has two faces? You're making a difference. It wasn't until Qin Yichi unzipped his bathrobe that Qiao Zhen detached herself from her memories. The eyes fell on his eye-catching upper body. The man reveals smooth and tight muscle lines, furrows and grooves, and the mermaid line is a superior sense of sexuality. It's like a carefully sculpted work of art, broad-shouldered and narrow-waisted, sexy and wildly desirable, androgynous. The impact is extremely powerful. Zhen's breathing paused briefly, and she couldn't help but mentally count 6 pieces, with 6-pack abs. It's still pink there and just, like, adorable. The view moved further down to the man's black pantyhose fork, and after a few seconds, Zhen suddenly looked down and, averting his eyes, a blush crept up to his ears. Goodwill, especially after Qin Yichi went into the water. The water droplets flowed from his collarbone to his pectoral muscles before disappearing into the water. Qiao Zhen, come here. Qin Yichi leaned over the edge slowly, imploring. His eyes grew more astringent as he softly pronounced her name. Like a silent seduction, a silent invitation. Zhen slapped her face and tried to come to her senses as she took a step down into the hot tub and stay away from him especially. Other people were kind enough to bring her to the hot springs, but all she could think about was other people's bodies. It's outrageous. How can she be like this? Zhen breathed deeply and went under. The moist, warm current wrapping her deeply and, all at once it was as if all the cells in the body were activated. Tiredness and anxiety all melt away in the steaming hot springs. Qiao Zhen squinted her eyes cozily and couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. It's so comfortable. Hate to die in it. The temperature was slightly hot, the heat steamed her face, and a layer of powder sprang up on her snow-white skin. Even his voice was sweeter and softer than usual. Qiao Zhen raised her eyes to him, and the two of them were caught off guard as their eyes collided. In that moment, it was as if they were the only two people left in the world, igniting a pretty spark. In the evening, romantic starlights are lit up around the area, and a yellow glow envelopes the water as it sparkles with light. It also fell tenderly and lovingly on Zhen. Romance promotes the heartbeat little by little. Zhen paused for a few seconds, averted her eyes less naturally, and took a small step to the side of the room, getting away from him. The water rippled. Before he could take a few steps, Qin Yichi suddenly flicked his eyelids and tugged at the corner of his lips. What are you doing so far away from me? Afraid I'll eat you? Qiao Zhen was poked and prodded, and was a little too weak to look up at him. After a long time, she nodded her head and carefully responded. Men and women are not related. Gotta get away from him, where she was afraid she wouldn't be able to resist the urge to get her hands on him. At those words, Qin Yichi's eyes deepened and he suddenly didn't know what to say. He lazily spat out the word, okay. There was something not so good in my heart, depressed as if there was a ball of cotton blocking my chest. It was a little hard to even breathe. Qin Yichi turned around, his back to her, not knowing what he was thinking. Steam hung in the air, and the spring water felt like it was alive, penetrating the skin little by little. There are different temperature zones in the hot springs here, and the VIP tickets are private in nature. No strangers will bother. I don't know how much time had passed, but the sound of rushing water suddenly resounded behind them. The young girl poked him lightly in the back with her index finger and the voice was as melodious as a nightingale. Qin Yichi, the cool evening breeze brushed against my cheeks, carrying with it the slightest hint of sweet floral scent. Hearing the sound, Qin Yichi turned back to look at her, his nose humming softly. I could just see Zhen's other hand over her right shoulder, pinching 2 lace bindings and A thin mist of water rippled in her eyes. Straps are loose. Help me. Her long, thick eyelashes flapped slowly, and her voice trembled a little, with a hint of resignation. Qin Yichi lowered his eyes falling on her. The swimsuit is a left and right strap design with strapless sleeves, and if one of the bows loosens one of the, it almost reveals a large portion of. The knots in Qin Yichi's throat rolled up and down, and his eyes contained tidal surges of obscurity. The white tulle on the outside of the bathing suit floated on the water, hazy and hidden. It tickles the heart even more. Favorably, Qiao Zhen's expression right now was like that of a pitiful little bunny. Turning to the big bad wolf who was trying to eat her in one bite, he said, "Can you help me? It's killing me." For a long time, Qin Yichi lowered his voice, a light laugh overflowing from the depths of his throat. Didn't someone just say that? A man and a woman? Zhen. Her eyes slowly widened, her clear fawn eyes filled with panic and bewilderment. Aggrieved, she scrunched her neck and spoke in a muffled voice. Well, I take that back now. Is it too late? Qin Ichi's heart immediately collapsed, wanting to reach out and rub her head. Gently walking over to Zhen, she pinched two white lace bindings. A large area of snow-white skin came into view, like flawless jade, deeply stimulating the eyeballs. It caused Qin Ichi's fingertips to tremble uncontrollably. The girl's knitted brows and smile, every move, are all reflected in the pupils of Qin Ichi's eyes, deeply seared into the mind. It's beautiful. Zhen was facing him, not noticing anything unusual about him. A gentle reminder. Just put a bow on it. Qin Ichi leaned down slightly. Good. The night was getting darker and the sky was dotted with bright stars. Under the gentle moonlight, a man and a woman were soaking in a hot spring, misty and, it forms a romantic painting with the surrounding scenery. Qiao Zhen always felt that the man's burning breath sprayed on her neck. With an air of gradual aggression that burns all the way through. It's hard to ignore. It's so itchy in my neck. I don't know if it was because of the increased temperature of the hot springs, but her whole body was slowly burning, and the heart gradually rolled. Qiao Zhen couldn't help but raise her eyes to look at Qin Yichi. The man bowed his head slightly, keeping a suitable distance between the. Patiently and intently, he tied her straps as if he were working on a high math problem. He had beautiful fingers, too, bony and long and clean, with the veins of his arms raised vaguely. The sexual tension pulls full, everything around them vapors, as if some sentiment is festering in the air for a fraction of a second. It was clearly just a matter of seconds, but Qiao Zhen felt as if a century had passed. It's like slow motion in a movie, frame by frame, slowed down many times over, but every image is memorable. His deep eyes, his high nose, the perfect knot in his throat, and, well, his sexy clavicle. Qiao Zhen pursed her lips, as if there was a deer banging around in her heart. Qin Yichi slightly lowered his eyes and quickly tied a perfect bow for her. Didn't touch her one iota. He took a step back and pushed down the heat in his heart, his voice a little muffled. Tie it. Qiao Zhen breathed a sigh of relief and smiled up at him, revealing two pearly swirls. Thank you. After soaking in the hot springs, Qiao Zhen's whole body was warm, and her heart seemed to be filled with happy fulfillment. Toward nightfall, she came ashore, wrapped in a thick white bathrobe. Go get some dessert from the buffet table next door. Qin Yichi, on the other hand, followed closely beside her. Whichever one she picks, Qin Yichi follows suit and takes a piece to eat, savoring the same desserts as she does. Listen to her say which one is good and which one is average, then silently make a mental note of it. From a distance, the two were almost pressed together, almost like a small, intimate couple. This scene was caught in the eyes of several people not far away. A boy stared in amazement and hurriedly took out his cell phone, taking pictures and sending them to Ji Xian. Holy, isn't that Qiao Zhen and Qin Yichi? They actually came to the hot springs alone? Yuan Jian similarly soaked in the spring, looking at the young girl's slender calves, snow-white skin, and the look of a smile. His eyes deepened and his throat went a little dry as he cursed in a low voice. Asterisk. It's still true. Inside the top mansion, under the expensive European chandelier, a faint white light enveloped the teenager. His figure was clear and clean, the lines of his side face clear and superior, his skin cold and white. Positively expressionless for PPT. After a long time, Ji Xian slid his cell phone and was caught off guard to see a message from WeChat. In that instant, his movements stopped abruptly, and he tapped the photograph incredulously. The figures of a man and a woman crashed into the eye. The atmosphere was harmonious and cordial, and the young girl's eyes narrowed in a smile. Extraordinarily sweet, the boy looked at her with the same hooked lips, ambiguous and hazy. Qiao Zhen and Qin Yichi. It's like a couple that likes each other. Pop. The phone slammed heavily on the desktop. Relentlessly. Ji Xian instantly turned frosty as a fierce wind and rain rippled across his face. For a while his head was dizzy and his heart was heavy. as if it were filled with lead, leaving him breathless. Qiao Zhen and Qin Yichi went to an amusement park and a KTV for their birthdays. He even went to a hot spring alone with Qin Yichi. Ji Xian's usual cold and arrogant demeanor steeply surged with fatigue, and cracks appeared in his perfection. It was as if the heart was being poked densely and violently by millions of silver needles, completely unable to breathe. For a moment he was in a trance, always feeling as if he were invisible. Lost what was most precious. It took a long time before he could force down the bitterness in his heart. Impossible. When Ji Xian raised his head again, a light of certainty and confidence shone in the bottom of his eyes. How can Qiao Zhen really choose Qin Yichi? Chapter 47, He's her knight. The night melts. At the spa, the attendant thoughtfully handed over a drink. One of the girl's favorites these days. The alcohol content is very low. The flavor is exceptional. And the name is even more exceptional. It's called a heartbeat signal. Thanks. Zhen took the drink bottle and stuck a long straw in it and drank. It's tart, sweet, a little boozy, and instantly addictive. The moon is bright in the sky. The moonlight is spread on the green stone path, like a light veil, soft and quiet. Qiao Zhen's whole body was warm after the hot springs, and she wrapped her bathrobe and eyes squinted cozily. Bones are crisping up. Qin Yichi stood right beside her, his beautiful throat knot sliding up and down with the ultimate compulsion. Qiao Zhen's head was drowsy, and her eyes gradually became disoriented. An uncontrollable layer of pink color welled up in his cheeks. I don't know why. She now suddenly wants to touch Qin Yichi's abs and throat knot. Zhen was in a trance, feeling like there were two little people fighting madly in her head. No amount of persuasion can dissuade me. One of the little men, all yellow, covered his face and screamed. No. How could I think that? It's so rude. Oh. The other villain snorted lightly. Anyway, Qin Yichi is my future husband. So what's wrong with touching him? It's not like there's a piece of meat missing. So go up and pounce on him and nibble on him. I'll chew on him. And then, as if he could see that something was wrong with her, Qin Yichi suddenly leaned down in front of her and, with a light fragrance if anything, his voice was magnetic in its laziness, and it swung into his ears in a crunchy way. What's wrong with you? The teenager's profile was clearly defined, and those obsidian eyes grew deeper and deeper, more compelling and fascinating than usual. Qiao Zhen looked at the ever-enlarging handsome face in front of her and immediately took a step back in fear. Stammering, "It's okay. I'm going to use the restroom." Dizzy, she drifted all the way to the next bathroom and ruthlessly flushed her face with cold water. Is it possible that you're bubbling up and your brain is bubbling up? Qiao Zhen exhaled softly and raised her eyes to herself in the mirror, her cheeks unusually pink. It always felt like something wasn't quite right. I'm dizzy. Is it because it's been soaking for too long? Qiao Zhen breathed deeply and walked out of the restroom. And in the next instant, a dark shadow scurried out of the corner and the heavy fabric suddenly blocked her mouth and nose. Zhen's hands were clipped back behind her back, and she was dragged roughly all the way headed in the direction of the hotel. She had trouble breaking free of her bonds and kept making weak whimpering noises, her eyes filled with terror and panic. That glass of wine is definitely not low. The cloth covered his mouth and nose, and the feeling of suffocation instantly swept through his body. Qiao Zhen was dizzy and fought, with the last vestiges of sanity left. 2 fingernails gouged the man's arm dead center, scratching a bloody trail straight through. The man sucked in a breath of cold air and cursed under his breath as he threw her to the ground in pain. Qiao Zhen, don't you know what you're doing? Bang! Qiao Zhen was thrown against the wall, and it was only then that she got a good look at the person who had taken her by force, slowly widening her eyes. Yuan Jian, how is he? During the struggle, the bathrobe that Zhen was wrapped in fell completely off, revealing a pure white bathing suit that, snow-white skin shook straight to the eyes. Yuan Jian's eyes deepened, forcefully covered her mouth, lowered his head to her ear, and spoke in a gloomy tone. Ji Xian, he doesn't like you. A dead face paralyzer, dead ice cube. Worth your liking? Qiao Zhen, you be my woman. Marry me in the future. And you don't have to go to some Thai college. Honestly, stay home and give me a few sons, and I'll guarantee you a lifetime of honor and wealth. Qiao Zhen was completely powerless, drunk, and her mind was a blank. His fondness for constantly discrediting and rumor-mongering and inexplicably hitting her with a basketball, and forced against their will? There was no surveillance around, and Qiao Zhen was so groggy that she couldn't even hold her eyelids together. No strength in my body. Knowing full well how drunk she was, she didn't hesitate to bite her lip and force herself to regain consciousness as the smell of blood and pain spread. Waiting for his opponent to let his guard down, Qiao Zhen kicked him hard in the vitals, and the movement was clean and crisp. Sneak out quickly like a rabbit. As she cried, she shouted, "Qin!" Before the words were finished, the next second, the familiar figure appeared in front of him. Qin Yichi rushed over against the light, like an impenetrable mountain with a clear and sharp profile. Half glittered and half was hidden in the gloom. Even everything around him was making way for him. In that moment, Qiao Zhen finally couldn't help but shed a tear, holding back her headache and choking softly. Qin Yichi. What a coincidence. It's always a coincidence. The moment she was in danger, he was immediately in front of her eyes, just like a knight, always watching over her silently, never going away. Qiao Zhen was pressed into his warm embrace, her heart instantly filled with a sense of security, and she wasn't afraid of anything anymore. I'm coming. Qin Yichi reached out and gently caressed her back, his fingertips trembling, his voice sinking. Good girl, wait for me for a while. Chapter 48, Drunken Jenny calls out husband. Zhen was dizzy, her eyes closing uncontrollably. Only faintly did he hear the sound of a fight, as if something was being held down and slammed hard against the wall. Immediately came Yuan Jian miserable screams. Qin Yichi simply had trouble controlling his violence. At the thought of all the shady things Qiao Zhen had almost suffered, all his bloodthirsty thoughts were instantly aroused, and the blood in his entire body was burning and screaming madly. Thud several times, he held down Yuan Jian's head, and ruthlessly smashed it against the wall. It made a crisp sound. Yuan Jian knelt on the ground in a sorry state, his forehead almost bleeding from the knock, and begged frantically for mercy. His face was covered in nosebleeds and tears, and his eyes were full of panic as he held up his hands in a sign of surrender. If he really touched Zhen, then Qin Yichi, the mad dog, will definitely die with him. Bang! You want to die. Qin Yichi's entire body was vicious and well-behaved, like a sharp knife that, any minute now, it's going to stab deep into the heart. His hands were bruised and he tried to hold back his emotions, eventually closing his eyes and taking a deep breath. Meanwhile, a boy, dazed and holding his cell phone, slipped quietly from behind a tree. The boy sighs as he slips away and sends Ji Xian the video he just recorded of Yuan Jian and Qiao Zhen, especially those bombastic statements. Ji Xian, he's a dead-face paralyzer and ice cube. Is he worth your liking? Stay home and give me some big, fat boys. I'll guarantee you a lifetime of honor and wealth. Didn't Yuan Jian hate Qiao Zhen the most? Mocking people for being poor every day. Turns out to actually have a crush on her? What's more, he dared to call Ji Xiao paralyzed. Crazy. The boys looked like badgers scurrying through a melon field, so shocked they were about to be struck by lightning. He then pondered why Yuan Jian was acting strange today, as if his eyes were glued to Qiao Zhen. Followed over to take a look. Really ing. Directly shocked the whole family. Hotel, 11:30 p.m. The dark night engulfed the sky. The moonlight was glistening, and the countless stars were converging together in a brilliant glow. Zhen was high on booze and was drunk and unconscious. She opened her eyes in a daze. She was lying in a large soft bed, covered tightly with a blanket that, not a single seam was left. A few moments later, a familiar voice slowly entered the ear, with a loving and gentle. It was an extreme mismatch to his low, slightly menacing voice. Awake? Qin Yichi moved a chair and sat on the edge of the bed, staring at her without blinking. I don't know how long I'd been standing by. Qiao Zhen opened her eyes, fawn eyes just like black grapes, brimming with a layer of wet watery mist. Look at his face with the same seriousness. Zhen nodded. Nice and quiet, like a beautiful, delicate doll. Qin Yichi also did not say anything, quietly staring at her. The two people just dry staring wide-eyed. Silence filled the entire room. Zhen blinked her watery, misty eyes and patted over slightly to look at him curiously. The man in front of me looks as if he's a little mean, but especially wild and compulsive. It was like there was some kind of magic that sucked her over bit by bit. The man wore a plain black body shirt with an unruly neckline that vaguely revealed his sexy collarbone. After a long time, Qiao Zhen blinked and tilted her small face up, reaching out and gently grabbing the fabric of his clothes. Be careful how you open your mouth. To hug. Her words were a little slurred, and the man didn't respond. Froze for a moment and, nasally, he grunted. Qiao Zhen strained her face, thinking hard for a moment, her eyes hollow. Can you hug me? Qin Yichi heard it clearly this time. He rolled the knot in his throat and leaned forward, taking her gently into his arms, his movements careful and gentle. Zhen sat on the bed, dutifully burying her head in front of his chest, her eyes curving and, two playful pear swirls showed on her lips. Here you go. It was warm and cozy in his arms, and the light scent of grass from his body was spreading all around. Breath rolled in as if she'd become part of his body. I really like to hold him. Qiao Zhen wrapped her hands around his waist with difficulty, rubbing lightly in his arms and occasionally arching her head against him, like a little animal that's being pampered. Qin Yichi lowered his head and wrapped his arms around the young girl in his arms, gradually realizing that the posture was too ambiguous. Only then did he slowly release her. unable to hold back his voice. Zhen, do you know who I am? Qiao Zhen sat on the big bed, shaking. At the sound of her voice, she was filled with bewilderment and, dropping his mesmerized eyes, he cocked his head and said nothing. Qin Yichi's eyes paused on her for a long time, and finally his eyes dimmed. Lashes hide the loss that keeps rolling under her eyes. Like eating a really sour, bitter orange, the sourness kept spreading in the mouth and running through the bloodstream. Sure enough, the drunken bunny didn't remember him at all. Suddenly, Qiao Zhen somewhat clumsily grabbed him by his shirt, her tone a bit anxious, and, stammering, I know. Qin Yichi's eyes lit up slightly with a weak light, gently holding her hand. Then who am I? His eyelashes fluttered like raven feathers and his heart beat wildly and uncontrollably. Drunken Qiao Zhen was a bit dopey. Her cheeks flushed pink from her intoxication and her voice sweet and soft. It's my husband. Too innocent, too melodious. Obviously it was just a stone falling in the lake of the heart, but it set off a shocking wave. Qin Yichi's breathing suddenly stopped. His heartbeat suddenly missed a beat. It was as if the whole world was frozen in this moment. After a long time, he finally, from the violent and powerful beating of his heart, hearing his own voice. What? Qiao Zhen's fair cheeks were colored with a pink haze, and her whole body looked at him in a daze. Stretching out her glistening white index finger, she pointed it at his face in a single word. Qin Yichi, she asked weakly as she took a small breath and lowered her hand, looking a little apprehensive. Why, aren't you my husband? The girl's eyes were red and brimming with a layer of water. As aggravating as it had to be, it was as if tears would fall out of his eyes the next second. Qin Yichi stared at the little drunkard in front of him. She was pitiful and had a lost look. In the middle of the day, he breathed heavily and let out a slow Receiving an affirmative reply, Qiao Zhen was like a bunny that had picked up a carrot, smiling happily and contentedly. Her eyes blossomed with beautifully bright stars. Husband, her voice was soft and honeyed, her eyes full of anticipation. So, I'll tell you a secret. Chapter 49, Good night, I love you. A secret. Qin Yichi sank his eyes, frantically restraining the fire of desire in his heart. His voice had little rise and fall. You say. Instead, Zhen squirmed twice on the bed to express her anger, her head bobbing twice, sulking. Then come over here a little bit. Let's sneak, quietly. Don't let anyone here to mess with. There was obviously no one else in the room, but Qin Yichi still lowered his head and leaned down in front of her. Play games with this childish bunny. Immediately after, hearing her sweet soft voice, the girl lowered her voice and said arrogantly, Qin Yichi, we were together in our past lives. We were husband and wife. With a marriage license. Red book. Together. Couple. Marriage. Every word caused Qin Yichi's heartstrings to fluctuate, and the blood in his body to flow backwards. The heartbeat boiled as furiously as a beating drum for a long time before it recovered. After the surprise, he hung his head and smiled bitterly, feeling that he was making a fool of himself. What past life? Qiao Zhen was drunk and confused, and talked about what was there and what wasn't. Cute and cuddly. No head. Qin Yichi sighed, his lips unconsciously slowly curling up. Even if it was just a dream of Qiao Zhen's, and he was happy, yet not knowing what had come to mind. Zhen's mood shifted precipitously to a downcast one, and she gripped the little quilt hard and, the voice grew smaller, a whimper of resignation spilling from his lips in a low murmur. But after we got married, you were bad, always bullying me, pinching me, bumping into me, and, always makes me cry. With crystalline teardrops hanging from her eyelashes, Qiao Zhen sniffled, disgruntled and accusatory, like he's been grievously wronged. Qin Yichi's entire body suddenly stiffened as he looked at her aggrieved and pitiful appearance. In his nightmarish childhood, his scumbag biological father was always moving around slapping him, kicking him, and threatening him with a kitchen knife. The worst time the leg was broken outright. The mother, also covered with bloody wounds, was on her knees, crying and pleading, voice trembling, don't hit, please, just hit me, don't hit Qi. Even though that scum was dead, the haze that had once hung over Qin Yichi still hadn't dissipated. Qin Yichi closed his eyes and took a deep breath, burying all the hurt he had once felt. He was silent for a long time before he spoke slowly, his tone somewhat serious. How could I possibly bully you? Qiao Zhen, how could I possibly bully you? Seeing that Qin Yichi was dead set against admitting it, Qiao Zhen became even more sad and angry, glaring at him with milky ferocity. And, word for word, you clearly have. There was clearly bullying her. Qiao Zhen's long and thick eyelashes kept fluttering lightly, and her face became even more pink. The unpleasant images from his previous life drilled into his mind like crazy. The Qin Yichi in there is mature and steady, exuding a unique charm, like a towering Tarzan. His eyes were hot as fire, and he wanted to eat her alive, holding her down and bullying her in various parts of the house. gently coaxing her and spoiling her, every time. But he moved with ferocity and cruelty, not gentle at all. Not at all. At the thought of bits and pieces of those, Jojin's whole body exploded, silently clenching her fists and reaching out to point at his face. Qin Yichi, you're the big bad guy. Her exasperated look was adorable, her eyebrows furrowed and her whole little face more lively and animated. You can't help but want to pinch and squeeze hard. A dull chuckle escaped from the depths of Qin Yichi's chest, and he let out a soft in response to her words, sort of a direct endorsement. The faint odor of wine lingered in the air, along with the sweet scent of a young girl. Suddenly, Qiao Zhen's little head arched toward him, not knowing what kind of calculating beads were playing. Pointing to himself again, he said seriously, I'm a little badass. I'm going to bully you now. She thought she was putting out harsh words, very fierce and vicious, but to Qin Yichi's ears, the voice was nice and sweet, like a soft feather, tickling the tip of the ear one after another. Qin Yichi lazily leaned back in his chair and looked at her, a light laugh spilling out from deep within his chest with a hint of curiosity. Oh, and how is the little devil going to bully me? The little man on the bed blinked and cocked his head in serious thought for a moment, harboring slyness and bad intentions. Come over here first, come over here. It's all written on her face. Qin Yichi felt that he shouldn't have gone over there, but his body was honest and didn't listen to his brain at all. As if taken over by the young girl's voice, he couldn't help but lean toward her and bow his head obediently. Jojin blinked her wet eyes and squeezed his way. Then be good later and don't move. Qin Yichi's eyes were as dark as ink, nodding his head to agree with her, his voice low and hoarse. Good, he's well behaved. Qiao Zhen stretched out her paw from the comforter, her face full of curiosity, and little by little she came closer to Qin Yichi, getting closer. Her eyes fell on the raised knot of her throat, sensual, wildly desirable, and her fingertips couldn't help but touch it gently. It rubs off on the rolling sparks. I've been wanting to touch it for a long time. I finally got what I wanted. Jojin's glistening white index finger brushed against the knot in the man's throat, poking it ever so lightly with novelty. It seems to have found some unbelievably rare treasure and keeps trying, like a clingy kitten. As she moved, the tightly taut string in Qin Yichi's mind suddenly snapped. Reason abruptly collapsed into ruins. He was so dry. He forced down the fire of lust in his belly, and he couldn't help the knot in his throat from rolling up and down. Even Jojin's fingertips rose and fell with it. She froze, her eyes brightened, and she smiled dutifully. Good Maru. Qin Yichi stared straight at her, his gaze deep, his breathing gradually becoming ragged. It's as if there's a seed in the heart that's rapidly taking root and breaking out of the ground. It grows into a tall, lush tree with countless beautiful flowers that hold a significant weight in the heart. Okay, drunk Jojin, not only is she a little badass, she's also a little horny. Kind of bad, but bad in a cute way. Especially now that she's in this drunken state of innocence and whiteness. It's like a full peach, bursting with juice when you bite into it. Qin Yichi held back until the veins at the corners of his forehead rippled, and finally gently moved away from Qiao Zhen's hand and pulled away. Jojin hadn't had much fun yet, and her fingertips paused in midair, withdrawing her hand in aggravation. A tide of sadness welled up in his heart and his eyes grew moist. Why don't you let her touch it? Is it because you don't like her? Qin Yichi was so overwhelmed by the cuteness that he almost forgot about his business for a while. He fished the white nightgown out of Jojin's bag and threw it over her. Dress yourself, can you? The nightgown coincidentally landed on Jojin's head, covering her entire head. She froze for 2 seconds and slowly reached down to take it off and, nodding like an obedient good boy. Aha! Qin Yichi turned to leave and waited a few minutes before he was carrying a cup of warm honey water that, make sure Jojin is dressed before you walk over. The young girl sat on the bed, a white nightgown lending even more softness to her face, and she looked proud of her. Raise your hand for a quip. Qin Yichi's gaze landed on her, and he couldn't help but spill out a helpless muffled laugh. Okay, where is where? It's just worn backwards and forwards. Drink, he said patiently, shoving the cup into Qiao Zhen's hand. Drink and go to sleep. The honey water relieves the discomfort of alcohol, reduces headaches, and is sweet enough for her to enjoy. Qiao Zhen hung her head, dutifully holding up the cup and finishing it, her heart suddenly warming as she lay in bed. It's comforting all over. Really sweet Jojin rubbed her sore eyes and yawned. In fact, she had been a little sleepy for a long time, but she didn't want to go to bed. And even more so, she couldn't afford to go to sleep. Qiao Zhen lay on her side on the bed, facing Qin Yichi, torn between half a dozen words. Wanted to say it, but was afraid to. A good while passed, and Qin Yichi looked like he was reading her every move. Finally, I couldn't resist asking, what are you trying to say? Want to say something? There were so many things she wanted to say to Qin Yichi, so many questions she wanted to ask him. Qiao Zhen's eyes were disoriented, The whole person was in a daze. And the bottom line was that she asked in a small voice, "Qin Yichi, do you like me?" Countless images flooded through his mind, played over frame after frame like a movie in slow motion. Leg rubs for her on the teaching stairs, princess hugs in a scary haunted house, sitting together at the top of a mountain watching the sunset, face-to-face stares at a karaoke bar. From early childhood, to adulthood, from past lives, to this one, Qiao Zhen could feel how good Qin Yichi was to her. You can feel his heat, feel the bits and pieces of him melting into action. But is this good for the family? Or for the one you like? Does she deserve to be good? Qiao Zhen carefully raised her eyes and bit her lip, staring expectantly and nervously at Qin Yichi's expression. But after waiting for a long time, he remained silent, as if he was struggling desperately to endure something. He doesn't talk. The room suddenly fell into an eerie, terrifying silence. As time passed by, Qiao Zhen's eyes gradually burned, and a touch of panic and helplessness welled up under her eyes, choking back sobs. Why don't you answer me? Would he leave her and forsake her like the others? Qin Yichi did not move and clenched his fists. His fingertips were so hard that they flushed a layer of white. Hardly suppressing the bitterness that was spreading in his heart, he was suddenly tempted to tell her, at this very moment, all the secrets he had buried in his heart. Telling the whole story of a decade of sour crushes. Yeah, tell her everything. But will Qiao Zhen remember all this when she wakes up when she's drunk? If she knew these thoughts of his, will it deliberately alienate him? There was a boy in junior high school who was lively and outgoing and played well with Zhou Jin. Ever since he confessed his love to Qiao Zhen began to alienate him and gradually lost contact. Qin Yichi was in a trance, and in that instant violently thought about many things. Eventually, gradually, he lost the battle and hung his head helplessly. Because of Ji Xian, he was once alienated by Qiao Zhen. Too. One could only watch as Qiao Zhen moved away from him little by little, so he didn't dare to bet. Qiao Zhen huddled under the covers, looking up at him with red eyes, a damp mist brewing in her eyes. Deadly clutching the covers, he murmured softly, "Qin Yichi, don't you like me? Even just a little bit? Just a little bit of nothing?" She didn't ask for much, just a little would be enough. Zhou Jin pursed her lips helplessly and stared at him tearfully. In the end, Qin Yichi only took a deep breath as complex emotions welled up in his heart. It's late, get an early night. He stood up, his voice, which he was trying so hard to keep hidden, a little low. "Zhou Jin, good night, I love you." Chapter 50, Sleeping with Jenny. At those words, Qiao Zhen's nose turned sour and she huddled under the covers, forcing tears to well up in her eyes. She could hear that Qin Yichi was deliberately avoiding her question. In an instant, all sorts of sadness and loss intertwined into a huge web of. It came up in a flood, swallowing her up bit by bit. Qiao Zhen didn't know why she suddenly felt empty inside. It's even hard to get a little out of breath. So, Qin Yichi really just treats her as a sister, and he really doesn't like her. Qin Yichi turned toward the hotel room next door, and when he turned his back on the young girl, there was more than a little despondency and depression in his eyes. But in the next instant, his wrist was suddenly pulled tightly by a small, soft and delicate hand. His form was stunned, and he slowly turned back. Qiao Zhen didn't know what horrible thing to think of. Her face was pale, and she grabbed his wrist in a death grip. Even though she tried her best to hold back, her voice still trembled softly and the bottom of her eyes were filled with panic. "Qin Yichi, do you not want me to?" She felt that once Qin Yichi left, he would never come back. The young girl looked at him tearfully, her fawn-like eyes showing some concern. It was as if he was the only thing that saved his life. But her face was growing white, and her eyes were festering a little. The entire population was plunged into a swamp of extreme anxiety and panic. Zhou Jin was clearly not in the right state, as if she was irritated by something. Qin Yichi took an arrow step over and sat on the edge of the bed and, whispering a soft coax, "How could I possibly leave you behind?" He sighed tersely and raised his hand, his rough fingertips rubbing gently over her small, pink face. Wipe away her tears. Don't cry. Drunken Zhou Jane still really loves to cry. Tears fell one by one, like frozen ice crystals, as if they didn't need money. How much aggravation had she accumulated in her heart? At those words, Qiao Zhen tilted her head very nicely, holding back her tears in an effort to conceal them. I won't cry, so don't go away, okay? But she had a pool of water in her eyes, and in the blink of an eye, several little pearls fell violently and it looked even more aggravating. Her fingertips gripped Qin Yichi's clothes to death, not letting him go, and the more she cried, the more ferocious she became. How to wipe the tears cannot be wiped away, as if it can drip into the heart of Qin Yichi. Cold, 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 stabbing him again and again. Qin Yichi reached out and rubbed her head. "I'm not leaving, I'll stay here with you." okay? I don't know how long it took to coax Jojin to make sure she wouldn't leave without her, but she gradually recovered. The fingers gripping him also removed their strength. When you're drunk, emotions come in inexplicable ways and go even more inexplicably. Half a day passed and finally the little drunk was put to rest. Qiao Zhen nodded and said pitifully, "You're not allowed to lie to me." Qin Yichi tucked her in and followed her words. "Well, lying is for puppies." Jojin blinked her eyes and pursed her lips in serious thought, her small face taut. She thought that Qin Yichi was supposed to be the big dog, but hearing such a promise of the heart still can't help but be happy. It's as if there's a budding peach blossom, blooming quietly and delicately in the mind's eye. Embellish the oil painting that is spring. Qiao Zhen suddenly wasn't sad anymore, and like a small animal, moved and arched to the side and leave an oversized spot on the bed. Those drunken, flooded eyes were clear and good-natured, and his tone was innocent. "Then you'll sleep here with me tonight." I don't know if it was because she had been drinking honey water, but her voice was sweet and laced with honey. Time suddenly stood still. Qin Yichi's brain was a bit confused. Rumble a loud bang, rumble a loud bang, rumble a loud bang, rumble a loud bang, rumble a loud bang. As if a bolt from the blue suddenly struck him over his head. It was half a day late. Jojin shook his hand and, full of sincerity, and said, "You said you wouldn't leave me alone. Hurry up and drill in. I am all warmed up for you." There was only one bed, so of course they had to sleep together. She's got it all figured out. At night to hold Qin Yichi to sleep, just like the little bear doll at home, always intimate, never separate. However, Qin Yichi's hardened face was cloudy and steeply gloomy. "No." Very dryly. "Refused. Refused." Qiao Zhen froze for 2 seconds, a little incredulous. Her eyes instantly became wet and mumbles, "How do you lie?" She buried her face in the covers and let out a sad whimper. Qin Yichi desperately suppressed the lust and evil thoughts within him, lifted a corner of the quilt and, looking at the young girl's aggrieved and soft little face, his heart was instantly poked and softened. He leaned back in the chair beside the bed, his eyelashes hidden to the point of fluttering lightly, and spoke in a muffled voice. "I'll just sit here and sleep with you, okay?" Qiao Zhen lay on the bed, wiped away her tears, and raised her head in a daze, looking at him with round eyes. After half a day of agonizing, Qiao Zhen finally moved next to him and nodded. "Good." Qin Yichi walked away to turn off the lights, leaving only a very faint warm light behind. The whole room slowly filled with a cozy atmosphere. The warm yellow light reflected on him, outlining the contours of his well-defined features. More gentle and affectionate than usual. He sat on the stool next to the bed, his voice steady but with an extra touch of doting. "Sleep. I'll watch over you." Jojin lay back on the soft pillows and rubbed her eyes, her voice small and still shaking a little. "Then you can't just walk away suddenly while I'm asleep." Qin Yichi let out a soft "I'm not leaving," receiving an affirmative answer. Qiao Zhen closed her eyes happily like a small child who had picked up candy. Sweetness said, "Good night then." Late in the morning, all is quiet. Yuan Jian was drunk. His bones were broken from the beating, his face was covered in nosebleeds, and he was grimacing. But within 2 steps, there was a thud. A fist slammed into the bridge of his nose, without a trace of mercy, and before he could even react to it, kicked him in the knee again. There were several clicks and the sound of bones breaking rang out. The drilling pain penetrated deep into his bones. Yuan Jian's nose gushed out a stream of hot blood, and he was forced to kneel on the ground. Breaking out in curses. Asterisk 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 asterisk. "Who is it?" He looked up angrily, and in the next second, his face suddenly stiffened and his blood froze. Shock, fear, regret, complex emotions spread throughout his body. A handsome and long figure stood in front of him, and the young man's icy expression revealed a stern and gloomy. Eyes that were usually detached and cold were frighteningly red on this night. Ji Xian stared down at him with a chill, slowly squeezing a few words out from between his teeth. Word for word. "You're going to force her?" The rules of the Qi family are strict. They never require the successor to maintain perfection. You can't let your emotions be seen, and you can't be happy or angry. He never had an icy look, either, except tonight, when his eyes were full of anger and those eyes looked like they were stained with countless drops of blood. Yuan Jian suddenly stiffened and tried to dodge back, but Ji Xian grabbed him by the collar in death. His voice icy cold. "Speak." Chapter 51, Jojin. "I want you." Yuan Jian had already had some wine and was drunk, spitting out all the words in his heart. "Why? It's not like you promised her or cared about her anyway, but I'm willing to give her a name. What's wrong with playing for me?" "Play." Ji Xian's heart suddenly ached, and a wave of fear surged through him. He reached out and pinched Yuan Jian's neck, closing his 5 fingers and clenching them tightly. It was as if he had really moved to strangle him alive. Ji Xian's fists clenched, punching hard toward Yuan Jian's face with punch after punch. his voice cold and piercing. I'll talk to uncle and tell you to get the hell out of the country. He had to admit that Ji Xian was now incredibly glad that she was okay. Otherwise Yu Wenjian would never just roll out of the country. Yu Wenjian could barely breathe as he was being choked, and his entire body was overwhelmed by a sense of suffocation. The bones in his whole body almost fell apart, and he died of pain, falling to the ground, his face covered in blood. More than 10 years of holding back and stifling, mixed with a high concentration of alcohol, suddenly erupted at this moment. Yu Wenjian simply broke down and suddenly revealed a weird smile on the ground with a piercing sound. Ji Xian, you're just emotionally challenged. You're a ing. You're the one who acquiesced in our mocking and belittling Zhou Zhen. And you're the one who hung on to Zhou Zhen and refused to respond. Ha, what are you pretending to be deep now? When the words fell, Ji Xian was like falling into an ice cellar, the expression on his face completely frozen. Yes, his attitude determines the attitude of those around him. He acquiesced in the demeaning and mocking of Zhou Zhen by those around him. Even watching Zhou Zhen's expression from on high and seeing for herself that she is lost, sad and humble. But no matter what, Zhou Zhen would always run after him with love. For fear of loss and deception. That's why he had to make sure. Had to verify countless times that Qiao Zhen genuinely liked him before he repeatedly turned a cold shoulder on her. But it's like, he never really considered Zhou Zhen's feelings. Will Zhou Zhen be saddened by the taunts? Will her confidence and enthusiasm be sapped? Will one crouch in a corner and secretly shed tears? He really never had KO concerns and never cared. Yu Wenjian laughed extraordinarily maniacally, hissing word for word in his extremely poor mental state. Growing up you had to have everybody around you and holding you up, but look back, you don't have any real friends around you at all. No one will be true to you. If it weren't for the young master of the Ji family, who would want to gripe you? The silence of the dark night, even the rustling sound of the cold wind blowing through was extraordinarily obvious, cold and piercing. Yu Wenjian's words were extraordinarily loud and piercing, as if he was holding a loudspeaker that kept amplifying in his ears. Drill into the mind like crazy. Ji Xian closed his slightly reddened eyes, his face sinking down and the face grew cold. Zhou Zhen, she likes me, and she means it. Yu Wenjian, however, had already seen through it and sneered. So what? But she doesn't want you now. Ji Xian immediately retorted in a cold voice, his tone stubborn. Impossible. He's the only one who doesn't want Qiao Zhen. How could Qiao Zhen not want him? An inexplicable sourness suddenly welled up inside Ji Xian. He was walking alone on the road and the back was swallowed bit by the dark as ink night, like a mountain of 10,000 years of snow. In the cold wind, the shadow lengthened little by little. It seemed incredibly lonely and forlorn. Hiss. Ji Xian's head was getting sore. He sucked in a mouthful of cool air. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead, and leaned helplessly against the wall. The face is pale. For a moment the sky spun. The memories of his past life drilled into his mind frantically, eroding his brain inch by inch. Qiao Zhen has been with him for 7 years. Even when Ji was hit hard and on the verge of bankruptcy, she didn't leave either, and always stayed with him full of anticipation. The images flashed through the brain like a slow movie, stopping abruptly, wondering what comes after. Was this a part of his memories from his past life? Ji Xian's eyes held a few moments of incredulity as his vision returned to clarity. Out of nowhere, his icy face gradually melted, and the original worry and panic slowly dissipated. In her previous life, Qiao Zhen had followed him for so many years, her heart and eyes full of him. How can you just walk away from? The moonlight was cold. Ji Xian's thin lips were pursed, and layers of haze were brewing under his eyes. He assured me that this was the last test, the last trial. As long as Qiao Zhen is willing to come back obediently, willing to take the initiative to bow down and admit her fault, he will forgive her and promise her. 1:30 in the morning. Zhou Zhen dreamed again of being thrown out into the country as a child and being put in a small dark room by her grandmother. Her eyes snapped open and she inhaled deeply, but still in a daze. The wine hadn't fully sobered up. She had a splitting headache and subconsciously turned her head to her side. Qin Yichi. That stool, however, was empty. There was no Qin Yichi at all. Zhou Zhen stiffened, her whole body frozen in place. He still sneaks away while she's asleep. For a moment, a gush of bitterness rolled up in his chest, and a feeling of powerlessness surged through his entire heart, as he was sore and numb inside. It took her breath away. Liar. Qiao Zhen's eyes were moist, her nose was sore, and tears slipped indisputably from the corners of her eyes. It was as if the only support had collapsed. She covered her face in despair and couldn't help but choke. Qin Yichi, why don't you want me? To? Why? Suddenly, a low growl erupted violently from the bathroom. Zhou Zhen, don't cry. I'm not dead yet. Qin Yichi's voice came through a door. Zhou Zhen's crying suddenly paused, her whole body confused, and she hiccuped unawares. She stayed where she was for a long time, following the sound. She was in a daze, wrapped up in her blankets and tried to crawl over to the door, only to hear a thud, drop it on the floor, and his head hit the nightstand hard. It hurts. Holding back her tears, Jojin moved little by little to the bathroom door and sat up on her knees and reach out and take hold of the doorknob. Click. The door unlocked and opened right up. Jojin froze for 2 seconds, thinking hard before poking her head inside curiously. Hearing the sound of the door opening, Qin Yichi was so scared that he immediately raised his pants, his ears suddenly bursting red with annoyance. Jojin, what are you doing? And Jojin was sitting on her knees in the doorway, her pajamas on backwards, her hair a little disheveled. 2 or 3 stray strands of hair clung to his face as he cocked his head at him. The young girl's cheeks were pink and white, and there were still 2 lines of tears, and the crystalline teardrops slid down to her chin. Like a pearl with a broken string. Qin Yichi froze. A sudden pain in the heart, a throbbing pain, a hateful pain, and, tell her to stop crying. Jojin responded slowly, blinking twice. I came to see you. A drunken Jojin is clearly unreasonable and not in her right mind. Qin Yichi choked and paused, not knowing what to say back. As it turns out, boys should always lock their doors and always protect themselves when they are out and about as well. After washing his hands, Qin Yichi went up to pick up Qiao Zhen and tucked her back under the covers with a sullen face. No more crying. He sat in a chair next to the bed, rubbing his fingertips over Jojin's face. Wiping away her tears. Her tone was a bit fierce. Qiao Zhen grabbed his other hand tightly. Don't cry. I won't cry. Don't be angry. Qin Yichi's throat rolled. I'm not angry. He ghostly lifted his index finger and poked the young girl in the face, sinking it deep. Qiao Zhen's face was white and delicate, soft, like a slice of cotton candy. Can't get tired of poking and prodding. Qin Yichi took a deep breath and immediately retracted his hand, his neck burning a little. Qiao Zhen shrank under the covers, her eyelashes constantly fluttering lightly. Qin Yichi, I thought that. You don't want me either because none of them do. Her head was a mess, and some bad memories surfaced steeply. I've been, it seems, a less fortunate person. She hung her eyes, a little lost, and repeated woodenly. They, all of them, don't want me. Qiao Zhen smothered her head in the quilt, a thick ball of cotton clogging her heart, making it hard to breathe. Why? She felt so sad. Jojin secretly wiped tears from her eyes and rolled over, intending to go back to sleep. However, just as she was about to fall asleep, Qiao Zhen vaguely heard Qin Yichi's voice. It sounded a little less real through the covers. He said, I want you. Chapter 52. Qiao Zhen plays a hooligan. At noon, the sunlight, like a golden fringe, fell through a layer of curtains, flecked with light that, it forms a natural oil painting. Jojin rubbed against the pillow and opened her eyes sleepily. The memories of last night came flooding back like a tidal wave. She remembers going to the hot springs with Qin Yichi and almost being bullied by Yuan Jian. Qin Yichi rushed over in time to carry her to the hotel. And then it broke off. Can't remember anything. Jojin sank into the large, soft bed, still out of condition, and rolled over leisurely. In the next second, her eyes went round and her whole body sat up abruptly, blinking in shock. Not her. Why is there a man sitting next to her bed? Qin Yichi was sitting on the chair next to the bed, staring at her with a diffident expression. Dark eyes deep. Awake? Are you hungry? There was soy milk and buns on the nightstand, but, presumably, too early in the day. It's already a little cold. Qiao Zhen was dumbfounded, as if she had seen a ghost, and clutched the covers and shrank back. No. What are you doing here? She hurriedly looked down at her body and let out a long sigh of relief. Not naked. She was wearing a nightgown. No. Who put it on her? And why was it on backwards? What really happened last night? Qin Yichi took in all her shocked emotions and pursed his lips. A faint voice came out. Don't you remember anything from last night? The little crybaby who begged him to sleep with her last night. Last night he was pulling his finger and refusing to let him go. And in the morning, someone had forgotten all about it and wanted to retreat 100,000 meters away. Indeed, a little badass. Qiao Zhen blinked and looked at him suspiciously, full of confusion. Did I do something? Qin Yichi had long thought of this layer, and lowered his head to reveal a gangly smile. Take out your cell phone and open a recording. It was all the soft, sweet voice of Zhen when she was drunk. Qin Yichi, can you hug me? Want to touch the throat? Come here a little. Oh, Qin Yichi, don't go. Don't go. Okay, get under the covers. I'm warming you up. End of recording. Zhen, W. Her pupils clenched suddenly, her scalp nearly exploding as she couldn't believe her ears. Zhen pointed to herself incredulously, her voice soft and constantly trembling. Me? Qin Yichi nodded his head in satisfaction, raising an eyebrow as he asked rhetorically, and what else? He's still only releasing a small portion of the more normal, the ones that are more bombastic and amazing. He didn't even dare to put it out for Qiao Zhen to hear, for fear that she'd be so ashamed that she'd run headlong into the ground. Qiao Zhen's glistening white face gradually turned pink, collapsed and covered her face, murmuring softly, impossible. How did this happen? She volunteered to beg Qin Yichi to stay? She took the initiative to touch people's bodies? You even want people to get under the covers? Gosh, how did this happen? When she was drunk, she was actually horny and playing tricks on Qin Yichi, like a shrunken turtle. Qiao Zhen cupped the covers and shivered in the corner, apologizing in a low voice. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. I'm all drunk, not thinking at all and don't remember anything. You don't think much. Qiao Zhen thought for a moment and added in a whisper. Qin Yichi, don't worry, you're still innocent. Qin Yichi? Qiao Zhen rubbed her eyes and looked at him with a face full of sincerity. She remembers almost nothing, but actually, there's that little bit that, still slightly impressed. For example, when she asked Qin Yichi if he liked her even a little bit, Qin Yichi didn't say anything, and wordlessly evaded. Another example is when she said that no one else wanted her. Qin Yichi said, I want you. Vaguely, it didn't sound real, and Qiao Zhen didn't know if it was her own hallucination, a dream, or real words coming out of Qin Yichi's mouth. Instead, she felt that her heart was really much more solid. Qin Yichi looked at the young girl's appearance as she cowered in the corner, and her reddened ears couldn't help but let out a soft chuckle as he looked down. Come on, that's starting to skim off the top. Luckily it's just sitting around with Zhen for the night. If we really got under the covers, he was sure to be woken up by a slap in the face from Zhen. Qin Yichi took a deep breath and rolled his throat. Wash up first. I bought you breakfast. Oh, good. Zhen stared at a bit of pink on the knot of his throat and nodded frostily. There was a sudden flash of light in her mind, but she didn't have time to catch the tail end of that light. Did you touch the knot in Qin Yichi's throat? And did she touch anything else? After washing up, Qiao Zhen took the soy milk, wanting to cry, her voice like a mosquito screaming. I didn't do anything more outrageous last night, I don't suppose? Qin Yichi lazily leaned on the back of the chair, his tone meaningful. You guess. Zhen. Returning to the school dormitory from the resort hotel, Qiao Zhen was all heartbroken and all bad. There's a little man inside scratching his ears like crazy. However, the school rumor is that Ji Xian has suddenly dropped out of school. I've heard that it's also been transferred abroad, and it's definitely not coming back anytime soon. Everyone was in pain for a while, and there were many people who had long looked at him with displeasure. Zhen breathed a silent sigh of relief. The roommates on the sidelines, their eyes glowing, ate their melons with curious expressions on their faces. They could be happy to listen to Qiao Zhen and Qin Yichi's sweet little routine. Chen Meishan propped up her chin, her eyes full of stars. So you mistakenly drank highly concentrated alcohol. After getting drunk, begged Qin Yichi to stay and sleep with you. Shang Lulu took a bite of the melon and came over. Oh, so isn't this about the same as, you two sleep together? Qiao Zhen's little face was red, and she couldn't wait to bury herself in a crack in the ground, retorting softly, no, he just sat next to me, and besides, he's not the type to take advantage of a situation. Oh, you're getting protective. Shang Lulu is full of kowtow to me, showing her aunt's smile and analyzing rationally and boldly. Zhen, he definitely likes you. Maybe he's had a crush on you for years? And you, definitely heartbroken. The authorities are in the dark, but the onlookers know better. She, Master Shang, could see clearly. Chen Meixiang and Yin Yu also nodded their heads in succession as the three military masters all came to the same conclusion. Qiao Zhen surprised round eyes, heart like a drum, brewing for a long time, but did not say a word. Only a gentle shake of the head. How is it possible that Qin Yichi has a crush on her? What does she have that makes her worthy of anyone's favorite or crush? Zhen's eyelashes fluttered lightly as she slumped over the table, trying to work on calming down, but she heard it clearly, and those three words from Qin Yichi constantly lingered in her mind. I want you. Qiao Zhen's heart pounded wildly, as if a seed was buried deep within. A small, vibrant life. And now, uncontrollably, this seed is taking root and breaking out of the ground. Pulse sounds sharp and strong. Chapter 53, Christmas Eve. Lucky Apple. Day by day, the day of the spa was getting further and further away. Qin Yichi always felt that it was unreal. That night's hazy ambiguity. That sincere husband. As if he was just a big dream. It's an illusion. It's nothingness. It's something that simply doesn't exist. Only when he clicked on the recording and Qiao Zhen's sweet voice rang out did his heart gradually become steady. It's cold in the winter, but whenever Qin Yichi tied that dark gray scarf, he felt, again, This winter seems to be warm again. The cell phone recording still played Zhou Jin's voice from that night, dripping with a strong sense of aggression. Crying to herself with hidden sobs. Qin Yichi, I seem to have been, all along, a less fortunate person. At those words, he paused suddenly in his movements. Late at night, a cold wind blew outside the window and the leaves rustled. Qin Yichi hung his head, sitting at his desk, writing in his book, stroke by stroke, conscientiously writing. On December 24th, Christmas Eve, as winter descends and the bitterly cold wind keeps blowing on the skin. Even the sunlight was a tad cooler. It fell on a Friday, and the atmosphere in the school grew stronger. Giving apples on Christmas Eve day is always a great way to show friendship. Or even a sour crush. For example, Qi Envy's desk is already full of apples and love letters from the girls. His face was grim, his thin lips pursed into a straight line, reserved and detached, and his entire body had extremely low air pressure. Even the few boys around him shuddered, confused as to what this young master was angry about again. It was a long time before they realized. No apples from Zhou Jin. In the first 2 years, Qiao Zhen would always carefully prepare apples and greeting cards for Ji Xian. Those eyes seemed to be lit with starlight, looking up at him expectantly and carefully. He returned or threw away the things the others gave him, except for the one he took from Zhou Zhen. Just the mere act of doing so made Zhou Jin happy. Just a little bit of good would be enough for her. Someone like that really just suddenly goes away? The boys were afraid to speak. One quail-like, Ji Xian could barely maintain his calm and perfect face. He couldn't help but wonder what kind of gift he'd given then. He didn't send anything. It's not just Zhou Jin. He never seems to get anyone a gift, taking it all for granted and enjoying what Zhou Jin has to offer. Even those 7 years in a previous life. Ji Xian squeezed a diamond necklace in his hand. An inexplicable uneasiness welled up inside him. Fingertips hardened until they were white. This necklace is a one-of-a-kind, top luxury, customized model with diamond pearl white swans, worth millions of dollars. It means pure white love. He would give it to Zhou Jin if she would bow down to him. If she would come back of her own accord, give a response. Yeah, this is the last try. As long as Zhou Jin is willing to turn around. Waiting and waiting. Ji Envy waited until the cold wind of biting loneliness. But never waited for Zhou Jin's apple and blessing. Noon. Qiao Zhen returned to the dormitory after training, still wearing her thick beige down jacket. Wrap a white plush scarf around it. She's been training every day in the music room, ever since she passed her online audition for the first Singing Moon singing competition. Prepare for the preliminary round tomorrow. 3 rounds in all live. The sisters in the dormitory were sincerely happy for her. One by one, they began to stuff her hands with little cookies and candies and even specialties brought from the old country. Jen, charge me, kill the final. Chen Meixiang lifted her chin. When you show off your singing voice, we'll furiously brush 66 on the live broadcast. If anyone dares to talk about you, I'll just backhand a report to kill him. That's right, our Jen is the best. After hearing this, Qiao Zhen was so moved that she flung herself into their arms and choked. Thank you. It's great to have you guys. That's nice. She was pitched a lemon-flavored bubblegum, which she dutifully held in her mouth. It's tart and sweet and fills your mouth with a light, refreshing flavor. But Zhou Jin always felt as if something was still missing. She put one hand on her cheek and pursed her lips in depression. Speaking of which, it's been a long time since I've run into a certain man named Qin in school these days. If only he could have appeared in front of her right away. In the next second, a WeChat tone came from his cell phone unexpectedly. I'm downstairs in your dorm room. The message from Qin Yichi crashed into the bottom of his eyes. Zhou Jin's heart skipped a beat. She froze, her breath stuttering as she grabbed a small gift box on the table and hurried out the door. Inexplicably, anticipation, nervousness, happiness, all these wonderful emotions hanging over the heart of the, like colorful sugar paper, it wrapped her tightly in it, even as she was much lighter on her feet. The man was standing not far away, in a black down jacket, with a straight and slender figure, and cold brows and eyes. The outline was clear, and the whole person was evil and wanton. Zhou Jin stepped up next to him, and the hot breath she exhaled faded into a hazy white mist, slowly dissipating into the air. Her tone held a happiness that even she didn't notice. What brings you here? Qin Yichi inserted one hand into the pocket of his down jacket. Not salty, just happened to be passing by. I haven't seen you in a long time and thought I'd come and see you. Zhou Jin gave him the gift box of apples, her eyes shining brightly as she curled her lips up at him and smiled. A shallow 2 pearly swirls and a true blessing. Qin Yichi, eat this apple and you will be safe and well forever. This was something she had prepared for Qin Yichi a long time ago. Motorcycle racing is a very dangerous sport, and Qin Yichi trains almost every day. She wanted Qin Yichi to be safe and well more than anything else, and secondly, to win the honor. Life first, Race second. Jojin had somewhat forgotten from which Christmas Eve they had started giving each other apples. Qin Yichi, however, remembers it clearly. It was that winter 9 years ago. In grade school, the class had a little activity called giving apples to each other. One student didn't show up that day with a fever, resulting in an odd class size and one extra person. And he was the extra man. Everyone exchanged apples and cards but him. He was the only one, and no one would give him an apple or write him a card. Back then, he had the worst grades, was mean-looking, withdrawn and non-verbal, and there were rumors that he loved to fight, with a bruised and purple arm. He must have been an unabashedly bad student, and everyone stayed away from him. That day, little Qin Yichi just stared at them silently without speaking, his gaze fiercely silent in place. It didn't matter. He kept saying to himself in his mind. It wasn't like he cared about that anyway. Yeah, don't care. The winter seemed extraordinarily cold that year, and the wind that blew on our faces was stinging. It was as if a small knife had scraped his face. Until Jojin rushes over from the other classes, squarely into his arms for a whole bunch of Christmas Eve and Christmas presents, grinning up at him brightly and sunnily. At that time, Qin Yichi realized that he actually cared to death. Once upon a time the memories weren't very fond, but thankfully there's a wonderful person who's always around. So many days, so many years. Qin Yichi's lips slowly curled up, and similarly took out an elk-wrapped red apple from behind him. The voice was low and coaxing. Eat this lucky apple and you'll have good luck. Believe it or not? Jojin took the apple and looked down at the lifelike moose, hesitant to speak. After a long time, she tilted her little face up suspiciously and blinked sincerely. Qin Yichi, do I look that gullible? Upon hearing this, Qin Yichi stifled a laugh, and couldn't help but reach out, landing on the top of her soft, fluffy hair, and gently rub her head. No kidding, it's true. Chapter 54, His Little Elk Zhen Zhen. Qiao Zhen returned to the dormitory holding an apple, a smile rippling on her lips, eyes sprinkled with sweet radiant starlight. As soon as she opened the door, the 3 military advisors stood solemnly in front of her, scrutinizing her with a critical eye. Jojin, halt! Qiao Zhen immediately stood obediently, blinking her watery eyes, her voice warm and soft. What's wrong? SGT. Yunyu was the first to ask. What did you just do? Qiao Zhen was inexplicably a little weak, paused, and said softly, I throw the garbage. She's telling the truth. Downstairs, she did stop by to carry the bag of trash by the door and throw it away. On the side, Chen Mei Xiang was so angry that her teeth itched. The 3 of us saw it from the balcony. Qin Yichi, he touched your head. He actually rubbed your head. My mother is going to kill him. This dog man actually made a move on her Jen. Damn it to hell. Chen Meixian's eyes were extremely stern, like she really wanted to rush to knife Qin Yichi. Jojin silently scrunched her neck. Not that she thought it was all that strange. Qin Yichi loved to rub her head when she was a child, and she had long since gotten used to it. After washing the apples, Jojin sat down in a chair and gave an honest account of everything. After hearing her words, Chen Meixian was very sober. Men's mouths can be very powerful, and they call it some kind of lucky apple that you can have good luck if you eat it? I don't believe it. What a lie. Shang Lulu, on the other hand, covered her little pink heart, blinked her starry eyes, and wailed, **Jen, you two are too sweet to sprinkle sugar. It's more real than the CP pear I was high on. Jojin was nibbling on a red apple, and her fingertips tightened slightly when she was teased like that. His face gradually rolled up as well, and a myriad of complex emotions welled up inside. Yunyu saw the needle in the eye. So the apple he sent is sweet or not? Jojin dropped her eyelashes and said softly yet seriously, it's pretty sweet. The apples are big, red, crisp, juicy and really sweet. After eating the apple, Jojin began to organize her things. The box of mousse wrapping suddenly dropped a small black greeting card with sharp, dragon-like handwriting. Would you like to go somewhere with me tonight? Jojin froze, her eyes lighting up slightly as her heart suddenly missed a beat. She picked up the card and looked at it over and over again. Accompany him. Where to go? Qin Yichi obviously had many opportunities to say it, but he preferred to use the form of writing it on a greeting card. A more formal look. Jojin's curiosity was piqued, and she thought about the words all afternoon, and messaged to ask. But Qin Yichi was very bad. His mouth was very tight, and he held back and didn't tell her. Damn it! She was tickled a little inside like a kitten had scratched her several times. Expectant and nervous. The winter evenings fell sooner than usual, and by 5 o'clock it was dark and the evening breeze percolated with a slight chill. Qiao Zhen, dressed in a beige down jacket and carrying a crossbody bag on the subway, taken all the way to the newly opened business district in the center of the city by Qin Yichi. It's a lively Christmas Eve. old people and children. There were also a lot of cosplayers collecting stamps for group photos. Suspended in the air were huge nets woven with thick ropes and hung with a starlight bat. It swayed gently in the cold wind and shimmered with a dazzling golden light. A huge Christmas tree stands in the center, dotted with colorful jewels. Colorful. Add a few nice hazy touches. Picturesque and extraordinarily romantic. Many couples stood in front of the Christmas tree hugging each other and pouring out their love. Qiao Zhen tilted her head slightly and looked at the scene, her eyes also reflecting the golden starlight and glowing. It's really pretty. She hasn't been paying much attention to that lately. She didn't know there was a new shopping mall here, much less that it would be such a fantastic event. Presumably, having just opened and coinciding with Christmas Eve and Christmas Day, in an effort to garner traffic. That's why it was organized so grandly. Jojin. The man's low magnetic voice fell slowly. Jojin looked up at him. Ha! Qin Yichi took out 2 small moose hair cards from his pocket, leaned slightly toward her and, there was a slight lethargy in his voice. Everyone else has one, so I'll put it on you too? Jojin blinks, and for a moment looks down at the 2 little antlers. A moment later, he lifted his head to look around. Indeed, almost all of the girls around here were wearing moose hairpins, which were cute and pretty. But this one in Qin Yichi's hand is a bit different, with a little golden bell. It looks a little more refined and pretty. Jojin nodded, unable to resist asking, where did you get that? Qin Yichi looked, also does not look like someone who would engage in this kind of thing or rather, he just doesn't seem like a romantic. Sure enough, he blurted out, it was a gift with the purchase of an apple. Jojin, oh, turns out it was a gift. Qin Yichi was very tall, and when she took a step closer, she was instantly enveloped in a blanket of. Reaching down, he put moose hairpins on both sides of her. As the distance between the 2 slowly drew closer, the faint grassy scent of Qin Yichi's body hit his face. Hot breath fell on her as well. Jojin was a little less natural, her heartbeat slowing for half a beat, then racing. The whole body's senses seemed to be invaded by the man in front of her, and a thread of it seeped into her heart, especially under the diffuse starlight. Qin Yichi's side face was also covered with a layer of hazy warm light. The tear mole under her eyes was particularly bewitching and eye-catching. The air was rendered heartfelt and hazy, the 2 of them in ambiguous and intimate positions. Indescribably loving and provocative. Qiao Zhen lowered her head slightly, and when she leaned in, she even caught her breath slightly. Don't dare take a big breath. The whole thing was crisping up. Okay. Qin Yichi's voice sounded above his head as he took a step back, gradually pulling away. Jojin finally let out a breath, shaking her head, and could still hear the crisp tinkle sound. Qin Yichi looked at the little elk in front of him, a dark smile under his eyes. Inadvertently revealing the other 2 hairpins in her hand. Qiao Zhen noticed it at once. Her tone justified. You have to wear it with me too. Qin Yichi raised his eyes slightly, the corner of his lips curving up. Why? Jojin suddenly choked. She didn't know why, but she wanted Qin Yichi to accompany her. It's as if wearing the same hairpin proves to others that they are together. For example, many couples on the side of the road, wearing the same type of clothes, or wear the same necklace or bracelet to secretly show your love. There's a very subtle feeling in there. Qiao Zhen was still thinking about how to answer, when in the next second, Qin Yichi squatted in front of her. The knot in his throat rolled lightly. So you'll put it on for me, is that okay? As before, helping him with his scarf. He was a very large one even when he was crouching, and his eyes were extraordinarily hot, as if leaping from a single flame. So compelling that it's hard to resist. One can't help but want to get a little bit closer. A little bit more. Qiao Zhen's body reacted one step faster than her brain and subconsciously took the hair card. She lowered her eyes and whispered, Qin Yichi, I remember you hated people touching your head and your hair. A cold wind blew by. The man's fine ink hair hung down in front of his hard brow bone. His eyelashes looked like raven feathers lightly trembling. The nose is high and the chin is hidden in a dark gray scarf. In front of the romantic Christmas tree, Qiao Zhen heard Qin Yichi's voice. Jojin, you're no one else. As the words fell, Qiao Zhen's fingertips paused for a moment, and a few strands of dark hair blew in the wind. Every word echoed clearly in my ears, drifting inch by inch into my heart. Steadying her not-so-quiet heart, she reached down and put on his hairpin, carefully and thoughtfully. After wearing it, Qiao Zhen looked at the large elk in front of her and couldn't help but leap up in her heart. There! Now they're 2 of a kind. Perhaps it was the festive atmosphere, and in the expectant and happy atmosphere of the passers-by, Jojin was getting more and more relaxed. She bought 2 cups of espresso cocoa and handed one to Qin Yichi, clinking glasses with him. The mellow flavor spreads on the tongue at once, warm as spring, and the whole person comes alive instantly. The 2 gradually approached the play area, which was full of Lego, blind boxes, and other novelties. There are more young people. Qin Yichi led her to the crane machine and suddenly stopped and Fade asked, "Want to play catch?" The huge crane machine looks like a magic box in a fairy tale world, and the window displays are full of dolls. Many of the dolls are limited edition, the kind you can't buy and have to grab. A couple of little kids bursting into tears around a crane machine, sniffling all the while. While commiserating, he said, "Oh, can't catch it at all. It's got a faulty hook." Wah! Jojin was also eager to experience the fun of catching a doll, and was eager to catch the flower-hugging bear in the very center. Really want to. But looking around at the sad little children, she beat a retreat and retracted her idea of silently shaking his head. "Forget it, I'm not very good." It wasn't like she hadn't tried, but every time she couldn't catch it. It was always so close. It's like how Poundland is always a cutaway. The fact that she lost her money, plus the fact that she was already in a bad mood and on the verge of a breakdown at that point in time. 3 times she couldn't catch one, causing her to almost shed tears in front of the crane machine. There was another time when she caught a doll. It was with Qin Yichi. She still didn't catch it, but Qin Yichi caught it and gave her one of the dolls, but she was still a little lost. Catching it yourself, and having it given to you by someone else, is ultimately different. After all that, she never touched a crane machine again. Qiao Zhen sighed and was just about to leave when she saw that Qin Yichi had already exchanged 10 gold coins. Walked over to himself with a small basket. Qin Yichi's deep, dark eyes stared at her, slightly bent over, his tone loose and unruly, with extreme attraction. "Jojin, how do you know if it works unless you try?" Chapter 55, half of my luck, half of yours. As the words fell, Qin Yichi took the lead in casting a gold coin, holding the joystick with one hand to maneuver the hook claw. Looking lazy and unruly, he pressed the button. The hooked claws slowly descended, capturing a puppy doll with precision. As she watched the puppy doll being hoisted up by the hook, Jojin felt as if her heart was being clawed up, too. Little by little, it rises high into the sky. She gathered her breath slightly, and couldn't help but become nervous, not daring to let out a breath. The kid buddies on the sidelines also stared curiously, casting eager glances at the touch. Clenches his fist as if that's going to fuel hook. Not even close. Qiao Zhen had been unable to hold back her happiness. However, in the next second, the corners of her curled-up mouth suddenly disappeared. The doll suddenly fell, just centimeters from the exit, and failed. Qin Yichi out. Yet he didn't react much, as if it was an expected end. The 4 small children next to him had expressions of regret. Qiao Zhen went over and comforted her gently. "It's already very strong. Try again. Maybe it's a hit." The distance instantly closed. Qiao Zhen's small porcelain white face suddenly enlarged, her eyes full of anticipation. The cherry pink lips in bud. It's more tantalizing and desirable than all the dolls in the crane machine combined. Qin Yichi's deep line of sight fell on her full, soft lips, and after 2 or 3 seconds, immediately, he averted his eyes, the color of ink tumbling within his pupils. He tried again with the coin, yet 3 whole times, failing again and again, each time coming up just a little short. Just one thing, when it counts, the hooks always come loose, as if they've come to life. Qiao Zhen felt sorry for him and pursed her lips to comfort him. The kids next to me looked on and shook their heads, lost in thought as if to say, "Older brother, you look like you're good at it, but you're actually not good at all." Qin Yichi stabilized his emotions and slipped a gold coin into Qiao Zhen's hand, looking sideways at her seriously. "You try." Qiao Zhen subconsciously politely refused. "But I have a bad hand. It's better if you do it." Qin Yichi lowered his head and smothered a laugh. "As you can see, all 4 rounds were blanks, and my hand should have been worse." Qiao Zhen had to put in her gold coins and harden her heart. Even someone as powerful as Qin Yichi, Jojin barely expects anything, but still maneuvers the hook claw with seriousness. Aim at the butter bear in the center and nervously press the red button. The hooked paw firmly grasps the bear and rises into the air. The most exciting and nerve-wracking part of playing the crane machine is just in the blink of an eye. The fingertips at Jojin's side clenched slightly, as if doing so, it will allow the hook claw to get a little tighter as well. The next second, there was a clunk. Jojin blinked, a little confused, and, incredibly, I took this creamy bear holding a flower out from underneath. The real plush touch spreads over the skin, as if dispelling the gloom of the past in an instant. Qiao Zhen hugged it tightly, her eyes instantly brightening as she, smiling is like an orchid blooming and a butterfly dancing. "Qin Yichi, I really caught it? Jesus." The kid next to him instantly perked up and stared. "Wow, you can really catch it." Even the kid next door cried with gluttony. Qin Yichi was half leaning in front of the crane machine, his long legs slightly folded, his silhouette distinct and clear, obviously wearing the most ordinary black down jacket, but exudes a mature and calm atmosphere, demonic and compulsion. But there's something inexplicably off-putting about wearing 2 bells and antlers. He appeared to be youthful and wanton and spirited. He couldn't help but curl his lips after Jojin and quip, "Well, that's impressive." Jojin hugged the bear with delight and her heart beat faster. It was the first doll she had ever caught on her own, and it meant something different. As if he didn't believe it, Qin Yichi tried several more times, but either he didn't hook it at all. Either halfway through the grab, the hook claw suddenly comes loose. None of it worked. Out. The children looked on dryly, tilting their heads innocently. "Brother, you have to cheer up, are not as good as your girlfriend." Qin Yichi looked at a few brats and didn't deny it, only gently smiled and lazily answered, "Well, it's true that this sister is better, so she has to come." When Qiao Zhen heard the word sister, her chest burned slightly, and she shoved another gold coin into her hand. "This is the last gold coin." It's hard not to get a little stressed out with multiple people watching. Qiao Zhen took a deep breath and shook the joystick, aiming for the brown puppy that Qin Yichi had grabbed earlier. After confirming the alignment, pressed the button carefully. The expression was serious, as if he was working on a paper in an exam room. She didn't know that when she was seriously grabbing the doll, Qin Yichi was also looking at her seriously. I saw the hook and claw firmly grasp the puppy, and little by little it rose into the air. And finally, with a clunk, the place where the stable falls into the import and export. Surprisingly, I caught it again. The kid buddy next to me clapped his hands like crazy. 66. Sis is awesome. Jojin immediately crouched down and picked up the puppy doll from the exit hole, almost jumping up and down with her entire body. "Qin Yichi, look, I caught it again." I don't know if it's an illusion, but she always feels that the hooked claws are especially powerful whenever it's her turn to. The force is exceptionally strong and won't let go easily. Jojin felt horribly strong right now. She had a proud look on her face that begged for a quip, like a happy little moose that. The 2 pair swirls were more dazzling than the stars in the sky. Qin Yichi's heart felt like it had been lightly scratched by a feather a few times. A soft mess. It's just catching a doll. She's just so happy and so easily satisfied. At this moment, Qin Yichi suddenly felt that everything he had done was worth it. There was a bright smile on his brow and a fine glint under his eyes. "Jojin, you're lucky. It's the people who are most deserving of the luck that comes their way." Jojin looked at the 2 dolls in her hand. One a creamy bear that she loved. The other was a brown puppy that Qin Yichi had failed to catch several times. After a total of 10 catches, Qin Yichi failed 8 times while she succeeded twice. Simply an unlucky man. A lucky man. Qiao Zhen pursed her lips and, with hardly any hesitation, immediately shoved the puppy into Qin Yichi's arms. Winking at him, Qin Yichi took the puppy doll and smoothly ruined twice, wagging the puppy's tail. In this noisy, bustling play area, against the backdrop of the noisy, chaotic, he could clearly hear Jojin's sweet voice. Each word turned into a hammer, hitting him hard, one after the other, in the heart. Deafening. "Qin Yichi." The young girl raised her face and said with a dimpled smile, "Half of my luck, half of yours." Chapter 56 Luck and Favoritism. The streets are bustling, the lights are bright and bustling, the air echoes with the piano tones of Christmas melodies. Too beautiful to be true. Obviously surrounded by clamor and noise, but Qin Yichi gradually could not hear the sounds around him, and only felt that it's really overly quiet. Quiet enough that the only thing left to say is that, half of my luck, half of yours. In an instant, an unspeakable sentiment kept taking root and spreading wildly. Almost firmly occupying Qin Yichi's heart, about to break through his chest. When Jojin caught the doll, she didn't hesitate to share it with him, as if she were offering her baby. At that moment, as if a gentle ray of sunshine had shone on her face, the young girl's flawless skin was bright and delicate with a few shades of pink. Just looking at each other for a second, you can't help but fall in and willingly indulge. The knot in Qin Yichi's throat rolled slightly, and the corners of his mouth smiled a little too much to suppress. He averted his eyes and slowly tightened his arms around the puppy doll. "Jojin, come with me." Without asking why, Qiao Zhen nodded and followed him obediently all the way. Follow her navigation. Cutting through the crowd, the two stopped in front of a newly opened toy mall. But the crowd was like a tidal wave, and it was so crowded that they couldn't get in at all. Extremely easy to break up. Suddenly a little boy in front of us fell to the ground, screaming in pain. By the time Jojin smoothly pulled the little boy up and looked up again, then he couldn't find the familiar figure of Qin Yichi. What about? Qiao Zhen stood in place, tiptoeing, looking around, but how to find it could not be found. There was a sudden panic in his heart. She was so big a Qin Yichi went where? In the next instant, a warm touch spread over his wrist, crunching into the skin. It permeates the limbs and bones. I'm here. Qin Yichi's voice was low, and he gently held her wrist and, take her all the way forward. Under the warm light, The man's originally untamed figure gradually transitioned to a softer and the minty fragrance slowly melts into the air. He was tall and opened up a path at once. The small patch of skin where the two touched was literally on the verge of burning up, and it was so hot that it was hard to ignore. Qiao Zhen's eyes slowly fell on her right wrist, staring at Qin Yichi's hand, and the heart suddenly began to race uncontrollably. His palms were wide and warm and bony, with veins raised and pronounced, and hormonal, and there is also a small black mole on the back of his hand. It seems very secure. Again, it seems extraordinarily dangerous. In a flash, Jojin closed her eyes weakly, and charming images of a past life come to mind uncontrollably. Since getting married, Qin Yichi's beastly attributes have completely exploded. The wolf dog attributes are also fully exposed. He could easily hold her wrists down with one hand and raise them high above her head. As a top racer who does a lot of physical training every day, he's frighteningly strong. No matter how hard you struggle, you can't break free. Qin Yichi held her waist with his other hand, his raven-feathered eyelashes drooping, laying on her shoulder like a puppy. His voice was dull and low, magnetic. "Jen, coax me." Qiao Zhen was pressed forcefully against the wall, gasping softly, a few moments of bewilderment passing through her eyes. Smooth his fur patiently. "What again? This dog thing? Are already 25 years old, man. Why still need to coax like a little kid?" The words came out in a sour, conspiratorial tone. "You're on Youth 101 as a flight instructor. Every day there are 100 little green teas dancing around you, flirting with you, and a mouthful of MS. Jinjin's sister Xiao Xiao." The more the man spoke, the more he became aggravated. But the force of his hand was not reduced at all. Firmly she pressed down her wrist. The feeling of pressure was extremely strong. The air was vaguely sour with the smell of vinegar. Qiao Zhen was pressed against the wall, unable to move, and her cheeks were tinted with a blush. This variety show was picked up by the company directly for her, seeing as her schedule just happened to be open. Purposely shoehorning in the hottest boy band talent show of the moment can only be beneficial to her career, and it's also just a flight phase, not a resident mentor. Qiao Zhen sighed silently inwardly and moved closer to Qin Yichi, giving him a sloppy peck on the lips. "But you're all I have, and you're all I need." But the man in front of him was obviously not so easy to coax, not as easily satisfied as he used to be. He grunted in displeasure. "Oh." Qiao Zhen couldn't see him unhappy, and obediently buried her face in front of his chest, unable to resist asking in a warm voice, "And how else do you want to coax it?" Just as she said it, however, she felt as if she had fallen into a trap. Sure enough, after the man heard these words, the ink color under his eyes suddenly thickened. The large palm slowly stroked over her back, and the hand holding her down gradually tightened. The pure white silk nightgown she was wearing was also gently lifted upwards. Little by little, Qin Yichi came closer to her and attacked her. The voice took on a meaningful tone. "What do you think?" The constant roll of aggression under his eyes cried out with all the energy of an exuberant man. That time, Jojin coaxed someone all night long, her voice a little muffled, and it took a little while to get the person to come to terms with it. By the latter part of the night, her eyes were glistening with wet water and her red lips were piquant, and, stifling a sob, he begged, "Don't." The memories of the madness continue to blur and fade away with it. The mall was particularly busy on Christmas Eve, with people coming and going in front of Game City. If anything, the piano music pulled back Jojin's thoughts. She was held by Qin Yichi's wrist and slowly came back to her senses, her ears immediately bursting red. The whole thing was instantly bad. It was as if there were two flames on his face, burning uncontrollably and flushing red to the naked eye. "Help! Coax a hair Qiao Zhen was filled with bemusement, pursed her lips, and kind of wanted to cover her face and cry. These messed up memories. Can you stop attacking her? Ooh, is she some kind of really person? When Qin Yichi stopped walking, she immediately drew her hand back as if she had been electrocuted. Full of discomfort, Qiao Zhen didn't dare to meet his eyes at all, and hated to bury her head in the ground. Fearfully, she took a step to the side, trying to get away from this dangerous, hateful and annoying man. "But I don't know why, but my own heart is beating faster and I can't control it at all." Almost the first second Qiao Zhen drew her hand out, Qin Yichi immediately noticed her shift in mood. It was also noted that she didn't move to the side, some overwhelming fear showing in her eyes. "Are you afraid of him?" Qin Yichi's movements paused for a moment, his expression slightly dazed. He lowered his eyes and withdrew his hand silently, suppressing the emotions that continued to rise and fall in his heart. "It's like a rock in your throat, sour and stuck." A moment later, he regained his composure and asked in a calm tone, "Want to draw a prize?" Jojin was drawn to attention and looked up to smooth her eyes. "This is a new opening event. Just scan the code to log in, like and follow the public number. You'll get a chance to win an offline raffle." Jojin doesn't really want to get into all this, It's more of a hassle. And the bottom line is, she's had bad luck and never won the lottery. But the store's wide array of limited edition, exquisite gifts made her heart skip a beat. Qiao Zhen nodded. Yeah. Suddenly, a flower-armed big brother next to him erupted into a shrill popping sound, full of surprise and joy. Almost on the verge of jumping up. Everyone around him looked over at the sound and stared at him expectantly. However, in the next second, the flower-armed big brother collapsed, his face full of helplessness. I didn't draw anything. Jin. Crowd. That's not farting with your pants down. Qin Yichi took the lead in scanning the code, and after 2 or 3 minutes of operation, choose one at random from the red packets in the hands of the staff. Jojin poked her head in and cautiously moved over to look at the. It turned out that the note inside the red envelope was blank. Sadly, it didn't win. Jojin was a little lost, liking the public video without much expectation that the. Looking at a few red envelopes in the hands of the clerk's aunt, I was quite torn inside. The sales clerk aunt also smiled and looked at her and Qin Yichi. Little girl, quickly smoke one. Qiao Zhen nodded, taking a red packet in her hand and slowly opening the note inside. First prize. 3 big words appeared in front of me, like a cluster of fireworks that instantly blossomed in the mind's eye. Dazzlingly colorful. Jojin was confused and stayed where she was, checking back and forth several times. Her fingertips trembled slightly, somewhat in disbelief at this sudden stroke of good fortune. On the back of the flipped paper was a line in English with strong, flowing handwriting. One day, luck and preference will come rushing towards you. Favoritism and luck will come flying at you one day. Chapter 57. A meteor falls into his eyes. Qiao Zhen stared back and forth at the English hyphenated letters on the paper with an inexplicable sense of familiarity. I don't know if it's an illusion, but it looks a bit like Qin Yichi's handwriting. Jojin was still giddy until she handed the note to her aunt at the store. Feeling like I'd been hit by a surprise of stars in the sky, the whole thing drifted off into a trance and welled up with emotions that weren't quite real. It wasn't until the prize was tucked into her arms that she snapped back to her senses, gazing at the delicate and precious gift in her hands. Disney co-branded crystal ball Octavo. The crystal ball looks like an exquisitely pure pearl, crystal clear. Glittering in the faint light, countless flakes of snow slowly fell inside. In the center is a castle with an intricate and ornate floral pattern, and with a twist of the bottom spinning bar. The beautiful princess in front of the castle will then dance to the light and soothing music. The whole crystal ball octave is big and heavy. You can't even hold it with one hand. You need to hold the clear box with both hands. Jojin couldn't take her eyes off it any longer. Captivated, awed, and, like holding the world's most precious treasure, the people around her surrounded her with envious faces, letting out a stunning exclamation. Wow! Awesome! It really can be drawn. Is the little girl so lucky? This limited edition co-branded model is super hot. I think it's selling for $314 on the official website. The symbolism is hugely romantic. Oh, the letter girl would give 10 pounds of meat in exchange for me winning the first prize in the lottery. Please mess with me. Qiao Zhen stepped out of the crowd, her eyes curved up slightly and glittering with starlight. The whole person was bright and delicate, like eating the sweetest honey in the world. Qin Yichi, look, I actually got it. That lucky apple really works. Qin Yichi stuck to her side, looking at the young girl's surprised expression. A warmth gradually surged in his heart, spreading to all his limbs. When she's happy, he's somehow happy too. Qin Yichi slightly curled his lips and let out a light hum. Satisfied, Qiao Zhen accompanied him through the mall, carefully holding the box all the way. She felt as if she was about to sprout a pair of wings and fly little by little, as well as that lucky and favored note. It was also folded with care and carefully tucked into her pocket. It wasn't until years later that Jojin truly understood, there is no Santa Claus, but the favor and luck of Christmas Eve will be wrapped as a gift and snuck to you by someone who loves you. Twilight fell, and the long inky night was vast and infinite, studded with dense stars. Everything goes back to quiet. The bright moon and the street lamp together gave off an ethereal and hazy light that enveloped the two men. As the cold wind blew by, Qiao Zhen scrunched her neck, her whole little face going numb with cold. In the next second, a few girls walking in a group in front of them suddenly got excited and pointed to the sky in shock. Aw geez, look at that you guys, is that a meteor? Jojin looked up after them, but after half a day of searching, she saw nothing. The sky is black and there is nothing in it. The other girl was full of confusion. Oh, where is it? How come I didn't find it? You're not going to trick me, are you? I'm not fooling you, but there really was just another ing1. The girl immediately and excitedly pulled out her cell phone to take a picture. Jojin dutifully lifted her head, her eyes reflecting the entire sky. Suddenly, the inky sky flashed with a bright pink trailing. The Milky Way across the night sky is fleeting. Is this Pink meteor? Jojin felt like she was dreaming and couldn't help but murmur, "Oh my god. What day is it anyway?" Another 2 consecutive doll catches. Another crystal ball octave drawn. Even witnessed meteors streaking by. Today is simply her lucky day, isn't it? Qin Yichi stood beside her, also craning his neck to look up at the sky. Enjoying the same great view as Jojin. Neither expected that the real miracle was just beginning. A grand meteor shower slowly unveiled its curtain, with countless meteors depicting graceful arcs that, diamond-like, dazzling and brilliant, like an arrow poised to fire. Friction air burns and converges into thousands of silver rays that, it makes you fall at a glance. Those girls in the front were so excited they were about to jump up and down and couldn't speak at all. Jojin was also rare and quiet. She had never seen a shooting star in person, let alone a meteor shower. She hastily raised her cell phone to record video, wanting to capture the grand scene. Recordable video is far less shocking than seeing it with your own eyes. Here's a romantic verse for them on Christmas Eve. It is the brilliant picture painted for them by the vastness of the universe. She thought that she should never forget this lucky day and would remember it fondly for the rest of her life. Qiao Zhen suddenly thought of something and patted Qin Yichi's shoulder. "Qin Yichi, hurry up and make a wish. There's an old legend about meteors, and if you make a sincere wish on them, it's likely to come true. Okay, make a wish together." Qin Yichi pressed against her shoulder, his lips curving up without trace. "Follow her lead and close your eyes and make a wish." Meteor showers, produced by the friction of cosmic dust against the Earth's atmosphere, the phenomenon of self-heating and burning until it is completely burned out. We're all materialists, and in theory, it's completely useless to wish for something like that. But people live for just a few moments. You can't be reasonable all the time. Moments later, the 2 wishes traveled together across the sky, through the universe, accompanied by a meteor shower, falling into corners no one knows about. "Hopefully I'll race well tomorrow and be brave enough to stand on the stage and shine. Closer and closer to my dreams. Hopefully she can shine like a shooting star, but never fall." After making her wish, Qiao Zhen slowly opened her eyes and, the long, thick eyelashes were like butterfly wings, gently fluttering. She could not tell what emotion was in her heart, as if a little flower were gradually blossoming. Add a splash of intense, stunning color. Qiao Zhen quietly opened her eyes and peeked at Qin Yichi. In the next second, she was caught off guard and slammed into the bottom of Qin Yichi's dark and deep pupils, and her 4 eyes were facing each other. Tantalizing. Jojin's heart stopped briefly. Maybe it's the shock of nature, or maybe it's just that it's been an overly exciting and fun day. Maybe, but she didn't immediately bow her head as she usually did. This time, it was as if their eyes exchanged something, and neither of them looked away. The man hung his head slightly, his eyes burning, his breathing deep, his broken hair swaying gently on his forehead. The light sentiment also filled the tip of Qiao Zhen's nose with the wind. Qiao Zhen didn't even dare to take a big breath, only collecting her breath and looking at him quietly and seriously. She actually liked Qin Yichi's eyes, especially the tear mole dotted under his right eye. Danfeng eyes deep like a pool, the end of the eyes slightly upturned, through the demonic and untamed strength. At first glance, it looks a bit fierce and hostile, as if saying, "Get out of here. I don't know you well and you owe me $5 million. But through appearances, really getting into him, one would realize that his eyes were like obsidian rinsed in fresh water, very deep and gentle. In that moment, the sky was filled with a shower of bright, colorful meteors that, surprisingly, they were all reduced to being his sidekicks. His backdrop. Jojin paused for a moment, a wave of panic welling up inside her, for it seemed to her that she saw, with a shining and brilliant meteor, falling into Qin Yichi's eyes of deep love. Chapter 58, First Stage Diamonds. The following day was Saturday, Christmas Day. It was also the preliminary round of the first Star and Moon Cup singing audition. At 6 p.m. sharp, the opera stage. The live stream is heating up. Qin Yichi stood at the most forward position on the second floor, half leaning against the railing, slightly bowing his body. The look was wanton and unruly. He was dressed in a black punching bag, vaguely revealing a smooth, untamed jawline, slightly hanging his head. His gaze faintly swept over the contestants underneath with little emotional ups and downs. The competition was held formally, with a bright and spacious stage and glittering lights. The contestants are all vegetarians, and faced with such a big stage and the judges' cold, critical eyes, it's hard to play at full mic and inevitably get nervous and have a hard time playing to your true strengths. Held halfway through the evening at 8 p.m., both the judges and the audience are getting a little tired of it. In the next second, the lights shone in the center of the stage, refracting a silver glow that, it spilled into Qin Yichi's eyes. The man's otherwise festering gaze finally came into focus at that moment. The heartbeat was also beating as frantically as a drum. Found it. His princess. the onstage host calmly introduced. No. 99. Jojin. The performance song was Rihanna's Diamonds. The live camera footage shows the young girl in a black bustier dress, Hepburn style, and the skirt is embellished with a fine diamond, like countless stars in the night sky. It was as if the daughter of the stars had come from the deep darkness of the night. Her hair was up and she wore a rhinestone crown, but her whole body was understated and introspective. Seems a little less daring to look directly at the camera. The hundreds of thousands of viewers in the livestream paused for a few seconds before starting to frantically take screenshots. Asterisk asterisk. She's a vegetarian, right? She looks so good under the desktop light. Good drift stuffed baby. Underscore, what's up with the sudden motherhood overflow? Hissing, hissing, hissing. Two eyes are so big. Is it safe to say? Drooling, kissing. Angel's face, devil's body. Sister, I want to bury it. Shine bright like a diamond. As the first seconds of music played, Jojin slowly raised the microphone, eyes closed, and opened his mouth and chanted from the center of the large stage. In a flash, the surroundings were extremely quiet, and only the pure water-like voice of the young girl remained. It fills the air and washes and purifies the mind. Shine bright like a diamond. As soon as she opened her mouth, all eyes and lights focused on her. Jojin was undoubtedly nervous, or she wouldn't have closed her eyes and the fingertips of his other hand curled slightly, seeping a thin sweat. But when her eyes were closed and there was darkness before her, Qin Yichi's figure kept popping up in his mind, surfacing with his steady, strong hands and those dark, deep eyes. Thinking about this, Jojin seemed, again, less nervous. You and I, we're like diamonds in the sky. The clean and powerful voice blends with the accompaniment, enveloping the softest tips of one's heart. It's like crossing the romantic winter of snow, the dreamy spring of blossoming flowers, and arriving at the vastness of the bright starry sky. Groundhog squeals emanated from the live feed. Aw, she's really cute and cuddly, with an exceptionally clean voice. There's no pretense at all. It's over. I'm in love. Help. This is one of my favorite songs. For that alone, I'm going to pick you up hard. Mabel. Jen is brave to fly. Lulu. Xiang and you will always be with her. Rose. Love. Diamonds is a song that Jojin has been listening to since a few years and has heard a million times, encouraging people to recognize their self-worth, to affirm themselves and to value themselves. Believe that you can shine, be brave, and no longer fear the long dark night. She's trained countless times, and sung countless times, and there's nothing wrong with the obvious state details, but it always seemed like something was missing. Her instructor said it was because she didn't fully understand the song, that it was short on soul. So how can you not sing with the same free-spirited emotion that the original song is trying to convey? She was also a little discouraged for a while, until the big, amazing meteor shower last night. I don't know if it's because of the success of the wish, her state of mind, a sea change, palms rise to the universe, as we moonshine and Molly. You and I have been drowning in dreams. Feel the warmth, we'll never die. Love is so hot, we'll never die. Qiao Zhen was bathed in bright lights, and in this moment, it was as if she really understood that what a way to enjoy the stage. She lifted her head and slowly opened her eyes and, seeing the expressionless judges, the countless spectators holding up their cell phones, and the camera lenses, in all directions all turned into a meteor and slipped into the night sky. The world seemed to freeze at that moment and time stood still. But there's another one. Qiao Zhen unexpectedly met Qin Yichi's hot, fire-like sight with growing confidence. You're a shooting star, I see. A vision of ecstasy. When you hold me, I'm alive. The young girl's sweet singing voice lingered in everyone's ears, penetrating through the eardrums and hitting the depths of the soul. Countless people under the stage stared deeply at the stage. Even their breaths were slightly restrained, and their bodies were unimpeded. It's a very comforting sound, as if every pore in the body is unclogged. And unbelievably, the young girl on stage looked pretty and cute but it brings more of a sense of power. A progressive, gentle and innocent force. Warm and firm. Eye to eye, so alive. 4 eyes. It's a heart-raising experience. So shine bright tonight, you and I. The camera closes in and dislikes her face. Hundreds of thousands of people in the live stream realized that a teardrop diamond was pasted under her eye. It's like tears, refracting a fine light, like a princess in an octave box, all glowing. Jojin is getting more and more into the songs, enjoying the stage, and her emotions are getting fuller and more infectious. The number of people in the official live broadcast room continued to rise, and countless pop-ups poured out frantically. My goodness, I declare this to be the best sound I've heard all night. Tears, v greater than over equal to less than over equal to, oh good koi and good bleach. I'm ready for the colorful sax, to steal her away. Hey, lights out, the female guest of honor. It's the smell of first love. Muipa was a little nervous at first, but she got more and more powerful. Who knows? It's as if I'm the one who found the pearl on the seashore. OMG. It feels like Jen is a foster family, and it's so starry-eyed. I bet she'll be in the finals. She'll place, and she'll explode in the future. Theater, second floor. Qin Yichi's gaze was deeply branded on Qiao Zhen, his black pupils reflecting a different color. Flashes of stars. The knot in his throat rolled and his lips curved if anything. What the bunny may not realize is that in this moment, she really did it. As she sings, as dazzling, stunning, and radiant as a diamond. Chapter 59, The Black Knight Rose. The stage ended and Zhen slowly lowered the microphone, her heart pounding. The soles of his feet felt like they were stepping on cotton, and a sense of relief that he had just run 800 meters welled up. The singing stopped slowly, yet the crowd was still engrossed in the starry sky of what had just been. It took a long time to come back. The pop-up screen directly exploded. Explosion. Explode. Good. Listen. / Miss 99. This gentle sense of power. Who can understand me? Really like it so much. Don't go. Honey, don't go. Leave a WeChat. Kisses, 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 kisses. I'm concerned. I must see my beautiful female goose in the finals. Anticipation, starry eyes. Villa, live off screen. The man's eyes lingered in the center of the stage and the camera, and his eyes grew clearer and clearer, and exudes an elusive complexity of emotions. Ji Xian's thin lips pursed, his onion-white fingertips unconsciously curled up, clutching the white swan necklace tightly in her hand. He remembers that, in a previous life, he opposed Zhou Jin's cause of, not in favor of Qiao Zhen being out and about, singing and mixing with showbiz. How can Ji's future wife be a little singer? So he was secretly suppressing Zhou Jin, but it was just a matter of his word. It would be easy to break her wings and keep her trapped. Anyway, just having him in her world was enough. His friends would also taunt Joachim about his lack of self-importance and his delusions of grandeur. And over time, she stood on the stage as if she was getting more and more lackadaisical, less and less confident, and her career was going downhill all the way. There is even a tendency to depression. The two had a cold war over it, but every time, it was Zhen who took the initiative to put her foot down and dutifully ran over to him to coax him. It was as if he was put first in his heart. Just smile slightly at her and she won't be angry. It's very coaxing. Yeah, she obviously loved him so much in her previous life, so dead set on it. How could it be easy to leave in this life? The glittering figure of the young girl on stage is burned into the mind. Ji Xian felt like a volcano that was about to erupt, and could lose control at any moment. This feeling of being out of control, this out of control emotion that I've never felt before, makes him very, very upset. After finishing the stage, Zhen took those few steps off the stage, and even her legs got a little weak. Suddenly for a moment I wanted to cry. I can't believe I finished singing it myself. Seriously, just sing through it, it's all like a dream. The results of the tournament advancement would come out later, but right now, it was as if she had something in her heart. Qiao Zhen slightly lowered her head, looked at this Diamond Hepburn-style black dress on herself, and pursed her lips. It's still a special rental she paid for. Even the crown on her head is $9.09. The diamonds are all fake. If she can take the top spot, she'll get a big bonus. You'll be able to put a little less of a burden on your shoulders when the time comes, and reward yourself with a nice dress. When I opened my phone, countless messages popped up frantically from the dormitory group. Lulu, Jen you're awesome. Huge ing catchy. I'm going crazy. Bloom crawls, twisting and roaring under the covers. Yunyu, voice 60 foot. Chen Mei Xiang, Jen. You're gonna blow up. Do you realize how good you were just now? Aw beautiful, drool. JPG. Yunyu, I've just sent hundreds of pop-ups and have become your loyal water army. Qiao Zhen's heart was soft, and she replied with seriousness. She began to watch the live replay, observing her every move just now, her eyes gradually dilating, and there was more than a little incredulity in the bottom of his eyes. That girl on the stage, is it really her? Qiao Zhen's mouth opened slightly, as if she were looking through a screen and seeing another side of herself. Even she was surprised and amazed. That confident young girl, is she? Even she doesn't know how it happened that she was able to get on stage and, pinpointing Qin Yichi's line of sight from a sea of people, sizzling and entangled and inseparable in the air, repeatedly watching the video before Zhen retrieved her phone in a panic, subconsciously looking up toward the second floor. As she swept over a face, Zhen's eyes soured as she watched. Still no sign of Qin Yichi. Strange, it was clearly there just now. Zhen. In the next instant, a familiar voice sounded behind him. Even the light scent of grass and flowers filled the air around her. Qiao Zhen immediately turned around, her eyes curving into a crescent moon. It was as if Qin Yichi would always be silently by her side whether she could find him or not. Caught off guard, a bouquet of black roses held in front of her, high class and beautiful. The aromatic fragrance lingers. It was as if even romance ran toward her without hesitation. Jojin froze and looked up blankly. Qin Yichi's posture is long and lean. The black punching jacket sets off his more and more stable and powerful. With deep eyebrows and a well-defined face, the hormones are almost ready to spill over. He held up the flower with one hand, his veins bulging, his head hanging slightly, his voice as thick and low as a cello. Congratulations, the stage was perfect. Qiao Zhen's breath stopped briefly for a moment, unable to tell whether she was pleased or surprised. I can't tell if it's because of his approval, or because of the bouquet. Her brain suddenly went down and she froze. Why are you suddenly ready to spend? Qin Yichi stared at her, uncomfortably averting his eyes, his tone somewhat careless. Oh, the florist had it on sale and bought it on the fly. When he finished, he added lazily, look, they all have it. As Jojin looked down the line, a number of the other contestants were surrounded by people, some of them parents. Some are partners and others are friends who send bouquets of flowers for encouragement. The flower seller next door is probably laughing his ass off. Qiao Zhen hesitated to take the flowers, always feeling as if she didn't deserve such a surprise. It was like a pie falling from the sky, sweet and savory, smashing precisely into her hand. But she was afraid to eat it. And the Black Knight's flower language is loyal and genuine and unique. Qin Yichi's throat was dry and he slowly uttered, don't you like it? Jojin snapped back to her senses, her mouth getting a head start on her brain, and blurted out, love it, how can you not like it? She took the exquisite bouquet of flowers and seriously repeated softly once more, Qin Yichi, what I like, a lot. A large bouquet of Black Knight roses in her arms, black and white in contrast to the. It exudes a great sense of sophistication wrapped in black floral paper. It's like an ink painting, and one can get lost in its charm. More to the point, it went surprisingly well with her black dress. It's almost as if it was hand-picked that way. Qiao Zhen looked down slightly, noticed an English greeting card in the bouquet, and suddenly froze. Let me be your shelter. Let me be your safe haven. But, again, it can be translated romantically. Let me guard you. Chapter 60, Growing Up Eating Kawaii. Seeing this line of English, in a split second, Qiao Zhen froze, her breathing was disturbed, and her heart stuttered. Let me watch over you. This should come with this bouquet inside. Yes, it must be. Qin Yichi himself said that he bought this casually when he saw it on sale at the flower store. Surely you don't think about it so much, do you? Jojin breathed a slow sigh of relief, but couldn't help fantasizing. What if it was specially prepared by him? Or a card he picked out himself? Qiao Zhen quietly pursed her lips, and in her mind she carefully leapt up. Like a little hamster stealing a snack, she hugged the flowers with contentment and her eyes lit up with sparkling stars. It's a beautiful bouquet of Black Knight roses, noble and mysterious, like they're blooming quietly in the depths of superior romantic vibes pulled off. People always have a climbing heart, and Qiao Zhen had a little bit of it in her heart. She looked left and right, at the flowers in other people's hands, then down at the ones in her arms. Unable to help, his lips curved up and his heart felt like it was dipped in honey. She just felt that the bouquet of flowers sent by Qin Yichi was the prettiest and best looking in the whole place. Jojin took out her cell phone and was about to take a picture. Take a picture of this bouquet of flowers, and the greeting card on the flowers. Wanted to record all this beauty permanently and forever. Same as last night's meteor shower. She can also reminisce little by little when she's old. As she was thinking so beautifully, suddenly, Qin Yichi walked up to her and, eyes deep, I'll shoot for you. Almost subconsciously, Qiao Zhen said yes, but then regretted it. She likes to take pictures of things, of scenery, but not of herself. There are literally very few selfies in the album. But then she thought, dressed up with such care today, and with such beautiful flowers that, it's true that you should take pictures to keep the memory alive. Without waiting for Qiao Zhen to get ready, Qin Yichi had already taken a step back and raised his cell phone to aim at her. And the man even crouches down to find an angle. The poses for taking pictures of other people are simply not standardized. He lifted his chin, the contours of his face distinct and clear. His deep black eyes narrowed slightly as the phone also tilts gently. Under the floating light, gloom shrouded half of his face, and the teenager's handsome face was colored with a layer of evil. Qin Yichi looked extremely serious and patient. Qiao Zhen froze, holding the flowers, making raw scissor hands and smiling towards the camera. The knot in Qin Yichi's throat rolled slightly. Yes, change the action. Jojin's smile slowly froze on her face as her brain raced. Help! She also seems to only know how to scissor her hands, and racking her brain she can't think of any other moves. With a sudden jerk of her head, Jojin reached out her index finger and poked herself on her right cheek. Blinking watery, misty eyes. What about this? Would that be weird? At those words, Qin Yichi stared intently at the cell phone screen image, and his line of sight landed on Qiao Zhen's cheeks. Breathing grew ragged as well. The young girl was elegant in a sheath black dress and black velvet gloves, but she stretched out her forefinger dully, and poked it until it was deep in the soft white little face of the eyes were crystallized and watery, and naive. Qin Ichi's eyes were firmly attracted, and he couldn't help but think that the little rabbit grew up on cute multi, right? Why else would it be so cute? He hadn't been able to resist poking Jojin lightly in the face the last time she'd been drunk. It's very soft and creamy, like cotton candy. Qin Ichi's gaze slowly moved downward, only to see that the young girl's black dress was slim and outlining her undulating curves. Qiao Zhen's white swan neck and collarbone burst into view, as well as her snow-like. The sense of contrast is strong. Up close, it's more impactful and eye-stimulating than viewing it from a distance from the second floor. In just a few seconds, Qin Ichi's abdomen was hot, and he violently averted his gaze and a scarlet red gradually crept up to the tips of her ears. The knots in his throat rolled up and down and his voice was low. No surprise, it's fine. Jojin, completely oblivious to his abnormality, spun around and mumbles, what other moves? Qin Yichi changed the angle to shoot the side face. No need to deliberately pose your movements. Just look down at the flowers. Qiao Zhen obediently did as she was told, clasping the flowers with both hands and hanging her head slightly, pretending as if she was smelling them. When she wasn't looking directly into the lens of her cell phone, she was looking quite relaxed, with a bit of coziness and ease. Qin Yichi took a total of 10 photos, almost always looking for the best shooting angle. The photos come out with a great sense of atmosphere and just the right proportions, especially that last one, the pose with the head hanging down looking at the flowers. Qiao Zhen looked at a picture of herself, her eyes shining brightly as she nodded her head to show that she was very satisfied. Qin Yichi, you're really too good, aren't you? The shots look great. When he heard qua qua, Qin Yichi pretended to be cool and gave a but his spine couldn't help but straighten up. Lift your chin proudly. Suddenly, a young couple next to them started arguing. Big brother, your shooting is too perfunctory. My face is crooked. Are you taking the pictures seriously or not? You're so impatient every time I ask you to take a picture. The boy's face was speechless and his tone held anger. But that's what you look like. How do you think the face is crooked? Why don't you go for plastic surgery? You, God gold. I am too lazy to argue with you. The female is so angry that her face is red and, carrying the hem of her skirt in a rage, she walked away. The boy scolded her for being unreasonable and didn't go up to chase after her, snorted coldly and lifted his foot to leave in the opposite direction. After witnessing everything, Qiao Zhen silently looked at the perfect photo on her phone, her eyelashes twitching slightly. Qin Yichi will definitely be a very competent boyfriend in the future, right? Will offer to take lots and lots of pretty pictures of his girlfriend, like he just did. Will patiently instruct poses and won't get mad at girls at all. But the thought that if he does talk about a girlfriend in the future, Qiao Zhen's heart was inexplicably a bit clogged, like it was stuffed with cotton, making it difficult to breathe. Again, it was like taking a bite of a very, very sour orange, so sour that tears were falling out of my eyes. She froze, afraid to even think about it. And, why do you have such strange, strong emotions yourself? Jojin hastily slapped her cheeks in an effort to clear her head. The district's preliminary rounds don't officially end until after you've watched the last couple of. It will be a while before the results of the race are in. Qiao Zhen put on her white down jacket, wrapped her scarf around it, and went back with Qin Yichi. On Christmas Eve, with all the colorful neon glitter, there was also Christmas theme song music playing in the surrounding stores, large and small. The sky was dotted with stars, twinkling wildly in the low-hanging night. Qiao Zhen held the flowers, smelling the faint fragrance of flowers along the way, and her mood followed the pleasant and relaxed. She couldn't help but say again, thank you. Qin Yichi turned his head and lazily said, thanks for what? Qiao Zhen looked up at him and smiled. Thank you for the flowers. Of course. Thanks to Qin Yichi for accompanying her to the competition, giving her flowers, and taking pictures of her. More thanks to Qin Yichi, appeared in her life. Qiao Zhen thought silently in her heart. When Qin Yichi won the prize for riding a motorcycle later on, she also had to handpick the most beautiful flowers to give him. Still thinking about what color flower to give to Qin Yichi in the future. All the way. Suddenly, Qin Yichi frowned slightly and guarded her warily. Jojin, full of confusion, probed silently. Only a white figure was standing in place under the cool streetlight not far away. Ji Xian is staring at them with a sullen face and eyes full of cold ice. Chapter 61 Love enemies confront each other. Ji Xian stood under the cold white streetlight, still wearing that brown scarf, his pupils detached and The sight was colder than the cold wind that blew through. His fingertips clenched unconsciously, not even expecting that. It's amazing that Jojin would let another man would accompany her to the game. Wasn't Jojin after him? Then why chase after it and have an affair with another man? Ji Xian stood still and didn't move, sulking, waiting for Qiao Zhen to take the initiative to go over and coax him. But Qiao Zhen stood behind Qin Yichi and hesitated to walk out, unwilling to see him. Just like that day, even if he said, "Qiao Zhen, if you dare to go with Qin Yichi, just don't ever come back," and she didn't even look back. Ji Xian's face was getting worse and worse. Qin Yichi stood between the two, frowning slightly, his low voice carrying aggression. Something wrong? There was more than a little wariness and disgust in his eyes. Ji Xian squeezed the gift bag containing the necklace tightly, ignoring him completely, his voice growing cold. "Jojin, come here." This is the first time he's ever condescended to take the initiative to run to Jojin outside of school. Jojin deserved to steal a hearty laugh. In a previous life, in a past life, all he had to do was say, "Come here," wave his hand. Jojin would then obey and appear before him. But now, Jojin didn't want to come over at all. She clutched the flowers tightly, looking bemused, and shook her head. "No, I've told you many times, don't want to see you again." As the words fell, Ji Xian maintained his face almost on the verge of collapsing, yet he still carried a cold and arrogant aura that, in one word, he questioned. "Then why did you give me the scarf?" "Scarf? I don't know if it's because it's so cold or not, but the tip of Qiao Zhen's nose is freezing red," and she sniffs and, full of confusion, "When did I give you a scarf?" There was a rumbling sound, like a thunderclap. Ji Xian's perfectly handsome face seemed to suddenly crack open a slit as he took an unbelievable step back. Every word was like squeezing it out of his teeth. "This scarf, it's not from you?" Jojin looked at the brown scarf around his neck, a little rough and crooked, and, obviously handwoven by someone else. It didn't fit in with the expensive, high-fashion designer labels he wore all over his body. Qiao Zhen suddenly felt that this person was quite ridiculous. Unfortunately, belatedly deep love. It's cheaper than grass. Obviously, in her previous life, after she gave Ji Xian the scarf, she never saw him wear it, never heard a single compliment from him either. Still wondering in the back of my mind if he doesn't like it, if he thinks it's too cheap. He just loves it when people hold, cajole, and actively chase after him, taking everything for granted. Those sour aches and pains can never be eradicated. Qiao Zhen lowered her eyes, her tone calm, and shook her head. "No, Ji Xian, you don't deserve someone else's heart." Her voice passed through the cold wind, as if cloaked in a layer of frost, incomparably sharp and piercing. Rigorously stabbed in Ji Xian's bloody heart. Ji Xian's eyes were stunned. An array of light suddenly dimmed down in his light-colored pupils. The perfectly decent demeanor was almost on the verge of shattering into powder. In his mind, he kept muttering impossible. However, on the side, Qin Yichi was in a happy mood. His lips slowly curved up. Feeling warmer and more comfortable all over, Qin Yichi turned around and lowered his head, looking at Qiao Zhen. "If you don't want to see him, you can go back first. I'll come over later." The voice carried an element of valor. It was as if even if the sky was falling, he was there to hold it together. Jojin hesitated for a moment and nodded her head and smiled. "Okay, wow. I'll meet you at the subway station then." As she walked around the road, she looked back at Qin Yichi worriedly. The figure gradually disappeared into the thick night color. Qin Yichi turned around and faced Ji Xian squarely, the original gentleness in his eyes disappearing into thin air. The bottom of his eyes were full of sternness. The two men, of similar height, stood in silent confrontation, a storm brewing under their eyes, rolling with overwhelming emotion. I soar. Both men found the other incredibly obtrusive. Seeing Ji Xian raise his foot to follow him over, Qin Yichi blocked his path. Ji Xian lifted his chin and finally looked at Qin Yichi squarely, his tone without the slightest bit of temperature, like looking at dead things. "A crush is just a crush. Who and what right does she have to appear in front of him?" He sneered and questioned in a single word. "What's it to you?" Qin Yichi looked calm, reached out and raised the scarf in his neck. His tone was lazy and arrogant, full of aggression. "Just this scarf of mine, hand-knitted by Jojin." An odor of smoke continued to permeate and spread around the two. Ji Xian stared firmly at his gray scarf, his fingertips hard enough to turn white. He took a deep breath and tried to maintain decency. "No way." What Qiao Zhen said was only in anger. Besides, Qin Yichi said that the one he had belonged to Qiao Zhen. Who knows if this dead green tea's words are true or not? Ji Xian's face was crusted with frost, and his eyes were like sharp blades, unreservedly uncovering his bloody scars. "So what? You liked her? You had a crush on her, but she never saw you as anything more than a brother. She wouldn't even like you. And me? I don't even have to do anything for her to stick her nose in and please me." Ji Xian sneered and stared at him, suddenly smiling coldly and revealing a look of pity. Qin Yichi, you're pathetic. After saying that, Ji Xian left with a sullen face and threw the gift box directly into the trash. He has always been a good camouflage. Under the strictures of his childhood, it's people who are unusually emotionally stable. For the first time, his moods rose and fell so violently, and for the first time, a sense of powerlessness and panic welled up in him. Ji Xian had thought he had the upper hand and was still the flawless superior, but it wasn't until he passed a store mirror that he realized how out of shape he was. Red blood welled up in Qin Yichi's eyes as he stood rigidly in place. For the first time, I felt like I was at a disadvantage. She just thinks of you as a brother. She wouldn't even like you. Word for word. The feeling of powerlessness spread instantly to all the limbs, absorbed deep like a swamp. It's hard to resist, hard to break free. Once upon a time, he had heard it. When I was a freshman in high school, a girl asked Qiao Zhen, "Hey, what's your relationship with Qin Yichi? It feels like you two were especially close when school first started." Qiao Zhen thought seriously and spoke in a calm tone. "Sort of a bamboo horse I grew up with." The girl came over to me. "Is it really just a brother? You really don't have any thoughts of that kind about him at all?" Jojin said aha very softly. The girl was shocked and delighted. "Too good. Qin Yichi, he's totally my cup of tea. Can you deliver a love letter to him for me, please, Jen?" In the gentle breeze, the sycamore leaves rustled, and Qiao Zhen's voice came with them. Qin Yichi was right behind the standing tree, carrying a cupcake in his hand. Stiff end. It was like there was a rock stuck in his throat and he couldn't speak. The heart seems to be firmly clenched by a big hand. Dense pain, so that people cannot breathe. A crush. It's a hidden, restrained look. It's a careful tryst. It's a man's soldiering. His crush is one that gives nothing and asks for nothing in return. So there's nothing to pity at all. It's late at night, and the bone-chilling cold is hitting your whole body. Each gust of wind seemed like a million knives mercilessly scraping at his face, and his heart was freezing and cracking. Qin Yichi hailed and walked in the direction of the subway station. His shadow pulled lonely and forlorn by the streetlights. The body felt like lead, and every step felt incredibly heavy. It's a long road, it seems, but he's willing to spend the rest of his life walking. Chapter 62 First Snow. Romantic little snow bunny. When Qiao Zhen returned to her dorm, she was kissed and hugged and lifted high by her roommates in a frenzy of forced love. She was a little less than flattered by the compliment and ran off to the shower with a red face. By the time she came out, the WeChat group chat had exploded with 99 plus messages, startling her. "Niu Feng? Sister Qiao, you actually sneaked into the competition behind our backs. Zhang Yu, what contest? I'm out. The campus forums are exploding. You deadbeat. I'm going. That's great. Bring us along next time. Sister, we'll be there for you. You're guaranteed the highest cheer in the house. At Qi, well, you eat alone. Go see for yourself without us, right?" Aggrieved. JPG, Qiao Zhen froze for a moment, turning over the message again and again, a bubbling warmth welling up in her heart. It's like, they're also friends who genuinely support her behind the scenes. Jojin couldn't help but curl her lips and reply seriously that, "We'll definitely invite you all to join us if we're lucky enough to make it to the second round." After replying to the message, she put the black night roses in a fine vase and arranged them in the prettiest way possible. The thought that it was Qin Yichi who sent the flowers sent her ripples through layers of subtle. The mood can't help but change for the better. Yen Yu beside her narrowed her eyes slightly. "This bouquet of flowers is quite nice. From Qin Yichi?" Poked and prodded. Jojin blinked and bowed her head slightly, full of honest retelling. After hearing her words, Shang Lulu flashed a look that saw through everything. "Yo, he's the one who prepared it on purpose. Right. And what with the florist discount and buying it on the fly. Casual my ass. It must have been bought especially for you." Yeah. He loves it. Chen Meixiang smiled. "Or the Black Knight Rose. He's not trying to guard you, is he?" Qiao Zhen pursed her lips and looked at the greeting card that read, "Let me guard you. Carefully clip it into your journal." The tips of his ears became inexplicably hot. In the next second, Chen Meixiang's eyes lit up and she suddenly came over to Qiao Zhen. "That's right, Jin. Do you know what was different about yourself when you came in just now?" Qiao Zhen inexplicably had a bad premonition, looked up blankly, and asked in a warm, soft voice, "What's different?" Chen Meixiang raised her eyebrows and hugged her, all covered in pink love bubbles. "It feels like I've been dipped in a honey pot of love. It's so sweet, a little Jen. Who is it that carries flowers into the dormitory with bright eyes? Who is it that stares at the roses and giggles? Who is it that stares at the roses and giggles? Who is it that stares at the roses and giggles?" She won't say. Jojin. Her eyes slowly widened, somewhat incredulously, and her whole body exploded. Really? It's that obvious. December is getting colder and colder, with dark clouds and chilly winds. The breath coming out of his mouth condensed into a white mist. But unfortunately, there has been no snow in the capital. Qiao Zhen hadn't seen Qin Yichi at school for the past few days. She rested her hands on her cheeks and stared at the roses, an indescribable feeling inexplicably welling up in her heart. New Year's Day off. And on that day, December 31st, Jojin put on her plush gloves and, wrapped up as a big white bear, he went home with Qin Yichi. The high-speed train was an hour and a half long, and it was almost 6 p.m. when I left the station. On the road, Qin Yichi stuck one hand in the pocket of his down jacket, his chin buried in his scarf. The voice was steady and low. Are you coming tonight too? My mom's not home. Qiao Zhen pushed her suitcase with one hand, looked up at him, and silently lowered her head again. It always felt weird to say that, as if the two of them were secretly doing 18 forbidden things behind their backs. In the past, every New Year's Eve and every New Year's Day, she was alone, so she'd run next door to Qin Yichi's house and watch TV together. It seems to have become a convention to span year after year with him. Qiao Zhen nodded obediently. Of course I'll come. The two walked side by side, with hardly anyone around. The streetlights slowly came on, flooding them with a hazy white light that gently enveloped them. Jojin pulled out her headphone case and asked, listening to a song? At this moment, she suddenly wanted to listen to it with Qin Yichi. Even she didn't know why she felt the urge. Qin Yichi took out an earphone and stuffed it in his right ear. Aha! Jojin plays a Korean song that has been on a single loop many times in her collection Angel. Angel. As the musical intro plays, an extremely strong sense of fatalism comes over you, as if it's all clear. It was as if the two were cut off from the world around them, and at this moment, only the two of them were left. You're walking towards me like this, as if I were the sun. I just stare at you. You just stare at me. Jojin subconsciously looked up when the lyrics stopped at exactly those two lines. The eyes quietly fell on Qin Yichi. Unexpectedly, Qin Yichi also happened to look at her with his eyes downcast, and his eyes collided in that instant. Those deep eyes refracted a fine light. The two were so close that it was as if even their warm breaths were entwined. She could even count Qin Yichi's well-defined eyelashes. The tear mole under the man's right eye was even more deep and demonic, impacting her eyes straight away. Jojin wonders if, as her roommate says, a million pink love bubbles popped up, but she knew that in this moment, it was as if her eyes were glued and she couldn't take them away. In the next second, a small piece of snowflake slowly drifted down from the sky, crystal white, like a light feather. It landed on Qin Yichi's short, fine hair on his forehead. Everything looks like a scene from a movie in slow motion. In a flash, time was pressed to pause and the world was left with just the two of them. Jojin's eyes widened as she stared incredulously into the sky. Snowflakes flying in the sky, fluttering, rustling down, embellishing the quiet long winter days, like a grain of salt, like a goose feather, like a willow. Picturesque. Jojin laughed excitedly, her eyes curving into crescent moons, the snow reflecting in her eyes. A light pearly swirl rippled across her lips. Qin Yichi, look, it's snowing. It's finally snowing. This is the first snowfall of the winter, the first snowfall of the year. Jojin held out her hand, and snowflakes fell on the furry glove like a beautifully sculpted artifact, and it eventually melted little by little. Qin Yichi looked at her sideways, infected by her smile and eyes, and couldn't help but hook his lips. Aha, it's pretty. The music continued to loop in the headphones. You will always be you're my angel. You're the one who melted my heart. The pupils of Qin Yichi's eyes were dark with a slight depth. He saw a snowflake, silently drifting down to the tip of Qiao Zhen's tiny nose, melting little by little, and it was as if something inside him became searingly hot and melted along with it. Qiao Zhen took out her cell phone to take pictures, carefully recording the first snowfall, and her eyes lit up. The first snow symbolizes the feelings of first love, and it is rumored that during the first snowfall, watching with your beloved, and the two will be happy together forever. There's also a saying that people you meet during the first snowfalls, it's likely that it will be your true love/son in heaven. I love you. You. When the music happened to be placed on this line, Jojin's heart suddenly beat violently. As if revealing something. She took a deep breath and tried to suppress the panic in her heart. I don't know if it's because of the snow, or because of the romantic music, or is it because of something else. The snow got heavier and heavier, and by the time 9 o'clock in the evening rolled around, it was a snowy white carpet on the ground. It sinks in when you step on the ground. Half-brother Jiang Hao was so excited that, for an hour, the language essay had only a title and had to drag Jojin out to play in the snow. He blinked and pleaded, "Sis, good sis, you'd better go out with me for a while. I'm so bored, so bored." Qiao Zhen put down her pen and straightened up her test paper. You only scored 38 in math last time. Mom's okay with you hanging out? Jiang Hao is now in 4th grade. His grades are poor. He is naughty. And he doesn't like to do his homework. And always being called a parent. But so what? Mom just loves him and spoils him and treats him like a baby. Zhou Zhen's eyes dimmed for a moment. She had envied and been jealous, but was now long numb. Jiang Hao nodded vigorously. Agreed. Mom's packing her bags. I have to go to my grandparents' house later. The usual. For 2 days. That's Jiang Hao's real grandparents. Not related to Qiao Zhen. Almost every year, on these days of New Year's Day, Zhou Jin is left home alone. Without another word, she looked out the window at the snow and murmured softly, Fine, go out for a while. She wanted to play in the snow too. Jiang Hao rattled his inner abacus beads, his eyes filled with worship and admiration as he excitedly asked, Can you get Xie to come out and play with us? I almost beat him last time. Qiao Zhen. It turns out that this guy just wants to play with Qin Yichi. And this almost winning is a lot more than 1 billion points, isn't it? It's amazing to say that Qin Yichi has always been the perfect male god in Jiang Hao's heart. I don't know what kind of ecstasy he was given. Qiao Zhen gave him a sidelong glance, then lowered her head to send a message to Qin Yichi, come out to play in the snow? Almost immediately after sending it, the other party instantly replied in seconds, good. Jiang Hao immediately scurried around in excitement, his eyebrows flying up as he bounced and ran downstairs. After Qiao Zhen slowly changed her shoes and went downstairs, Qin Yichi had already been waiting in the snow. The impact of the heavy white snow falling on his shoulders was striking in contrast to the black down jacket. Inexplicably, there's a very heartwarming and romantic atmosphere, like laying down a beautiful filter. Even the strands of his hair became gentle. Jiang Hao flung himself into the snow and sat down gleefully to pinch the little snowman. There wasn't a lot of snow, only a thin layer, and a big snowman certainly couldn't be built, but it's still okay to pinch some little snowballs. Within 10 minutes, Jiang Hao had pinched out an ugly little wongbang, raised his arm high and, full of pride, look at that. Qiao Zhen crouched on the ground and didn't rest her hand, pinching the snow while looking down with her eyes. Jiang Hao happily lifted up the wang bao. Suddenly, his hand shook. The pinched snow instantly scattered all over the ground. Only bits and pieces of the king's carcasses remain. He froze for a few seconds, staring dumbfounded at the body on the floor, breaking down and crying. Oh, my turtle broke. Seeing him cry more and more miserably, Qiao Zhen laughed more and more. Suddenly, there was a darkness and shadows loomed overhead. A long figure stood in front of the body. Blocking her view, Qin Yichi squatted down in front of her, as if hiding something behind him, and lowered his voice. Zhou Zhen, reach out. Zhou Zhen immediately stopped what she was doing, didn't ask why, and dutifully held out her hand and hands merged together. The next second, a lifelike snow bunny, sitting obediently in the palm of her hand. Chapter 63, Secrets in the Snow and Moonlight. The moment his fingertips touched, and the searing body heat was transmitted, it was as if a soft, white feather had swept over it and tickled the tip of his heart. Everything is so unexpected. Qiao Zhen's breath stuttered slightly, and her eyes instantly lit up as she stared at the little snow bunny in her hand. The heart steeply bloomed with a large sea of rotten flowers. Gosh, it's really cute. Love it so much, love it. Oh, the greater than over equal to less than over equal to, oh. Qiao Zhen carefully held the snow bunny and gently touched it with her fingers. Her whole heart melted with cuteness. She couldn't help but have a few moments of surprise well up in her eyes. The little snow bunnies are exquisitely pinched and adorable, and you can tell at a glance how much care and attention has gone into them. But Qin Yichi still looks like a careless lethargy. It was as if he had casually pinched the bunny. Qiao Zhen inwardly thumped. A thought flashed violently. Is he really a genius? I don't know if it's because it's too cold, but the tips of Qin Yichi's ears are vaguely pink. On the side, Jiang Hao recovered from the grief of the broken bastard, secretly needing several small snowballs. Taking advantage of Qin Yichi's inattention, he swung his hand violently, smashing it on him, bombarding him furiously. There was even a snowball that hit Zhou Zhen on the side of the head with pinpoint accuracy. Before Qiao Zhen could react, her forehead went cold and white snow fell all over her thick, curly eyelashes. She was stoned out of her mind, rubbing her eyes and looking up blankly. Immediately after, Qin Yichi casually grabbed a few handfuls of snow and accurately smashed it on Jiang Hao's face. Fast, accurate and ruthless. Within a few blows, he was too weak to fight back. After a one-sided easy crush, Jiang Hao's entire body was lifted up in the air, chicken-like, his little short legs flopping wildly in the air. Humble pleas for mercy. Brother. Oh, I was wrong, brother. Don't hit me. Qin Yichi lightly laughed and knocked him on the head. Oh, what's wrong? Jiang Hao hastily reached out and covered his head, aggrieved, his voice like a mosquito's. Big brother. I shouldn't have sneaked up on you. Qin Yichi cast a sidelong glance at him. You shouldn't bash your sister. Jiang Hao wanted to cry, thought seriously for a while, secretly came to Qin Yichi's ear, and, whispering, oh, can't bully your future wife, right? Qin Yichi moved with a start, his eyes staring deeply at him. After a long time, Qin Yichi put him down from midair and reached out to casually rub Jiang Hao's hair. A soft laugh spilled from his lips. Didn't admit it, but didn't deny it either. The cold wind blew, gently lifting the clouds, revealing the silver-white moonlight, reflecting on the rustling snow particles, tender and loving. The color of snow against the color of the moon, full of the world is gilded with a layer of hazy light. Jiang Hao later followed his parents to his grandparents' house for New Year's Eve, and for a while, only Qiao Zhen and Qin Yichi were left in the snow. Zhou settled the little snow bunny, and covered it with a few leaves, and, saying goodbye to it inwardly and reluctantly, Bunny, I will always remember you. It was cold, and the tip of Joaquim's nose was freezing red. She let out a breath, feeling herself shivering as she was encased in ice crystals, and turned her head to ask, it's cold, why don't we go back? Qin Yichi didn't know what he was doing, half crouching in the snow for a moment before standing up. Qiao Zhen seemed to see him stretching out his forefinger, writing something in the snow, and was just about to come over to look at it. It was then firmly blocked by Qin Yichi's figure. A grain of snow fell on Qin Yichi's eyelashes, and he raised his eyes, his vision deep. Well, go back. Qiao Zhen didn't think much about it, and hurriedly hugged her body tightly and walked back. The whole person was freezing into a small snowman. Just want to take a quick, nice hot bath. Qin Yichi, on the other hand, followed her, his hands in his pockets, his eyes dark and couldn't help but look back at the clearing from earlier. He secretly hid a secret under the gentle moonlight and in the romantic first snowfall. The line that was written was, QYC 79QZ, Chapter 64, Leaning on Each Other, Happy New Year's Eve. Qiao Zhen went home and soaked in a hot bath. Every cell in her body was warm and cozy. Taking a bath in the winter is simply one of the most blissful things you can do. After applying the jasmine lightly scented body lotion, she made a point of applying a mask that, because we have to go to Qin Yichi's house for New Year's Eve later. No, she wasn't messing with this because of Qin Yichi. It's not. Zhou finished blow-drying her hair, slowed to a quiet moment, and went to the kitchen to muck about for a while, make a tiny Oreo cake. She remembers that Qin Yichi just loves Oreo flavors. Having done everything, Qiao Zhen carried the cupcakes to Qin Yichi's house, preparing to spend New Year's Eve with just the two of them. It's almost 10 p.m., and the New Year's Eve parties on all the major TV networks have begun. The TV host was all smiles. Zhou sank into the soft gray couch and yawned lazily, just as if she were in her own home, even more comfortable than in your own home. The hot air conditioner was on in the room, blowing out warmth, but Qin Yichi still covered her with a small blanket. Sitting beside her, quietly watching TV with her. The two weren't too close, and there was even room for another person to sit between them. Meanwhile, on the TV screen, the idol group is performing a new song on stage. The lights are bright and glowing. It's like a new boy band that came out of this year's draft. There's 10 of them. There are male lovebirds of all types. High cold ascetic type, youthful milk dog type, warm and gentle as jade type, demonic and flirtatious type, calm and overbearing type. The fans at the bottom screamed and growled as they frantically waved their lighted signs. The next instant, at the height of the music, the 10 male lovebirds suddenly lifted their white shirts and, while showing off his sexy abs towards the camera, he does a handsome wave and top crotch move. Qin Yichi. He didn't follow the entertainment industry and wasn't too interested in celebrities, and only looked slightly sideways at Qiao Zhen. However, Qiao Zhen seemed to be watching intently, not moving a muscle, not even blinking. Qin Yichi secretly gritted his teeth, contemplating for a moment. He reached over and cut a small slice of Oreo cake, handing it to Zhou Zhen, interrupting her concentration. Eat. Qiao Zhen immediately returned to her senses, took the cake, and her eyes didn't fall on the TV anymore. Eyes downcast, concentrating on the cake. Only then did Qin Yichi lean back on the back of the sofa chair with satisfaction. The male group's performance ended quickly, and the next program was classic singers singing old favorites. Zhou Zhen had to admit that the 10 male lovebirds just now did have great bodies, but she hardly noticed them at all. Instead, Qin Yichi's superior figure sprang to mind, not to mention the fact that my father is sitting right next to her, less than a meter away. Help! Is it possible that she's really a colorist? The more Qiao Zhen thought about it, the worse it got, and she looked down and ate her cake in silence to hide the swirling that rose and fell in her heart. Outside the window the fog was thick, and the snowflakes were fluttering like kneaded white clouds that, eventually it sank into the inky night. The New Year's Eve party was a bit boring. and by 11 o'clock at night, Jojin had drifted off to sleep, eyelids as heavy as iron. Sleepy, so sleepy, it won't hold up. She was drowsy, her consciousness fading, dropping her head slowly to the right. Qin Yichi turned his head sideways and looked at Qiao Zhen's drowsy appearance, his body grabbing a reaction before his brain. Bit by bit, he moved over, almost sticking close to her, but always leaving a gap, until Jojin's head rested on his left shoulder. At that moment time seemed to stand still, leaving only the even and slight breathing of Qiao Zhen. It was constantly amplified in the ears. Qin Yichi turned down the volume of the TV, and the room slowly fell into silence. The New Year's Eve party held no appeal for him. Qin Yichi only slightly lowered his head, staring at the young girl at his side with downcast eyes, his eyes obscure and unknown. Jojin leaned quietly and gently against him, very good and docile, her cheeks white and delicate, the thick eyelashes slightly curled, smooth nose. The fragrance of jasmine is faintly pervasive, light and serene. She should have just gotten out of the bath, and was wearing a beige nightgown that, the neckline, which was already somewhat wide, was askew to one side. Qin Yichi's eyes rolled over with hot flames, his breathing gradually roughened, and the knot in his throat couldn't stop sliding. From his angle, he could easily see that the young girl in front of a large snow-white soft round, like a full peach, pretty and tantalizing. Unintentionally bumping into this scene, Qin Yichi's whole body suddenly stiffened, almost as if he were fleeing. Quickly averting his eyes, he suppressed the madness and burning inside. Should have respected girls, should have forgotten this, but after a quick glance, the images come in like a tidal wave, drowning one completely, like a slow movie. It's projected in your mind, frame by frame, on a loop, like vines growing wildly. There was no way to stop it. Qin Yichi's heart was pounding as if it was about to break out of his cavity. On the contrary, Qiao Zhen also took the initiative to approach him, her soft body almost pressing against his arm, softly wooing. Oh, Qin Yichi, wake up? Qin Yichi slightly hung his head. However, the young girl's eyes were closed and she was still in a deep sleep. She looked like she had managed some kind of nightmare, her eyelashes fluttering gently, her eyebrows furrowing slightly, her voice resigned and pitiful. No, I don't want to. Qin Yichi's shoulder supported her head. His expression was grave, and he comforted her in a low voice. I'm here. Don't be afraid. I'm afraid. Jojin's cheeks colored a light pink. She sounded even more pitiful, as if she had been wronged, and murmured softly, it's too thick. Qin Yichi? His eyes were slightly incredulous, and his thoughts drifted in an obscure direction, along with being hot and dry. No way. Qiao Zhen is so pure. How could he dream of this kind of thing? It must be that he thought wrongly. Qin Yichi slowly exhaled. Seeing that Qiao Zhen was about to awaken, he thought for a moment before gradually closing his eyes. The New Year's Eve party program on TV cuts to one after another. Now it's a singing session with 3 or 4 popular actresses holding hands. Jojin woke up with a jolt. Her eyes snapped open. Something seemed to be right next to her, and she turned around to look at. Qin Yichi was sitting next to him. I don't think they were this close before. Qiao Zhen reflexively moved to the side. Her breathing was disordered. Her brain was a mess. Reach out and cover your face silently with both hands. She dreamed again of those images from her previous life with Qin Yichi. Oh, really? So shy. Luckily, Qin Yichi shouldn't have dreamed about it. Otherwise it would have been too embarrassing. Jojin, giddy, turned her head to survey him quietly. Qin Yichi's eyes closed. His head sank slightly toward her. His breathing even. It seems to have fallen asleep. When he closed his eyes, he had less of that unruly and untrained hostility in his body. It looks more and more lonely and forlorn, like a big, abandoned, pathetic dog. Qiao Zhen froze, and even she didn't know why. Her body uncontrollable. Ghostly, silently, he sat back down where he had just been, sticking it to him, taking the initiative. She used her own shoulder to prop up Qin Yichi's head that was about to tilt down. The teenager stiffened, and after a moment, exhaled a steady breath, until Qin Yichi's hot breath drifted in, spraying on the ear and neck, tingling and spreading all over the body. It took Jojin a few moments to sober up steeply. No, what the hell is she doing? But it's too late to leave now. It'll wake him up, right? Qiao Zhen pursed her lips, bearing a weight she shouldn't have to, and within a moment, the whole right arm is going numb. But she didn't dare move. Don't dare move at all. Jojin looked steadfastly at the television set, upright and serious, with eyes that rivaled those of a party member. However, the party on TV, she froze and didn't watch any of it, her head full of chaos. She naturally did not notice that Qin Yichi slowly hooked his lips in the dark, until the crackling fireworks sounded outside. Qin Yichi opened his eyes and sat up straight. Jojin. Jojin looked up at him while rubbing her sore shoulders. The TV New Year's Eve party is in its final countdown, and all the guests have taken to the stage too. In unison. 3, 2, 1. At the same time, Qin Yichi's voice rang in her ears. Happy New Year. Jojin's heart thumped and she curled her lips into a smile. Well, Happy New Year's Day. Snowflakes flying, fireworks blooming. The atmosphere in the cozy cabin is ambiguous and charming. Winter, it seems, can be warm. Hearing the commotion outside the window, Jojin dutifully plopped down on the windowsill and, excitedly, she pointed at the fireworks in the air. Qin Yichi, look! The young girl's eyes reflected the sparkling fireworks. Qin Yichi stood right beside her, reaching out to rub her head, his voice low. Well, see, the fireworks are so brilliant and colorful that they almost light up the night as day. The sound of crackling was deafening. Jojin's heart was beating wildly. Every year in the future, she has to cross over with Qin Yichi. Chapter 65, Broken Mirror Cracked, Not Reunited. This winter seems to be exceptionally cold and silent. Without a trace of life, the villa was dead. Without the warm atmosphere of the New Year's Eve of an ordinary family. Contrast that with the brilliantly colored fireworks outside the window. The man at the desk had a grim, chilly face. Ji Xian had long ago found out that the scarf was not sent by Qiao Zhen at all. Not her, not at all. But it clearly wasn't like that in a previous life. Obviously before, he didn't have to do anything but stand still and Jojin would then come to him starry-eyed, offering all sorts of heartfelt gifts. It was Qiao Zhen who changed her heart first, saying that she would try to chase him and that she only liked him. For a moment, it seemed as if some emotion, little by little, was draining away, completely out of control. And he always refused to admit it or face it. Ji Envy's throat was dry and expressionless. He looked up and looked out the window at the rustling snow that was falling. The blood in his entire body was about to solidify, making it difficult to move. What's like? As he drifted off, it occurred to him abruptly that Qiao Zhen seemed to like snow. In his past life, he remembered that the two had a cold war over mixing in the entertainment industry. Is it hard for him not to want Jojin to be out in the open, surrounding herself only with him? The cold war didn't last long, and it was still Jojin who was the first to bow her head and take the initiative to come running to him. Eyes full of anticipation inviting him to go skiing in Switzerland with them, and he refused without hesitation, his tone cold and detached. No go. Ji is in the most critical year. He can't spare the time. Besides, he has to let Qiao Zhen learn a lesson. Don't mess around in the future. Also wanting to, with one excessive behavior, one cold refusal, to make sure that Jojin would never get angry, to make sure that Jojin would never leave and would always love him unconditionally. Even every time he rejected Jojin and saw the emotion of despondency and sadness in Jojin's eyes, he would get great pleasure and thrill from being valued and cared for by Jojin. In relationships, he thinks he's always been in the dominant position, but he didn't realize that after the refusal, Jojin would actually go to Switzerland, all alone. Also almost broke a bone when I was knocked down hard by someone on the ski slopes. From then on, it seemed as if more and more disappointment had built up in her eyes, thick and deep. But nowhere to vent. Ji Xian sank his face, staring at a snowflake with paranoia and certainty. He was sure that Jojin had been waiting for him in her heart. Right. As long as he takes the initiative, just a little bit, Jojin would then follow with eyes full of joy, just as she had in her previous life. The big deal about the regrets of skiing in a previous life is just to make up for it in this life. It's not too late. It's definitely too late. With the bitterly cold winds, the short New Year's Day holiday passed quickly. As soon as finals week rolls around, college students are honestly having a major meltdown. Shang Lulu broke down and yelled in her dorm room, "This goddamned higher math. I can't even read the title. Kneel down and beg the teacher to fish me out. If he does, then he's my man god." Chen Meixiang is frantically brushing the Mao generalization question bank, and the whole person is going off the rails and gnashing her teeth. I've skipped 2 classes this semester, and it just so happens that I've been caught both times. Who the hell has me crashing? Skip class for a while. End of semester crematorium. Jojin, always serious about her revision, began to unpack after the exam, pushing her suitcase and walking out of the school gate side by side with Qin Yichi. I was just about to take out my headphones when suddenly, a delicate and expensive ticket fell out of the compartment of my backpack. Stunned for a moment, Jojin picked it up off the floor for a closer look. SVIP couples package ticket for Zermatt Ski Resort, Switzerland. Jane? Moving down the line of sight, the signature is a very simple 2 letters. JX. G Envy. Jojin was all too familiar with his monogrammed initials. There were countless times when I secretly wrote his name with sourness and anticipation, carefully writing his name with one stroke of the pen. But now I only feel horrified and tingling in my head. She looked to the side of the road if she felt something. Not far away happened to be parked a black luxury car. The window slowly dropped, revealing a handsome face. Ji Xian stared at her firmly, his light pupil-colored peach blossom eyes clear and translucent. The whole thing looked like it had been dipped in moonlight, calling out his emotions. The moment she met her eyes, Qiao Zhen subconsciously leaned toward Qin Yichi's side, her body suddenly stiffening. She vaguely recalled her previous life, when she had taken the initiative to bow her head and wanted to go skiing in Switzerland with Ji Xian, available at. Inexplicably, those sournesses from her previous life seemed to be able to travel through time and space and pass on to her now. The loss and aggravation kept spreading, icy cold, to all the limbs. Little by little, they doused the passion that she had willingly burned up. Was that, like, an emotion from her past life? A cold wind whipped across her face and Zhen just stiffened in place. Qin Yichi looked at her with downcast eyes, and then stared at the ticket in her hand, the fingertips at his sides slowly clenching. The moment he saw Qiao Zhen lock eyes with Ji Xian, he instantly tightened up, his veins rippling and, the whole heart was in his throat too. Zhen. Qin Yichi couldn't help but call her name. His throat was dry and his voice was low and hoarse. He was about to say something, and after a long pause of deliberation, he said, "We were just about to ask you to go skiing with us. Only, going to a regular ski resort in the country. It wasn't as spectacular as Zermatt, Switzerland, much less bagging an entire ski resort." A strong sense of inferiority twined with the cold wind, and, like a tidal wave, almost completely submerging Qin Yichi without a single chance to catch his breath. It was difficult to struggle like a drowning person. It was as if there was a huge hard rock in front of his chest, and his body was under heavy pressure. Not far away, inside the low-key luxury limousine, a few of the boys were also sitting in Ji Xian's car, and they were staring at Qiao Zhen's every word and action. Will Zhen say yes? Why do I feel like it's unlikely? That's a definite yes. The pack agrees, old man. At this point, a relatively sober boy spoke up cautiously. But not only did they pull the plug on us, they made a point of clearing up their relationship, and they even explicitly refused to take the elective last time. Ji Xiao, isn't it not good for us to dwell on this? As soon as the words left his mouth, the boy next to him snorted. What do you know about it? She used to want to go skiing, no matter how much she pretended to be reserved, but this time Ji Xiao took the initiative to invite her. If she really didn't come, I'll chop off my head and kick it for you. Upon hearing this, Ji Xian's face eased up a lot. Qiao Zhen's face full of anticipation and joy couldn't help but appear in his mind. A couple of people looked down at her, only to see a cold wind blowing up Zhen's crumpled hair, and she had the tickets in her hand. It seemed to laugh softly. Ji Xian's eyes lit up with a flash of color, and his lips curved up involuntarily. The next instant, however, without hesitation, Zhen tore the tickets in half, folded them together and, tearing, again until a complete ticket was reduced to pieces, she threw it into the curbside trash can. The action was a snap, and there was no delay at all, full of calm and sobriety, as if he was just tearing a napkin instead of a lavish package ticket. Inside the car, a group of people froze completely, slowly staring. Qiao Zhen turned around without looking back, her expression calm, a sneer raised on her lips. If she was in her previous life, she would have been happy when she saw the ski ticket from Ji Xian, but not anymore. It's like a man who's come out of the desert and back to the city after 1,000 years of hard work. Never again will you crave water like you do in the desert. Zhen admits that she's psyched and wants to travel to Switzerland very much. Wanted to go to all the wonderful places in the world, but she will, later, rely on her own ability to realize it. Broken mirrors don't come back together, just as torn tickets don't come back as brand new. The wind is getting colder, dark clouds are looming, and a small shower of sleet is falling from the gray sky, like silver white velvet, gently hitting the leaves, making a rustling sound. Very light rain and snow. One umbrella is enough for two people. Qin Yichi opened the large black umbrella and covered the two men's heads as his sight slowly swept over that trash can. Suddenly, Qiao Zhen gently tugged on his sleeve. Qin Yichi turned his head and looked into her pretty, bright eyes. Qiao Zhen walked beside him, pursed her lips, and summoned up the courage to say, "Winter vacation. Accompany me to go skiing." She looked down at the tips of her shoes and said, word for word, "Seriously, Qin Yichi, I want to be with you. May I?" Chapter 66. Qiao Zhen is not chasing him. The rain pattered down on the umbrella, and the sound grew progressively louder. It was so loud that Qin Yichi could no longer distinguish between the sound of the rain and the sound of his heartbeat. "Qin Yichi, I want to be with you. Is that okay?" Every word struck deep into his heart, rippling in circles, and it finally converged within the body into an unknown emotion that screamed and boiled wildly. Qin Yichi's arm holding up the umbrella stiffened, and his eyes fell on the young girl's eyes. Even breathing stopped briefly. The whole world was suddenly quiet. May I? How could he refuse? In the midst of this rain shower, he heard his own voice. Then make a date for winter break. Jojin. And we'll go skiing together. Jojin nodded with anticipation. Aha! Qin Yichi took in her reaction. The corners of his lips couldn't help but slowly turn upwards. The whole thing opens up. He couldn't help but exclaim that it was a beautiful day. The harmonious figures of a man and a woman gradually disappeared into the intersection. Inside the limousine, however, the atmosphere dropped to freezing. Ji Xian's blood almost froze all over his body, and his entire face was about to completely fall apart. Jojin tore apart as if it weren't the tickets, but his heart, like the sharp blade of a, relentlessly and repeatedly stabbing it hard until it was dripping with blood. An uncontrollable soreness flooded his chest, spreading little by little throughout his body. Ji Xian's glazed and cool eyes were flushed with a hint of red at this moment. Tinted with a shadowy paranoia and a touch of bewilderment. How could Jojin reject him? How could she tear it up? A wave of panic came crashing down on his face. Ji Envy's chest was turned inside out, and the whole person seemed as if he would be completely shattered in the next second. It was so gloomy that it was a little frightening. Recently he had been dreaming frequently about a part of his memories from his previous life. Back then, when Jojin was rejected by his, is it as hard as this? The other boys had been dumbfounded, especially one of them, who, 2 minutes before he even threatened to cut off my head and kick it as a soccer ball if Xiaojin really doesn't come. Punch in the face. It was so in your face that your cheeks were burning. The boy froze for 10 seconds or so, and it took him half a second to react, clutching his head in disbelief. I'm not mistaken, am I? Xiaojin, she's for real this time, not lusting after. It's not a refusal, it's really not chasing. Another boy next to him couldn't stand it. Isn't it obvious enough that the other girl rejected it? Someone saw Ji Xian's face look wrong. He quickly rounded up the scene, cough. Chasing our Ji Xiao's women from here to France. Pour her this one? If you don't like her, then you don't like her. What is she? Xiaojin. Before he could finish his words, suddenly, Ji Xian pinched his collar with one hand and cold white arms were bruised. Ji Xian spat out a few words icily. No, she likes me. Ji Xian's tone was insistent, and his cool eyes shot across his face. The chill spreads and a fierce wind kicks up in his face. In those 7 years of his previous life, Xiaojin had followed him every step of the way, regardless of cynicism. Ji Xian didn't know the later developments in his previous life, but he was sure that Xiaojin is not married to him and there is no way she will leave him. In a past life and in this life, it will never leave. Thinking of this, Ji Xian stabilized his mind and took a deep breath. He braced himself for a look of certainty, but his face was horribly scary and, surprisingly, a few red bloodlines welled up in his otherwise glassy, light-colored eyes as he stubbornly repeated, she likes me. I don't know if he's talking to someone else or to himself. The sober boy just couldn't see him like this and couldn't help but speak up. But, it's not eternal. I used to love skateboarding to the point of insanity. All of you know that. But I stopped liking it a long time ago now. The implication is that Jojin doesn't like him either. As the words fell, Ji Xian's chest rose and fell violently, and his fingertips vaguely trembled. Yet he still said in an icy calm, no, you guys don't know Jojin. She doesn't give up easily. The boys were silent in place, looking at each other, all seeing surprise and shock in each other's eyes. When did Ji Xian become like this? Calm and crazy? Does he know he's fooling himself or not? Rain and snow through the car window, one by one smashed on Ji Xian's face, like a pot of ice water poured from head to tail. Ruthless mockery. He froze for a long time, raised the window in silence, his whole face ugly as hell, with a face like frost, and a cold, chilly aura emanated from his body. The old driver in the front row, who had been eating melon for most of the day, was freezing and silently turned up the temperature in the car. He looked through the rearview mirror, pondered for half a day, and spoke carefully. Ji Xiao, returning to the old mansion now? After all, the young master had gone against the norm today and specifically asked him to stop here and wait for someone. In the next second, Ji Xian raised his head in a ghostly manner, his eyes staring at him with icy coldness as he squeezed out 3 words through his teeth. What do you say? The driver was silent for a moment. Yes, young master. For goodness sake, save the battered workers. Serving the frozen young master is really, money is hard to earn, is hard to eat. The driver sweats, drives in silence, raises his fender, and can't help but analyze it internally. Having been together for more than 10 years, he profoundly knew that the young master had always controlled his emotions well. Although the young master usually has such a high-strung look, but he seemed to care about nothing, to be indifferent, to be impervious to anything. Only today, it was like the calm before the storm. The young master was like a fragile bubble, pretending to be strong and cold. All it takes is one more poke to completely break the defense and go completely insane. Winter break officially begins in January. Not long after, Qiao Zhen received a good news. The singing preliminary competition successfully passed. The award of prizes. There is still eligibility to move on to the second race. The moment she received the official text message, Qiao Zhen was like being hit with a surprise box. Rolling around on the bed, he subconsciously sent the good news to Qin Yichi. The next second, Weebly taps, pats me on the head and says, "Awesome, Qi, I'll be with you in the second race." Zhen paused, reading the message over and over and over again. Inexplicably, it felt like that pat, as if Qin Yichi had really reached out and rubbed her head. Very spoiled and pampered. Nope, what the hell was she brainstorming about? Qiao Zhen held her cell phone, her heart beating faster, as if there was a little person inside of her that can't help but throw a set of punches into the air. It was as if he had really been patted by Qin Yichi, and his heart was like a ping-pong ball. It lurched around in his chest for a long time. I don't know when she has become looking forward to every message from Qin Yichi. February 2nd was Niu Yifeng's birthday, and the crowd planned to leave for a trip on that day. A total of 2 days and 1 night, with a side trip to celebrate him. In the group, Niu Yifeng cried out in pain, "Oh, brothers, I'm really touched. I love you guys." Tears. Someone immediately replied, "Don't love me. It's disgusting. Qin Yichi, this birthday matches you quite well. It's quite too." Niu Yifeng, at Qiao Zhen. "Xiao Mei, look at him. He's openly bullying me. You've got to make up my mind." The other boys also ate her, saying that only she can cure Qin Yichi. Qiao Zhen held her cell phone, a subtle emotion welling up in her heart. How can she cure Qin Yichi? Finally, she posted a random cute emoji to appease. There were 8 people who went to the skiing group: Qin Yichi, Qiao Zhen, Niu Yifeng, Zhang Yu's sister Zhang Ning. The rest, some with internships and others with family emergencies, have expressed regret that the hugging and crying in the group. Zhen started looking forward to the trip early, constantly stuffing her suitcase with essentials. Search online for tips and book tickets. That's the skiing she's been longing for. Or skiing with Qin Yichi. Qiao Zhen's whole day is filled with Qin Yichi, skiing, Qin Yichi, skiing, Qin Yichi. Finally, she couldn't stand it anymore and silently buried her face into the pillow to hide the thin blush that was staining her cheeks. Goddamn Qin Yichi. In the end secretly gave her what kind of mesmerizing soup. Chapter 67, Fresh Clothes, Couple's Clothes. February 2nd. Celluloid City. As soon as you get off the highway, there are publicity photos of the quaint old city plastered all around you, as well as the words "Welcome to the city of Luo." The sense of tourist atmosphere is directly full. The day had finally come, and just as we arrived at the station, a group of people wailed with excitement. First thing you do when traveling, go to your hotel and drop off your luggage. Qiao Zhen and Zhang Yu's sister Zhang Ning share a room. I knew there was a 3rd grade girl coming along. Qiao Zhen specially prepared some beautiful hair cards, cute dolls and small cookies, all arranged. Zhang Ning was instantly captured and didn't hesitate to hug Qiao Zhen, bearing a kiss on her cheek. "I love you, sis." She was tiny, bouncing all the way around, carrying a pony poly book bag. The whole thing was practically glued to Zhen. She says sister with a sweet voice. Qin Yichi's gaze leisurely fell on the two, his hands in his pockets for a long time before he averted his gaze. Niu Yifeng's heart was adorable by the little sister. Half-jokingly said, "Heyo, brother octopus, if only you were as cute as your sister. If you were a girl, I'd marry you for sure." Zhang Yu gritted his teeth and stared at him. "Oh, today is your birthday. Don't bother with you." The first stop on the trip was the ancient city, where almost 1 in 3 people on the streets were wearing hanbok. It's as if you've really stepped into history, with a rich cultural flavor. After the crowd ate local hot pot, they went to a pre-booked hanbok store for a makeover. Qiao Zhen chose a red hanbok embroidered with small golden koi. When the makeup artist lady applied her makeup, Qiao Zhen made it a point to emphasize that she didn't need to use Netflix makeup. Light makeup is fine. The lady gave an okay sign and applied foundation and concealer for her dark circles. Using a brush, she drew a red lotus flower inlay on her forehead, embellished it with a small pearl, and finished it off with a vermilion lip glaze. Qiao Zhen pursed her lips and checked repeatedly in front of the mirror, as if seeing a different version of herself. She couldn't help but wonder what kind of Qin Yichi would wear. Zhang Ning, on the other hand, changed into a green hanbok, with 2 small pills on her head. She was full of excitement, shaking her head, and flicked the tassels on the step and bounced all the way around. Really love hanbok. Her face was childish and full of innocence. Qiao Zhen, draped in a thick red warm cloak, led Zhang Ning, looking around in the crowd. Niu Feng was the first to pop out, dressed in a golden dragon robe, proudly sticking out his chest. No. I'm coming. He patted his chest and laughed. I am the emperor today. Qiao Zhen blinked, pointed not far away, and said silently, the emperor is already rotten. Niu Feng turned his head, and sure enough, a large group of men chose dragon robes that, the emperors stood together, looked at him, and gave him the thumbs up. Recognition from the emperor, Niu Feng. Meanwhile, Zhang Yu wears a black guard outfit with a sword prop. When he heard Niu Feng say that he was going to make him a personal guard, he immediately drew his sword and was about to use zip power. Qiao Zhen took a look at the two of them and couldn't help but stand on her tiptoes, asking curiously, where's Qin Yichi? What is he wearing? He's the last one to go in from us. Zhang Yu smiled at her. The tone was meaningful. You'll find out later. It always felt like there was something in the words, and Zhojin was practically scratching her head internally. In the next second, a red figure suddenly broke into view, and Qiao Zhen's pupils couldn't help but tighten. Qin Yichi was dressed in a red general's ancient costume, with golden auspicious clouds embroidered on the cuffs. The whole person is like a cluster of hot burning flames, more like a scorching sun. The bright red color creates a strong visual impact and is stunning. The man took a step in front of her, sword brows and starry eyes, nose straight, hands lazily clasped to his chest, seemingly smiling, showing off the untamedness of his body to the fullest. Simply spirited, freshly dressed young generals, as if they had walked out of an ancient painting. He was slender and his voice was low. How was it? Was it okay? Under Qin Yichi's burning gaze, Qiao Zhen even slowed her breathing to a halt and blurted out, okay, more than a line. Qin Yichi, he's good, too good, as far as I can remember. It's the first time he's worn such a flamboyant big red, and the fit is practically 100%. It was as if there was a little man in Zhojin's mind, roaring wildly without control. Help! Pop the lights. Heartthrob, blow out the lights, clanging against the wall. Next to her, Zhang Ning's eyes lit up and she let out a wow. Clapping his hands, he said, Big brother Qi and sister Jinjin are wearing a couple's outfit. The words were followed by a leisurely drift of intriguing sights from the boys. Zhojin slowly snapped out a question mark. She froze for a few seconds, looking up at Qin Yichi and staring down at her clothes. Is surprisingly irrefutable, and at first glance it does look like a couple's costume. Even Qin Yichi was wearing a koi carp scented capsule around his waist. It's the same as the little koi on her dress. Qiao Zhen's mind wandered along, deliberately walking at the end of the line, quietly holding up her cell phone and aimed the camera at Qin Yichi. Inexplicably, suddenly, uncontrollably, wanted to take a picture of him in this handsome form, set it as the background of a WeChat chat with him. Qiao Zhen took a deep breath, her surface calm and quiet, her heart like water. In fact, even his hands were shaking slightly. It's hard not to be a little nervous the first time you do this. Pressing the shoot button, Zhojin quietly looked down at her phone and tapped it to see the first photo. It turned out to be a very blurry shot because of shaky hands, not even a tenth as good as he looks in person. Entering the scenic area, Qiao Zhen quietly followed him, pretending to be calm, finding the right moment while a couple of the boys were playfully jostling around and hold up your cell phone from the side and take several shots. But the moment she pressed the button to take the picture, I don't know if it was an illusion or not, but she had a feeling that, as if he didn't realize it, Qin Yichi turned back to look at her, the corners of his lips lightly hooked and, inexplicably with compulsion and favor, an illusion. It must be an illusion. Qiao Zhen was a thief and immediately put away her cell phone, her chest pounding and uncomfortable. She wondered if she was being too fearful. Only when she looked up again at Qin Yichi's lazy appearance did Qiao Zhen let out a sigh of relief, thinking to myself that I shouldn't have been caught. There were really a lot of travelers around, and she opened the album only to realize that an old man had blundered into the camera and, full of confusion, completely blocking Qin Yichi, not a single hair was photographed. Qiao Zhen continued to flip back and gradually became mesmerized by what she was reading. There's one that's barely good enough for a chat background. The young man's posture was upright and spirited, and his eyebrows showed a bit of lightheartedness and uninhibitedness. Hormones spilled out of the screen to pounce. He was dressed in red, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly as even the tear mole under his eye was even more compellingly demonic and provocative than usual. Suddenly, a shadow loomed over Zhojin with precision. The phone was gently jerked away, the screen still resting right on that picture. Let's see. How's the shot? I don't know when. Qin Yichi had already stood in front of her unknowingly, and the distance suddenly drew closer. A faint scent of minty grass drifted in. He didn't fumble with his cell phone, just looked down at the surreptitious photo of A muffled laugh rolled out of the depths of his chest, his voice low. It's okay, just a little mushy. Winky face. Oops. Caught in the act. Jojin's eyes widened and she froze in place, her cheeks creeping red with mischief. It was a long time before he lowered his head. God forbid. The sneak peek was still seen by the person in question. Jojin was so embarrassed now that she wanted to burrow into a crack in the ground. She mumbled, I'm just grabbing a picture and taking it without thinking. It's what's most natural. Qiao Zhen's eyes darted about and she subconsciously touched her nose, pretending to be calm. Definitely not a sneak peek. Oh. Out of weakness. She pulled up her volume and repeated it again. Absolutely not. It's almost as if the word thief is etched on his face. A few points of helplessness colored the bottom of Qin Yichi's eyes, and a light laugh overflowed from the depths of his chest as he complied with her words. Well, I know it isn't. He stifled a laugh and didn't poke at her, only lifting his hand to brush the yellow leaves off her head. The fingertips touched her hair, rubbing her head in passing. Who made her so cute even lying? Chapter 68, Interlocking Fingers. Looking at each other, the group walks to the scenic area's famous hitting point. The historic city walls are dominated by a dark, reddish-brown color that numerous lanterns hung in the air, filling the air with the scent of ancient years. Little Miss Zhang Ning took the initiative to raise her hand to take a picture of Qiao Zhen and Qin Yichi, saying that they were of the same color. Had to come along and shoot one today. Qiao Zhen was worried that there were no cracks in the ground to burrow into when her attention was diverted and she hurriedly stood under the city wall. Qin Yichi leisurely lifted his feet to follow her, sticking behind her like a tail. Suddenly, Zhang Ning crosses her arms and orders in a milky voice. Hold hands. Hurry up. A young couple should hold hands. Jenny gave her so many snacks and dolls, she had to give a good assist. Jojin, who was about to compare scissors. Holding hands? Zhang Ning even winked at her with a I'm helping you look. Jojin, no. I don't get it. I don't want to get it at all. At that moment, a hand hanging at her side felt a warmth, like an electric current. It instantly spread to all the limbs and bones. It was Qin Yichi's hand that gently touched her. Qiao Zhen's whole body stiffened in consternation, and instead of withdrawing her hand, she only stood nervously in place, as if torn between and as if expecting something. Noticing that the young girl had no intention of avoiding or resisting, Qin Yichi then passed through her fingers and, holding her hand gently, the corners of his lips curled up gently. The two just interlocked their fingers. Flop flop, tentative, cautious, nervous with anticipation. Jojin's breath stopped briefly, feeling the violent heartbeat in her chest as she, holding his hand back gently. Qin Yichi received a response and gradually tightened his force, his fingertips pressing against hers, like they were talking silently through their fingers about some secret. There were so many people around, but only the two of them knew. Zhang Ning held his cell phone and took pictures of them from different angles. Suddenly, Qin Yichi slightly sidled his head, his breath warm. Qiao Zhen. Hearing her name, Qiao Zhen reflexively turned her head immediately and looked up at him. The two men locked eyes the moment the camera button was pressed. Qin Yichi smiled lazily. It's nothing. At that moment, Zhang Ning waved at them. The shot is ready. She lifted her chin proudly and gloated toward the group of boys behind her. How about it, brothers? I'm awesome, aren't I? The boys nodded their heads and gave a thumbs up towards little Ning Ning. That's a nice assist. Nice work. On the cell phone screen, a gentle layer of warm light falls from the radiant lanterns. A man and a woman stand in front of the ancient city wall, both wearing red handboks, their eyes meeting and their fingers interlocking. It condenses into a hauntingly ancient picture. It's like having a pink ambiguous filter. A boy said sourly. Yo. I said, why are you holding out on me? Turns out there's a whole lot of dog food here. It's not even together yet. Not even a single word. It's so sweet. It's going to be great when they get together. Mustn't stick together every day. Another person immediately picked up. I bet that sister Qiao and brother Qi can definitely make it this year. Otherwise, I'll pull a big one right in front of the school. The crowd laughed out loud and afterwards found a random enthusiastic passerby aunt to help with the group photo. Niu Yifeng, as today's birthday boy, rightfully stood in the C position, and with his golden-colored dragon robe, the aura is pulled right up to full strength. Just finished shooting. There are already boys sent to the circle of friends, but also specially change of positioning to pretend that the text is Airborne Celluloid City. Teeth bared. The beginning of a beautiful trip. Yay. The crowds at the fair are separated and meet again at the point. Qiao Zhen and Qin Yichi both acted together, and at the sight of the lassoed circle, Qiao Zhen's eyes were deeply attracted. Completely cannot walk. Especially at this moment is the big brother who is lassoing. Thief fierce. All of a sudden lasso a large pile of souvenirs. The owner's teeth were chattering. Watching others succeed, Jojin jumped at the chance. And more critically, she took one look at the folding fan at the far end. Qin Yichi, I want to play this. Aha. Qin Yichi followed her like a little tail, Jojin said she'd do it and paid to take 10 laps. As she stood at the starting point, she realized sadly that the folding fan was really far, far away. But she didn't want anything else but that one. At this moment, Niuefeng and 2 other boys also happened to pass by here, and were watching from the side. There was a lot of cheering for her. Qiao Zhen took a deep breath and threw circles towards the folding fan, which resulted in nothing but. The first few ended badly. So close on the 7th. Jojin's heart broke. The boss, however, was happy, baring his big teeth and looking at Qiao Zhen with a grin. He loves tourists like this, vegetable and fun-loving. Dead set. Jojin gave up on herself and simply threw one in her hand. Who said that the next second, the silver ring was firmly set into the boss's neck? Jojin stared incredulously. The smile on the boss's face instantly froze. Niuefeng immediately roared with excitement, grabbing the clothes of the boy next to him. Hey yo, I'm going. Joe's awesome for latching on to the hidden model. The owner's face stinks even more and he silently takes down the silver ring. Jojin is a big compliment. When she wanted to throw the circle again, Qin Yichi walked to her side and bent down slightly. Want a fan? I'll help you. Qiao Zhen's fingertips clenched unconsciously, gently shaking her head, her voice clear and sweet. I want to do it myself. If you can't win the set, you can only say that you don't have a destiny with this folding fan. The big deal is to spend more money on one. Swore to lasso and still missed the next one. Niuefeng held his forehead inside, persuading her to set a close. Ceramic cups, a bomb or whatever, at least not empty-handed. Qiao Zhen pursed her lips, still throwing circles towards the farthest folding fan. Before even reacting, someone had already shouted awesome. The golden circle is accurately set in. The owner was also very happy to hand her the folding fan. Congratulations to this beautiful woman. It's the hardest to set up. Qiao Zhen was a little incredulous, and a shooting star crossed the bottom of her eye, brightly, holding a folding fan and smiling, brilliant and bright. Maybe, there really is still a bit of luck in the air? Qin Yichi walked at his side. His eyes fell on her red lips, slightly raising his eyebrows. The voice was low. That's how much you like it? A fan. Like a baby. Jojin, well, it's kind of amazing to be drawn in at first glance. She is wearing light makeup today, and the flower inlays on her forehead make her even more delicate and bright. Like a pearl that has been dusted off, it exudes its original radiant color. It's completely different from the usual innocent and gentle look, and now it's even more stunning. It was like the most beautiful reddish hue in the sky. Qin Yichi gradually looked a little mesmerized, and in the next instant, this folding fan was actually shoved into his arms unexpectedly. He didn't react, and then he saw Jojin's slightly reddened ears, and in the faint breeze of Jojin's sweet and pleasant voice was also heard. For you. After saying that, Qiao Zhen pretended to be calm and looked east, deliberately pulling away from hide the nervous look. That folding fan is painted with the ancient city, a small poem in gold regular script. It's colored in thick ink and outlined in light colors, classical to the core. On the back are 4 large words. Wantonly splendid. Qin Yichi was stunned in place, looking at Qiao Zhen's red-hot back, his heartbeat thumping. Chapter 69, Qin Yichi shot her in the heart. The Luo City scenic area was crowded with people, and Qiao Zhen accompanied Qin Yichi to go archery after strolling around for a while. The rules are very simple. Shoot to the center of the bullseye. Score is the highest. The further out the score gradually decreases. A total of 10 arrows are shot and the final total score can be exchanged for gifts of different levels. The first few passerby boys held their foreheads inside, tired of redeeming only a few small pendants. After Qin Yichi paid, he stepped forward and drew the bowstring full, aiming at the center of the target. His deep eyes narrowed slightly. Sharp as a hawk. Qiao Zhen watched the battle from the sidelines, her fists clenched, silently cheering him on. He was seen raising his arm, putting the arrow on the bowstring and aiming at the target with an extremely standard posture. But his demeanor was lazy and careless, and his flamboyant red clothes added a bit of wanton dashing. Rather, it is like an ancient casual and uninhibited knight-errant, whose every move unintentionally stirs up the heart. Shoo! The arrow quickly cut through the air like silver lightning. 8 rings. The people around them stared in disbelief. However, Qin Yichi frowned slightly, his gaze falling on the bow and arrow, his sight deep. It's been quite a while since I've played and my hands are a bit raw, not to mention the bow and arrow. A bit of a problem. He repeated the drawing of the bowstring, his dark eyes narrowed slightly, and shot out, fast and hard. An arrow was quickly nailed to the target. 9 rings, 10 rings, 10 rings, 10 rings. The more she saw of the back, the more round-eyed Jojin became. Help! Qin Yichi, he's really gifted. So good at shooting. The surrounding people were dumbstruck, and Niuefeng and Zhang Ning were shocked beside them. Qiao Zhen blinked her eyes and tilted her little face up, a proud light smile on her lips. Qin Yichi, you're awesome. When did you know this? The young girl's face was full of sincerity and adoration. Her voice was soft and gentle, and every word seemed to be dipped in sugar, with a hook to take his soul. The words awesome clunked into his heart, and Qin Yichi looked sideways. Looking toward the smiling Qiao Zhen, his chest gradually became burning. It was like a volcano erupting and gushing out hot lava. He coughed low and said absently, "Used to play it on fleet reunions. It's not really that great, is it?" But on the contrary, Qiao Zhen's eyes were full of him. At this time, the boss on the side also faintly showed a smile, but his heart gradually collapsed. This kid, he's not here to look good for the camera. He's got some real skills. Lost and found. There's one last arrow left. Qin Yichi didn't rush to shoot out. Instead he lazily put down his bow and, slightly lowering his head, he asked her, "Wanna try it?" Qiao Zhen pursed her lips and gently shook her head. "I don't know this. The game is based on points for gifts. 10 rings is 10 points. The higher the cumulative score, the higher the value of what can be redeemed. If she was off target, wouldn't she lose all these 10 points?" She didn't want to drag Qin Yichi down. The sunlight pierced through the sparse clouds and sprinkled on the hard contours of Qin Yichi's face. He had a smile at the corner of his mouth, and those dark, deep eyes held a bit of favor. "I'll teach you." Perhaps the sunlight was too harsh, and the man's stunning red color crashed into Qiao Zhen's eyes, making her nod furtively. She subconsciously walked over to him. Zhou Jin took the heavy bow and arrow and turned, almost with her back to him. A sudden surge of tension welled up in his heart, until the faint scent of grass, if any, from Qin Yichi's body enveloped her. Embracing her from behind, he leaned over and took her hands in his. The distance between the two was infinitely close, and even Qin Yichi's hot breath slowly fell on the root of her ear. Feathery light scratching. It was as if he wanted to melt her into him and never part. Qiao Zhen's nerves tightened. Her whole body suddenly stiffened, even her breathing quietly restrained. "Help! The brain seems to be dying again." "Qiao Zhen," Qin Yichi's low mellow, wildly desirous voice fell slowly, lingering in her ear. "Take it easy, relax." Qiao Zhen felt like she was going to be intoxicated by him, and even her voice trembled slightly. Her hands were held by Qin Yichi as she slowly drew her bow and aimed it at the red center. I don't know why, but her heart was beating faster and faster, and she couldn't be bothered to shoot an arrow at all. All attention was on the man behind her. The two were actually at a normal distance, not quite pressed together. But Qiao Zhen's hands and back were abnormally hot, and her entire body was immobilized, making it difficult to move. Hot, too hot. Qiao Zhen's eyelashes fluttered gently, and a layer of pink crept up to the base of her ears. She heard a clear, strong heartbeat. Pop. In the next instant, the arrow in his hand quickly rushed out, turning into a silver swimming dragon gnat. A precise hit to the center of the red. Zhou Jin felt her heart skip a steep beat as well. Niu Yifeng clenched his fists and yelled, his eyes full of excitement. "Brother Qi, awesome. Can you teach me too? I'm only a 5-ringer at best." Qin Yichi raised his eyes and smiled, telling him to get lost. Niu Yifeng. "Darn it. I'm going to draw a circle and curse you." The boss next to him was also silently drawing circles. "I'm so impressed with this couple. They're so good at archery. I can't believe I'm stuffing him with dog food." Until Qin Yichi pulled away, went to redeem the prize, and detached himself from that ambiguous aura if any. It was only then that Zhou Jin gasped, her chest heaving violently. Little Miss Zhang Ning grabbed the hem of her skirt and innocently raised her cell phone with a face that begged to be quoted. "Sister, look, I just filmed you guys shooting arrows together. Zhou Jin, I really thank you." She took the phone and stared down at the photo, her eyes slowly dilating and tinted with a few moments of incredulity. The angle of the shot was tricky, and it was clear that the two were separated by some distance at the time. But in the photo, Qin Yichi was almost immediately behind her, holding her down in his arms. The man's eyes were extremely aggressive, and his posture was especially ambiguous. The sexual tension is simply drawn out, and the expression of her white face swooned with a pale pink color, and her eyes were wet with. The ends of her eyes were all rippling with a thin layer of red, a pitiful look of being bullied. Qiao Zhen looked dazed with questions. "No, what's going on here? Why was she like drugged then?" Suddenly, the shadow of the man loomed overhead. Qiao Zhen immediately turned off her cell phone, pretending as if nothing had happened, and raised her eyes sheepishly. "How? What's wrong?" Qin Yichi stood in front of her and naturally took her hand, tucking the lantern handle into her hand. His voice was low and serious. "A return gift of the folding fan. Zhou Jin, I hope the koi will bring you good luck." It was a koi handheld lantern that he had redeemed. A red koi carp leaped from the lotus lamp. The traditional craftsmanship is exquisitely beautiful and lifelike, like a cluster of dancing flames. It is also the prettiest and most elaborate of all the redemption gifts. Qiao Zhen came back to her senses and froze, carrying the koi lantern. Complex emotions inexplicably surged up against the bottom of Qin Yichi's bottomless pupils. The bustling streets, the bustling scenic spots. The only person left in her eyes was the one in front of her. The only thing in his ears was Qin Yichi's low, compelling voice. At that moment, Qiao Zhen suddenly realized that her heart was actually the real bullseye, and Qin Yichi, who had long ago shot her with precision. Chapter 70, Skiing for Two, Romantic Winter Day. In the evening, the crowd ate a local specialty hot pot and ordered a super large cake for Niu Weifeng without his knowledge. Happy birthday to him on February 2nd. The moment Qin Yichi pulled out the cake from behind him, Niu Weifeng was instantly moved to tears. The kid next door also cried with gluttony. Zhou Jin's birthday present was a pair of sunglasses and a thermos. Qin Yichi, on the other hand, gave him a gaming chair and sent it directly to his home. Niu Weifeng wailed, locking one hand tightly around Qin Yichi's neck. The moon is silver, and the tourist attractions look even better at night. When the lights are off, 10,000 lights reflected on the lake, shining brighter than the stars in the sky. Qiao Zhen was lying on the bridge, blowing in the evening breeze, carrying a koi lantern, and looking out at the distant view of the beautiful. His lips were slightly curved and his eyes reflected the bright stars. She really loved and enjoyed this trip. At ease, comfortable, happy, heartfelt. After another attraction, the group returned to the hotel exhausted. The number of WeChat steps at least tens of thousands of steps. Qiao Zhen had just come out after blow-drying her hair when she saw Zhang Ning lying on the bed watching TV. The TV is still playing idol dramas. The hero and the heroine go out on a date together. After they've established a romantic relationship, the hero shoots arrows and catches dolls, coaxes the heroine to be happy, and finally the two of them listen to a song together in the snow, interlock their fingers, and look at each other fondly. Zhou Jin. No, sister, why does this TV show look familiar? Zhang Ning drank yogurt while silently spitting. Idol dramas are too cliched nowadays. I feel like the hero and heroine somehow fell in love and somehow got together, and it's not even as sweet as you and Qi. Qiao Zhen's ear tips were slightly powdered, and she retorted in a small voice, "Where am I sweet with him?" Zhang Ning justified, "It's just sweet The eyes are drawn together, and they're all about each other. Any dog that passes by has to kowtow a bite. If you don't believe me, go look at the pictures." Ning blinked her starry eyes and propped her chin up in anticipation. And it was as if they were already brainstorming their entry into the wedding hall. In a rare moment of silence, Zhou Jin returned to her own bed, clicked on the group photo, and flipped to a photo of her and Qin Yichi holding hands and looking at each other in front of the old city. Zhou Jin's breath hitched slightly. Goodness, the way she was looking at Qin Yichi in the photo. Why was she like a nymphomaniac? Qiao Zhen blushed and silently saved the picture, setting it as the chat background image. She couldn't help but glance through the records in passing, sliding upward bit by bit to review their little moments. Pearl, quickly, open, door. I bought you some super delicious chestnuts downstairs. Well, I stopped by and got you some food too. Pearl, I passed the computer grade exam. Thank you, Mr. Qin, for teaching me. I'll buy you dinner next time. V greater than over equal to less than over equal to, bunny bounce. JPG, pats me on the head and says, great, it's because you're already smart. Pearl, so nervous, I'm about to stand on stage and perform live. What to do? I'll stay with you. As well as having nightmares after playing the haunted house. The two of them were linked for hours. It's too much to turn over. It's obviously a beautiful chat, and it's obviously going to be a warm and fuzzy experience. But as Qiao Zhen flipped through the pages, her eyes inexplicably burned, the tip of her nose was sore, and her chest was stuffy. How is he so nice? Everyone says he's mean. He's not to be messed with. He's all mean and crazy. But he is obviously the most gentle and delicate. Every time she received a message from Qin Yichi, she could not help but be happy, could not help but leap for joy. Mentions it several times internally. Qin Yichi also almost always replied in seconds. The occasional times when something happened and I didn't look at my cell phone and didn't respond in time, Zhou Jin just held her cell phone with anticipation, waiting to hear from him. Everything responds, every sentence echoes. Zhou Jin turned off her cell phone and breathed deeply. The original seed that took root in the heart has grown, without realizing it, into a huge tree. It's leafy, lush, and even long entrenched. Each heartbeat was like a green leaf floating on the surface of a lake, creating ripple after ripple. The Losong Ski Resort is one of the most famous ski resorts in the country. Every year, many travelers come to visit the city. Early the next morning, the crowd put on their ski suits and rode the gondola up the snow-covered mountain. The excitement of jumping into the arms of the snow. Zhou Jin's most anticipated skiing. Standing on the top of the snow-covered mountains, looking down, as if the whole world is covered with snow. There was an indescribable shock, as if he had become much smaller. One by one, the skiers slid downward and soared freely, raising layers of white snow, slide out the graceful curves. Jojin was wearing a cute and playful low double ponytail, a pink ski outfit, a plush bunny helmet, and he also wore knee pads and goggles, wrapped up tightly, and bounced around the whole way. The next second, she was tapped twice on the head. Qiao Zhen immediately turned her head and glared at the culprit, sounding a little aggravated. What are you filming me for? Qin Yichi was standing right behind her, all in black and gray, wearing goggles, and there were also 2 wolf ears on his helmet, adding a bit of arrogance to his stoic demeanor. At that time, Qin Yichi asked her to help choose a ski suit, and she didn't hesitate to choose Big Bad Wolf. It was a perfect fit for his broad shoulders and narrow waist and superior form. The corners of the man's lips curled up slightly, and his low voice slowly drifted in his ears. Seeing as you're cute and just can't help but want to shoot. The sudden straight ball caught Jojin off guard. She pursed her lips, unwilling to show weakness, stood on her tiptoes, reached out and patted Qin Yichi's helmet. The voice is sweet. Then you're cute too. The boys on the sidelines were sour, patting each other frantically on the tops of their heads in indebted tones. Yo, you're also cute. Qin Yichi immediately gave them a glare. The gentleness and favor in his eyes instantly disappeared, turned mean and misanthropic. It's like 2 extremes from earlier. Boys, has been honest and begged to be spared. The skiing starts, the crowd spreads out and has fun. Zhang Ning then follows Zhang Yu to the safer and smoother children's area. While Qiao Zhen was still figuring out how to slide, Qin Yichi had already taken the lead and rushed down. Try it for them first. A boy at the top chanted. Slow down. Don't fall. But Qin Yichi seems to be very athletic. He trained to ride a motorcycle. Day and night you have to do lumbar and abdominal exercises to build up your fitness. And your body core is extremely strong. Obviously he's a novice skier, too, for the first time. But he comes and goes on the ski slopes with ease and abandon, like an eagle soaring through the sky. The same skis, on the other hand, became different under his feet, as if they were revitalized. Become one with him and skate a graceful arc across the snowfield. The winter sun shone through the thin clouds and enveloped him as if his whole body were glowing with glitter. Only just getting started. He was able to jump up and spin 360 degrees, cool enough to be wild, instantly attracting the attention of many girls around. Even some of the boys' attention was drawn to it. Qiao Zhen followed the gourd and followed Niu Feng as they learned the moves. I fantasized that I would be as cool and handsome as Qin Yichi. I don't know how much time has passed, but Jojin is learning in a good way. Move the veneer carefully bit by bit. The idea is beautiful, but the reality is cruel. Without warning, just as she moved, her whole body fell backward uncontrollably. Fall into the snow on your ass. It turns out she really doesn't have much athletic talent. When Qin Yichi came back from skating, Niu Feng threw himself into his arms in a fierce bear hug. That's awesome. Quick, give me a hug. Let me rub the talent. Qin Yichi paused and let out a low laugh. Okay, rub. Everyone gets a share. It didn't take long for another boy to get right on top of it, picking Niu Feng apart and, excitedly, he said, It's my turn. I want to rub the halo too. Me too. Dilly-dally, old man. I'm going to skate so hard too. After all the boys had dipped their toes in the water and rubbed their halos in the air, only Jojin was left. She stood obediently in place, quietly watching the boys laugh and tease and play. Eyes curved into a crescent moon. Suddenly, a long figure broke into view. Qin Yichi walked to her, slightly opening his arms, his voice low. Jojin, come to rub it in? Chapter 71, I want to see the beauty of the world with you. Qiao Zhen froze for a few seconds, unable to use her body at all. Standing stiffly in place, she nodded her head and let out a soft Qin Yichi got a response and stepped forward, not waiting for her to react. He had already leaned over and hugged her, taking her into his arms, like treating the most precious jewel with care. Qiao Zhen's small face was buried in front of his chest, her brain was down for 2 seconds, and even she couldn't control her hands. Offering to wrap her arms around his strong, lean, powerful waist. Holding him was extra cozy and secure. She had thought she was just going to hug for a few seconds like the other boys, but when she tried to let go, instead, his back was locked firmly in place by strong arms. Qin Yichi was still holding her tightly and hadn't let go. Suddenly, Jojin tensed up, a panicked deer running through her heart. Bumping all over the walls of the heart. Luckily for the boys, they're all boss and thick, and they're just working on their skis, not even noticing the 2 men in the corner in a deep embrace. Moreover, there was a big difference in their stature. and in contrast to Qin Yichi's taller. Qiao Zhen looked increasingly petite and was tightly blocked. Qiao Zhen collected her breath, not daring to move a muscle, feeling his burning chest and warm voice. Qin Yichi, you're awesome. He's really good at what he does. As soon as the words fell, the light of Qin Yichi's eyes became obscure and thick, and a muffled grunt overflowed from the depths of his throat, straight to Zhou Jin's heart. Voice good lust. The man's hot breath drifted as far as it could in her ears, accompanied by the clean, crisp, grassy scent of feathery. It tickled and tingled with light tickle after light tickle. Qiao Zhen's eyes and eyelashes fluttered lightly, her heart arrhythmia. Her legs were soft and limp, afraid that she would collapse and he could only hug Qin Yichi even harder. Fallen into it, unable to pull out of it. She closed her eyes in agony, her cheeks burning and her heart nearly racing out of her body. Help! All signs point to this. It looks like she's really done for. Zhou Jin just buried her head and stayed in his arms. Qin Yichi's chest was burning, the flame spreading to all his limbs, his whole body burning up. The knots in his throat rolled up and down, his eyelashes drooping slightly as he stared deeply at the little girl in his arms. The young girl was wearing a pink bunny ski suit, and the whole thing looked like a snow globe. The white face was still tinted with layers of light red, and was very good. A sudden evil impulse surged through Qin Yichi's heart. Want to rub her, want to pinch her, more want to bully her hard. I don't know how much time passed, but Qin Yichi completely suppressed his evil thoughts and pulled away with restraint. Hold it. He looked calm and collected, and turned around leisurely, with a diffident and lazy look. In fact, they are trying to hide their sensitive ears and deafening heartbeats, to hold you in the open. I hugged everyone. The two pulled away, and Qiao Zhen had just breathed a sigh of relief when Qin Yichi suddenly extended his hand toward her. Come on. I'll take you skating with me. Zhou Jin looked up, her breath stopping for a moment. In her previous life, when she went skiing alone, she fell and sprained her foot so badly that she's still a little scared. The slopes of the snow park here are still relatively steep, in case of an accident. But, with Qin Yichi around, it was as if her whole body was wrapped in a strong sense of security. Even the hint of fear and worry was gone. Qiao Zhen reached out and put her hand on his, her heartbeat inexplicably accelerating. Good. The sun shone through the clouds and blanketed the snowfield with star diamond spots of light. Qiao Zhen and Qin Yichi faced each other and held hands as they slowly slid down the hill, dancing with the snow, partnering in silent harmony, like a pair of fluttering butterflies, galloping across this snowy landscape. Not far away, Zhang Ning raised his cell phone and took pictures of the two of them to record a video. In the screen, a pink and a gray, the bunny and the big bad wolf. And oh my god, the fatalism is just so. The ambiguity is too strong. What a match. She wanted to hold their heads together and kiss them furiously. Zhang Ning got high, bared his teeth and laughed, only to lose his center of gravity and fall violently onto the snow. Ow! She yelled in aggravation. Zhang Yu helplessly picks her up. I told you earlier that you're not allowed to play with your cell phone while skiing. A cold wind was blowing a strand of hair in his face. Qiao Zhen held Qin Yichi's hand tightly and looked down the mountain. The whole heart kept going up and down with it. It always felt like a waltz instead of skiing. Qin Yichi slowly accelerated and looked at her, the knots in his throat rolling up and down. Relax. This speed. Still comfortable? Zhou Jin nodded, her eyes twinkling with a strange light. Well, it's okay. Everything, it's unreal, like in a dream. A subtle wave of emotions welled up in his heart. It seems like it would be nice to stay in this moment forever. Zhou Jin was no longer nervous or fearful and gradually became aroused, revealing two pearly nests. Simply indulge in it. Indulge in this grand winter date with skiing. The two figures cut through the whistling cold wind, and also through this silver-covered snowfield. Leaving a perfect trail. This winter day seems to be extraordinarily romantic. At the end, a group of people form a circle to take pictures of the ski slopes and to toast the free-spirited winds that, also to the youth of the hot-blooded and flamboyant. The trip is over, and as we all head back for the high-speed train, it's like being abruptly pulled back to the mundane reality that both produce a huge withdrawal reaction, creating a strong sense of fallout. The boys cried out in pain. Ow! I feel like I just got here. How come I have to go back? I don't want it. Deduct 1 back to day 1. Whoops. Cool. Had a damn good time. Guys, keep it up next time. Zhou Jin sat obediently and quietly, smiling and nodding only in agreement with their words. Suddenly, Qin Yichi looked at her sideways, his eyes dark and deep, and called out her name, Qiao Zhen. Zhou Jin looked up at him as well. The high-speed train moved smoothly and quickly on the track, in the relative quiet of the setting, with the image of the receding landscape outside the window. Qin Yichi quietly, tentatively, gently touched her index finger. Come with me to see the sea during summer vacation. Diary of a Crush by Qin Yichi, Qiao Zhen. I want to watch the snow with you. Together. We'll see mountains and oceans, sunrises and sunsets, meteors and auroras. I want to see all the romantic and beautiful scenery in this world with you. Chapter 72. Cute Qin puppy drunkenly begging to be fed. Inside the top mansion. Mr. Qi, these are the photos you asked for. Ji Xian hadn't had a good night's sleep for 10 consecutive days, and the dark circles under his eyes were getting worse. The mental state is extremely poor. He braced his features and zoomed in on the photo with a sullen face. A man and a woman sliding down the white ski slopes hand in hand, with intimate postures and a romantic atmosphere. In the tourist attraction, the two of them are wearing couples hanbok to stroll around the lantern festival, smiling at each other, like hot lovers. Boo! Ji Xian suddenly broke the pen in his hand, as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. His spine stiffened and his eyes were wide open. He stared dead at the screen of his cell phone, at the person in the picture. His chest instantly turned over, his heart felt like a knife, and his eyes gradually reddened and jealousy almost overwhelmed him completely. The image of Zhen tearing up the tickets not too long ago was fresh in my mind. The bright smile of the young girl in the photo at the moment transformed into a sharp blade that, deeply piercing Ji eyes. A stroke of a pen cut through his self-deceived ideas. How? Ji Xian's blood flowed against his body. His throat was dry, and his light-colored pupils carried a few moments of bewilderment. Incredulously, he muttered to himself, how could she go skiing with another boy? The self-confidence erected high in his heart collapsed and instantly disintegrated. With the sky spinning around him, Ji Xian fell backward helplessly. It seemed as if a voice came from far away in his head. Let him bow. Let him plead. Let him never regret it. The two boys beside him were quick to stabilize him. Couldn't help but say the words buried inside for a long time. Ji Xiao, I think, Qiao Zhen really won't be coming back. And she's fine now. Yeah, I also feel. Especially Yuan Jian, who taunted her in her face every day before. If it were me, I would have run away long ago. Ji Xiao, if you really like her, you have to say it. In the next second, Ji Xian suddenly turned back, ruthlessly grabbed him by the collar of his shirt and stared at him icily. The color of his lips was miserable. I like her? Clearly she likes me. She's the one chasing me. Ji Xian violently pushed him away, striding forward, but his back was lonely and broken. It was as if he would fall down completely the next second. Boys, brother, you're not sick in the head. He had long seen that Ji Xian liked Qiao Zhen to the bone. How else could he have acquiesced to Qiao Zhen following him? But this frozen brother has an emotional disorder, likes it the wrong way, and is dead set against admitting it. Having to be cold and testing of others, always trying to get Zhen to take the initiative to coax him. This is going to be a ing crematorium. Doesn't it smell good to bow down early? Admit your mistakes early and fall in love early? He refuses to bow down and admit it. What kind of man is this? He deserves to be without a wife. As Chinese New Year descends, red lanterns can be seen everywhere on the streets, and every household puts up window decals and door couplets. Hot and cozy. But Qiao Zhen stayed home alone throughout the spring festival. She finished showering and blow-drying her hair, half looking at her cell phone, which was also on silent mode. It was a cold February day, and about 11 o'clock in the evening a sudden downpour of rain came on, which grew to a heavy, woven into a curtain of rain. It slapped against the leaves. Suddenly, a couple of sharp knocks on the door came out of nowhere. Zhou Jin, full of doubt, walked over silently, and through the cat's eye. Seeing that Niu Feng was disliking the doorway and shouting, Sister Zhou, Xie is drunk. Help him. Drunk? Qiao Zhen immediately opened the door and poked her head out, her face tinted with a point of nervousness. 4 or 5 familiar boys were standing in front of her house. She had a look of, what should I do, and help me? And seeing her was like seeing a life preserver. In the center of the crowd, Qin Yichi hung his head low. The ink hair in front of his forehead blocked his expression, so he couldn't see his face. Half of them fell into dim shadows. He was dressed in a black down jacket, his whole body almost leaning on Zhang Yu. It was shrouded in a slightly inebriated odor and seemed to be drunk. Zhang Yu carries one of his arms, his face full of seriousness. Seriously, he said, Qin Yichi, he's inexplicably drunk. Qiao Zhen, we've unanimously decided to hand him over to you. Qiao Zhen nodded, thought for a moment, then shook her head, a hint of bewilderment surfacing under her eyes. Why give it to her? Qin Yichi usually doesn't drink, so why did he suddenly drink so much and get drunk like this? He's not going to get drunk, is he? Zhen couldn't help but step forward and close the door, the smell of alcohol wafting faintly through the air lingering on the tip of her nose. It's not a very strong and pungent kind of thing, instead it's light and kind of nice. Qiao Zhen's eyes were blank. Is he really drunk? The boys nodded frantically. Of course I'm drunk. The drunken kind. You can do anything you want to him. Before she could react, Qin Yichi was suddenly pushed away by Zhang Yu. The whole person hit the wall with a thud and staggered, as if he would fall to the ground in the next second. Qiao Zhen's nerves were tense, and almost subconsciously, she stepped forward to stabilize him, with half the weight of the man's body pressed against her and his head buried in her shoulder. There was still a soft gasp at the side of his mouth. So heavy, why is it as heavy as a cow? Qiao Zhen put her hands against the front of his chest to hold him upright, the whole thing wanting to cry. Against the Tarzan-like pressure, he urged softly, "Don't you guys just stand there, hurry up and carry him inside." The next second, however, the boys took off in a huff, yelling as they sprinted away. No, we have something urgent to do, so we'll go first. Sister Joe, please." Qiao Zhen was dumbfounded, froze for 2 seconds, and busily said, "No, you guys don't go yet." At the words, the boys ran even faster, practically taking off in place. "I'm in a real hurry. I think my house is on fire." Slipping away, "I really have something going on too. I suddenly remembered that my dog hasn't eaten yet. I have to feed it dog food or it will starve to death. Sister Xiao, please." The figures of several men disappeared rapidly, as fast as a gust of wind, and all at once, as if it had never come, Qiao Zhen stood frozen in place, her almond eyes slowly rounded, full of incredulity. Oh, what's with this crowd? It's a little too unreliable." Qiao Zhen's shoulders were a little tingly, and she looked sideways at the teenager on top of her, and her heart turned soft all of a sudden. It's starting to hurt. Surprisingly, no one was even willing to stay and help him. Qiao Zhen sighed and gently called out to him, "Qin Yichi, how are you?" Yet the man said nothing, leaning over her in silence as if she were the only one for him. Zhen pursed her lips. Auntie Qin is still working the night shift. It's winter, or a rainy night. Couldn't just leave him a drunk. Zhen took a deep breath, made up her mind, and reached into his jacket pocket a couple of times and, just a cell phone and tissues. Didn't feel the house keys. Could the key be in his pants pocket? Qiao Zhen's heart thumped faster, and as if she were dying, she groped into his pants pocket. The surrounding area fell into silence, and a needle could be heard. Inside the building, the sound-activated lights suddenly went out. It was so steeply dark before his eyes that he couldn't see anything. The senses are enlarging bit by bit, and the heartbeat is getting faster with it. Zhen was still fumbling in his pockets, and a little person inside was anxious. Suddenly, Qin Yichi's figure stiffened violently, and a muffled grunt overflowed from the depths of his throat. Breathing also ragged, The hot breath fell in large sheets on the nape of Zhen's neck, and with it the hormones of the man's body. It lingered for a long time, burning her and making her shrink. Qiao Zhen's legs were flaccid for a moment, and she even forgot to breathe, her mind going blank. Help! How can this man be so provocative even when he's drunk? Or invisibly provocative? Qiao Zhen coughed softly and the voice-activated lights came on again, the white light reflecting on the two of them. It was also reflected in Qin Yichi's smooth jawline. Her fingertips trembled slightly, and with her eyes closed, she quickly pulled out a key to open the door and forced Qin Yichi in. But he was just a bit heavy, and it took all of Zhen's strength to hold him down on the couch. Closing the door, she turned on the light and changed her slippers, and also squatted down to change Qin Yichi's shoes, murmuring softly, "Qin Yichi, I really owe you." But it was also owed to him willingly. Qiao Zhen's eyelashes continued to flutter lightly as the images from the last hot spring slowly flooded back into her mind. That night when she was drunk, she started to play drunk and pestered Qin Yichi to sleep with her. "Qin Yichi, you promised to accompany me. Don't leave me behind. Qin Yichi, come over here. Come over here. Well, let me touch it." Thinking about these embarrassing memories, Zhen opened her eyes in great pain, wishing she could burrow into the ground. As expected, the boomerang eventually landed on himself. Zhen gasped and walked very familiarly into the kitchen to make a glass of honey lemonade to take the edge off his drink. Seeing Qin Yichi lying eastward on the sofa, Qiao Zhen pulled him upright and, sitting next to him, "Drink." When the words fell, Qin Yichi froze and raised his eyes, and in the original pair of sharp and deep phoenix eyes, there was more than a touch of confusion and helplessness, and the long, thick eyelashes were constantly fluttering like butterfly wings. A little bit of raindrops were still dripping on his face, and the rain fell down his broken hair on his forehead and slid across his face. The whole thing looked like a poor puppy abandoned by its owner in the rain, wagging its tail twice toward her. Sincere and confused, online humble begging to be taken in. Qiao Zhen had never seen Qin Yichi like this before. She was stunned, slowly staring, a strange emotion welling up in her heart. It was almost impossible to believe that what was in front of him was Qin Yichi himself. He's so cute. Qiao Zhen suddenly remembered what Arms Master Shang Lulu had said. When you think a cool, handsome, Mean guy is suddenly cute. Just means, you're going to be finished. Completely screwed. Ah, how it's all over. In favor of this time, Qin Puppy's eyes were slightly red, his voice was low and hoarse, and his tone was tinted with a few points of aggression and bewilderment. Can you feed me? Chapter 73 Her. Like, Qin Yichi. Outside the window, the rain poured down like silver threads, dropping in torrents, raindrops slamming against the glass. It made a dull sound. Without any hesitation, Qiao Zhen subconsciously agreed. Yes, after all, she really couldn't do anything about him. Jojin went to the kitchen to get a spoon, took a spoonful of honey water and leaned over to feed it to his mouth. The voice unconsciously softened, coaxing lightly. Good boy, open your mouth. It's like coaxing kindergartners. She was wearing a beige dress nightgown, and as she leaned over to feed the water, unintentionally revealing a large expanse of snow-white skin without even realizing it herself. Didn't realize how tempting she was. Doesn't realize he's a white rabbit being targeted by the big bad wolf. Even the faint scent of her jasmine body wash wafted out, a hint of the refreshing. The aggravation in Qin Yichi's eyes disappeared in an instant, and his eyes became deep, thick, and ink-colored, turning over, extremely aggressive. The knot in his throat slid up and down and the roots of his ears grew hotter as his eyes lingered on Qiao Zhen's collar for 2 seconds. Qin Yichi immediately lowered his eyes and obediently opened his mouth. Jojin coaxed him to drink spoonful after spoonful of water. Her eyes lit up with a little starlight. Couldn't help but raise his lips in a smile. Drunken Qin Yichi, he's really so good. Especially innocent. Especially cute. Who the hell thinks he's mean looking? After feeding him a cup of honey water, Qiao Zhen also used a towel to wipe away the raindrops on his face. Meticulously and gently. Like he was polishing some precious china. Suddenly, Qiao Zhen blinked and moved closer to him, staring into Qin Yichi's ear. Your ears are so red. Seeing her leaning deeper, the snow-white skin bulging out of her chest shook her eyes with great impact. Qin Yichi's ears reddened more noticeably as well, like she had discovered a new continent. Qiao Zhen went straight for it, pinching his earlobe, her eyes full of curiosity and innocence. Qin Yichi's ears twitched, slightly averting his head, a large pink blush spreading across his neck and cheeks. A deep, muffled voice said, "Don't touch me." Although he spoke in a hushed voice, the tone, rather, sounded like he was pandering to her. Qiao Zhen watched the skin at the base of his ears and neck turn red, becoming more and more certain that he was definitely drunk. It's only when you're drunk that you get red in the face. Jojin tentatively extended her glistening white forefinger, waved it in front of his eyes, and pointed to herself. The pursed lips asked in a small voice, "Qin Yichi, who am I?" Only to see Qin Yichi tilting his head, his eyes half open, his crow-feathered long eyelashes converging the emotions under his eyes. A lethargy that calls for guesswork. After a long time, he didn't say anything. Qiao Zhen thought about it or forget about it. The current Qin Yichi probably didn't even know who he was. And how would she recognize her? And so on. So, then wouldn't she be able to do whatever she wanted? Two little people popped into his brain. Demon Zhen, with a sinister smile. Quickly strip him clean, while he's unconscious. Touch all the places that need to be touched. It's not like he knows anyway. Next to, Angel Zhen. Wide-eyed. The little face turned yellow. But that's not right QWQ. No Sherbari. You're bad. You're not right. Qiao Zhen was startled by her evil thoughts. Her glistening white earlobes colored pink, and the cheeks gradually burned. How? She silently clenched her fists and shook her head violently, hanging her head in self-loathing. Since when has she been so greedy for Qin Yichi? Jojin rubbed her temples in pain and began to go right up to him and strip him of his clothes. The air conditioner was on in the house, blowing out a gust of warm air. Qiao Zhen helped him take off his down jacket and, thinking about tucking him under the covers later so he doesn't catch a cold or flu. At this time, Qin Yichi hung his head in a daze and closed his eyes shallowly, as if murmuring in a dream. Cuddles. The voice was dark, low and loving. Qiao Zhen's fingertips tightened slightly, and almost in a flash, even her breath briefly froze. Hug. Qiao Zhen hesitated for 2 or 3 seconds, her small face taut with serious thought. After a long time, she gathered her courage, moved over little by little, and opened her arms. Hold him gently, like hugging the big dog dolls in the house. Qiao Zhen lowered her eyes, not daring to look at him at all, only carefully burying her face in his shoulder and, even he doesn't understand why he's doing it, just holding him greedily. Qin Yichi was all drunk. She was just fulfilling this small request of his. I don't think it counts as eating his bean curd blah blah blah. The man's body suddenly stiffened, his breathing became ragged, and his thin lips flicked up and 2 words were spat out vaguely. Jojin leaned against his shoulder, finally hearing what he was saying completely. So it's not cuddle. It's baby. Qiao Zhen's eyes widened and she looked up sharply, immediately scattering her hands, extremely embarrassed and awkward inside. Heartily, he rubbed his nose. Help! Halfway through the day, he wasn't even trying to hug her. He was just babbling in a delirious state of mind. It's all about her getting ahead of herself. Jojin reached up and slapped her face. Completely awake, her sanity gradually returning, she tugged up one of Qin Yichi's arms, wrapped it around her neck, and escorted him into the bedroom. The man's arm was heavy and heavy, as present as a hot potato. Jojin clenched her teeth, intending to run away as soon as she threw the delirious drunk onto the bed. Pushing open the door, Qin Yichi's bedroom was clean and neat, with a simple black, gray and white color. The indoor air is fresh and natural. The only thing that stood out was probably the nightstand. It was filled with little dolls she had once given to Qin Yichi, colorful, cute and playful, and it didn't fit in with the whole room. The two moved slowly to the bedroom bed. Qiao Zhen's whole body was focused on Qin Yichi, and she had just put him down when she was caught off guard by his knees hit the edge of the bed hard. Her legs weakened and her body tilted suddenly, losing her balance and falling forward uncontrollably, like a large tree that had been cut in half. It fell heavily downward. Jojin squeezed her eyes shut, too late to react. In the next second, she pressed Qin Yichi completely underneath her in an extremely domineering position, and the two were deep in the huge soft bed. Qiao Zhen's heart was about to explode and her brain went down, leaving her with only one thought, her cheek, as if attached to a soft, warm feather. The man's hot breath lingered around, swirling silkily on his skin. Qiao Zhen froze and opened her eyes, her pupils suddenly tightening, her face gently pressed against Qin Yichi's lips. The warm and soft touch was like an electric current, instantly hitting Qiao Zhen and spreading to all her limbs and bones. It was tingly and numb, stimulating every nerve. That is to say, Qin Yichi kissed her face. Jojin's heart skipped a beat, then beat violently, and pounding fiercely in the chest one after the other. The heartbeat deafening, until, with a bang, the heart was like a firework, bright and colorful in the darkness of the night. Like a spring, she bounced up immediately and reached up to cover her right cheek. The little face burst into a blush, so red that it was almost dripping with blood. The young girl's clear almond eyes brimmed with a layer of watery light, revealing surprise and shock. The whole thing was dumbfounded. It was late at night, the world was shrouded in a hazy moonlight, and the rain poured down like a waterfall crackling against the window. The room fell silent for a moment, the only sound being the even breathing that amplified in his ears. Qin Yichi seemed to be completely asleep and didn't react. The contours of his side face were three-dimensional and handsome. His eyes were tightly closed, and his lashes fell in a small shadow cover that deep, demonic mole of tears. Qiao Zhen quickly tucked him in, turned off the light, and fled for her life, quickly withdrawing from the battlefield. Flying back to his house. Help! All along the way, she could feel her emotions clearly. It's like there's a little moose in your heart, scurrying around like crazy. One hard hit against the heart wall after another. Flop flop. It's a reaction that has never been seen before, an emotion that would never arise even in the face of Ji Xian. Jojin rushed into her bathroom and turned on the faucet with a swish. Rinse your face with cold water. The icy cold water stimulated the skin and every nerve in the brain. After a few minutes of silence, she lifted her head again and looked critically at her sober self in the mirror. And yet the heart is still racing. At that moment, it seemed like Jojin could no longer deliberately lie to herself. A long time ago, she planted the seed of a secret in her heart. Under each other's tender and attentive watering, it continues to take root and grow into a lush tree. It even blooms beautiful flowers and produces sweet and sour fruit. But because of having been viciously victimized and coldly abandoned by others, that's why she always avoided it timidly, never daring to face or admit it. But in fact, she subconsciously knew it a long time ago. She likes Qin Yichi. She likes Qin Yichi. Chapter 74, it's sweet and sour. The bedroom was plunged into pitch darkness, and there was an indistinct ambiguity growing rapidly. The silence filled the room. On the soft big bed, Qin Yichi suddenly opened his eyes, the bottom of his eyes as dark and deep as the abyss. Not half drunk, he lifted his hand and touched his lips lightly, freezing for a long time. The rain outside the window finally slowed to a halt, leaving only a drizzle dripping on the glass. It slammed into the heart and kept rippling round and round. It took a long time to settle down. The knot in Qin Yichi's throat rolled slightly, a fine light erupted from the bottom of his eyes, and the corners of his lips gently curled up, talking to myself and murmuring, "Good night, Jen." However, Jojin was restless tonight, very restless. She turned on the heat and air conditioning and huddled under the covers with her entire body, her fingertips clutching the white quilt. I don't know if it's because the air conditioning is so hot, Or because of that unintentional kiss on the cheek. Her entire face still floated with a layer of light powder that could not be dissipated even by rinsing with cold water. Having been let down once for being true, she began to build a high wall around her heart. Wouldn't go out and wouldn't let any boys in. Just crouched silently in the corner of the fence. Don't want to let myself be fooled again. Don't want to be so sad and upset. She really, just wanted to love herself for once. But, Qin Yichi climbed up the fence, countless times to be nice to her, towards her fragile and sensitive heart, throwing in sweet candy over and over again, day after day, year after year. At last, her high, thick walls, so noiselessly, open to Qin Yichi. Like, it's restrained, it's uncontrollable, as dense as raindrops, as tart and sweet as oranges, and as wild and crazy as vines. Then when did she start liking Qin Yichi? Jojin silently pulled the covers up over her entire head, smothering it. Exactly. From whence? It's like a movie playing in slow motion in your brain, frame by frame. Countless images came clearly to mind and unfolded before my eyes. It was the first snowfall, and Qin Yichi was holding her as they skied together, cutting through the whistling cold wind, sliding through a romantic winter time. It's a singing contest. Qin Yichi gave her a bouquet of black night roses. When the card says, "Let me watch over you," it's Christmas Eve. Qin Yichi and her catching dolls together with the lottery. The meteor shower shining brightly. The time to fall into the depths of his eyes. It was the hot spring drunk. Qin Yichi rushed over to hug her like crazy, sat by the bedside all night to accompany her, and, vaguely saying "I want you." It was on his birthday, when Qin Yichi took her to the top of a mountain to watch the sunset, and the cup face to face in the KTV, as well as helping her drink that bitter melon juice. It's the amusement park haunted house, where Qin Yichi held her down on the bed, and when she tripped and fell, when she was picked up by Qin Yichi in a princess hug. Yes, it's too much. Every tiny detail, every unintentional nugget, flustered her, and it made her heart pound, as if Jojin were a little child stealing candy. Keep plucking out sweet details from these fond memories, carefully and quietly tasting them until your heart is satisfied. Really, so sweet, so sweet. The night light emits a pale beige light, hazy, gently laying on Qiao Zhen's snow-white soft skin. Her eyes lit up with sparkling stars, and the more she thought about it, the more she couldn't help but curve her lips, revealing shallow pearly swirls. A small flower suddenly bloomed in his heart, like eating the sweetest, most delicious honey in the world. But soon the tip of her nose suddenly ached, and she dropped her eyes in loss. A faint astringency filled his chest. She's afraid to confess. Qin Yichi and Ji Xian are different. She wasn't familiar with Ji Xian in the first place. That's why she mustered up the courage to approach and take the initiative to make her feelings known. But Qin Yichi is different. In case Qin Yichi just treats her as a sister and doesn't like her, knowing that she adores. What about getting away from her, avoiding her and ignoring her? She doesn't want to lose Qin Yichi. She wants to stay by Qin Yichi's side forever. Fear of loss makes you timid. Qiao Zhen hid under the covers. Her heart felt as if it was firmly clutched by a hand. It flooded with a dense pain that left one breathless. What to do? But one's favorite is just sour and sweet. She thought again of her previous life. That memory was vague and fuzzy. She didn't really know what she'd been through. I can't believe I was able to marry Qin Yichi. It's like being disconnected. So until now, she wasn't sure. The sisters in the dormitory group are all night owls and don't go to bed until at least 2 a.m. Over winter break, Jojin got up in a daze and made a video call. 3-second pickups. As soon as she heard that Qiao Zhen had a favorite, Yunyu immediately spoke. Don't play dumb with sis. The person you like is Qin Yichi, right? Chen Meishan hemmed and hawed. Wow. Is my stone CP finally going to run in both directions? I've thought of the CP name. It's called Love is True. Qin, Zhen, Che, Jojin. No, she hadn't even said it yet. Why did each and every one of these people guess it? And what the hell is this CP name? She's not even with Qin Yichi yet. Qiao Zhen quietly retreated into the quilt, her tone weak. Then, the military masters. What should I do now? Shang Lulu was a typical fanatical radical. Her eyes erupted with fire. What to do? What to do? Him, Jen, you just pounce on him and forcefully kiss him. I don't believe he'll say no to you. Chong. Qiao Zhen clutched the quilt tightly, her small face tinted with a layer of light pink, and a small fire inexplicably flared up inside. Had actually just jumped on him and got kissed on the cheek. However, the conservative Yunyu shook her head decisively and deliberated for a moment. I don't think so. First of all, the three of us haven't had any head-on contact with Qin Yichi yet. Everything we know is from Jinjin's relay, so we can't rush blindly. Yunyu's tone was a bit worried. Secondly, I think we still need to be a bit more reserved. Save us from hanging on to others like that ice cube faced Ji Xian again. What if we're too proactive and people don't treasure us? Although all kinds of divination have figured out that Qin Yichi is Qiao Zhen's true destiny, but she is afraid that. I'm afraid that if I miscalculate, then I'll hold Zhen back for the rest of her life. Shang Lulu was also a bit convinced after hearing this. After hearing these words, the small fire that had been lit in Qiao Zhen's heart was instantly doused with a pot of cold water. She hung her head in frustration and rolled around on the bed, choking silently. Suddenly, Chen Meixiang asked, Jinjin, when is the second round of your music coming up? Zhojin looked up and dutifully responded. February 14th. It happens to be Valentine's Day. Chen Meixiang's eyes suddenly flashed with light, and her eyes turned. Red lips slowly hooked up. I have a good way. Not only can I test his heart, but I can also let you get out in one piece. It might even add to the ambiguity. Crowds of people have moved closer to the screen and perked up their ears. I only heard Chen Meixiang laugh softly. That's a get-together after the match. You pretended to be drunk on purpose to seduce. Seduce him. Chapter 75, Dangerously Rose Stage. February 14th, Valentine's Day. It was also the day of her second race. That night, all the sisters in the dormitory came and, as well as a whole bunch of boys in Qin Yichi's group have also run to cheer her up, saying that they want to be her support group. Actually, the root cause is that we're all pathetic singles that Valentine's Day is not much of a day at all. And instead of watching people flaunt their relationships in their circle of friends, might as well come out to a reunion to eat and watch your friends compete. Under the focus of bright lights, the contestants took to the stage one after another to perform. The players who have been selected to enter the second round are more or less strong. Many of the vegetarians were very impressive. There were said to be several agency scouts on stage, and the contestants were all beautifully and exquisitely dressed. 1930, front row of the theater. Niu Yifeng cranes his neck to look around. Where's Joe Meyer? Where's our Joe Meyer? What is she wearing for the show? Little Miss Zhang Ning yawned and followed suit, peering around. Where's Sister Jinjin? When is she coming out? I can't wait. So looking forward to it. Right in the center, Qin Yichi was dressed in black, looking diffident and uninhibited, his eyes deep and mysterious. Half of the side of his face was hidden by shadows, and a sinister aura flowed from his body. Until, that is, a flash of red appeared on the stage. His eyes gradually came into focus, straightening his spine, the corners of his lips slowly curling up as the voice also unconsciously became gentle. She's coming. However, Qin Yichi didn't realize that just a few rows behind him, Yun Yu, Shang Lulu, and Chen Meixiang were secretly and quietly observing him with scrutiny in their gazes. Yun Yu narrowed her eyes. This Raffle brother's mouth is fishing. TSK. Look at his worthlessness. Chen Meixiang nodded meaningfully. This man's performance has been okay so far. When the other beauties came out, he didn't even raise his head. When Zhen came out, his eyes went straight. Extra points. Shang Lulu's face was filled with an expression of being stoned. Wow, he's really super in love. Meanwhile, the host began a calm introduction. No. 82. Zhojin. The performance song was Dangerously. Hundreds of thousands of people had flooded into the live stream, and the pop-ups were dazzling. Zhen. My internet lady goose. You're finally here. Hissing, twisting, creeping in the shadows, sipping and running. Aw, this is what I bet on. Catching up from a certain sound clip. Little Joe's sister is really special. Looking forward to, starry eyes. The three sisters in the dormitory are clearly divided, and one responds to the hoots and hollers of the. One person held up his cell phone to record a stunning candid shot of Zhen, while another stared at Qin Yichi's every move. The stage lights suddenly dimmed, and after a few moments, white light slowly shone on the young girl. A red dress set off her snow-white skin, the hem of which was adorned with blooming roses. Dazzling, red like fire, bright, flamboyant, passionate. It was as if all other sights were instantly eclipsed by her presence. Greater than over equal to less than over equal to, / It's so bleak. Get out of the way. I'm the first to bury my face. I finally understand the meaning of angel face. Devil body. I'm dead. Innocent girl hot. Today on stage, she is completely different from her usual image of innocence and gentleness. Like a ruddy butterfly that breaks out of its cocoon in the fire. It spreads its gaudy wings and fully reveals its intense side. A group of boys were completely dumbfounded and stared. That's ing. That's ing Zhojin? The Zhojin we hang out with? Someone else whispered. Yo, our Qi is really lucky. The pupils of Qin Yichi's eyes were dark and bottomless, and he rolled the knot in his throat, which was suddenly a little dry. The moment the piano intro started, everyone was uncharacteristically silenced. On the stage, Zhojin's silky auburn hair hangs down over her chest, tied with a red bow. There was also a red rose pinned to his ear. Without the slightest bit of vulgarity, the whole person is like an exquisite hand puppet, advanced and bright. She slowly opened her eyes and chanted into the microphone. This is gonna hurt. Wishful love only hurts. But I blame myself first. Open up and kneel. The voice is as clear as a dewdrop, and like a gurgling stream, it penetrates the heart little by little and purifies the filth. The tones were heavenly and straight from the heart, and the audience just felt an overwhelming sense of joyful healing. In the climax, a cluster of flames ignites in the background and burns uncontrollably. Qiao Zhen unconsciously clenched her fists, her voice rendered full of emotion. I loved you dangerously, more than the air that I breathe, even with the understanding that at this speed we'll crash, and I don't care if it destroys me. The moment Zhen happened to look into the camera, it was as if her whole body was glowing. Like releasing a passionate and brilliant flame. The live broadcast screen was filled with and roses. WOC. This transcription is absolutely perfect. Not even a hint of a break. Listen to me. I'll lick it. Rose, objectively speaking, she's really good. With a soulful but powerful voice. Oh my god. I don't know how to describe it. Oh. Tears, the road turns into a fan. She must be able to enter the final. Do you want to consider a debut, sister? I'll be your old fan. Qiao Zhen gripped the microphone tightly and began to enjoy the stage, her heavenly voice seeming to merge with the melody. Almost at that instant, she looked up right at Qin Yichi, colliding and intertwining with his line of sight. At that moment, the whole world seemed to be left with just the two of them looking at each other. The music almost pauses for 0.5 seconds, a moment in which all the emotions, in this moment, reach their peak. I love you. I love you. I love you. I loved you dangerously. With the camera in her face, 4 consecutive progressive high notes soar with ease. It's like she has some kind of magic power to make music penetrate the heart and reach the softest places. Over and over again the sublimity of the layers pulls it all together. The whole person seemed to be a shooting star that fell to earth. Rubbing sparks, bright and hot. Beneath the thorns, roses grow wild and express intense love without reservation. The audience could no longer react. Just stare blankly at the red figure blooming on the stage. It feels like ears and body are going to separate. Netizens can feel the shock and awe of the scene just through the screen, and have keyed in. My mom, my BAS. I regret not being there. Tears, Rose has become a spirit. Oh, she really sings well. I love it. I love it. I found Treasure Girl. She's the glittering jewel. Catching up from the last diamond stage. My sister has really improved superbly, and is even more perfect. Foster's department. I loved you dangerously. Until the last note of the song fell, the whole audience was still immersed in the world they had just seen. In the first row, the 10 serious judges finally nodded, their expressions easing. They looked at each other and both see a tiny glint of recognition in each other's eyes. Zhang Ning excitedly raised his cell phone and recorded a stunning candid shot of the can't wait to get up and bounce in place. Help! Sister Jane is so awesome. Qin Yichi, however, only felt a heat all over his body. It was as if every cell in his body was boiling and bubbling and screaming like crazy. Suddenly, Niuefeng urgently slammed him on the shoulder, and it took several times to call him back to his senses. Brother Chico. Qin Yichi was interrupted off guard, slightly frowned, and extended his index finger to make a shhh sound, gesture him to settle down and not make a fuss. However, Niuefeng's voice came into his ears, permeated with a bit of anxiety. No, Qin Yichi, you have a ing nosebleed. Chapter 76, More Than Roses. He says, nosebleed? Qin Yichi lifted his hand and put it between his nose, and sure enough, he encountered a warm touch. It's even sliding downward in a steady stream. The fingers were stained with red blood, an extremely striking and harsh contrast to the white skin. Qin Yichi, rare silence. The next few boys all looked dumbfounded, dazed, eyes full of shock and surprise. Qin Yichi, the misanthropic bigot, and Qin Yichi, the king of living hell, who refuses to let anyone in. Nowadays just looking at Zhou Jin from afar gives you a wild nosebleed? The boys looked at each other, and after 2 seconds, they burst out laughing. They couldn't be too loud, so they had to hold back their laughter. Even their stomachs hurt. The expression was completely twisted and softly reassuring. Chico, you, why don't you go to the restroom and wash up? Later on, when Sister Joe comes, if she sees you, I'm going to laugh my ass off. Chico, you know, we don't usually laugh at you unless we can't help it. Qin Yichi stood up to go to the restroom, and a slash of his eyes went over, scaring people into immediate silence. A few people sneaked behind the back of the cricket. Qin Yichi, the first time so openly ridicule him. Chi, he's finished, he's completely planted. Who would have thought that emotionally he would be the one to be taken hard? Ah, it's hard to judge. I wish him success. Unbeknownst to them, the 3 scouts behind them were also keeping an eye on Qin Yichi's every move. Shang Lulu's eyes widened. Holy, he's got a ing nosebleed. Jinjin sings. Give him a good time, huh? Chen Meixian gritted her teeth and gave him a new title. Dark Sharp Brother. Meanwhile, the singing ended and Zhen lifted the hem of her red dress and slowly walked off the stage on low heels. She hadn't even been this nervous during the show. And now her heart was thumping so wildly that her fingertips were trembling a little. It's exciting. This time it was her best play. The 4 consecutive I love you turns in high notes. It's easy to want to sing it. But if you have the determination and courage to interpret it perfectly. Qiao Zhen looked into the distance and saw Niu Weifeng and Zhang Ning waving excitedly toward her. Then he smiled sweetly toward them. But there was no Qin Yichi there. Qiao Zhen's mood suddenly slumped. The corners of her lips drooping slightly. Her entire shoulders drooping. Strange. Where is he? Unconsciously, Qin Yichi's every move had been able to manipulate all her emotions. After Qin Yichi got drunk that day, the 2 of them didn't see each other for more than a week. It's really only been a few days, but people are always greedy. Qiao Zhen thought. If only I could see him every moment, how wonderful it would be. In the next instant, the familiar figure suddenly appeared in Qiao Zhen's line of sight. Not far away, Qin Yichi stood in the corner watching her, leaning against the wall, his long legs slightly folded and, full of youthfulness and an indescribably deadly allure. He seemed to be smiling, hooking his hand towards Qiao Zhen. His dark and deep Danfang eyes were staring at her seriously. Half the side of his face was hidden in the warm orange light. Inexplicably a touch of tenderness flowed. The corners of Qiao Zhen's originally drooping lips immediately curved up, and she walked towards him with light steps. The light was a little dim in the corner of the turnpike, and there was no one there, and it was quiet and cool. The audience was watching the stage so intently that no one even noticed the 2 of them. Zhen moved to his side, blinked once, and cautiously opened her mouth to ask, how about I? Today? She was dressed in a bright red dress, and the rose in her ear made her even more bright and delicate. No makeup, but snow-white skin, fawn-like eyes fluttering and, the cherry-colored lips were still vaguely brimming with a layer of watery light. Qin Yichi stared intently at her pink lips, his vision briefly frozen for a few seconds, his voice a little muffled. Want the truth? Qiao Zhen's sideways fists clenched, her small face tightening as she tensed up inexplicably. Aha! To hear the truth. At those words, Qin Yichi slowly raised his lips and couldn't help but reach out and, the voice was low and mellow as he set the red rose by her ear straight and responded earnestly, more moving than a rose. Today, Zhen was brighter and more passionate than the reddest rose in the world. She probably didn't realize that the moment she stood on stage and sang, everyone's ears perked up and their eyes straightened. She probably doesn't realize how beautiful and wonderful she is right now, so beautiful that it creates urges and evil thoughts to hold her against the wall and bully her hard. The words more than a rose crashed into Zhen's heart with a splash, ripple after ripple for a long time. On the contrary, at this time, Qin Yichi was still slightly lowering his head, helping her organize the red roses around her ears. It looks casual and loose. His fingertips were long and bony, always inadvertently brushing against her earlobes and hair. With a searing warmth that invaded the skin in wisps, Qiao Zhen's earlobes gradually drifted pink, her eyes darting about unnaturally as she whispered, oh. She suddenly kind of wanted to run away and be a cowardly deserter. Ever since dreaming of those charming images with Qin Yichi in his previous life, or rather, since clarifying her feelings, it seemed like she was a bit afraid to look directly into those eyes of Qin Yichi, afraid that my face would turn red as a tomato, that I wouldn't be able to hold on and pounce on him. More than anything, she was afraid that he would never bother with her again after her little mind was completely exposed. Zhen was a little lost in thought. In the next second, Qin Yichi lightly called her name. His compelling voice swept into her ears along with the hot air. A little gift, by the way, he continued to add absently. Just, randomly, Zhen looked back up, down at his feet, at a superbly large white bag. It could probably hold several of her heads. Zhen froze in place, looking dumbfounded. Is this small gift? Small? Obviously such a big pile. Qin Yichi lifted the bag and casually flipped through it a few times, lazily raising his eyelids. Just ordering food. It happened to be on sale, and I accidentally bought more than I needed. Strawberry macaroon, milk-covered shuffle, chocolate dream dragon pie, Oreo semi-ripe cheese, taro cheese dough, Napoleon lasagna, and it's all her favorite food. All of it. Qiao Zhen looked completely dumbfounded, her eyes widening even more, murmuring softly, so much? I can't even eat it all by myself. Looking at Qiao Zhen's dopey and happy little expression, Qin Yichi's heart sweetened. A pleasant smile rippled under his eyes, and he was tempted to reach out and pinch Qiao Zhen's cheeks. trying to round her up and flatten her, or pinch her hard enough to get water out of her. This time Qin Yichi really didn't lie. He did accidentally buy too much. It was just going to be 2 or 3 cupcakes to bring to Qiao Zhen. But when Qiao Zhen went downstairs to take out the garbage 2 days ago, Qin Yichi happened to look through the window and saw her lose weight again. At that time, when Qin Yichi thought about it, he threw a bunch of delicious food into the basket. By the time he reacted, the money was paid out. It's helpless. As soon as he sees something tasty, pretty, or fun, he can't control his hands at all. Just want to hold it all in front of Qiao Zhen and make her happy. Chapter 77, I'm treating you like a princess. Qiao Zhen blinked, a little flattered at such a huge pile of desserts. It took a long time to respond. It's like a surprise fell from the sky and hit her hard in the head. It made a little star rise up in front of her eyes. In the past, Qin Yichi also used to buy her snacks, a whole lot of them, but she always felt that. It's different now. Everything feels different because you like it. At that moment, Qin Yichi raised his eyebrows carelessly, his dark eyes pressed down a few points of obscurity, staring at her with a smirk. Don't like it? Qiao Zhen shook her head repeatedly, a little anxious, and retorted offhandedly. I like it sure like it. She spoke in a nebulous tone and muttered in a small voice. But, Qin Yichi, are you treating me like a pig? Even if you eat 1 a day, you have to gain several pounds a month. And where she can eat that much? Pig? Qin Yichi's narrow eyes narrowed slightly as he repeated her words. For a long time, he snorted. Qiao Zhen, you really can't tell, can you? See what? As soon as she saw him, Qiao Zhen's reaction steeply slowed down a few beats, somewhat unable to understand his words. Qiao Zhen shook her head honestly and tilted her head to look at him, a few flashes of confusion in her eyes. Qin Yichi sighed helplessly and tersely, looking into her innocent eyes, leaning down slightly towards her and, half-jokingly, where am I treating you like a pig? I'm clearly His voice suddenly paused, adding a bit of seriousness to his tone. Treating you like a princess. The man deliberately lowered his voice, which was wild and lustful, like a cello playing in a low, mellow, dull voice. Every word slammed hard into the softest place in Qiao Zhen's heart, making her body go limp. The theater stage has been changed for the next act, and the stage is glowing with bright, glittering spotlights and the light around the corner was a little dim. The different intensities of light seemed to isolate the two of them from the entire world. Off the top of my head, the stage performer was singing a love song, sweet and honeyed. Qiao Zhen stood still, gradually losing her ability to think, and froze as she watched Qin Yichi's rolling knot in his throat. Did she hear right? Qin Yichi treats her like a princess? The little moose in Qiao Zhen's heart went crazy, almost on the verge of bursting out of her body and beating violently. From a very young age, she knew she wasn't a fairy tale princess. She's just a speck of dust. It's very ordinary and mundane. She'd be an NPC in a novel, a minor character in a TV series. In short, definitely not the radiant heroine. How can anyone genuinely treat her like a princess when she's so ordinary? Qiao Zhen did not know whether he was joking or not, only lowered his head. Half a day could not hold a word. Just whisper back a universal phrase. Thanks. Thank him. He's so nice. Qiao Zhen's fingertips curled and she wanted to cover her heart and run away quickly, but she couldn't move at all right now. The next second, a small black gift box crashed into view. That gift box was also tied with a pink bow, delicate and high class. Qin Yichi put down the large bag and cupped the box in one hand and shook it lightly in front of her. His tone justified. Well, how can our princess not have a necklace? He opened the box and to his surprise there was actually a pearl necklace lying inside. A white pearl is round, full and crystal clear, reflecting a light color in the weak light. It's like a star dripping through the Milky Way. It's beautiful. It's classy. It's exquisite. Turns out that was the real little gift he had prepared, not the big pile of food. Qiao Zhen's heart missed a beat. Her breathing stuttered slightly, and her mind was a mess. The sight was deeply attracted by the pearl necklace and could not move a little. She really had the illusion now that she couldn't be the heroine in a romance novel. Damn. She's a narcissist. It was a really subtle feeling that made her whole being relax and grow wings, and it's as if the next second you're going to fly up into the sky and be shoulder to shoulder with the sun. Qiao Zhen really didn't wear a necklace today. Her neck was very plain. She took the gift box, and for a long time, puffed up his face. Well, you put it on for me. She took another cautious glance at Qin Yichi and tentatively inquired, is that okay? Qin Yichi's dark eyes slightly lit up with a luster, as if hiding a hook, and his eyebrows arched. The corners of his mouth lifted slightly. Of course. He removed the pearl necklace and naturally stepped forward, encircling Qiao Zhen's neck. The distance between the two men suddenly closed, and the fresh, minty scent of the man's, along with the hot, burning breath coming out of his face. From a distance, It looked as if Qin Yichi had taken the initiative to reach out and hold her tightly in his arms. The man's handsome face was steeply enlarged, and his thin lips were getting closer and closer to Qiao Zhen's ear. He undid the necklace clasp and carefully lifted Zhou Zhen's hair around his neck, and the fingertips also inevitably rubbed against the snow-white skin, causing a shiver to run through the young girl. Zhou Zhen. She stiffened, scalded and scrunched her neck, even holding her breath, not daring to gasp. Help! She suddenly regretted a little. Why did she let Qin Yichi give her a necklace? Oh, sooner or later, she was going to drown in this warm embrace of Qin Yichi, unable to break free in any way. Even she didn't want to break free. Just want to stay like this, always so close to him. It's quiet, quiet, quiet all around. It was so quiet that Zhou Zhen could hear her own pounding heartbeat. Caught off guard, a footstep sounded. Qiao Zhen's ears immediately perked up. Being a thief, she prodded softly. Her tone panicked. There's someone. Qin Yichi looked at her with downcast eyes. The young girl's eyelashes were thick and curled, butterfly wings-like, constantly trembling lightly. Exuding a little uneasiness and nervousness. Each blink swept and tickled the tip of his heart. Zhou Zhen probably didn't know that a pink blush was creeping up the tips of her ears right now. It even spread to the neck inch by inch. Simply adorable. The footsteps were getting closer and closer. She bit her lip and tugged at Qin Yichi's sleeve. Repeatedly murmuring, "Someone's coming." Panicked. The same as when you cheat on a test and are about to be caught by the teacher. Qin Yichi laughed righteously. What are you afraid of? It's not like we're doing anything shady. In spite of his words, his eyes moved slightly, and he turned his body sideways and caged her firmly in the corner with his tall figure, almost blocking her in the corner, leaning down a few inches closer, blocking out don't let her be seen by anyone. The sound of footsteps became clearer and clearer, and the distance between the two of them continued to close, almost to the point of being close to each other. Qiao Zhen leaned her back against the cold-tiled wall, her fingertips tugging shallowly at Qin Yichi's sleeve. The whole of his attention tightened as he tilted his little face up to look into his eyes. His dark, deep eyes were staring at her for an instant, and the tearful mole under his eye was compelling and lustful. With extreme attraction, Qiao Zhen's heartbeat missed a beat, and even breathing became difficult. A few moments later, she could clearly feel that Qin Yichi's line of sight slowly shifted downward, and eventually, that hot gaze landed precisely on her lips. Chapter 78, Qin's double standard moment. Feeling Qin Yichi's burning and extremely aggressive line of sight, Qiao Zhen's entire body was not well. Her snow-white face instantly swirled with a flash of pink, and the tips of her ears were so red that they were about to drip blood. The next second, two little girls walked over to him arm in arm. One of the girls poked her head out. Holy, where's the restroom? I remember it being here. The guy next to her tugged at her. The restrooms are in the other direction. Right? Don't walk over there. You roadie. Go, go, go. Can't you see the couple kissing here? After saying that, the two girls immediately ran away. The exchange wasn't loud, but Zhou Zhen heard it loud and clear. Her body was pressed against the corner, trapped in Qin Yichi's arms, and a big question mark rose above her head. Kiss, kiss? Where's kiss? She and Qin Yichi are honest and clean, okay? Wave after wave of hot breath enveloped her body, and Zhou Zhen came back to her senses and, suddenly I realized that, doesn't seem to be innocent either. For example, at this very moment, Qin Yichi practically held her down in a corner, leaned down low, put the necklace on for her, and the head was almost on the verge of being buried in her shoulder. If you look at it from a distance, it really isn't that far removed from wall-to-wall kissing, or the thieving bossy kind. Qiao Zhen's breathing was a mess, her heartbeat accelerating uncontrollably. She pursed her lips in panic and looked up slightly. I only saw Qin Yichi with a serious and righteous face. It is as if the next second you are going to enlist in the army, tear the ghosts apart, and defend your country. Zhou Jin. An inexplicable pang of frustration and loss welled up in his heart, as if a ball of cotton had clogged his chest and, sour. It turns out that such interaction, such proximity, since the beginning of time, she was the only one with a racing heart, the only one with a frantic brain, the only one soldiering on. Qin Yichi actually did not react at all, not even a tiny bit. Qiao Zhen's voice was muffled and she urged in a low voice, hurry up. The young girl's voice was sweet, and a little shaky in this awful ambiguous position. Aha! The knot in Qin Yichi's throat rolled. It was really dimly lit. The necklace clasp was very small and thin. Not easy to snap on. As his thoughts wandered, Qin Yichi's hand shook and unexpectedly pulled a piece of her hair. Oh! A whisper spilled from Zhou Zhen's lips, reaching up against him, like kitten claws scratching gently. It hurts. Qin Yichi, be gentle, especially her fawn eyes. Watery, wet, clear, clean, and there was not a trace of impurity. A look that I could not see. Qin Yichi's surface was serious, but in reality, his chest was rolling and his breathing was stagnant. I'm sorry. The more innocent and pure she was, the more she believed in him, trusted him, and the more Qin Yichi felt that he was not a person. It's the beast. It just so happens that his last name is Qin, so he can just change his name to Qin Beast. Qin Yichi clasped the necklace with difficulty and pulled away, slowly exhaling a mouthful of hot air and looking at her with downcast eyes. In the string of pearl necklace embellishment, the young girl neck said more and more snow white. Like a well-drawn oil painting, it is gentle and moving. Qin Yichi's eyes moved downward, and from his angle, unintentionally, one could catch a glimpse of the girl's large snow-white spring light, as well as the two soft masses that were slightly bulging. He stiffened suddenly, his heart skipped a beat. Beige with lace and embellished with a small pale pink bow. Qin Yichi hastily averted his gaze, but the scene grew wild like a vine. Leave an imprint on the mind with reckless abandon. Every cell in his body boiled up and rushed up to his head with heat. He pulled away again, his voice a little muffled. Wear it. Qiao Zhen didn't notice his abnormality, still immersed in joy, and couldn't help but curl her lips into a light smile. I'm so happy. 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 Hey, she also has a small gift for Qin Yichi, but don't give it to him until you get home. After the game, a group of people went to a barbecue for a potluck reunion and said they were going to get drunk. It was a cold February day, and Jojin wrapped herself in a thick white down coat and the whole thing was like a donut, formally introducing a few of her roommates to the boys. Chen Meixiong and Shang Lulu are both social cows, typical self-made men. Soon mingled with them. Yun Yu, on the other hand, was socially fearful eye people, hanging her head and silently drying her food. The waiter quickly brought up a tray of beer. The three sisters immediately gave Qiao Zhen a wink. Qiao Zhen nodded solemnly, a small flame of fighting spirit igniting in her eyes. She had not forgotten the main task of the day, to drink a little wine, get slightly drunk, and act drunk, and then frantically try and seduce Qin Yichi. As the saying goes, the wine is strong. Jen, punch the duck. The restaurant is new, a buffet barbecue outdoors, with the crowd gathered in a circle of. Feel the cold wind blowing in the night head on. The barbecue and charcoal were ready. Qin Yichi controlled the fire with a skillful technique and focused eyes. It looks very reliable. The meat on the grill is moist and evenly heated. The flames swayed wildly, orange-red firelight gilding half of his side. It sets off the features in silhouette more and more deep and hard, exuding a mysterious and deep atmosphere. Good lust. Jojin stared at the knot in his throat rolling up and down, suddenly feeling a little hungry. Couldn't help but gulp quietly. It didn't take long for Qin Yichi to brush the meat skewers with a layer of sweet and spicy sauce, and naturally, shove it into Jojin's hand. Lamb kebabs, try them. He dropped his eyes and eyelashes, his tone careless, as if it were just some trivial matter. The three scout sisters in the dormitory snapped their heads up like they had radar on them and looked at each other in disbelief, blinking madly. Not bad. This kind of small details are taken care of. Plus points. So sweet he really super love. Stoned me. Qiao Zhen looked down to finish her taste, chewed, and immediately smiled lightly at him. The eyes lit up with bright stars, as if they were sparkling pearls. Yummy. It was as if anything could fit in those clear, beautiful eyes, and yet it was as if it only fit him. Qin Yichi, you're awesome. The young girl's voice is pure and unadulterated, as soft as water, like a quietly blossoming camellia. It gives off a light fragrance. Qin Yichi, by the way, the phrase so awesome got him into a frenzy and he started baking something for Jojin. Grilled chicken wings, grilled fish and tofu, grilled corn, grilled duck sausage, grilled pancetta. But he's so good at it. Everything he cooks is so flavorful and tender. Every inch of flesh exudes the ultimate seductive, mouth-watering flavor. Niu Feng looked at the charred lamb skewer in his hand. Then he took a look at the perfect skewer in Qin Yichi's hand and sniffed it over. He clipped his voice and whined. Qia is so good. I want to eat what you bake too. Qin Yichi's movements in his hand didn't stop, fatally casting a sidelong glance at him, his tone cold. You don't have any hands yourself? Chapter 79, she's going to seduce him while she's drunk. The tone was cold and hard, fierce and tugging, the polar opposite of the gentle and doting tone when facing Qiao Zhen. Niu Feng. Oh, it's not good enough for him. He's making a difference, isn't he? Okay. Wrong payment. Exactly. The boys looked at each other and squeezed their eyebrows, sending silent messages. My ass. Chico's actually a top-notch relationship brain. This brother pack of face changers. He's really super in love with it and I'm crying my eyes out. There are so many of us. In his eyes is probably not even compared to a hairline of Xiao Qiao's sister. Hanging heart finally broken. Wish him success. Convinced. Don't a few of us come out for a reunion because we don't want to spend Valentine's Day alone? Why is there dog food here too? Crash. A group of bachelors angrily raised their bottles and tons of binge drinking. There was only one small child in the whole room, Zhang Ning, and she could only drink Coke with her eyes. The guys were all so comfortable with each other that they started playing number bombs, Wolfsbane, and all sorts of other trivia games. The loser gets a forfeit. The meal was filled with laughter, and it was just such a great atmosphere that it was easy to get into the swing of things. Even Yun Yu, who was a sociopathic eye person, was thoroughly having a good time. The game goes round after round, and Zhou Jin not only drinks beer, and drink glass after glass of sweet and tart fruit wine. She was a little groggy, feeling almost slightly drunk, and if she drank any more, she'd be really drunk. But on the contrary, every time it was her turn to lose, Shang Lulu also drank her head off and kept pestering her to drink with her. Even Chen Meixiang, who has the best drinking ability beside her, has gone to her head. Confused, he muttered, "This fruit wine, it's killing me. At first sip it doesn't seem to feel like much, but over time the alcohol really comes on. It's toxic." Yun Yu's brows furrowed in anticipation of something bad, and she hurriedly grabbed Xiao Zhen's arm. "Zhen, are you drunk? But you can't get drunk. You have to stay sober." Zhou Jin drifted off for a moment, turning her head slowly, looking at her with seriousness and curving her lips into a smile. "I'm not drunk. Oh, she was a good girl and drank very little when she said she couldn't get drunk. I just drank a billion of them." Yun Yu was a bit unconvinced and stretched out 4 fingers. "Zhen, how many is this?" Xiao Zhen's eyes lit up and her tone was very confident. "Hey, I know, it's a rabbit, too." As soon as the words fell, Yun Yu's face stiffened. "It's over. This one isn't acting or pretending to be drunk. This one is really drunk." She hurriedly tugged at Chen Meixiang's clothes, a little anxious, and whispered, "What to do? There's been a change of plans. Our Jen seems to be really drunk." Chen Meixiang burped unhurriedly. "I know you're in a hurry, but don't be in a hurry just yet. Just listen to me." Yun Yu seriously came over. In the next second, Chen Meixiang's voice suddenly got loud and slammed the table. "Everyone listen to me. The bigger the fish, the bigger the spines, the bigger the spines, the less meat, the smaller the fish. So the bigger the fish, the smaller the..." Did you get all that? The boys froze, rubbed their chins in careful thought for a moment, and spoke up. "Yeah, oh, you've got a point there. So smart. Zhang Ning, why are all the older siblings stupid?" "Yun Yu, it's really over." This one also fell down. Turning her head again, Shan Lulu was facing the bottle of wine. Sing with the boys, the wind is howling, the horse is neighing. Yun Yu, all out, none of them reliable. Had she known, she should have had her fortune told before coming out. After Niu Feng confidently opened his voice, he sat back down and drank heavily, drunkenly saying, "Sister Qiao, you don't know, Chico, he fishes the corners of his mouth like crazy every time he sees you, aha." Before he could finish, Qin Yichi immediately reached out and covered his mouth, blocking all his words, but Zhou Jin still heard a little bit of it, and came over in bewilderment. What did he say?" Qin Yichi covered Niu Feng's mouth while saying carelessly, "Nothing. He's having a drunken fit, so just ignore him." Zhou Jin. Wow. It was almost 11 o'clock at night and the reunion was in its final stages. Xiao Zhen leaned against Qin Yichi in a daze and tried to take a sip, but he reached out and stopped her. "Stop drinking. You're drunk." At those words, Xiao Zhen immediately retracted her hand and said, "Okay, seriously." Drunken Zhou Jin was quiet and still. Nothing like the singing and dancing lunatics. Qin Yichi's heart was sweetened. The crowd began to get up and pack up their things. Qin Yichi also didn't forget to ask a few sober boys to give Xiao Zhen's roommates a ride home. In the middle of the night, it was still important for the girls to be safe, especially since they were still Zhou Jin's best friends. "See you guys at the start of school," the boys waved as they, while giving him an okay sign to reassure him. The crowd went back to their homes, and the original warm and boisterous atmosphere dissipated all of a sudden. All that was left was the icy cold wind whistling in his ears. The night was low, fine stars spread across the sky, and countless sparkles converged. The two had a quiet ride home. Xiao Zhen took small steps beside Qin Yichi, trying to muster up the courage to slowly extend her hand towards him. Out of nowhere, Qin Yichi seemed to glance down at her, the corners of his mouth curling up slightly. Xiao Zhen immediately retracted her hand in fear, lowered her head, and looked around as if nothing had happened. The leaves around the trees were rustling in the wind. It wasn't until they crossed a street that Zhou Jin plucked up her courage again. She quietly and carefully poked Qin Yichi's hand gently with her index finger, but he didn't seem to react. Zhou Jin hung her head a little in discouragement, rekindling her fight and reaching out to poke him. In the next second, Qin Yichi suddenly held her hand, his voice low. Good boy. Stop it. The man's palms were wide and warm, as if they conveyed, through the skin, some searing sentiment of, invisibly bringing the two closer together. It's still 10-fingered. Qiao Zhen's heart raced and she suddenly stopped and stood still. She's the one who didn't make a scene. She's trying very hard, obviously. I was able to hold his hand as I wished, but why? Was it still sour in my chest? As soon as the wine went to her head, Qiao Zhen suddenly became a little aggravated, but she also didn't understand why she was so aggravated. It's inexplicable. Qin Yichi's grip on her hand gradually tightened and became tighter, looking down at her with his eyes, whispering coaxingly, "What's wrong?" At this moment, everything is quiet. A street lamp radiates a soft warm light, quietly dispersing the darkness, stretching the shadows of the two infinitely. Qiao Zhen still stood still, her eyes wet, her voice trembling lightly as she stammered, I don't want to go. Don't want to be separated from him." If she arrived home, she was left alone in the house again, cold and quiet. Moreover, when she arrived home, she could no longer accompany Qin Yichi, so she wanted to go slower. Slower, even if she could stay with him for a few more seconds. Also good. Chapter 80. Can you take me in for the night? The moonlight hazily pierced through the clouds and poured out 10,000 strands of silver light, gently enveloping the two of them. Qin Yichi still simply thought that she just didn't want to walk, stared at her for a long time, and suddenly loosened his hand and, self-consciously, he crouched down in front of her. Come up here. I'll carry you. Qiao Zhen froze for a moment, dazed and confused, her pale, flawless skin swooning with a light powder that, it spread all the way to the neck, obviously drunk, but with a hint of sobriety. Simply adorable. Qin Yichi's throat was suddenly a little dry, and he looked at her for an instant, his eyes deep and obscure. I wish I could abduct her and take her home. After a few moments, Zhen finally responded by dutifully walking over to him and plopping down on his back. The hands gently hooked around his neck. His back was broad, hard, warm, and reassuringly reliable. Qiao Zhen's legs consciously wrapped around his waist, sticking to him like an octopus, word for word and politely. Thank you, Qin Yichi, you're very kind. After thinking about it, Zhen decided it wasn't enough and gave him a thumbs up and, repeat as with the personal machine. You are a great man. Qin Yichi bumped her up a bit and carried her on his back as he continued to walk forward, gently kindly smiling, little drunk, and oddly polite, but not for long. Qiao Zhen suddenly pointed at herself, her voice weakening, but, I'm not good. Qin Yichi couldn't help but laugh. What's wrong with you? I'm just bad. I'm very bad. Qiao Zhen silently buried her head in Qin Yichi's shoulder, her eyelashes fluttering gently, and, inside madness fights against moral values. She's really bad, because not only is she trying to seduce him while she's drunk, she's plotting against him. She even craved his body. The night was hazy, and the sky looked like a brilliant and radiant painting, glittering with a single crystal. Qiao Zhen was lying on Qin Yichi's warm and reliable back all the way, wrapping her arms around his neck, like a little animal. She buried herself a little greedily in his shoulder, whispering his name over and over again. Qin Yichi. The man responded to her patiently, his voice low and magnetic. There was also a lazy, gangly energy. Qin Yichi. Aha. Hearing the response, Qiao Zhen pursed her lips and was so happy that a pink love bubble popped up in her heart. Unconsciously, he wrapped his arms tighter. She rubbed his neck affectionately and came to his right ear, her voice sweet and soft. Qin Yichi. I am. He responded earnestly to each of her recitations. Inside the dimly lit hallway, with the sound of footsteps, the warm orange light overhead slowly illuminated. Tenderly and lovingly, it was spread over the two of them. Home. It's so fast. How time flies. It was a long time before Zhen loosened her grip fondly and stood smoothly on the ground. As soon as she left his warm and familiar back, Qiao Zhen's heart was suddenly empty. Maybe it was because it was so cold outside that the tip of her nose was a little red from the cold. The eyes were even more rippling with hazy drunkenness. Qin Yichi squeezed her hand and coaxed her in a warm low voice. Good night, little friend. Wait. Qiao Zhen sniffled and called out to him with some urgency. She quickly unzipped her small backpack. Qin Yichi, I have a small gift for you as well. She squatted on the ground, picking her way through half a day, and finally rummaged through her bag to find a red rose. It's a handmade, micro-hooked, wineglass-shaped rose. Every stitch and thread of the positive red petals is delicately and exquisitely woven, like a carefully sculpted work of art. It looks elegant and warm in soft light. Qiao Zhen curved her lips and smiled lightly, offering him this red rose as if she were a treasure, holding it up toward him. It's even automatically dubbed. Dang it, it's for you. She followed the video blogger's example and knitted for a long time, making many roses, but they were ugly. This is the prettiest and most beautiful one. The moment Qiao Zhen raised the rose, Qin Yichi suddenly froze in place. The mind instantly lost its peace. He even wondered if he was drunk too. It's all like a vain dream, like stepping on a soft cloud, and not paying attention to. It would plummet to a low point and hurt like hell. Zhen shook the red rose in her hand, recalling his thoughts. Qin Yichi pinched his fingers hard before realizing that the scene in front of him was all true. It was as if a spring breeze had flowed through my heart, blowing up flowers all over the mountains. He rolled the knot in his throat and reached for it. As a result, in the next second, Qiao Zhen suddenly retracted her hand, unwilling to give it to him again. Qin Yichi inexplicably laughed, tilting his head to look at her, even coaxing. Didn't you say you wanted to give it to me? Qiao Zhen clutched the stems of the roses, not even daring to look him straight in the eye, her tone carrying a hint of nervousness. The nerd said, take this flower. Then, you are my person. The words inexplicably hid a loving ambiguity. On Valentine's Day, a single permanent red rose shows that there's only each other in your heart. Wish to have a passionate and grand love affair with each other. This phrase, or what Chen Meixiang taught her to say, said that she would definitely be able to tease him, fish for him, and test him. Qiao Zhen's small face tightened, her eyes averted, and she lowered her head, not daring to look at him. Qiao Zhen. Qin Yichi softly pronounced her name. There was a hint of meaning in his narrow, dark eyes. She slowly lifted her little face. Qin Yichi bent his knees and squatted down to be at eye level with her, rubbing her head while receiving the roses. The compelling voice dripped with seriousness. I'm supposed to be your guy. Zhen responded for a few seconds, her brain suddenly going down in blank. Before long, Qiao Zhen's white face was haloed with a layer of pink haze, and the roots of her ears were slowly burning. It burns like fire. She seemed to be ruffled by the backlash. Where's the military advisor? The military advisors aren't here. What's next? What the hell to do? Qiao Zhen quickly reddened and buried her head, frantically thinking of a response, and with a twinkle in her eye, mentally rattling off little calculations. After a long time, she quietly hid a wry smile and pretended to rummage through her bag. Looking for what? Qin Yichi asked. Qiao Zhen was sluggish for 2 seconds, and raised her head pitifully, her eyes red. Thick, slender lashes fluttered as if they were going to cry the next second. Qin Yichi, I don't seem to have my house key with me. Upon hearing this, Qin Yichi helped her to rummage through her bag, and even the pockets of her clothes were all scrutinized. There really isn't. Qiao Zhen squatted on the ground, drawing circles with her index finger, looking anxious and aggravated, mumbling in a low voice, what should I do? I can't sleep on the main street. It's so cold outside. I'm so scared. Qin Yichi just wanted to say something, but in the next second, Qiao Zhen reached out and gently grabbed the corner of his coat. The young girl looked like a helpless little animal, and it seemed as if he were the only one in her wet eyes that, as if he had been wronged. His voice trembled softly. Qin Yichi, can you take me in for the night? As soon as the words left his mouth, there was a loud bang, as if a thunderbolt had exploded above Qin Yichi's head. Sanity blew up in pieces. The heart that was hanging in the air finally burst. Chapter 81, Qin Yichi, I want to take a bath. In the end, Qiao Zhen entered Qin Yichi's house as she wished. It was as if she had returned to her happy old haunts, and her whole being was carnally happy and the eyes that had been downcast all of a sudden brightened and enlarged. Qin Yichi still has her exclusive pink cotton mop at home. Zhen changed her shoes in a daze, quietly praising herself in her mind for being so great and smart. The house key, in fact, had long been secreted up her sleeve. That way, you can stay with Qin Yichi all night long. But thinking about it, Qiao Zhen was a little weak and guilty, and a sour astringency rolled over in her chest. Inexplicably, I want to cry. It's bad when she does that. She's a person who will do anything to like it, and it's not good at all. But she didn't know that Qin Yichi had already taken in all her emotions. Drunk and bunny, happy as can be for a moment, hopping around and, one moment, he was on the verge of crying with aggravation. Okay, that's pretty fickle. Qin Yichi coaxed her all the way into the bedroom, not forgetting to pour a cup of honey water to calm her down. The bedrooms are spacious, bright and clean, with a minimalist black and white gray design that. There are also pictures of top foreign racers posted. The only thing that stood out was the nightstand, which was decorated with all sorts of girly, cute dolls. This is all from Zhen before. Qin Yichi tucked the knitted roses earnestly into the arms of one of the bear dolls. A smooth pat on the bear's head was as if he were patting Zhen on the head. Qiao Zhen watched him place the roses while holding the cup and drinking honey water. Her heart was sweet, and it's spreading and fermenting. She obediently sat on the edge of the bed and carefully asked, Qin Yichi, Am I sleeping here tonight? Qin Yichi picked up the remote control panel to turn on the heating and air conditioning. Lightly tone lazy. Just as long as you don't mind. When the time comes, he sleeps on the living room couch or goes in his mom's room. Qiao Zhen, however, still thought that Qin Yichi was going to sleep in this bed with her. Once again, a sweet spring in his heart sprang up, and his whole being seemed to sink into a huge soft marshmallow. Wouldn't that be a good way to cuddle and sleep all night? Yeah, she smiled lightly, two small pear swirls rippling across her lips. Happy. Qin Yichi took off his down jacket, took his pajamas and went to the bathroom to take a shower. Jojin was instructed to sit obediently on the bed and not to move. This time he didn't forget to lock the bathroom door. Saves a certain little drunk from having to crawl over and open the door to peek at him again. Turn on the shower in the bathroom. The sound of pattering water. A hazy mist of water filled the air. I don't know if it's the cold weather, or if it's because I'm a little drunk, but through the mirror, Qin Yichi could clearly see that a scarlet red had long since crept up to the base of his ears and neck. To hell with. It was nearly 11 o'clock at night and the air conditioner was blowing a gust of warm air. Jojin had to take off her white down jacket with the red dress from the competition still on underneath. As soon as Qin Yichi came out, he saw this bright and flamboyant scene. The young girl's drunken eyes were mesmerized and her cheeks were slightly pink, like a delicate rose with a hint of charm. The intense red dress creates an extreme contrast with the snow-white skin. On this night, bloom only for him, Jojin had finished her honey water, and was sitting very nicely and quietly, like a pretty doll. Slowly lifting his eyes. His voice was soft. I'm going to take a shower too. Qin Yichi grunted lightly and suddenly laughed. You still want to take a bath when you're drunk like this? What if I drown? Qiao Zhen deflated. A little angry. Her eyes reddened, and weakly retorted. I'm not drunk. Tempers flared. Qin Yichi sat next to her and sank into the bed, patiently coaxing her. Well, you're not drunk. Qiao Zhen hung her head and muttered somewhat stubbornly to herself, becoming more and more aggravated the more she spoke. I'm going to take a bath. I'm just going to take a shower. Later, it's going to sleep on Qin Yichi's bed. It must be washed and clean, not dirty to lie in. Otherwise, she was afraid that Qin Yichi would be unhappy. This bath, Qiao Zhen had to take today. She was angry and aggravated, and even gave an inch, and in her voice. I still have to wear your pajamas. Seeing that Qin Yichi didn't say anything, Qiao Zhen was a bit anxious, her eyes gradually reddening. A mist of water brewed in her eyes. I want to wear it, can't I? Crystallized tears seemed like they would fall the next second. Where could Qin Yichi top that? Not to mention pajamas. Even if it's a star in the sky, I'll try to pick it and give it to her. Qin Yichi took a deep breath, turned around and rummaged through the clothes from the closet, and pull out a thin men's white shirt and a pair of pants. Brand new. He hasn't worn it. He shoved it into Qiao Zhen's hand, the knot in his throat rolling lightly. These two, okay? Qiao Zhen's tears that were about to fall a moment ago shrunk back in a flash. Her fingertips gripped her shirt harder, her eyes curving into a smile as she nodded politely. It's okay too. Thank you, great guy. Thoroughly satisfied, Jojin bounced around clutching her clothes and headed to the bathroom for a shower. 10 minutes passed, and when she had finished washing and hurried out of the bathroom, she probed quietly and, with a few moments of bewilderment under his eyes, Qin Yichi, I can't find a hairdryer. Qin Yichi raised his eyes, and in the next second, he completely froze. The men's white shirt was so big that it looked like a nightgown on Jojin, even a little too thin and a little see-through. She also had her neckline open, revealing her beautiful collarbone and bulging breasts. The legs underneath were straight and slender, so white that they dazzled the eye. Clean, pure, yet with a touch of seduction. Qin Yichi's ears exploded red, and his body was filled with blood. Only after a long time of being stunned did he find his voice. You don't wear pants? Jojin blinked her clear, translucent eyes and nodded seriously. Well, your pants are too long and I can't wear it. The more innocent and pure she is, the more full of trust she is, the more Qin Yichi felt that he was a perverted beast. What is it about him that makes him seem like such a nice guy? Qin Yichi's dark eyes rolled up with obscure and unknown emotions, and after a moment of silence, go to the bathroom and help her find a hairdryer. Half of Jojin's long hair was wet and half was dry. Qin Yichi's dark eyes narrowed slightly. You washed your hair? Qiao Zhen shook her head. Nope. As the words fell, Qin Yichi probably knew what was going on. I guess the little drunk was confused and flicked the switch to use the handheld shower, and somehow tune into the overhead fixed shower and get drenched headfirst in confusion. Miserable. Qin Yichi sighed, holding a hairdryer, his voice slightly hoarse. Come here, I'll help you blow. Qiao Zhen was fleshy and happy, her little face pink and her eyes bright and, dutifully, he patted over. Thank you. Qin Yichi was standing right behind her, leaning over slightly, holding a hairdryer in one hand, and the other hand straightened her hair, and his tone was lazy. "You're welcome." Fingers weaved through her hair, gently ruffling the tangled strands and caressing the top of her hair. Inside the bathroom, the water misted heavily and the air was a little humid. The constant buzzing of the hairdryer masks the deafening heartbeat. The two were facing the mirror in the bathroom and could see each other's expressions clearly through it. In the next second, Qiao Zhen suddenly turned around, facing Qin Yichi, and hugged him tightly. The arms circled his waist. Qin Yichi's breath stuttered slightly. Qiao Zhen endeavored to stand on her tiptoes and came up to murmur in his ear, her voice all the more seductive for being slightly drunk. "Not only did I wear your clothes, I used your body wash." Qin Yichi turned off the hairdryer in time to hear her words, and stared at her with downcast eyes. The bottom of his pupils rolled over with love and affection. Zhen dropped her head and buried herself in front of him, snuggling tighter, like a scared little kitten that, but was willing to rub up against him affectionately, said earnestly and good-naturedly, "So now, I'm yours too." Chapter 82. Blow-drying Qiao Zhen's hair. The bathroom suddenly fell silent. The moist vapor continued to be dense, and the ambiguous breaths of the two men were silently entwined. Qiao Zhen was still hugging Qin Yichi, obediently pressing herself against his burning chest, coveting every second of contact with him. She didn't know how to tease him, much less seduce him, and racked my brain and couldn't think of a way to do it. She just wanted to tell him what was in her heart. That's all. Little did Zhen know that this purely heartfelt statement of hers, like a passionate fire, thoroughly ignited Qin Yichi's sanity. A tidal wave brewed in the man's eyes, setting off shock waves, and his breathing grew heavy. Zhen wore his clothes, used his body wash, and was tainted with the exact same scent as him. And to say, "She's his?" Through the mirror in front of him, Qin Yichi could clearly see his own emotionally charged appearance. The eyes were misty and tinted with a color of lust, a far cry from his usual self. He took a deep breath. "Think Zhen is drunk. So drunk and disoriented that she can't even tell the numbers apart." But then she seemed to retain so much of her sanity, as if she still had a few moments of clarity. "So, Zhen, isn't that a little bit like him?" Realizing this, Qin Yichi's heart beat faster and faster, and the sound of thud was deafening. The heart was almost on the verge of piercing through the chest and rushing right out. To hide his heartbeat, he turned the hair dryer back on for her hair. The two were in a face-to-face position, almost tightly packed. As Qiao Zhen clung to him, even the moist air became more and more ambiguous and charming. A droplet of water dripped from her hair, sliding from her pale neck all the way to her collarbone, crystal clear, and then slowly disappeared deeper. The knot in Qin Yichi's throat rolled, and his vision abruptly became thick. Qiao Zhen was too hot to blow-dry her hair, and left two buttons on her shirt collar unfastened. It's open without reservation. From her point of view, it might feel normal, but from the height of Qin Yichi this overlooking, you can easily see two groups of snow-white soft. It was even a vacuum, somewhat distorted by the tight squeeze in front of him. The scene before us was so powerful that it converged into a great current of deep stimulation of the brain, stimulation of every nerve in the body. Qin Yichi hastily moved his eyes away, his body boiling with hot blood and completely red-warm. Used to just slightly touch Zhen's hand, just unintentionally normal physical contact. Then his heart raced, his whole body tingled, and he couldn't control his emotions. Not to mention being so intimately plastered. It didn't take long for Qin Yichi to gradually feel the abnormal changes in his body, which he simply couldn't control. Qin Yichi didn't move to take a step back, gradually pulling away a bit. Qiao Zhen was a bit bewildered, and hastily stepped forward to hug him tightly, sticking to him as if he were on top of him. It's like a coating of sweet, silky syrup that can't be separated. Like a small animal, his eyes were innocent and pure, trusting and dependent on him. Qin Yichi's reaction was getting bigger and bigger, and he couldn't control the fire of desire. The voice couldn't help but become low and dark, suppressed to the extreme. "Zhen, be good and don't stick so close." As soon as the words left his mouth, Qiao Zhen suddenly raised her head and tilted her small face up to look at him, her eyes instantly red, full of aggression. Why did Qin Yichi stay away from her? She just wanted to hug him. She just liked him. An overwhelming acidity rushed to the tip of her nose and eyes, consuming her like a tidal wave. Zhen was a little angry. She didn't want to listen to him at all right now, and she wasn't happy at all. "Qin Yichi hates it." Qiao Zhen huffed and puffed, arching her head over Qin Yichi and hitting his chest hard. After her frantic outburst, she reached down and hugged even more and more tightly. No matter what, we're going to post it. Just stick it. This time, however, she suddenly froze. "It's not right." Zhen paused and silently looked down as if searching for something. Qin Yichi finally finished blow-drying her hair, put down the hairdryer and asked, "What's wrong?" Jojin crouched on the floor, drunken and confused, sniffing the tip of her red nose and murmuring in a low voice. In the next second, Qin Yichi stiffened. He wanted to say something, and he held back until the veins in the corners of his forehead were. A cluster of hot flames in his belly spread almost to his limbs and his whole body rolled. Can't wait to be in the bathroom and take Jojin hard. Qiao Zhen squatted on the ground and scrutinized the ground for half a day, but did not find the large stone just now. But with the crouching position, the neckline of her shirt opened wider. The delicate as white porcelain skin was hidden. It's pure and lustful, like you could pinch the juice. When she raised her head, she froze again, her face full of surprise. Qin Yichi. The man's ears popped red and his mind went blank. Ha! Immediately afterward, Qiao Zhen's anxious and worried voice came to his ears. You have a nosebleed. Qin Yichi was silent for a moment, his dark Danfang eyes slightly raised. Then he saw the crimson blood slowly dripping downward in the mirror. Jojin tilted her little face up. Are you okay? It's fine, Qin Yichi explained in a serious manner. It's just a bit on fire. Qiao Zhen would believe it, and when she obediently left the bathroom, Qin Yichi quickly took a cold shower. He's really going crazy. It's late at night and it's almost past 0. Qiao Zhen happily shrank under Qin Yichi's covers, her fingertips gently clutching the quilt as she waited nervously. In fact, she was very, very sleepy, but she still braced her eyelids and tried to stay awake, her eyes glaring like brass bells. Finally, Qin Yichi finished washing and came out, casually wiping the water droplets in front of his forehead. I'll sleep outside, he said. Remember to yell at me if you need anything. As the words fell, Qiao Zhen's face changed, her eyes widening incredulously, her tone surprised. Aren't you going to sleep with me, Qin Yichi? When did he say that? Don't start rumors. Seeing that Qin Yichi was about to leave, Qiao Zhen's heart sank bit by bit and her face grew paler and paler. Turns out, he hadn't planned on sleeping with her at all. Before the elation and happiness, before the sweetness that was like falling into a marshmallow, it was as if they had all become broken bubbles that were gradually dissipating, creating a huge sense of disappointment. In its place, there was an endless amount of sourness. She fought back a choked sob and grabbed his shirt in a panic. No, you can't go. I'm scared. I'm afraid to sleep in your room alone. Don't go. Spend more time with her. Qiao Zhen was really on the verge of crying this time, looking at him prayerfully, choking with tears. I don't want to. Don't sleep alone. I'm really scared. Qin Yichi, you can't leave. Definitely don't go, or I'll never talk to you again. Saying this, suddenly, as if she thought of something bad, she turned pale and obediently closed his mouth, shrunk under the covers, and did not make a sound to retain Qin Yichi. Like a wilted little flower, a sudden silence fell over the bedroom. What's wrong? Qin Yichi asked her through the covers, as if he was coaxing a small child. Jojin smothered the covers over her head and curled her whole body into a ball without speaking. She felt like she was playing a bit of a little game, and felt irrational. No one likes a no-nonsense person. Jojin didn't want to be hated by him, but in the next second, Qin Yichi seemed to sigh, his compelling and sexy voice passing through the quilt. It reached her ears. Okay, I'm not leaving. As soon as the words were out of his mouth, the small mass under the covers suddenly moved. Qiao Zhen immediately lifted the covers and was overjoyed. Really? Qin Yichi nodded. Well, I'll sleep on the floor. With that, he turned around and took the mat and quilt out of the cupboard and spread them out on the empty space next to the bed. Jojin's rabbit ears drooped again, her mood going up and down like a roller coaster. It's not comfortable to sleep on the floor. Her little face was buried in the covers, her voice muffled, resigned and good-naturedly soft. Why don't you want to sleep with me? I'm very well behaved. It won't move. It won't bother you. And it won't steal your covers. I swear. Qin Yichi took another pillow and threw it on the mattress. Half the side of his face was hidden in the shadows in the warm light of the bedroom. His voice unsalted. I just like to sleep on the floor. Qiao Zhen wanted to say something, and after a long time, she bowed her head in compromise and muffled an oh. Sounds a little unhappy. Qin Yichi took her sad little emotions in his eyes, wordlessly pursed his lips and silently turned off the lights. The room was plunged into darkness, and even the last glimmer of light faded away. The moon outside the window also quietly hides in the black clouds, covering the loving and gentle silver glow. Qin Yichi lay on the spread mattress, drooping his eyes, and coaxed in a warm voice. Good night. Jojin ignored him, thinking she hadn't heard him. Qin Yichi's throat rolled lightly as he repeated, Good night, princess. But Jojin still ignored him. Qin Yichi's face stiffened slightly, his throat dry and vaguely flustered. The whole heart feels like it's falling into a bottomless vortex, and little by little, it's falling down. Feel the dark, damp, depressing dreariness of the surroundings. Inexplicably, I recalled the last time Zhou Hot Springs got drunk. Early the next morning, The little ninny just rolled her eyes and clutched the covers to hide from him in the corner. Shivering and wary, Qin Yichi sighed. Where is he not willing to sleep with her? He was scared, afraid that, after sleeping with her, his animalistic and impulsive nature do nasty things to her, afraid that after lying together in this bed, the next day would scare Jojin away completely. Maybe I'll even get a couple of slaps in the face myself. He's afraid she'll be embarrassed and ashamed, that she'll be sad, that she won't be able to take it, that, more than that, he was afraid that she would turn away from him and never speak to him again. Qiao Zhen was not happy, but in his heart, he was not happy either. Sour and swollen emotions came over him like a tidal wave of. Little by little, it engulfed his limbs, slowly flooded his mouth and nose, and even breathing felt like tearing his heart out. Suddenly, there was a loud thud in the silent night, shattering all peace. It looks like something fell. Before Qin Yichi could react, Qiao Zhen rolled nimbly into his arms, through a layer of covers that intimacy lay on top of him. She looked like she had made some big decision. With a sobbing voice, her voice trembling softly with aggravation. I'm going to sleep on the floor with you. Surrounded by darkness, Qin Yichi's heartbeat suddenly missed a beat as he struggled to digest her words. In the next instant, groping with her senses, Jojin cupped his face in her hands with precision, and lowered her head closer to him. A quick kiss on the right side of his face. Boo! Chapter 83, Do you like me? Lips and faces pressed together, breaths entwined, heartbeats resonating. The maiden's lips were light and warm, with a sweet scent, and kissed him quietly, like a shy little bunny. A quick peck and run, with a bit of youth and ignorance. The soft touch against his face, like a pure white, flawless feather, tickled and soft. It didn't take long for the feather to ignite into a hot, fiery flame, branding him deeply on the cheek. Qin Yichi froze for half a beat, his heart about to explode, and in an instant all the bones in his body crisped up. Knock 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 knock. His heartbeat was deafening and he hurriedly sat up and turned on the light. A blinding white light came on, illuminating the entire bedroom. Makes you squint to adjust to the light. As he did, Jojin sat on her knees on top of him, clinging to each other through a layer of covers. Qin Yichi inhaled deeply to calm his mind, but his heart was beating faster and faster. The blood boiled hot inside his skull, almost on the verge of exploding. It's not a dream. Jojin literally kissed him on the face while she was drunk. Favor of the culprit, who was still blinking blankly, not feeling the least bit at fault, even staring righteously at him, full of arrogance, as if it were written, just kiss. How? Qin Yichi reached out and pinched her face, forcibly suppressing the monstrous emotions in his heart, deliberately asked in a joking tone, Do you like me? Late at night, there was silence outside the window, and the bedroom was quiet as a pin drop. The ambiguous and charming atmosphere spread unchecked, filling the entire room soundlessly. Qiao Zhen's white, soft face was gently pinched by him, like a ball that could be kneaded around. Her eyelashes drooped slightly and her brows furrowed in serious thought. She likes Qin Yichi. Very much, very much. It's a little secret, but darn it, Qin Yichi actually doesn't want to sleep with her. Suddenly I don't like him anymore. Qiao Zhen was vindictive, very vindictive, and she opened her mouth in exasperation, just about to say she didn't like it. And yet, I'm afraid he'll be upset, that he'll be sad. Hesitating for a moment, Qiao Zhen lifted her white fingers, carefully gestured, and said tentatively, a little bit like, I'm afraid he's too proud, so only a little bit. The words just fell. Qin Yichi had boom a loud explosion of thunder. The heart was completely shattered by Jojin, and the words looped back and forth in his head. Those sour emotions from earlier instantly dissipated and turned into a honey-like sweetness. And Qiao Zhen was already so sleepy that even her eyelids were fighting and she couldn't keep her eyes open. She yawned and didn't care what she liked or didn't like. She just buried her head under his covers and, the voice is sweet. Shhhh. I'm going to sleep. Qin Yichi, however, was still frozen in place. By the time he came back to his senses, Jojin was asleep. She lay obediently beside him, shrinking into a small ball that took up very little space. As she slept, she made steady breathing noises, and her sleeping face was peaceful and the eyelashes were like a small fan. The whole person is enveloped in gentleness and serenity. It was as if sleeping with him was a peaceful and wonderful thing. But Qin Yichi knew that the ground was not at all comfortable to sleep on. When Qiao Zhen gradually fell asleep, Qin Yichi quietly picked her up in a princess carry, carefully placed on the large soft bed and tucked her in. The man sat on the edge of the bed, the corners of his mouth slowly curling up as he gently straightened the broken hair on the young girl's forehead. The voice was low and gentle. I like you too. Lots and lots of points like you. He thought that perhaps he had actually waited until the pearl's heart was in the right place. It's also time to prepare for confession. Chapter 84, The End of a Crush is in sight. Outside the window it was quiet and deep, and the loving moonlight shone through the gaps in the curtains. The room was a little dimly lit with a small lamp on. The only sounds were the faint breeze from the heater and air conditioner, and the even, gentle breathing of the young girl. Every breath she took was like a spring breeze blowing through a sea of flowers, pink and white petals dancing. Qin Yichi was in a state of confusion, filled with cheek kisses, and a little bit of crush. Is the adoration hidden in the shadows? Is not see the light of day? Careful he was alone on a dark, cold road, not knowing where it led to. I don't know where the road ends or how long I have to walk. I just know that I must keep going. Until just now, a fresh, fragrant spring breeze blew over, and a warm ray of light came up to illuminate the path in front of her. The dark, damp, dreary and depressing scent gradually changed to a rich, fragrant and refreshing scent. It's as if the end of the road of crushes is just around the corner. Even just a little bit of liking can bring him great courage. Obviously all those years of waiting were able to hold out. But now, after being actively kissed in the face, it was like he really kind of couldn't wait. Qin Yichi didn't have the slightest sleepiness. He slightly lowered his eyes, his expression serious and grave. Open your phone and create a new group chat. WeChat read, do me a favor. Some of the boys in the group had fallen asleep drunk, while others had not, and as soon as they saw the red packet, sleepy eyes instantly widened. The whole person was awake. I'm sure you'll be able to help me with any favor I need. Why are you still giving out red packets? What kind of relationship do we have with each other that needs to be measured in terms of money? This is an insult. But the two boys just finished their touching and sensational words, and immediately grabbed the red packets. I'm afraid that if I'm a second slow, I'll run out. In the next instant, the group suddenly exploded. Asterisk. Such a big red packet. Righteous father. You are my righteous father. At Chi. I grabbed 188 living father. There are gold coins, you are really exploding It's so touching, tears. Chico is the male of males. The man of men. Wealthy. Too damn thick. The world's thickest man. Tell me, what kind of favor is it that you have to build a special little group for? I'll take care of it. Late at night. Qin Yichi was unusually calm and collected at the moment. He was just typing on the screen, but it seemed like he was using all the strength in his body. I'm going to confess to Jojin. A formal confession of love should start with a bouquet of flowers and a like. But a flippant I like you and a bouquet of ordinary flowers were not enough for him. Far from it. He doesn't want to have any regrets. He's going to prepare a most romantic, beautiful and passionate confession for his princess. Maybe, it takes that little bit of time and opportunity. Noon. Golden sunlight shines through the cracks in the curtains, haloing the entire bedroom. Jojin lay on the big soft bed, wrapped tightly in the small comforter and curled up slightly. The hair was also scattered casually around the pillow. She slept for a long time this time, and it was a particularly sweet sleep, all through the night. When she opened her eyes sleepily, the strange and familiar room came into view, startling her. Jojin? Isn't this Qin Yichi's room? She seemed to realize something. Her face changed, and she sat up violently and, looking down at his white shirt, and the covers on his body, his pupils quake. Isn't this Qin Yichi's bed? In a flash, memories of last night's messy night flooded his brain. Take this bouquet and you're mine. Qin Yichi, can you take me in for a night? I'm going to take a shower. I'm just going to take a shower. Not only did I wear your clothes, I used your body wash. I don't want to sleep alone. Qin Yichi, you can't leave. Oh, a little bit like that. Clear images burned into the brain of not only the tight embrace in the bathroom, and a kiss on the cheek on the mattress, and so on. Kiss? She kissed Qin Yichi while she was drunk? She forcibly kissed her favorite? Qiao Zhen's eyes suddenly widened, her pupils suddenly tightened, and her heart plopped wildly. Sitting on the bed in a daze for a long time, his eyes lost in thought. Dull. JPG. The next second, the bedroom door was gently pushed open. The man was half leaning against the doorframe, in a dark nightgown with an open neckline that inexplicably exudes an air of evil compulsion. Awake? I got lunch. Come get some later. The tone of voice was sparse, still lazily toned, without the slightest hint of embarrassment or abnormality. It's as if everything that happened last night was a dream. Qiao Zhen froze for 2 seconds, and violently pulled the covers up over herself, her whole body cowering under the covers. Like an ostrich buried in the ground. No, big brother, is it a question of what's for lunch or not for lunch now? It was the two of them who were so ambiguous and intimate last night. He actually had the leisure and elegance to eat the wool. Qiao Zhen hid under the covers, her face rolling abruptly. Inside it was as if a deer was screaming and growling and hissing and twisting. Why is she so enthusiastic and forthcoming when she's drunk? Can you spare a little courage and confidence for her now? Qin Yichi seemed to let out a light laugh, and through the covers, his low mellow voice slowly came out. Don't worry, I slept on the floor last night. Not with you. We're still clean. Zhou Jane? No. What did he say? How did it sound? Instead of getting darker and darker, Zhou Jane cried out and plugged her ears, so ashamed she wanted to die. What to do? What to do? The CPU is drying up. Where's the master? Where's the master? Come and save her. After all the mental build-up under the covers, she finally slowly lifted the covers, got out of bed, and go to the bathroom and wash up. Inwardly, he kept reassuring himself. Anyway, at least it kissed him. It's not a bad wave. In the bathroom, Qin Yichi prepared a disposable toothbrush and washcloth for her. Zhou Jane brushed her teeth while furrowing her brow to think of a response, intending to pretend she didn't remember anything. Well, she's smart. After washing her face, Qiao Zhen took a deep breath and sat down at the dining table with a pretense of relaxation, raising a sweet smile at him. Hi, good morning. Qin Yichi sat across from her and let out a soft his eyes constantly hovering over her face. Fade. It's noon. Zhou Jane. Oh, lunch was bought from one of her favorite siu-mai restaurants, the asparagus and fresh pork siu-mai, and a bowl of green bean soup. Zhou Jane happened to be very hungry and took small bites of food, her stomach warming and instantly comfortable. Qin Yichi sat across from her and used his chopsticks to hold a siu-mai. The man's movements were casual and uninhibited, with an air of calm and reliability that, a casual gesture is enough to titillate. Zhou Jane stared at him quietly as she ate her yakitori. Her gaze slowly fell on the right side of Qin Yichi's face, and a sudden wave of weakness surged through her. Is that where you kissed last night? Qiao Zhen reddened her ears and immediately lowered her head, her heart beating like a drum. She suddenly felt like a loss again. A big loss. If I had known, I should have kissed him on the mouth and touched his abs too. That's really earning ah. As if sensing something, Qin Yichi leaned back in his chair and asked absently, by the way, last night. However, before the words were finished, Qiao Zhen installed radar-like, immediately interrupted him anxiously. Speak quickly and loudly. I don't remember anything from last night. Chapter 85, the only one who's firm is you. Zhou Jane realized she had overreacted when she finished speaking. It is also too, here and there, also known as, no fighting. She coughed lightly and feigned calm as she took a sip of her green bean soup, strategically lowering her head to eat. The corners of Qin Yichi's mouth rippled up in an arc, like a smile or not, with a loose accent. Oh, he came over slowly, propping his chin up with one hand and, those dark and deep Danfang eyes seemed to be able to see everything. Really? Nothing? Qiao Zhen took another sip of the green bean soup and nodded, her voice clear and sweet. Aha! I'm completely out of it when I'm drunk. Thank you for taking care of me. She struggled to maintain her composure, but the hand cupping the spoon was trembling gently, betraying her without mercy. Qin Yichi's eyes fell precisely on her fingertips. His eyes were ghostly, his sword brows lightly raised. A dull, low chuckle rolled out of the depths of his chest, always feeling like she was going to reveal herself next. Zhou Jane decided to take the initiative and throw the question back at her, tentatively asked, "Nei, I didn't do anything really bad last night, I don't think?" Qiao Zhen blinked her pretty eyes, full of sincerity and innocence. No, hogging his bed, his shirts, his shower gel. Wasn't it just a hug and a kiss? It's quite normal, isn't it? Not too much. Ha ha. Qin Yichi dipped the roasted wheat in vinegar while staring at her. You want to know? Zhou Jane nodded stiffly. Anyway, no matter what he said, she rolled her eyes. To ask is to be drunk and stupid, delirious and unable to distinguish between humans and animals. As a result, the next second, Qin Yichi took out his cell phone. It just so happens that I have recorded. Do you want to hear it? Qiao Zhen's eyes slowly widened with shock. No, why is this guy such a dog? Who's a good guy recording every day ah? Qiao Zhen finished the last sip of her soup, even got up. No my house key found. Have to hurry home. Qiao Zhen was red-faced and just wanted to run away in a hurry. If she stayed like this any longer, her heart wouldn't be able to take it. She hurriedly gathered and packed her things, picking up her backpack and changing her shoes. Suddenly, Qin Yichi grabbed her wrist from behind. Qiao Zhen. As he moved, Qiao Zhen met his dark eyes and froze out. Ha! The two of them were very close. And this time Qin Yichi put away his laziness and, the tone of his voice carried a hint of seriousness. It's my car race next week. You'll be there, won't you? Qiao Zhen responded, nodding her head as a matter of course and smiling brightly at him. Of course I'll come. Qin Yichi had accompanied her so many times, and of course she was more than willing to cheer him on. She wants him to stand on the podium and shine, too. She also wishes him the best of luck and success in his future endeavors. Upon hearing this, Qin Yichi reached out and rubbed her head, his eyes carrying a bit of seriousness, his tone solemn. Yes, you must come. Jo Jin trotted back to her empty home, rolling numbly all the way back to her bedroom, her heart racing. Hurriedly, he turned on his cell phone. The dorm group Week of Madness 4 has completely exploded with 99 plus messages. Jo Jin has been at numerous times. Yunyu, Pearl, how's it going? At Pearl. Chen Mei Xiang, dead girl. Sleeping so soundly? At Pearl. Shang Lulu, I'm in a hurry, I'm in a hurry, I'm in a hurry, I'm in a hurry. Obviously I'm not the heroine. Why am I in such a hurry, so devastated? Chen Mei Xiang, oh, that beast won't really eat you, right? My poor little Zhen Zhen. Tears, even in between at her. Chen Mei Xiang gave Qin Yichi countless titles, including but not limited to, Motorcycle Brother, Rainy Brother, Discount Brother, Sweepstakes Brother, Shuwenyi Brother, Shun Luo Brother, Dark Sharp Brother, Bamboo Horse Brother. Jo Jin sat cross-legged on her cot and described last night in general terms. Even her fingertips were shaking slightly as she typed. There was nervousness, amazement, shyness, surprise. It seemed like all kinds of emotions came pouring out of the sky. Fill the whole heart. Shang Lulu exploded at the sound of it and popped up her voice, asterisk asterisk. Are you so wild drunk? Invisible ruffles explode. And all this and he still insists on sleeping on the floor. It can't be no, can it? After hearing this, Qiao Zhen weakly retorted, actually, I feel that he is quite good. Those ambiguous memories of a previous life, when that sort of thing was going on. Qin Yichi is always swimming, energetic, and alive. Even if Qin Yichi has been restrained enough, she still feels that she is about to go to heaven. Jo Jin covered her rolling face, so shy. At this point, Yunyu earnestly typed, actually, I think that this is the kind of man who is reliable enough to be trusted with his life. If a man takes advantage of your drunkenness and keeps making flirtatious gestures toward you, then I think he's totally disrespectful and can basically pass him off too. Yunyu's words were unanimously recognized by the sisters. Chen Mei Xiang, at Pearl. Zhen Zhen. You are not aware of it, Moto doesn't even look up when the other beauties come on stage to sing, and his eyes light up when you come on stage. The eyes of the beloved are the eighth ocean. He seems to be very determined in his eyes, and you're the only one who's determined. The eyes of the masses are sharp. The authorities are in the dark. The onlookers are clear. Qin Yichi's seems to have been very obvious and obvious, like a hot flame burning. So obvious that the three of them could feel it deeply in the minutiae from just one side. Maybe some scumbags are used to disguising themselves, but every little detail of Qin Yichi's, it's all very, very hard to fake it. It's every tender, doting look, every blatant favoritism. Inside the bedroom, Jo Jin put down her cell phone and stared at the white ceiling, exhaling and inhaling, trying to calm the mind. My mind is full of Qin Yichi's face. There's the way he's diffident, the way he's untamed, the way he's serious and focused, the way he crosses his lips and smiles softly. Qiao Zhen silently clutched the covers, her heart beating faster and faster, the tip of her nose slowly souring up, a little aggravation. She's pretty firmly in love with him, too. Loved it so much that she couldn't hold it in or pretend anymore. I want to be with him every minute of every day, every moment of every day. She wanted to hold him. Such emotions grew wild and rampant like vines, firmly entangling her heart. A silence fell over the room. I don't know how much time had passed before Jo Jin finally took a deep breath and picked up her phone again to send a message. You said, if I confess to him, will it work? Chapter 86. Jo Jin is the cute quack monster. Qin Yichi is participating in an open motorcycle race in China. The gold content is higher than previous competitions he has entered and is the official starting point of his career. He looks confident and strong enough, but the closer we get to the date of the race, the more difficult it is for Jo Jin to sleep at night, always having horrible nightmares, like falling into an abyss. There was a silver needle poking her like a heart, scaring her so sweaty and creepy that she didn't have a good night's sleep for 3 or 4 days in a row. She woke up in shock, her eyes red and her pillow all wet, but she couldn't remember anything. It was as if there were ghosts haunting my body, and my spirits were particularly bad all day long. Her roommates reassured her that she was being overly nervous and wishy-washy. Qiao Zhen always felt uneasy in her heart, so she asked the girls to go hiking together. Changxian Temple on Mount Baigu. The temple is very good for marriage and peace, but only 2 people can ask for it at a time, and the more sincere the heart, the more spiritual it is. A group of 4 people came to the foot of the mountain and climbed up little by little with devotion. Shang Lulu happened to be in physiological period, grasping a long wooden stick in her hand. The more she climbed, the more it hurt. I'm so impressed. It looks like a little mountain from a distance, but how do you climb it? Suddenly you're that tall? And it's said that Mount Baigo has 314 steps. Romantic. And I don't know if it's true or not. Yunyu gasped as she walked. This is only a third of the way up. I haven't exercised in a long time. I want to rest later. I'm so tired. Qiao Zhen clenched her fists and softly cheered them on. Come on, everyone. After the climb we'll go eat hot pot, amazed face. The mountains were rugged, and a few of them went deeper into them, step by step, with the sounds of birdsong and gurgling water ringing in their ears. The mood is still pleasant. However, in the next second, there was a loud bang. All the people who were climbing the mountain stopped their steps in unison, and their faces suddenly changed, like the pause button was pressed. Chen Meixian looked up at the sky in horror. No, for goodness sake, it can't be what I think it is. As soon as the words left his mouth, the rain came rushing down like a waterfall, crackling hard on the leaves. Dark clouds rolled in the sky, lightning flashed and thunder roared, and the whole mountain was covered with a curtain of pouring rain. Getting fuzzy. Everyone's expression cracked completely. Shine Lulu had a look of a dog in the sun. Holy, the weather forecast is clearly a sunny day. They still picked today to climb, because not only was it forecast to be a sunny day, or is it a lucky day, and this is a dead end? Chen Meixiang was so angry that she pointed her index finger at the sky and cursed. What the hell? Why are you suddenly pouring rain? Are you looking at me with displeasure? Give me the % caret and asterisk. You. Oh, I would have known that even if a trigram and then go out. But fortunately, they all had umbrellas with them, which they had intended to use for shade. I didn't realize it would come in handy by mistake. A few of the big old passers-by around them didn't have umbrellas and cursed as they walked back through the rain. Most people chose to go downhill. Shang Lulu had a stomachache during her physiological period. Yunyu was already physically weak, and Chen Meixian was furious and jumped to her feet. None of them seemed too keen to climb down either. But because of her, I've just been gritting my teeth and holding on, not saying anything. Qiao Zhen stood in place, her head hanging slightly, her heart a little bit unfavorable. Her fingertips holding the umbrella handle unconsciously clenched hard, tangled for a long time, pursed her lips, and said softly, "It's raining too much. Why don't you guys go back first? No need to accompany me. Thank you." Yunyu raised her head, vaguely worried. Do you really still want to climb? We can come out another day. Tomorrow. The day after tomorrow. The rain got heavier and the trail became wet and slippery under the torrential downpour, making it easy to fall. Even the air was dull and depressing, burning and irritating. Qiao Zhen shook her head and said somewhat stubbornly, I have to climb up the mountain. She had frequent nightmares in the past few days. She couldn't recall what she dreamed about, but it seemed to be related to Qin Yichi. She always had a bad feeling about it, as if a voice in the back of her head that, let her must go and do something about it. That's why she came to Mount Bago, to ask for a peace talisman for him. Tomorrow is Qin Yichi's match. Only today is free. Zhou wasn't too happy, and was inexplicably a little depressed, and a little sad, and the mood was as heavy as the dark clouds in the sky. Why? It's raining today. The roommates hesitated for a moment before leaving, and told her to be safe and not to be a hero. Qiao Zhen let out a soft hum and nodded, walking upwards alone with her umbrella. The rain was like dense arrows shooting at the ground, splashing out countless splashes. Even with the umbrella, Qiao Zhen's pant legs, shoes, and shoulders were all much drenched. 1,314 steps. Qiao Zhen climbed the mountain while thinking about Qin Yichi's appearance. Think of him as a child covered in bruises, as a misanthropic and cold man in middle school, as a hot and dazzling man on the racetrack, as a doting and affectionate man on the slopes. His various looks had taken over Zhou's heart. Thinking about it, I don't know how long or how little time had passed, and climbing to the top of the mountain, the rainstorm finally lightened up a bit. Obviously, I'm usually exhausted from climbing the 6th floor of my dorm room, but this hike, Zhou felt as if it wasn't that hard or torturous. Bit by bit, it's creeping up. The surrounding wishing tree is filled with red silk, wooden plaques and bells, which make a clear sound under the rainstorm. Qiao Zhen gasped, and, full of devotion and sincerity, went to each of the temples and worshipped. In the end, he begged for a peace talisman for himself and Qin Yichi each at the temple. May he live a safe and prosperous life. The torrential rain washed the entire Changshan temple, making the temple even more sacred. The moment she grabbed the peace sign, Qiao Zhen finally breathed a sigh of relief. So many days of panic and fear seemed to be dissipating. In the evening, it didn't rain in the capital. There were 2 knocks on the door of Qin Yichi's house, and when he opened it, just saw a wet white rabbit standing right in front of his house. Qiao Zhen raised the peace talisman in her hand towards him, curving her pretty eyes and smiling sweetly and lightly. For you. Like offering him the carrots he worked so hard to grow. Qin Yichi paused for a moment, unable to say what he felt in his heart. It was as if a volcano was erupting in gushing hot magma inside his chest. Thanks. He took the peace talisman, the corners of his lips unconsciously curling up as he stared earnestly at Qiao Zhen. The low magnetic voice. You have to come to the game tomorrow. Qiao Zhen's wet eyes were clean and clear, eyes full of his reflection. Then you must also promise me to be peaceful. She bowed her head, her cheeks slightly pink, and said, a little chirpily, no matter what place you take, I even think you're the best one. Really? As the words fell, the knots in Qin Yichi's throat rolled gently, his eyes dark and deep. Those two words again, awesome. When he hits the bullseye with his arrows in the scenery, Qiao Zhen says he's so good. After skiing on the slopes, Joanne complimented him on how good he was, or even just grilled her a skewer. She would laugh and praise him for being so good. Isn't Qiao Zhen just a cute little quack? Qin Yichi really couldn't hold back and reached out to rub her head again. Okay, I promise you, it will be safe. Qiao Zhen blinked her bright eyes and stuck out her little thumb. Then let's pull the hook. Pulling the hook like when I was a kid. Well, pull the hook. Qin Yichi didn't feel childish, either. Instead, he wrapped his fingers around her pinky very seriously and coaxed her warmly. Qiao Zhen was satisfied. Her heart was sweet, and she lifted her chin and said, lying is for puppies. The moment the two thumbs were pressed together, it was as if some contract had been invisibly signed. Chapter 87, He will be safe and sound. On the day of the car race, Qiao Zhen changed into a light brown padded dress that I even went so far as to look for online newbie tutorials to put on some makeup, eyeshadow, blush, lip glaze. She found the hardest step to be applying the false eyelashes, which was particularly and extraordinarily laborious. It was hard to get it to stick more naturally. The game was lively and cluttered, and as it was about to begin, a group of people sitting in the audience. Nervously, he looked down the driveway. I don't know if it's an illusion, but Qiao Zhen always feels that the boys are weird today. Usually a big goofball. Now it's as if the collective is hiding something important from her. Even the eyes are not quite right. Qiao Zhen carried a heavy bag, tangled for a long time, finally could not hold back, and took the initiative to come over and ask in a small voice, is the makeup on my face weird? Ha? Niu Feng was filled with confusion, frowning and staring at her, and only after a long time did he ask, you're wearing makeup? The lip glaze that Qiao Zhen wears is a cherry pink color, a lighter, not very red kind of color. Niu Feng really didn't see that she was wearing makeup. A wave of frustration inexplicably welled up in Qiao Zhen and she muttered, can't you tell? The boy next to me rushed to reassure him, saying, I can see that the thief is good looking, and that he is especially good looking. Not surprising at all. It's all enough to mesmerize Chico. Qiao Zhen, then why do you all have weird eyes? Even Zhang Ning, the third grade little sister, stared at her with an expectant face. It's not right. It's very wrong. At the same time, the electronic screens on the track switched to the drivers, instantly causing a huge wave of screams. Look at us Chico. Handsome. I don't know which boy suddenly shouted. Qiao Zhen lifted her head to look up. Inside the big screen, the man is in a black and red racing suit with an extremely superior head-to-shoulder ratio. The pair of slightly narrow Danfeng eyes, surging out a touch of gangster handsome breath. Right under the eye of a tear mole is even more demonic compulsion. Straight hook heart. At that moment, it was as if he was a male protagonist who came out of a comic strip. Hotter and brighter than the sun. Simply hormonal and aggressive. Qiao Zhen's heart instantly filled with honey. Her liking, like a bottle of soda after it's been shaken hard, bubbling up and it was almost on the verge of breaking through the body and overflowing completely. A couple of beautiful sisters next to her eyes lit up with excitement, while hissing and while holding up his cell phone and snapping furiously. Help! Look at that! That number one rider is so handsome. I'm going to turn the tables off. Oh my god. My friend inquired and found out that he's actually still a male university? Handsome male college student. I'll give him my life. Qiao Zhen's little face went yellow. The beautiful sisters next to her are still covering their mouths, saying things like high energy, endurance, and core stability. The more Qiao Zhen listened, the hotter her ears became, her head getting lower and lower, and her cheeks gradually swooning a thin red color. No, it's all what and what. On the track, the drivers were ready to go, and the atmosphere of the spectators was high and loud cheering. Niu Feng hurriedly covered his little heart. Help! I'm so nervous Zhang Yu was silent for a moment, patted him on the shoulder, and spoke. It's okay. Let's trust Chico. Qiao Zhen lowered her eyes and murmured in a low voice. Well, Qin Yichi, he'll definitely be able to. I don't know if I'm comforting others or myself. Qiao Zhen kept repeating that it would be fine, and that Qin Yichi would be safe and well. After all, that's a future world-class power racer. It's called the King of the Hunt. Boom went the gun. The black and white board flag swung down violently, and the game was officially underway. The riders burst out like lightning, The roaring engine sound is powerful and loud. The smoke spreads through the air. The atmosphere in the audience instantly ignited. Watching it in an electronic screen is a completely different experience than being in a live auditorium. It's even more shocking and exciting in the field. Jojin's eyes glazed over as she looked at the figure of racer number 1 on the screen. In his red and black racing suit, it's like a cluster of hot flames roaring all the way up the hill. Burning hot, boiling hot, wild enough to be wild enough to explode like cells all over your body. The tires scuffed on the road course, and in the corners, his body was almost on the ground. The knees also nearly rubbed the ground. Tires looked like sharp blades and drifted dangerously all the way. Qiao Zhen's insides abruptly tightened, pursing her lips, and it felt like the air around them was screaming and boiling and ripping like crazy. The boys next to me screamed. ****. Help! My heart is beating out of my chest. Qiao Zhen couldn't speak at all, even holding her breath, not daring to gasp. The heart was instantly in my throat, and I watched every curve with fear. The image of the sizzling figure, like a beast unleashed, suddenly bursting with amazing power. The perfect drift countered and became the first, far ahead of the others. Jojin breathed a sigh of relief, the corners of her mouth curving up slightly. However, at the next corner, Qin Yichi was overtaken by the No. 6 driver behind him, and fell a short distance behind. The breath that Jojin had just let go suddenly came back, the corners of her mouth down, the whole thing on edge. The heart plopped wildly, and the fingertips trembled vaguely. However, on the second lap, Qin Yichi overtook again. The deafening roar seemed to completely ignite the air. Qiao Zhen curled her lips again and smiled, her mood going up and down like a roller coaster. The people around them began to cheer beautifully. However, as the camera switched to a close-up of car number 6, Jojin suddenly froze. Her face was instantly pale and her lips trembled constantly. In a flash of lightning, it was as if she was back in that horrible, frightening nightmare that, falling into a bottomless cliff. His heart was viciously stabbed with blood by countless needles. It hurts so much. Niu Yifeng saw that she was not in the right state and hurriedly inquired. Sister Qiao, what's wrong with you? If you feel nervous, just close your eyes for now. It's okay, haha. The words were soothing, but Niu Yifeng's thighs were also trembling. I'm fine. I just haven't slept well lately. Qiao Zhen looked back. Clutch the peace sign in your hand. She and Qin Yichi both have a peace talisman. Qin Yichi also promised her last night, must be sure to be safe. Lying will become a puppy. At those words, Niu Yifeng breathed a sigh of relief and continued to look up at the match, cheering and shouting. The last lap, and the most intense stage. All the spectators have played the chicken blood and screamed like crazy. Turning the corner, racer number 6 catches up, almost neck and neck with Qin Yichi, almost on the verge of touching. The struggle was extremely intense. The entire audience was filled with tension. Niu Yifeng was even more nervous to the point that his forehead was sweating and his muscles were tense. The next moment, however, there was a sudden thud in his ear. He turned his head to look and his face suddenly changed. Qiao Zhen unexpectedly fell straight to the ground. Jojin, what happened to you? Don't you scare me, The boys erupted into shrill pops. Quick! Sister Jo has fainted. Chapter 88, Confession, I like you. The race continues on the winding course. No. 1 Qin Yichi and No. 6 were almost neck and neck, and the competition was extremely fierce and brutal. The quest for extreme speed. The last couple of corners saw both men pressing the corners at the same time and flying close to the ground. The corners are all a test of the rider's strength and guts. The pressure bends are without a doubt the most thrilling part of the ride. The whole place boiled like a volcano erupting, and the crowd waved little flags in their hands, and the narrator's tone was high and the atmosphere had reached its peak. Inside the screen, the number 6 driver is on the inside lap of the turn, infinitely close to the ground. Suddenly, like a boat under a raging wind on the waves, he lost control to the point of sliding out sideways. Driver No. 6 completely lost control of his car and crashed straight into Qin Yichi, who was driving alongside him on the outer ring. There was a deafening thud, and the sound of a crash suddenly rang out. The two cut blinding arcs around the track, spinning and tumbling and sparking constantly. All fall off the track. Metal clashed harshly as smoke and sparks spread. Qin Yichi fell off the bike. The crash was simply a fatal blow to the race, and almost no prizes were awarded to the. It may even cause indelible fear in the rider. This shocking and horrifying scene stimulated the eyeballs so deeply that the whole room suddenly pressed the pause button. Ravenous. At that moment, the whole world was twisting and distorting into a bottomless abyss. Little by little, it devours the body. Surrounded by cold and despair, completely unable to move or speak, all that was left was a sharp pain, as if a silver needle had poked its way into the heart. The pain felt like a violent hailstorm hitting every nerve. It was clearly agreed that it would be peaceful. Why are you cheating? Don't. No. Jojin awoke with a start, snapping her eyes open and screaming as she sat up violently from the couch. Her whole body seemed to be torn by a huge force. Her face was pale. Her body shivered constantly. And a thin layer of sweat seeped from his forehead. Heartburn. It really hurts so much. Jojin, how are you? A familiar and urgent voice rang in her ears. Qiao Zhen slowly came back to her senses, reacting half a beat slower, raising her eyes, suddenly confused in place, surrounded by strange restrooms, and Qin Yichi, just sitting beside her intact. He was still in his red and black racing suit, still looking spirited and untamed. The only difference was that there was something extra in his neck. That's a gold medal. You. Qiao Zhen's nostrils flared as emotions flooded her heart and her eyes instantly reddened. Panicked, she subconsciously grabbed Qin Yichi's hand and choked. You're okay? Qin Yichi held her hand while shaking the golden trophy beside him. Jojin, I took the title. The moment he stood on the podium, he kept thinking that Jojin would surely see him, too. After receiving the trophy, however, he receives the news that Jojin has fainted and practically runs all the way there. In that moment, his whole body was going crazy and felt 1,000, 10,000 times more nervous than he was racing. The heart was pounding so hard it was practically bursting through his chest. The doctor at the scene didn't check anything out and just said that Jojin would be fine with some rest. He breathed a sigh of relief at that, and Princess carried Jojin all the way to the lounge. She seemed to be in pain and distress when she fainted, but no matter how much he called her, can't even wake up. Jojin stared at the trophy for a long time, gripping his hand tighter and whimpering in a small voice. I want to see the live replay. Her eyelashes fluttered gently, her whole body still in a state of extreme fear. Qin Yichi let out a soft hum and held the phone in front of her, dragging the progress bar. Jojin stared at the screen for an instant. In the dying moments of the last lap, the No. 6 driver next to Qin Yichi lost control and fell off the track. Luckily, Qin Yichi was slightly faster and was not affected, crossing the finish line straight. Later, he stood on the podium, upright, holding the winner's trophy, and the whole face was half lit, half dark, seeping with a lot of sweat, and the lips were slightly panting with hormones. The whole crowd cheered and boiled. Even the brilliant sunlight favored him and clustered around him like a golden waterfall that, all enveloped in the side of his face, glittering and radiant. End of playback. Qiao Zhen held more tears in her eyes, her lips pale. This number 6 fell off the bike. Qin Yichi's voice was steady. Yes, almost knocked me over. The medics also later found out that he was high on banned substances, which should result in an official 3 to 5 year ban. After hearing that, the tip of Qiao Zhen's nose became even more sour, as if she had eaten the most sour orange in the world. I couldn't suppress the astringency. It turns out that the nightmares that did it all these days, it turns out that the horrible moments just now are memories of past lives. She always fainted uncontrollably whenever she remembered those memories. In his previous life, Qin Yichi was seriously injured in a car accident during this race. It was also the first setback of his career. But in this life, not only did he come out flat, he even won the title. Both of them kept their promise. She came to see Qin Yichi compete, and Qin Yichi was safe and well. No one has broken last night's promise of pulling a hook and turning into a puppy. Jojin tried to keep her eyes open, bracing herself to keep the tears from falling as she kept talking to herself. Be happy, laugh, not cry. It was obviously a happy and beautiful outcome, but she couldn't help but feel heartbroken. Heartbroken for Qin Yichi in his previous life. She'll be sad when he gets hurt too. Qiao Zhen hung her head, her eyes red, her emotions a little out of control. It came flooding back. In the next second, Qin Yichi took off the gold medal and put it into her neck. He also reached up and pinched her cheeks, coaxing her in a doting manner. Good girl, here's the gold medal. Don't cry, okay? As he spoke, the tearful mole under his eye swayed with him, deep and compelling. Like a hidden hook. Qiao Zhen was already forcibly holding back her tears, and after some warm coaxing from Qin Yichi, she finally couldn't help herself and snapped off. Crystal and teardrops fled from her eyes, one by one, fighting to be the first to escape. That's the way people are. They always try to hold it in when they're facing a storm. Even if you have suffered great grievances, you will grit your teeth and bear it. But once you hear comforting words, it is easy to get emotional and sob uncontrollably. The more Qin Yichi comforted and coaxed her, the more Qiao Zhen's tears fell. Watching her cry stoically, Qin Yichi wondered why she was so upset. A pang of heartache gradually welled up inside, and his heart gave a twitch. He leaned in close to Jojin, rubbing his fingertips gently over the young girl's small face to wipe away her tears. Thinking carefully for a moment, Qin Yichi asked with a serious expression, "Did those boys bully you? Or did they say something to you?" Jojin buried her head down low, rubbing her own eyes and the sobs broke off. No. They're fine. No one bullies me. Suddenly, the door to the lounge was opened with one hand. Niu Yifeng, Zhang Yu. A group of boys crowded in. Dumbfounded, he stared at Jojin, who was wiping tears from her eyes. Niu Yifeng blurted out, "Holy, brother Qi, why are you bullying sister Qiao?" Zhang Yu slapped his ass violently and lowered his voice. "Shut up. Size cute. Can't you see he's coaxing?" Niu Yifeng immediately reacted, placing the white backpack in his hand on the chair next to him. This is Zhou San's bag. We'll go first, huh? Cheers." With those words, the group of people left again in a hurry, not forgetting to close the door. They went to a nearby clearing and squatted down to play poker while exchanging worried tones. "Do you guys think Qi's confession will work today? And will our sister Qiao say yes to him? Crying so hard. You couldn't have just rejected it, could you? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. If they fail, I'll never believe in love again." Straight to the schoolyard naked. Inside the quiet lounge, Qin Yichi picked up the bag and put it next to Qiao Zhen, casually asking, "It's a bit heavy. What's in it?" Qiao Zhen immediately reached out and covered her backpack tightly, a resigned look that she just didn't want to tell him. Qin Yichi didn't ask too many questions and sat next to her, rubbing her head as he usually did. "Jojin, what's the matter? Can you tell me about it?" He also wanted to help Jojin share some of it. Sadness, aggravation, pain, sourness, any emotion will do. Jojin rubbed her eyes and glanced at him cautiously and the sob trembled. "I just had a dream." She was still organizing her words, thinking of how to phrase them. "And I didn't expect Qin Yichi to get it in one go." He coaxed warmly. "Nightmares is it? Dreams of me falling off my bike? Or me getting run over dash?" Qiao Zhen immediately reached out and covered his mouth, her tone anxious. "Don't you say it. It's unlucky. Looks like a good guess." Qin Yichi removed her hand while taking out the peace talisman, his tone serious. "Don't be afraid. I'm alive and well. I even had someone else get your roommate's contact information when you passed out earlier. Your roommate said you've been having nightmares and trouble sleeping lately. Yesterday you went to climb Mt. Baigu, but it rained heavily in the middle of the climb. Everyone else came back, but you were the only one who insisted on climbing up 1,314 steps, and you begged this peace sign for me." Qin Yichi held up the peace talisman, and his eyes gradually haloed a layer of red, staring at her for an instant. "I was really close to getting hit just now, so when I got out of the car I was thinking, did it bless me?" As soon as the words fell, Qiao Zhen's slightly stabilized emotions from a moment ago came surging back up in a frenzy. Her mind went blank. She didn't care about anything, and she clung to Qin Yichi's waist with all her might. The little face was buried in his arms, and the tears were falling all over his racing suit. But that dream, it was real. It was real. It's his past life. He had fallen off his bike in a previous life and must have been sad and despondent. Those real pains all hit Jojin's heart with precision. "It hurts. It hurts." It was like finally finding an outlet for all the aggravation and panic that had been going on for so many days lately. Jojin buried her head and whimpered, crying even harder, tears falling one by one. "Qin Yichi, I am so afraid that you will fall. Afraid that something will happen to you. I really don't want you to feel bad. Qin Yichi, I wash." Jojin's voice was getting smaller, breaking, the last sentence not quite audible. Wash what?" Qin Yichi reached out and patted her back lightly, as if coaxing a small child to, holding her down tightly in his arms. He was still trying to figure out what he could do to comfort her, what he could do to coax the little bunny in his arms. Make her happy. Who knows that in the next second? Qiao Zhen suddenly raised her head, while dropping tears in aggravation. One side said with all the courage in his body, "I like you." Chapter 89, Qiao Zhen is the bravest princess. Maybe it was the tears that took away Jojin's cowardice and fear that she said the 4 words that had been building up in her mind for so long, almost very loudly and bravely, like a bottle of Coke that's been shaken hard a million times. If she doesn't confess, she's really going to pop. The lounge was silent. Jojin suddenly regretted it. Her ideal confession would have been very romantic. It's the shy and reserved way of saying you like it in a pretty dress and perfect makeup. It's the breeze gently blowing the hair, surrounded by beautiful flowers. Everything is beautiful and dreamy, instead of the way it is now. She's in tears now, and she sure looks ugly. And it's still hugging Qin Yichi like a psychopath and won't let go. At the thought of this, Jojin cried even harder. And the confessional, which she prepared all night last night. What with the stars and the moon and the sea snowflakes, in short, especially romantic and beautiful. But her mind was blank now, and the confession that had rolled off her tongue, all forgotten, can only repeat over and over again like Qin Yichi, really like good like him. Qin Yichi was shocked in place. his ears like a thunderclap, his thoughts instantly frozen. His soul, at this moment, was completely shaken, completely rolled up, and did not react for a long time. I don't know how much time passed before he gradually heard his own voice. Jojin. Qiao Zhen immediately blocked his mouth with her hand and cried with a tear-stained face, "No, no, no, you shut up and..." "Me first." Jojin hastily unzipped her backpack and, from inside, he pulled out a motorcycle helmet made of Legos, red and black, very large, as big as a normal race helmet. There are even the letters QYC. She spelled it out for a long, long time. Jojin gathered her courage. "This is my confession gift to you to celebrate your race." Under the slightly dimmed light, Qin Yichi hung his head and stared at her. A strange luster rippled in the dark, deep pupils of his eyes. The knot in his throat rolled. Just as he opened his mouth. However, Jojin once again quickly covered his mouth and pulled up the volume. "Don't you worry, I have more." Probably overly nervous and panicked. Even her hands were now shaking and her voice was constantly shaking. Jojin wiped her eyes as she pulled her baby out of her backpack. A fountain pen, an obsidian bracelet, and a medal of honor. Qin Yichi opened his mouth, and Qiao Zhen covered it once again and again. "Hold on, you're the last one." Qiao Zhen pulled out a pink love letter, her fingers trembling as she shoved it into Qin Yichi's hands. The whole little face was suffocating red. The young girl's eyes shone brightly, loaded with radiant galaxies, as if she were offering her heart out. "Qin Yichi, But this time it was Qin Yichi's turn to interrupt her, pressing her head into his arms and holding her tightly. Sultry and spoiled. "Jojin, stop stealing my lines." At that, Qiao Zhen froze in his arms and stayed obediently, resigned to the point of no longer speaking. God knows how nervous and scared she is right now. She was afraid that Qin Yichi wouldn't say yes to her and that her liking wouldn't be reciprocated. Her heart was about to burst. Qin Yichi hugged her tightly, the knot in his throat rolling up and down, and his eyes burning a little. It was as if a hot flame was burning in his eyes and his true feelings were rolling. "I like you, longer and longer than you've ever liked me. Jojin, today is the confession I've been planning for a long, long time, on a romantic mountain." He had many gifts for Jojin and the most romantic and passionate confessions. "I was going to reveal it when I got there, but I didn't realize that I can't believe you would say those 4 words before me." He also didn't expect that Qiao Zhen would suddenly faint and cry so hard. He was even more surprised that his princess, as it turned out, was braver than he was. Chapter 90, I want to be your boyfriend. The knight always follows, guards, and silently adores the princess, but never thought that the ever-timid princess. "One day I'll lift up my skirt and take the first step towards him with courage and determination." Qin Yichi slightly lowered his head and tightly hugged the young girl in his arms, as if he had gotten the whole world. His gaze was burning and rolling, dots of broken streams of light floating in his dark Danfeng eyes. Now he couldn't tell what was going on inside him. "I just felt the blood flow backward all over my body and my heart explode with splendor." No words could describe the emotions he was feeling at the moment. "I can't believe this is reality." Jojin, still buried in his arms and crying, rubbed her eyes hard after hearing the words that. The eyes were clear and lucid, as if the first snow had melted. Qin Yichi said he liked it, and he liked her. He really promised. Jojin froze and lifted her head, inhaling deeply on the tip of her nose and, choking back a sob, she asked, "You're going to confess to me today, too? What a coincidence." Qin Yichi smiled and pinched her face, painfully picking up a tissue to wipe her tears and coax her. "Because our hearts are in the right place. A long, long time ago, little Jojin loved and wanted those gold medals." Pointing to the picture, he said, "Brother Qi, if you get a medal in the future, you must give it to me, okay?" After all these years, he still remembers. Always remember. So he has long thought that when he gets the gold medal, he will confess his love to Jojin. Hilltop. The afterglow of the setting sun stains the whole sky, and the shy pink keeps spreading. The clouds seem to be covered with romantic cherry blossoms. It's the pink evening sun. Qiao Zhen looked up at the sky, and her eyes, which had just been crying, immediately became bright. It was like a scene from her dream. She was held by Qin Yichi's hand as she walked step by step up to the top of the gentle hill. Between the vast expanse of mountains and fields, the breeze blew across the mountains and raised the sea of flowers into layers of waves. A bunch of fancy golden balloons in front of her instantly caught her attention. The balloons are pretty cute heart-shaped and even have a pair of little pure white wings, and underneath lay the delicate gift box, and a bouquet of flowers. It's the first confession gift. Qin Yichi had already changed into his black regular clothes, and he welcomed the gentle evening breeze from the top of the hill. The broken hair on his forehead was gently blown up. Jojin looked up, and not far away floated the same pretty balloons, stretching out of sight. Surprised, she pointed to the balloons not far away. "Are those All confession gifts too? Qin Yichi let out a soft and squeezed her hand. Qiao Zhen, open your present. Together with his heart, let's unwrap it little by little. Qiao Zhen squatted down, eyes full of anticipation and happiness, and couldn't wait to open the golden gift box. On top of the gift box is a bouquet of golden coast roses. The inner petals are a bright, eye-catching golden yellow, while the edges of the petals appear to be an orange red from the fire. It means that you don't need to chase the sun. You are the brightest and most radiant being. Qiao Zhen's fingertips lurched as she picked up a black envelope underneath the flowers and it was slowly unwrapped at Qin Yichi's gesture. The gold-colored fountain pen lettering is strong and flamboyant. Qiao Zhen, you always seem to be less confident, always feeling ordinary and plain. But in my eyes, you've always been a unique, sparkling princess, shining brighter than the sun. Almost in a flash, Qiao Zhen's breathing stopped for a split second, and her entire body was pressed into pause. Every word seems to pack a tremendous punch. One blow after another, hard on the tip of her heart, and inside the gift box was a golden princess dress. The satin on the hem of the dress glistened with a shiny sheen. The pattern is intricate and exquisite, and every bit of lace has been carefully cut in general. It's like Princess Belle's dress. Qiao Zhen's nose turned sour and her eyes reddened. Qin Yichi took her hand and walked to the next gift. As he walked away, he said, "There's no rush to get these. I'll have them sent along to your house." He thought of everything. It was thoughtful and detailed. Jojin stops in front of the light pink bunny balloon where a bouquet of cappuccinos is set. A low saturated creamy pink with a gentle coffee color on the outer rim. Cappuccino flower language is romantic. Unexpected love. Qiao Zhen unwrapped the rice pornography book next to the flowers and stared at the familiar script, her eyes turning redder. You've always seemed like a little rabbit. Sometimes you're so happy you hop around, and sometimes so sad that you hang down your bunny ears and cry secretly. That's why I always enjoy rubbing your head. By the way, I have lots and lots of carrots. Good little rabbit, come with me. The gift was a gold bracelet with a pendant in the shape of a tiny carrot, which was especially cute. The third confession gift, surrounded by ocean-like sky blue balloons, was crystal clear. A bouquet of crushed ice blue roses lay quietly on the gift box, mysterious and elegant. Gradient blue petals cascade like romantic ocean waves. The floral quote for the crushed ice blue rose reads, "Hope for you is a starry night." The gift was a shell-like white backpack that delicately mimicked the shape and texture of a seaside shell. It's also dotted with round, full pearls. In the envelope, Qin Yichi complimented her on her beautiful and lovely looks, and on her gentle and kind character. Kudos to her for singing so well and for her sunny smile. It's obviously a love letter, but Qin Yichi didn't say what he liked. Instead, he praised her from beginning to end, like a quack monster. As she read the last paragraph of the love letter, Qiao Zhen's fingertips involuntarily tightened. "You're the brightest, most brilliant pearl." These are the words that had appeared in the dream of my previous life. So, it was him who said it. Qiao Zhen's hands were gently trembling as she opened her gifts, the whole person burying her head, trying her best to hold back, and then later a bouquet of black roses from Ecuador, signifying that even the devil, and willing to have it for you. The gift was a bottle of paper stars. This envelope is very old, compared to the delicate and beautiful love letters that preceded it, or even just a rough piece of draft paper. The handwriting is also a bit childish and ugly, but it is written carefully, stroke by stroke. Jen, thank you for the paper stars. Actually, I hid a secret in that paper star I gave you yesterday. It says I like you, but you never realized it, and I never dared to tell you. It was written to her by Qin Yichi when she was a child. The tip of Qiao Zhen's nose became even more acidic, and her heart felt as if it was being gripped hard by a hand, and she couldn't catch her breath. So he had liked her since so long ago? But the taste of a crush is really, really bitter. The pink sunset is gentle and loving, and the sea of flowers is churning with fragrance. Different balloons and rose bouquets weave a romantic atmosphere. Qiao Zhen held back her tears, her hands shaking so badly that she couldn't even walk. She's lost count of the number of bunches of roses and gifts she's received. The whole thing was on the verge of being honey-sweetened and crying. Obviously happy, but more heartbroken. Heartbreaking for him. The last gift was topped off with red roses. Express deep love to her without reservation. The love letter has only 3 words, "I love you." But it's like it's been written 1,000 times. The gift box was opened, but it was empty. In the next second, a low, husky voice rang out from his side, "This gift is myself." Qin Yichi cupped her face and bent down slightly. "Jojin, I want to be your boyfriend," he asked seriously. "Will you stay with me?" Chapter 91, Qiao Zhen. I want to kiss you. The pink evening sunlight is like the delicate petals of a flower at the dawn of the morning, and as the sun slowly sinks, the powder became more and more intense and picturesque. The sea of flowers tumbled with the wind, and against the gorgeous and romantic background, Qiao Zhen's eyes were left with the reflection of a single person. Qin Yichi carefully cupped her face and lowered his head, treating her like a treasure. Ask her if she wants to be together. Qiao Zhen's eyes are red and scary. Couldn't believe what my ears were hearing and what I was seeing in front of me. So many beautiful balloons, roses, love letters and gifts. Such a warm and grand confession. It takes lots and lots of patience and likability. No one has ever said that before. Say she's a one-of-a-kind princess, a kind and loving bunny, a sparkling pearl. So she's not humble dust. So, she was also a being worthy of being crushed on, cherished, and loved in the palm of her hand. Qiao Zhen all the way to hold back the tears completely cannot control. Snapping down, the whole little face was completely suffocated in red. Really? Why is this guy being so affectionate? She'll really cry to death. Zhen was completely speechless, only nodding her head hard. Very, very hard. One by one. Indicate that you are willing and very willing. She liked him to death. 2. Love it so much. Would love to post with him. Wanted to post with my boyfriend. Zhen buried her head in his arms, her arms coming forward to circle his waist and cuddle tightly with him as, broken choking. 2. To be together. As soon as the words fell out of his mouth, the knot in Qin Yichi's throat rolled slightly, and while hugging her with all his might, while soothingly coaxing her, well, always together. To be together for the rest of my life. To never be separated for all eternity. His silent crush for years, finally, glimpses the light of day. Under the gentle evening sun, the two embraced each other ambiguously. Even the balloons and flowers swaying in the wind around them were celebrating and cheering them on. They and nature form a harmonious and romantic painting. However, not far away, several heads peeked out furtively from behind a tree. Zhang Ning's eyes were full of stars and she couldn't help but clap her hands. Sister Jinjin and big brother Qi are really together. The boys scrambled and hid behind the trees to keep a secret eye on the situation, feeling it again and again. I told you it would work. They're really perfect for each other. I could tell they liked each other. Our misanthropic cool-tugging big devil king Qin Yichi finally succeeded in marrying out. Sprinkle flowers. Gee, it's hard to see my relationship brain going again. It's hard to end it if you don't get married. I want the main table. On the other side, it wasn't as if Qin Yichi hadn't noticed the group of douchebags. He kept patting Qiao Zhen's back to coax her until he was well enough to take her hand. Go home, girlfriend. He beckoned for the boys to help carry the presents. As well as some balloons and roses that I couldn't hold. The boys bared their teeth and laughed. Hey, the deal was to treat us to spicy crawfish if we succeeded. Zhang Ning held up the bunny balloon while drooling. Wow, I want one too. Qin Yichi's heart and eyes were full of his girlfriend at the moment, and he only nodded lightly at their words. Eat up, big greedy boys. Hearing that there are crayfish to eat, a group of people immediately happy to move things. Congratulations. Sister Zhou and Xia are going to be together for 100 years. Niu Feng's eyes were full of emotion and he shouted, be happy, Sister Qiao. If Qi bullies you, you remember to tell us. Qin Yichi glared at him, and the other party immediately scowled and ran after the large group. Qiao Zhen kept her head down, not forgetting to tell the nervously awaiting junta the results of her confession. Roughly, briefly, once, the dormitory group instantly exploded. Chen Meixian, this kind of man actually exists? Top sci-fi movie. Unbelievable. Sunglasses tearing. Yunyu, simply running in both directions. I told you he's your true love, right? You two are perfect for each other. Shine Lulu, talk about one of these in this life. Talk about one of these in this life. Talk about one of these in your life. Mad, angry, after replying to the message, Qiao Zhen put down her cell phone and looked at the large pile of balloons and roses in front of her and fretted. On second thought, there are just too many to pile up at home, and she plans to give balloons and roses to passers-by. Thinking of passing on the happiness and goodness, Qin Yichi, of course, listened to her, tugging along a big pile of balloons, while Qiao Zhen held roses and, the two walked back shoulder to shoulder. When I passed a park, there happened to be a lot of kids, especially some little girls, who received cute balloons and pretty roses. The whole thing was so happy that it popped up. Sweet mouth. Thank you brother and sister, may you always be happy and blessed. Sister, you look even better than this bouquet of pink roses. The pair also met a roadside cleaner's aunt, when the other received red roses, eyes full of disbelief. After a brief explanation, her eyes moistened a bit. Thanks, little girl. An old gray-haired couple walked up to them arm in arm, and when they got the balloon, cute as a baby, it was getting dark, and the balloons and roses were soon divided. Received many smiles and well wishes from many different strangers. Zhen was a little tired from crying earlier and tired from walking, but with the evening breeze blowing, her lips still curved in a gentle arc, her eyes closed in cozy enjoyment. Suddenly, Qin Yichi squatted in front of her, his ears slightly red. "Come up, boyfriend, carry you home." Zhou face heated up at the sound of it, and her body snatched a step ahead of her brain as she went over to lie on his back, wrapping her arms around the man's neck. She wanted to be close to him every now and then. So warm, so cozy, so like. Through the quiet path, the street lamps give off a loving and gentle light, stretching the shadows of the two men ever so slightly. All that was left was the sound of each other's powerful heartbeats. Zhou still can't believe it, still feels insecure. Qin Yichi actually did get together with her. She was resting on Qin Yichi's right shoulder, calling out to him as she always did, but not his full name this time. Instead, boyfriend. Qin Yichi's ears crisped up as he listened, being fished into a warped mouth. Ha! Qiao Zhen called even sweeter. Boyfriend. The corner of Qin Yichi's mouth unconsciously curled higher. Aha! Zhou rubbed against him affectionately, like a small animal. Her voice became sweeter and sweeter. Who is my boyfriend? Qin Yichi confidently returned in seconds. The corners of his mouth had been shoulder to shoulder with the sun, and he tried to hold back a triumphant grin, but was completely unable to suppress it. The heart is secretly happy, and has been completely happy to fly. It was only when she reached the dimly lit hallway that Qin Yichi put her down and, eyes deep and dark, Xiaozhen. Zhou looked up at him innocently, through the faint light. In the next second, the man leaned down and cupped her face. His palm was incomparably hot, his voice dark and compelling. Word for word, I want to kiss you. The ambiguous and charming atmosphere fermented uncontrollably in the air, and the surrounding area was silent and peaceful. He asked, will you kiss me? Chapter 92, First Kiss. She blushes cutely. The air in the hallway was a little humid, and the dim warm light created a hazy and ambiguous atmosphere. Only the side of the man's face could be vaguely seen, and it was difficult to make out his hot eyes. There was a constant spread of charming sentiment in the air, a hint of it festering. The words "I want to kiss you" kept ringing in Zhou's ears. Her heart rhythm was suddenly out of balance, and her whole body was about to be deprived of oxygen, somewhat at a loss for words. So soon. Obviously, Qin Yichi had been very gentle and cherished her, and would always ask her if she wanted to do it first, but she could still strongly feel the other's heat and aggression. It was as if she was going to be swallowed alive. Qiao Zhen's face became hotter, and her mind suddenly flooded with jumbled images. The first time was the day Qin Yichi got drunk. She helped the big drunk to bed. He ended up knocking his own knee on the edge of the bed, accidentally pinning him down and his face to his lips. The second time was the day after the barbecue. She tried to seduce someone by pretending to be drunk, but she got really drunk and confused. Not only was she justified in getting under the covers, but she also kissed him on the right side of his face, as well as various ambiguous entanglements and blushing images from previous lives. Zhou is dead in the water. She tried to force her composure, but her racing heartbeat and slightly trembling fingertips betrayed her mercilessly. What to do? She's not even really ready yet, and she's got swollen eyes from all the crying she did earlier. I don't know if the makeup is wearing off, but it sure doesn't look good or pretty anyway. At the thought of kissing Qin Yichi, the deer in her heart clanked and her legs went limp. 898988989. Without realizing it, Qiao Zhen had her back against the wall, with no way to retreat. Qin Yichi held her face with one hand. The other palm seemed to be holding her waist thoughtfully. In fact, he was gently but strongly holding her down, afraid that she would sneak away. Want it or not? The man's voice was tinted with a rich color of lust, and his vocal line was seductive, landing precisely on the heart of a person. Qiao Zhen's ears rolled back and she nodded her head a little like a human machine, her nose quivering softly. Hearing the young girl's trembling and lukewarm response, Qin Yichi sighed and pulled away. Pinch her face and coax. Zhen. It's okay if you don't really want to. Don't push it. I won't be angry at all. Do you know that? He hoped Zhou was agreeing because she liked him and wanted to kiss him, instead of agreeing to it just to accommodate him and satisfy him. It was their first kiss. He had planned to take a few days, to let Zhou slow down for a few days, and then bring it up further. But he really couldn't help it at all now. It's his bad. It's his haste. After pinching her cheeks, Qin Yichi smoothly took her small hand. Let's go. Let's go home. As he did, the sound-activated lights in the hallway suddenly came on, a gentle warm yellow color, and the light illuminates everything in front of you. The loving ambiguity that had been lingering around was also dispersed by the light. He pulled Qiao Zhen, but he didn't realize that Qiao Zhen still stood still and refused to move. She clutched Qin Yichi's fingers, hung her head, a little aggrieved. I didn't force it, how could she not? Qiao Zhen once again summoned up her courage, her voice sweet and soft but firm. Qin Yichi, I really want to kiss you too. A long time ago I wanted to kiss him, nibble him, touch his abs, and cuddle with him in bed. But Qiao Zhen knew that she would only get high, and that if she really wanted to do these things with Qin Yichi, she's like a shrinking violet, and only when you're drunk, you're a little more daring. As soon as the words left his mouth, Qin Yichi suddenly froze, his footsteps lurching. The lights in the hallway went out again. Qiao Zhen couldn't see his expression, her heart beating faster and faster, so nervous that it was a little difficult to even breathe. Suddenly, the man's arm violently wrapped around her waist, the distance suddenly forced close. The action is extremely strong. Exudes a few oppressive feelings. In the darkness, Qiao Zhen could feel Qin Yichi lowering his head. The next second, warm lips pressed up, like a soft feather caressing over thee. It instantly stirred up shivers all over his body. The taut strings in Zhen's brain snapped. Qin Yichi's movements were strong, but the kiss was gentle, like kissing the most precious and favorite jewelry. Well, Qiao Zhen completely lost her ability to think, subconsciously reached out and wrapped her hands around his shoulders and neck, even had to tilt his head to meet him. Qin Yichi kissed with a blazing heat, with inexhaustible love and affection. Sensing the young girl's obedience, he deepened his force little by little, crushing her lips slightly harder. Zhen was moved by the kiss, her eyes wet and her ears burning. She felt like she was drowning in this gentle lava of his. His own whole being became strangely flaccid. What to do? I feel like I'm going to lose my footing. At this particular moment, Qin Yichi seemed to be able to read her thoroughly, and his arm around her waist tightened with force, borrowing her strength while pulling her closer. It's almost snug and tight. The man's hot breath pressed down on her in a blanket, tangling with her constantly. The ambiguous sounds amplified little by little in the silence and humidity. Qiao Zhen couldn't think at all, only clinging hard to his neck and filling her head. Love him so much, really love him. I don't know how much time passed, but Qin Yichi was finally willing to let her go. He also gave her a fond peck before gradually pulling away. Sweet. Kissing Zhen felt really sweet, like savoring a piece of strawberry cupcake. This first kiss, the two just pressed their lips together, feeling each other's sheepishness. There was no other excesses. The voice-activated lights came on with the sound of his voice, spreading over both of them once again. Qiao Zhen's fair face rippled with a pink haze, her eyes flooded with a layer of misty watery light. The long, slender lashes fluttered continuously, and a soft gasp escaped her lips. A look of being bullied hard. Qin Yichi looked down at her, the knots in his throat rolling up and down, a hot flame burning inside his belly. He had been so gentle and restrained, and Qiao Zhen had this unbearable look on her face. She was still holding her breath the whole time she kissed. She was afraid to breathe. Next time he goes a little too far. Is he going to kiss Zhen so hard she can't breathe? Qin Yichi leaned over and smiled as he pinched Qiao Zhen's face. The face is so red. Qiao Zhen was kissed not too well, biting her lip and burying her face into his arms, not letting him see his expression, ending his voice. Don't you talk about me. Qin Yichi hugged her, breathing a little heavily. His heart was sweetened. He thought Qiao Zhen was cute when she smiled, always showing two little pear swirls. The eyes looked like they were hiding bright stars, shining brightly. Zhen is cute when she cries, too, with tears falling down her face drop by drop, as if he had been grievously wronged. He choked stoically and pitifully. Zhen blushed even more adorably and would be too embarrassed to look him straight in the eye. Overwhelmed, head bowed into his arms like a shy little moose. Even she's cute when she has no expression. Anyway, she's cute no matter what. Chapter 93. How can she turn her head and like someone else? Those friends of Qin Yichi had already put all the big and small gift boxes in front of Qiao Zhen's house. It's even piled up into an elaborate little gold mountain. Zhen had to make many trips to carry all the gift boxes home and pile them up in her room. The whole face was as red as if it had been cooked. She lay back on the bed and took a deep breath, reminiscing about the first kiss she'd just had. It was like a damp and gentle spring rain, silky and moisturizing to a parched heart. Qiao Zhen silently yanked the covers over her head, smothering her entire body in them. He's really good at kissing. Zhen couldn't help but roll around on the bed, thrashing around as she did, while reopening one of the love letters Qin Yichi had given her. She looked at it seriously, like finding very sweet honey inside a love letter. Qiao Zhen was all warm and fuzzy. The eyes couldn't help but curve into a crescent shape. She closed one of the black and gold love letters and placed it on her chest, staring up at the white ceiling. It was hard to calm down for a long time. Even if you've already flipped through it a million times, it still exists in your heart. The night was thick, and the moonlight outside the window spread gently and lovingly on the ground. Chris, good night, girlfriend. Zhen huddled under the covers, holding her cell phone as she replied sweetly. Good night, Moon. Seeing the message, Qin Yichi smiled a little and quickly sent out a friend circle for the official announcement of the relationship. The text is quite simply a red heart, and a burning one at that. And the accompanying picture was taken by Niuefeng. lying on his back in the grass, peeking out of the gentle, romantic mountaintop. The two held each other tightly. Qin Yichi even changed the background of his circle of friends, as if he was dying to tell the world that Jojin is his girlfriend. Give all the blatant favoritism you can. The boys in the group came to praise and support. Qin Yichi's socialization is quite extensive. Not only is he a popular person in the College of Information Technology, still on the varsity basketball team, lots of boys from the same school on the WeChat list. A rumor spreads, and within a few days, the romance is like a fire that slowly burns away. Upper Circle Banquet. The inner hall of the banquet was brilliant with streaming light and gold. Under the bright lights, there is an air of cooperation and competition. A subtle atmosphere of undercurrents. Ji Xian was dressed in a suit, cupping a glass of red wine in his hand, and his demeanor was smooth and easy. Keep a perfectly detached look at all times. Only the faint auburn under his eyes looked a little haggard and pale, and his mental state was extremely worrisome. The boy next to him paused for a moment, apparently a little surprised by the state of his. Froze out. Ji Xiao, have you rested badly recently? It looks as if it's fragile and could collapse at any moment. Ji Xian sat in the center of the sofa and steeply sank his face. He's been busy, so busy that he's almost out of time to even take a basic break. It's not like I didn't call Zhou Zhen with an unfamiliar number, but Zhou Zhen seems to have changed her cell phone number. Can't get through. There were constant voices in his head telling him to hurry up and bow down, telling him not to regret it, telling him to reach out to her, but his pride and precious time wouldn't allow it. It has been a constant comfort. Zhou Zhen must still have him in her heart. ***. Suddenly, a boy held up his cell phone. Zhou Zhen's actually in love? As soon as the words fell, Ji Xian froze and raised his head, the layer of impenetrable frost in his eyes. As if instantly shattered by the sudden news. He was stunned in place, his eyes full of disbelief, as if he had heard some great joke. A few words were then coldly spat out from between his teeth. Zhou Zhen, in love? Ji Xian forced himself to be calm. Yet the wine glass in his hand fell to the ground unexpectedly. The face became green and black uncontrollably. The miserable waiter immediately came over to clean up the floor, wailing and cursing internally. The boy nodded, eager to tell all he knew. Yeah, Qiao Zhen and Qin Yichi are together, just a few days ago, and even sent a friend circle official announcement. Each word is as heavy as 1,000 pounds. Hailstones smashed into the heart, completely breaking the defense of Ji Xian's heart, stabbing out unspeakable pain. Ji Xian's face stiffened. The body that had been deliberately maintained and held strong for so many days was completely crushed by the words of this. All reason and calmness fell apart at that moment. As if all the strength had been drained from his body, he sat helplessly on the VIP couch and, like a dying moth constantly struggling, murmuring softly, how could it be? How could Qiao Zhen turn her head and choose someone else? How could she leave him behind? The boys immediately kept contacting other people, and soon asked for screenshots of Qin Yichi's friend circle. However, before he could zoom in on the picture to take a closer look, it was violently snatched away by Ji Xian. The photo frames a romantic and heartwarming scene, with the pink evening sun pouring out softly and a man and a woman clinging to each other, surrounded by balloons and roses. No doubt it's the confessional scene. The romantic photos were like sharp blades, cutting into Ji Xian's eyes without mercy. It was as if thorns were growing out of the heart, and inch by inch they grew wildly and produced a violent cramping pain. He watched as his eyes went wide and red, and his fingertips, gripping the cell phone tightly, turned ghastly white. The mind kept shaking. The truth is also clear and obvious. It's just that he's never been able to believe it. It's just that he's never been able to admit it. It's actually all clues. It's all gradual. Qiao Zhen and Qin Yichi go to amusement parks, soak in hot springs together, and even go skiing together. There was a process for them to get together. But back then, he was confident and sure of himself, not bothering to bow down at all, and even testing Zhou Zhen. These are all things that never happened in the past life. All different from the past life. Why was it off track? And why did Zhou Zhen suddenly stop chasing after it in this life? Ji Xian's mind was a mess. Miso stood up, his tone extremely serious and earnest, deliberately hiding his inner panic. He said icily, "No, I'm going to find her." As the words fell, the crowd looked at Ji Xian dumbfounded, and then looked at each other in disbelief, eyes full of shock and amazement. No way. This mansion feast is important to Ji. How can we just say we're leaving? The other sober boy next to him frowned tightly and couldn't help but speak up in warning. Ji Xiao, she already has a boyfriend. This is still interfering to go to others. Is not it just knowing 3 is 3? Ji Xian's face was icy cold, his face chillingly cold. Sanity gradually lost. Even if it's really her boyfriend, so what? It's just a relationship. Isn't it possible to break up? Yeah, break up. If only he would take the initiative to go to her. If only he would take the initiative to give a low nod to retain. A boy suddenly stood up to stop him. No, no, Ji Xiao. Wake up, Mrs. Ji, she won't let you go. Pa dash. Ji Xian showed no mercy, opening his hand as he did so, his eyes burning with insane rage. Get out. Don't stop me. He didn't know if he was speaking to them, or to himself. Or maybe it's hiding an inner weakness and panic, repeating it word for word. I'm going to get her. Chapter 94, Ji Xian. Stop deceiving yourself and others. Everyone thought Ji Xian was crazy, completely crazy, even the boys who had been certain that Zhen would be back. It also all feels that Ji Xian's current mental state is very worrisome. It's completely self-defeating. Wasn't Zhen's rejection obvious enough? It started with refusing to join Ji Xian at dinner, in a calm and serious tone. I won't be joining you guys from now on. Everyone was unimpressed then, shaming her and belittling her as usual. Zhen didn't even look at them during the basketball game. He even gave Qin Yichi water to drink and filled his eyes with Qin Yichi. If at this point, it's lust, it's small talk, it's mind tricks. Then, when Ji Xian's birthday came around, Qiao Zhen didn't pry like she did in previous years. Instead, they just blackballed all of them. At school, when they had Zhou Jin cornered and questioned why they pulled the plug, she was wary and firm. I told you, I'm not related to you anymore. In fact, at this point, it's gradually getting out of control. They could also sense that Ji Xian was starting to get anxious. He changed his iceberg style of shutting people out when he had an open elective at school, took the initiative to go up and ask to team up with Zhen. However, Qiao Zhen refused without hesitation, and with eyes full of indifference. Repeating, word for word and earnestly, I don't want to. Then later, Ji Xian even took the initiative in the open, gave Zhen a package ticket for 2 for skiing in Zermatt, Switzerland, but Zhen tore them up and threw them in the trash in front of them. Isn't that obvious enough? Isn't it decisive enough? Zhen had disliked him long ago and had long ago made up her mind not to have him. The boys, associating themselves with the warning given to them by Mrs. Qi, once again passed a look to each other that, nodding, he immediately pounced on him to stop him, crying tears of pain. Ji Xiao, you really don't go. What kind of woman do you want not have? If Zhen's gone, she's gone. Yes, don't fool yourself. Wake up, please, my ancestor. No matter how much they tried to hold back, Ji Xian's eyes were still red, his chest rising and falling violently, and viciously shaking off their hands. Her tone was unusually cold. Get out, all of you. His lips pursed into a straight line, without any curves. An unquestionable coldness emanated from his body. Self-deception? No way. In those dreams of his previous life, Qiao Zhen held a heart behind him and chased him for 7 years. 7 whole years. And that's just the small part of the dream. Maybe in a previous life, Zhen had followed him for a decade or even a lifetime. These things were unknown to all of them, and he alone knew them. So it's them who don't get it. It's them who don't understand how he can fool himself. Ji Xian's face clouded over, and he left the banquet hall with large strides. His pace was sharp and fast. Ironically, I'm going to find Zhen. The big deal is that he lowered his stance a bit to get Zhen back on his side. He'll say yes. He'll agree to be with her. He would never again deliberately irritate her, test her, or leave her out in the cold as he had done before. Yeah, just do that. Ji Envy comforted himself as he sprinted away. He rushed out of the banquet hall, a cold aura emanating from his body as he walked faster and faster. Suddenly, he stiffened and stopped. A dozen bodyguards surrounded him with expressionless faces, while Mrs. Ji stood in front of him, graceful and elegant, and a dignified and delicate dark red Cheongsam approached step by step. She had an elegant air, but her eyes were cold, without a trace of warmth. Like scrutinizing a tool. What do you want to leave early for? Not the usual mother's concern and worry for her son. Her tone was full of thorns and sarcasm. Ji Xian clenched his fists, his voice sinking slightly. I have personal matters. Pop. In the next second, a fiery slap slammed into his face with a crisp slap. The red fingerprints burned into the haggard face, growing clearer. Mother Ji let out a light laugh, her face full of mockery, her tone cold and insulting. For a woman, lost your mind like that? What does Ji Xian look like now? Haggard and tired, his eyes festering and lifeless. All day long, he's a ghost. He's crazy. Once upon a time, he was always lonely and high-strung, joyful and unruffled, doing everything with ease. Rubbish. I raised you for nothing. The harsh words were like a pot of ice water poured from head to tail, completely dousing the anger in his heart. Cold. So cold. It was only after a long time that Ji Xian suddenly came back to his senses. He moved his lips, his throat dry. I know. the body turns like a robot, lifts its feet mechanically, rejoins the party. The back is depressed and forlorn, as cold and numb as his life has been for the past 20 years. At the beginning of March, the snow and ice melt, the weather gradually warms up, slowly pulling the prelude to the recovery of all things. The start of the school year in Beijing University. Students carry large bags, pushing suitcases one after another to return to school. It was hard to wait until school started, and Ji Xian finally had the time to go back to Qiao Zhen. It wasn't until it took the trouble to get someone to look for her, either, that it suddenly dawned on me that turns out they didn't really cross paths or run into each other that easily. He used to think it was easy to run into Zhou Jin, whether it was high school, or the 2 or 3 months when I first entered the university. It seemed like every moment I could see her and her starry-eyed look. She's like a little animal creeping up on him, can't get rid of it, and it is visible and always visible when you turn around. But now, if he hadn't deliberately checked his class schedule and been able to look at it from afar, then you will never be able to reach her or find her again. The boy next to him was filled with embarrassment and said awkwardly, "Ji Xiao, this, Mrs. G1T, let us help you find her." "I really don't dare. Last time I don't know who snitched. I was called to warn. Besides, Zhou she's got a boyfriend, and there's a lot of girls chasing after you in this school, too. Just look at them, ha ha." The boy began to change the subject, a million straw horses running through his mind. People's young couples just got together. They're so sweet, they're stuck together all day long, going to the cafeteria together, going to the library together, attending events together. What's wrong with Ji Xian that he has to break up his family? The boy surreptitiously raised his head to observe Ji Xian's reaction. The other ignored it, like the calm before the storm, his face expressionless and his tone insistent. "So what if Qiao Zhen is with Qin Yichi now? They were childhood sweethearts. If we liked each other, we would have gotten together a long time ago. Why did we have to wait until now?" What appears to be talking to others is actually self-brainwashing, Ji Xian said more and more confidently, more and more vigorously, reasoned and very sure, because her true heart is not at all in Qin Yichi. A love affair without love. It's not meant to last. They'll break up sooner or later. You know, boys. 6. Undeterred, Ji Xian clenched his fists and walked alone towards the girls' dormitory, wanting to take his chances. It was after 9 o'clock in the evening, and the night was low, with dull stars hanging high in the sky. The leaves of the sycamore trees around us are constantly rustling, and the roadside is lit up with faint lights. Stretching his lonely and isolated figure infinitely, he suddenly paused in his tracks, in front of the front door of the dormitory. Qiao Zhen was dressed in a beige nightgown and seemed to be waiting for something, her eyes full of anticipation. Ji Xian's eyes moved slightly, surprise and dismay flowed out from the bottom of his eyes, and he hurriedly raised his feet to walk over to the. However, in the next instant, his entire body suddenly stiffened. Only a long figure lurched out and darted down another path, unbridled, flamboyant and passionate. Qin Yichi carried a dessert bag in his hand and tucked it into Qiao Zhen's arms with a smile on his brow. It was like he had some kind of ADHD, rubbing Zhou Zhen's head 1 minute, pinching her face the next, and, a moment later, he took her little hand, the corners of his mouth curling in a way he couldn't suppress. The two spoke intimately, as if even the air around them had become loving and ambiguous. Little by little it keeps drawing. The night is like ink. The campus streetlights are lit up one after another, with warmth and romance. Enveloped them in a picture of harmony. And Qi Envy was standing not far away, behind a bulletin board, in a shadowy place where the light didn't reach. Like a shadowy, peeping rat, it was as if they were separated into two very different worlds. Ji Xian looked unbelievably at the scene in front of him, his eyes inexplicably turned hot. The color of his lips also gradually became pale and feeble, and his chest rose and fell violently. Not far away, Zhou Zhen pinched her dessert gift bag, hesitated for a moment, puckered her little face and, quietly looking east, after making sure there was no one around, she suddenly stood on tiptoe, taking the initiative to kiss Qin Yichi's face. In a flash, Ji Xian froze in place, his eyes scarlet, and a boom sounded in his ears. Chapter 95 Ji Xian, Qiao Zhen is my girlfriend. After Qiao Zhen quickly stole a kiss on Qin Yichi's face, her ears turned slightly red and she immediately covered her face and fled. Qin Yichi, however, was still standing in place and giggling. All of this was turned into a cold and piercing ice pick, ruthlessly smashing into Ji Xian's most fragile heart, shattering the confidence and certainty he had brainwashed out of him for so many days in an instant. He was most familiar with Zhou Jin's expression like this. The maiden smiled wryly, and her fawn eyes were like watery glass, crystal clear, like the first snow melting under the blazing sun, unadulterated by any trace of impurity. It refracts a fine light. It's vivid, pure and genuine. Once upon a time Jojin had always smiled at him like that. When you like someone, you can't hide the bright stars in your eyes. But how could she look like that to someone else? She even offered to kiss someone else. Ji Xian unconsciously took a step back, his legs as heavy as lead. It was as if there was a sharp knife saw in his chest, pulling back and forth slowly and repeatedly in his lungs. Each tug produced a sharp twinge of pain so intense that even breathing felt like tearing your heart out. It hurts. It hurts. It hurts. The night was quiet. The sound of footsteps slowly amplified in his ears. Qin Yichi took a step towards him, his voice not salty. I wonder how much longer some people want to spy on other people's girlfriends? Qiao Zhen didn't notice him, but Qin Yichi had seen him long ago. Hearing the words spying on someone else's girlfriend, Ji Xian was so angry that he was about to go crazy. The twisting pain within his heart tore his sanity completely to shreds, forcing him to take a violent step forward, staring at Qin Yichi dead in the face. It was you. What did you use to trick her into coming to you? You stay away from her. It was clear that Jojin was his person, and it was clear that Jojin only liked him. It must be that Qin Yichi, this green tea, has used some means to make trouble and sow discord. As the words fell, Qin Yichi similarly stared at him, becoming dangerous within the dark pupils of his eyes. He suddenly remembered the scene of the last confrontation in the snow. At that time, Ji Xian was in a lofty position, sneering at him in a cold voice. You liked her? You had a crush on her, but she never saw you as anything more than a brother. She wouldn't even like you. That day, Ji Xian even showed a look of pity. Qin Yichi, you're so pathetic. And now, the identities are completely reversed. It's clear who has the upper hand and who is brainlessly insane. Qin Yichi stuck his hands in his pockets in a loose manner, a smile still rippling around his mouth. Laughing softly, he sneered, You told me to stay away from her? As if he had heard some joke, his eyes scrutinized Ji Xian. Qiao Zhen is my girlfriend. You are rushing up to present yourself as a junior in front of the main palace? The street lamp reflected in the side of his face, half bright and half dark, looking more and more evil and arrogant. Girlfriend, main house, mistress, a single word was frantically lodged in the heart, mercilessly cut on the tip of the heart, and frantically spiked out crimson blood. Ji Xian was having trouble breathing, his eyes were scarlet, and all his strength was drained out of his body. Like an ancient fortress that had collapsed, it insisted on holding strong. Jojin was with you on purpose, to piss me off and irritate me. Do you think you can still be her boyfriend if I'll just bow down and go to her? The more he spoke, the more vigorously he spoke, the fingers at his side trembling vaguely, and the deathly clenching of his teeth that, one word icy cold. The person she likes is clearly me. It's me. She's been chasing me for so many years. Qin Yichi, you know best in your heart. As soon as the words fell, Qin Yichi suddenly rushed up and grabbed him by the collar, his face ferocious and appalling. The voice was violent. So you knew, too, that she'd been chasing you for years. But what did you do to her? After saying these words, Qin Yichi's eyes reddened slightly. How did Ji Xian treat Qiao Zhen? How did he treat that girl who was full of expectations? It was allowing the boys around her to mock her, degrade her, and bully her. It was purposely cold and ignoring her, yet still giving her hope to hang on to her over and over again. Qin Yichi's brain was in a bit of a trance, violently recalling some images from high school. At that time, Qiao Zhen was wearing a blue and white school uniform, still wearing a high ponytail, pure and sweet. A young girl's heart can't always be hidden, and her fondness for Ji Xian is practically written on her face. It was a basketball game, and Ji Xian was in his senior year, while he and Qiao Zhen were both in their sophomore year. He didn't meet Ji Xian face to face, but he stayed nearby to watch the game, ready to take the field. That's when Qiao Zhen showed up, toiling to carry water for Ji Xian and the others, and raise a smile sweetly. Ji Xian took the water with no expression on his face, and the few fox friends beside him also took the water and drank it. Didn't say a word of thanks, as if it was something Jojin was supposed to do. And at that moment, he was sitting silently in the middle of nowhere, watching it all. He heard the boy's tone of disdain until Jojin lost her way and left. I can't imagine that this free labor force is quite powerful. Looking thin and small, it can move so much water. She doesn't think that by doing all this, we're willing to take her along for the ride, does she? Laughing my ass off. Don't even look at what you are, worthy? At that time, Ji Xian was obviously sitting next to him, and he obviously heard it word for word, but the man said nothing, stopped nothing, and allowed the mockery to go unchecked. He sat in the back, listening to it and getting so mad that he wanted to kill everyone. Then later, after his basketball game, he finally found Jojin in the corner of the playground. The young girl just sat on the ground under the hot sun, hugging her knees, lost and alone, exhausted and out of breath. He took a deep breath, turned his head and ran off to get a cup of her favorite milk tea. and hurried back again and, pretending to carelessly shield her from the sun. Zhen, are you stupid? Stupid or not, all of them are bullying you. Thinking of these, Qin Yichi's eyes became redder in a circle, and he grabbed Ji Xian's collar by the neck. The tone was unusually gloomy. But if you had been just a little bit more forthcoming, I wouldn't have stood a chance. But you gave me this chance. Ji Xian lost all his strength, his sanity nearly collapsed, and his face turned pale in a flash. Qin Yichi once again added, you don't deserve Qiao Zhen. She stopped liking you a long time ago. After saying these words, Qin Yichi violently let go of him and took a step away. His eyes red and scary. He kept reassuring himself that it was okay. Since no one else could give Qiao Zhen these good things, then he'll double and redouble it for her. Chapter 96, Qin Yichi, I'm counting on you. Ji Xian collapsed helplessly to the ground, feeling his heart being firmly clutched by a huge hand. It was airtight, as if all the strength in his body had been viciously drained. His eyes were dull, his throat was dry, and the last strings in his head went boom. Those words of Qin Yichi lingered in his ears over and over again. Zhen is my girlfriend, but if you had been a little more forthcoming, I wouldn't have stood a chance. But you gave me this chance, associated with more than 2 years in this life, and a full 7 years in the previous one. Ji Xian's face grew pale without a trace of blood. Yes, all these years, but if he'd turned back sooner, but if he'd been nice to Zhen sooner, but if he hadn't been so cold to Qiao Zhen, how could Qin Yichi have had a chance? At that time, Qiao Zhen was full of him, only like him, even far away from Qin Yichi. Zhen ran toward him, and endeavored to take 99 steps. All he had to do was take one more step towards Zhen, but he just stood still and didn't move. No one is going to be proactive forever. Ji Xian froze in place. The look of Qiao Zhen's smiling brow always surfaced in his mind. It was like holding the sweetest honey in the world toward him, warm as spring. After a long time, he finally broke down and covered his face. Sitting on the floor helpless and alone, complicated emotions poured out of his chest in a flood of sourness, remorse, guilt, pain, torment, all intertwined, like an invisible chain, tightly locked him. Ji Xian hung his head and kept talking to himself, his voice dry. I'm going to find Zhen and I'm going to talk to her. She's so soft-hearted that would definitely agree. Saturday, Qin Yichi asked Qiao Zhen to go out with him, just waiting for Qiao Zhen. Qin Yichi turned on the automatic sticker function, and his shoulder was next to hers. He also slipped her a small bouquet of delicate and beautiful white eustoma flowers. It means, unchanging love only for you. I'm wary of the world, but in your presence, I'm willing to take down all my defenses. Hug you tight. Qiao Zhen took the flowers in surprise, her eyes brightening and curving into a light smile. It's beautiful. Every time they met, or even just went to eat a meal together, Qin Yichi would send her a small gift for meeting. Sometimes it's a box of chocolates, sometimes it's a little bouquet of flowers and possibly a cute little pendant. You can't even pile it up at home or in your dorm room. It's like the surprise gift function is automatically triggered when you see him. Zhen's eyes were full of happiness, but soon she hung her head slightly and it also felt like I should have prepared a meet and greet gift as well. Qin Yichi saw through her thoughts at a glance and naturally took her hand, interlocking her fingers. As for me, I'm in charge of preparing a gift for Qiao Zhen. He turned his head, his voice careless, but he said the most heartwarming things. And you, on the other hand, are responsible for happily receiving small gifts, and that's enough. As the words fell, Qiao Zhen pursed her lips, her fingertips holding the bouquet unconsciously tightening. The heart also beats faster uncontrollably. The little moose inside had gotten so excited that it was spinning and jumping in place. Surrounded by pink love bubbles. The date was at Yusha Mountain, and the two of them traveled all the way on the high-speed train for more than 40 minutes. At the foot of the mountain, the greenery is so lush that it looks like a vibrant landscape picture in front of you. Qiao Zhen tilted her little face up to look at the pleasant scenery and asked, "What brings you to climb the mountain all of a sudden?" The spring sun shone on Qin Yichi's face, casting a faint glow over him. Outlines hard, three-dimensional features. He turned his head and said, "Earlier, you climbed Mount Baigua and asked for a peace talisman for me. I then thought, had to take you on a climb to get there, too." At that time, Qiao Zhen fainted, and Qin Yichi contacted her roommates and received a message from them. Jen hasn't had a good night's sleep in the last few days, and she looked really tired and worn out yesterday. And yet, she still insisted on going up in the torrential rain to ask for a peace talisman for you. Everyone else was walking back. She was the only one climbing up. Thinking about these words, Qin Yichi's heart ached once again. He didn't know what kind of mood Zhen was in that day, taking one step at a time and climbed up slowly with an umbrella. Obviously a girl who'd die of exhaustion if she ran 800 meters. It clearly looks fragile and windswept, but she is also so strong and determined. so brave and independent at heart. Qin Yichi paused and continued to add, and it is said that couples who climb this mountain together, able to last forever. The mountains are also beautiful, with orchids in bloom, giving off an ethereal scent. It will be beautiful and romantic with purple clouds surrounding it in the evening. Girls should like it. That's why he wanted to take Jojin to see it with him. Jojin dutifully, letting him hold her hand. Even if we don't climb, we'll be able to do this for a long time. She even told him all about Yun Yu's divination results. It says that they will be together in their past life, this life, and forever and ever, and will not be separated. Qin Yichi's eyes suddenly lit up. Really? Qiao Zhen's tone was tinged with a bit of pride and her voice was sweet. Yeah, she's still counting out the "we are destined and made for each other." As Qin Yichi listened, the corners of his lips curled higher and higher, and he couldn't help but quietly block his mouth with his hand. His voice was low, deliberately trailing off. Really? Jojin frowned, nodded her head vigorously, and said gravely, it's true, true. She's very good at divination. Qin Yichi pursed his lips restrainedly, his heart snickering and secretly happy again. Oh, Qiao Zhen wanted to say something, and I don't know how much time passed before she made up her mind and suddenly pinched his index finger and, whispering in his ear, Qin Yichi, I'm stuck on you, the kind that I can't get rid of no matter how hard I try. Her voice was pleasant and soft, and sweet as if it had been dipped in honey. It's like a breeze on a first bloom flower. After hearing these words, Qin Yichi completely froze, as if his heart had been gently ruffled and a tingling current flowed through his entire body. The whole thing is slowly red warming up. On Saturday, the scene was crowded, and most of them were couples. In pursuit of so-called longevity, Qiao Zhen went to use the restroom next to the viewpoint, and when she came back, he saw Qin Yichi holding up a sugar painting in one hand. Eat it, little rabbit. Qin Yichi patted her head. It was a bunny-shaped sugar painting that was so lifelike and alive that it was especially cute. Qiao Zhen's eyes lit up and she tasted up with satisfaction. Her feet were much lighter, and she made up her mind silently. She also had to be twice as nice to Qin Yichi. After slowly eating the candy paintings and about to go up the hill, Qin Yichi suddenly squatted in front of her. Come up here. I'll carry you. Even when he was crouched down, he was a big one and his back looked secure. Qiao Zhen froze and stared wide-eyed, a hint of surprise flashing under her eyes. You're going to carry me up the mountain on your back? Qin Yichi gave a light hum. Rightly so, I have a mission tonight. Can't let you get worn out. Jojin blinked blankly. What mission? In the next second, Qin Yichi squatted and stared at her sideways, his dark eyes deep, his lips with a bad smile. His voice was tinted with a heavy color of lust. Tonight, teach you to kiss. Chapter 97, Girlfriend, a Reward. As Qiao Zhen lay on Qin Yichi's back, her mind was filled with the words, tonight, teach you to kiss. She silently hung her head and buried it into Qin Yichi's right shoulder. The voice was a little muffled. Didn't we kiss? The time in the building. It was their first kiss. But since then, Qin Yichi has become a peckerwood, often pecking down at her lips and cheeks. And after each peck, he would pinch her face while she was complimented on how cute she was. Bad. Qin Yichi stood up straight, pawed twice, and carried her step by step upwards. That's just sticking together, not really kissing. It's good to say it early so she can be prepared. The young girl behind him fell silent, only burying herself in his shoulder without speaking. The hand around his neck slowly tightened. That's the default. Qin Yichi was in quite a good mood, his footsteps getting faster and faster, his body always remaining steady. Even if he couldn't see her expression with Qiao Zhen's back turned, Qin Yichi could imagine the slight blush on her cheeks. After a long time, the very soft voice of a young girl finally came to her ears. Whoops, it's a good boy. The knots in Qin Yichi's throat rolled and his breathing became ragged. I'm afraid I'm gonna eat this bunny alive one day, she'd just say. Don't choke on it. Halfway up the climb, down you can see lush trees that the sunlight poured fine specks through the elaborate branches, with towering mountains rolling in the distance and babbling brooks flowing close by, painting a light and chic ink painting. A lot of strangers looked at the two of them along the way, because climbing on your back is just too conspicuous. Qiao Zhen was lying on Qin Yichi's back and could feel the gazes of many couples falling on her. There's a pretty sister next to me who's full of envy. Turning her head, she said to the boy next to her, look at her boyfriend. The boy was sweating profusely, with a bitter face, wanting to cry. Wife, you don't want your husband to break his leg at a young age. Oh, the steps up the hill were not very steep and the going was smooth. Jojin mentally overreacted and poked him in the face with her index finger. Qin Yichi, are you tired? Put me down. Tired? Qin Yichi didn't even bring a pause in his steps, as if he had heard some joke, and let out a light laugh. So underestimate your boyfriend? I carry you to run 3 or 4 round trip is more than enough. Don't worry. Physical training is usually much more tiring than this. And he loved carrying Qiao Zhen. There is a sense of fulfillment in being relied upon and needed. Qiao Zhen was just about to say something when Qin Yichi spoke again. Besides, isn't it fair and reasonable that you carry the bag and I carry you? Qiao Zhen? She reburied her head. Okay. It's not like I haven't witnessed the man's physical prowess. Very strong. Exceptionally strong. Since junior high and high school, Qin Yichi has always been able to win all the major awards in every sports meet. First place in long distance running. First place in long jump and high jump. And first place in seemingly everything you do. One of the most memorable times was a relay run. He was last. The whole crowd cheered as they went from fourth place on the team to first against all odds. The man was alive and well even after the physical test 1,000 meter run. Thinking about it, Qiao Zhen's mind was in disarray, suddenly surging with a strong sense of crisis. Then if she is held down in bed by Qin Yichi in the future, won't she? Help! Nearly climbing to the top of the mountain, Qin Yichi said cheekily, if my girlfriend feels sorry for me, can I get a little reward? Qiao Zhen wrapped her arms around his neck and winked. Small rewards. She quietly watched from side to side, and when there was little attention on the two of them, suddenly came up and quietly kissed the root of Qin Yichi's right ear. After thinking about it, she decided it wasn't enough, so she moved in for another kiss and there was a very soft boing sound and a question. Reward, may I? Qin Yichi's footsteps stuttered slightly, a soft hum of great desire rolling out from the depths of his chest. He seemed so lazy and self-centered. But the roots of his ears popped red to the flesh, almost red enough to drip blood. Qiao Zhen's eyes lit up as if she had found something amusing. Qin Yichi, your ears are so red. Qin Yichi, Qiao Zhen continued to observe. And the right one is much redder than the left. The pro is the right ear root. Qin Yichi ascended to the top of the mountain, sighed, and finally admitted it. Because it likes you. Love hearing Qiao Zhen's voice. Love hearing her sing, and love hearing her whimper in bits and pieces. So it will be read to her, but only to her. In the afternoon the air on the summit was fresh and the mind was refreshed as if it had been cleansed. The two of them worshipped the temple together, and also hung a prayer sign on the old-time marriage tree. One person writes half a sentence to make it complete. May there be years to look back. And let's whitehead together with deep love 79. A breeze blew through, and the prayer wooden plaques and red silks danced among the branches. They appeared even more mysteriously dazzling when fine specks of light fell upon them. The red silk was like a burning flame that kept swaying. Under the tree, Qiao Zhen held Qin Yichi's hand, and unprecedented satisfaction and happiness surged in her heart. The heart was sweet, a million times sweeter than the bunny candy picture she had just eaten. After a full afternoon of touring, Qiao Zhen was sweating a little thinly, and had just returned to the lodging house after dinner, and just go to the bathroom and take a shower. The B&B is booked in a large double-bedded room, and the whole room exudes a light, romantic atmosphere. Qiao Zhen closed her eyes, thinking that she would have to kiss Qin Yichi for real later on, and her heart raced and thumped. Coming out of the bathroom, she wore a white nightgown and moved next to Qin Yichi with small steps, sitting on the soft couch. The whole thing was constricted. Qin Yichi smiled and rubbed her head, patting her back. Good girl, relax, it's not that fast. His voice was dark as he added, later, I'll make you comfortable. Qiao Zhen always had a feeling that his words weren't quite right. Qin Yichi pointed to the cupcakes and milk tea on the table. You eat first, I'm going to take a shower. It looked like the man wanted to enjoy the night and savor her. Qiao Zhen looks down at her strawberry cupcake, takes a sip of her pearl milk tea and it feels like every second is torture. The heart is expectant and nervous. Finally, Qin Yichi came out in a dark-colored nightgown, the neckline slightly open. The collarbone was hidden, emphasizing his wildness and aggression even more. His eyes were deep and dark, uninhibited and lazy, and his lips rippled with the curvature of a smile, not a laugh. The whole thing oozes danger, like a wolf in the desert. Qiao Zhen instinctively leaned back. As a result, in the next second, Qin Yichi came over, reached out and scooped her into his rolling arms, asking in a low voice, ready? Chapter 98, I like you the most. The lighting in the room is a little dim. The warm light is hazy, flowing out of a loving ambiguity. Qiao Zhen was scooped up into the man's arms, feeling as if the other man was itching to rub her hard into his body. She catapulted herself into his arms and gave a deathly hum to signal her readiness. Qin Yichi was amused by her cute appearance, the ink color within his phoenix eyes turning over. The voice was a little lazy. Watch a little movie first. It's a long night. Gotta take it slow. He sat down on the couch, holding Qiao Zhen in one arm while he picked up the remote and turned on the TV. Without hesitation, a direct search for a love anime movie. Island. The scale is a little bit bigger, One look at it and you're already prepared for what you're going to watch tonight. Jojin nodded her head in a little peck. Yeah, she loves watching anime. The movie starts with her being held a little hard and trying to move to the side. As a result, just after moving a little bit, Qin Yichi once again fished her back and adjusted her comfortable position, and put a little blanket over her. Good girl, stay in my arms and watch. The beige couch was soft, and the two of them sank almost deeply into it. A familiar and distinctive light fragrance lingered around a bit of dominance engulfed the person in his arms bit by bit. Jojin was sitting between his thighs, her back against his chest. The sudden ambiguous position caused her heart to pound wildly. The movie's hero and heroine are childhood friends, two children who grew up together, and it's also the presence that knows the other person best. At first neither the hero nor the heroine realizes that they like each other. After seeing the other person and other members of the opposite sex contact, the heart will inexplicably feel annoyed, unhappy, and immediately surging crisis awareness. It was only after realizing that they liked it that both sides began to cautiously test the waters. From poking and prodding, to interlocking fingers, to a flirty hug, the portrayal is vivid and subtle. Qiao Zhen watched gradually fascinated, motionless, full of high to the look, the lips curved gently, not the least bit aware of the danger approaching. Qin Yichi had already seen it once in advance, and his eyes fell as much as they could on the body of the young girl in his arms. Chin rested on the crook of her neck, can vaguely smell her faint fragrance, like after the rain gardenia bloom is pure and quiet. She wore a plain white nightgown with a loose neckline that also offered those two snow-white softness to him unreservedly, like a shelled lychee. It makes you want to pounce on it and take a bite. It was also shaped just enough to fit in the palm of his hand. Qin Ichi's eyelashes slightly drooped, his breath gradually scalded up. His sanity was burning. As night falls and the movie's soundtrack slowly diminishes, the anime hero lightly bites the heroine's ear. Naiju, I like you. This Japanese phrase inexplicably carries a heartfelt atmosphere. Finally waiting for the protagonist to confess, Qiao Zhen was so excited that she could hardly jump up and down. The heart crackles with firecrackers. It's so sweet. In the next second, a hot, wet, soft touch suddenly came to his ear. Qin Yichi also gently bit the root of her right ear. In almost the same position as in the movie, Qiao Zhen stiffened, her brain momentarily chaotic. That's when I felt a hot breath spraying on the nape of my neck, tickling the tip of my heart. The whole thing couldn't move. Behind her, Qin Yichi's arms tightened around her waist, holding her down deeply in his arms. Covetously, he rested on the nape of her neck. He was so hot, so rolling. The teenager's fondness was firm and passionate, like erupting lava. Qiao Zhen's ears slowly heated up, feeling like a small dollop of cream that gradually melted in his arms. She was so hot that she couldn't even watch the movie. Her hand propped up on Qin Yichi's thigh, her eyes narrowing slightly. Voice trembling, Qin Yichi finally loosened his lips and reached out to pinch her earlobe. It's red to the point of dripping blood. Not only were her ears red, but a nice light pink slowly swirled around her neck. Qin Yichi was in a relaxed mood. His voice was wild and lustful, with an indescribable compulsion. There was still a smile on the end of it. Jojin, it looks like your ears like me too. As soon as the words left his mouth, Qiao Zhen's whole body completely crisped off, completely melting into him. She really didn't expect that Qin Yichi would actually be so good at flirting. He looked so straight, almost like a wolf who doesn't give it about relationships and won't listen to his girlfriends. Won't bow his head for anyone, but in reality, he's romantic and flirtatious, so how can he be so foul? In the movie, the hero and heroine have hugged and kissed deeply. Qiao Zhen was ruffled by Qin Yichi and couldn't even look in, only nodding her head and mumbling, well, it wasn't just her two ears that liked him, her whole being liked him. Suddenly, Qin Yichi sidled over to her, his arms sinewy, and hugged her waist tightly. Lift it straight up and turn it halfway around. Have the young girl sit face to face, on her knees, on her lap. Say it again. Qin Yichi's rough, burning palm pressed down on her waist. Through the thin layer of pajamas, his body heat was transmitted. Again, he loves to listen. Jojin didn't say anything this time. Instead, she cupped his face, closed her eyes, and initiated a kiss on his lips. Her kisses were light and soft, feather falling with care and nervousness, like green fruit. It didn't take long for Jojin to slowly open her eyes, pull away, and the index finger poked at the precise spot on his chest in front of his heart. His voice sweet. Qin Yichi, you're my favorite. Loved his gentle pampering, his flamboyant warmth, every aspect of him. The words fell, and the man's dark eyes were dangerously intense, with a highly aggressive. Suddenly he lowered his head and dropped a spread of kisses. He wrapped one hand around Jojin's waist and clasped the back of her head with the other, making it impossible for her to move. Jojin climbed helplessly onto his shoulders with her hands, tilting her head slightly to meet the other man's kiss, her eyes narrowing. In front of him, Qin Yichi was like a hunter patiently waiting for his prey to take the bait. It's always fluid and strategized. First deep and gentle, then gradually becoming fierce and eager. Jojin said, a soft murmur spilling from her lips as she was kissed out of her mind. Qin Yichi kissed her deeper and deeper, holding Qiao Zhen tightly down in his arms while directly prying open her lips and teeth. Come raging to sweep all. Abandoning the previous composure and restraint, he reveals his original out of control and madness. It's outrageous. As they intertwined, Qiao Zhen's heart was in turmoil. The only taut strings in her brain snapped, and she was a little short of oxygen, completely unable to think. Even she couldn't believe that she was making that strange noise, and I don't know if it was her voice that acted as a catalyst. As if motivated, Qin Yichi attacked even more fiercely. Qiao Zhen stifled a grunt and tried to lean back a bit, but the back of her head was clasped tighter by Qin Yichi. Kissing harder. There's absolutely no going back. Really? No way. It was as if one was a helpless, pathetic little fish waiting for the other to ferry in oxygen. Said Jojin, her body burning, finally losing her strength and surrendering, thoroughly soft on his lap, letting Qin Yichi frantically invade. It was like my lips were burning. The sound of Qin Yichi's breathing, the sound of kissing, and the faint sounds of the movie in his ears. The ambiguity kept spreading around. Everything is subtle to the core. Finally, in a daze, I don't know how long had passed before Qin Yichi was willing to let her go a little. There was a heavy color of lust under his eyes. Jen, do you like it when I kiss you like this? Chapter 99, I'm cool. The anime movie had ended its run, and all of a sudden, the room was silent. Amplifying the gasps of the two men ever more audibly. The dim warm light shines hazily on Qiao Zhen's face, adding a few points of ambiguity. A blush rose to her pale face, and a layer of watery light brimmed on her cherry-pink lips as she, as if a delicate blooming flower held up the morning dew, a gasp still escaped her lips. The long, silky hair hung dutifully over her chest, but there were still a few stray strands that were disheveled, clueless and adorable. Qin Yichi couldn't help but curl his lips, pinching her waist with one hand and holding her small face with the other. A rough thumb pressed against her soft lips and twisted. It was wet to the touch and stained with some watery light. He pinched Jojin's face in passing and repeated the question. Do you like it, me kissing you like this? Qiao Zhen breathed in fresh air, and her whole body finally came back to her senses, seriously reminiscing about the kiss she had just received. Do you like it? Actually liked it, at least as far as deep kissing goes. Feeling each other's hot and raging love. They can't wait to drown in it and never come out again. Qiao Zhen climbed on Qin Yichi's shoulders with both hands, nodded her head very softly, and after a pause, said in a resigned manner, but I'm a little out of breath. Qin Yichi comforted her with a bad smile. Of course you can't breathe when you're holding your breath. It's okay. We'll try a few more times and we'll always get proficient. After saying that, before Qiao Zhen could say anything, Qin Yichi once again lowered his head to contain her red lips that were dripping with desire. Probably because of the affirmation of Qiao Zhen's like, Qin Yichi was even more restless this time. He pressed his palm to Jojin's hindquarters, through a thin layer of nightgown, with a seductive, gently rubbing it. Well, not. Qiao Zhen is the most afraid of itching. At the moment the waist is itchy, lips aggrieved whimpering, but all the tiny whimpers were swallowed whole by Qin Yichi. His fingertips were still scraping against Jojin's waist. The itch was spreading over the skin, tingling and numbing as if lightly scratched by a feather. It caused Jojin to involuntarily tremble gently. Even with each scrape, Jojin shuddered lightly. Qiao Zhen was so tickled that her mind went blank, but she was completely helpless to do anything about it. The body even involuntarily turned into a puddle of water. Seeing that she was a bit out of breath, Qin Yichi stopped with a fondness, the knot in his throat rolling slightly. The voice was low. Good boy. Change your breath. Finally waiting for the halfway break, Qiao Zhen gasped for breath while burying herself into his shoulder and stifling her words. Qin Yichi, stop tickling me. Qin Yichi patted her back and coaxed her gently in a warm voice. Okay, no scratching. After a moment's break midway, Qin Yichi directly pressed Qiao Zhen into the sofa and, with one hand, he grabbed both of Jojin's slender wrists and held them high and straight above her head. He leaned down slowly and methodically, dropping soft kisses before gradually unveiling the original face. Like a hungry wolf, constantly feeding on the mouth of a young girl, greedy and cunning, the bad nature is completely exposed. Jojin was pinned down on the couch and kissed hard, with his hard, hot body still in front of her. It was like being thrown into a furnace, body temperature rising, every cell in the body about to boil. I could even feel Qin Yichi's steady and powerful heartbeat, fluttering, 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 indistinguishable from each other. Zhou eyes were smoldering pink and she squinted slightly, trying hard to enjoy it. Yet it was but a short time before she was transformed into a small boat on the sea. Being completely overturned by Qin Yichi's raging love. There was a clock hanging on the wall, and the minute hand kept turning above the clock face, going round and round. Qin Yichi tasted it and raised his head as he wished, the same ragged breath gasping from his lips. Extraordinarily sexy and seductive. Satisfaction. Still shallowly pressed against it, he cupped Zhou chin and asked, "Well, still like it?" Zhou cheeks were so pink and the ends of her eyes were a little moist. She didn't know what to say for a moment. She pursed her lips, her eyelashes fluttering softly, her neck and ears reddening even more as she whispered through the question back, "What about you? How are you feeling?" Qin Yichi's chest continued to rise and fall, hooking his lips, his voice extremely compelling. "I'm cool, it's just going to be awesome." After a long time of hearing this response, Zhou silently covered her hot face and only then did he ask what was in his heart. "Why are you such a good kisser?" It was obvious that this was the first time they had both kissed like this, so how come he was so comfortable with it? Qiao Zhen suddenly thought of something, raised her eyes alertly, and questioned in a small voice, "Qin Yichi, did you secretly practice?" Qin Yichi laughed in anger and leaned down to press down. "Besides you, who else can I practice with? It's unschooling." The moment he kissed Qiao Zhen, it was as if he had been opened up to the two chakras, and a little bit of the full of thoughts of madness to draw from. Qin Yichi tasted the most delicious dessert under the sky, and was in a happy mood. Princess hugging Qiao Zhen, carry it straight to the big bed in the bedroom. He patiently laid out the covers for Zhou Zhen, squeezed her little hand, and said, "I'm going to take another shower." Zhou Zhen looked up blankly, quickly realizing something. She paused and snapped, burying the lower half of her face in the covers. "Oh." Qin Yichi walked into the bathroom again and couldn't help but raise his eyes to look at himself in the mirror. It was unfamiliar. The ears were popping, and his body looked like it had been in a honey pot, stained with her scent, her flavor, so soft and so sweet and savory. Can't seem to get enough kisses. Qin Yichi dropped his obscure black eyes, glanced down at himself, and silently turned on the cold water faucet. The night was as dark as ink. The stars were sparse, even the moon was firmly blocked by dark clouds, and everything was serene and harmonious. Qiao Zhen was very tired and sleepy today, and was about to fall asleep when Qin Yichi came out of the bathroom and scooped her up into his arms. On the large soft bed, Qiao Zhen weakly wooed to express her displeasure. Qin Yichi turned off all the lights, suddenly plunged into darkness before his eyes, and leaned in close next to her and said, "Good night, Zhou Zhen." Zhou Zhen was in the position of having her back to him, buried under the covers, and let out a soft Her voice slurred. "Good night, Qin Shaoqi." The silence around them was awesome, as if the whole world had fallen asleep, but Qin Yichi was so excited that he couldn't sleep. It was the first time the two had slept in the same bed, and it was as if even their souls had become closer. It wasn't long, however, before Zhou Zhen suddenly moved to the side, and he frowned and, immediately and vigilantly, he posted over. Zhou Zhen moved back up to the edge of the bed as he continued to follow her and wrap his arms around her, so much so that at the end Zhou Zhen almost fell out of bed. She turned around helplessly and poked Qin Yichi in the face. As if coaxing a child, "Let's hook our fingers together, but a little farther away, okay? I'm a little hot. The main thing is, Qin Yichi is too hot, like a hot sun. When he's close to him, he's too hot." Zhou Zhen felt like she was about to vaporize. Hearing this, the corners of Qin Yichi's mouth went down in aggravation, and he silently stepped back, leaving a gap for her. Under the covers, the two of them hooked their index fingers in such a childish manner. Little by little, time passed, and Qin Yichi could feel that Qiao Zhen was passing out even breaths. Thoroughly asleep. Sleeping Zhou Zhen was also very good, like a little animal, rolling over and coming closer to him, little by little. Had to go into his arms. It was as if he was his own warm little nest, especially cute. The corners of Qin Yichi's mouth finally slowly rose upwards as he reached out and gently wrapped her into his arms, like a giant shell that contains the pearl within itself. Chapter 100. Don't you just like me? This night Zhou Zhen slept extraordinarily warm and peaceful. When he returned to the dormitory after parting with Qin Yichi briefly, 3 gazes instantly hovered over his face, with scrutiny and examination. Qiao Zhen's scalp tingled at the stare and blinked. "What's wrong?" Chen Meixian came closer to look at her and, narrowing her eyes, "Oh, looks like you two kissed pretty hard last night." Qiao Zhen stared wide-eyed, covering her mouth sheepishly, and asked in a small voice, "You can even tell this?" Yunyu beside her couldn't help but laugh. Jin, she's scamming you." Chen Meixian returned to her seat and crossed her legs. "It's not really possible to tell, But your swirling sweet expression has betrayed everything. Little Zhen. You've fallen in the river of true love. Zhou Jin. Okay. Shang Lulu was full of curiosity, without a trace of malice. And, Simple wondered, so how does kissing feel anyway? Is it cool? Qiao Zhen silently covered her slightly reddened cheeks. It's okay. Qin Yichi said he's quite cool. Chen Mei Xiang on the side gritted her teeth as she listened. Damn it, brother Dark Sharp. Let him get his kicks in the open. Zhou Jin removed her hands from her face and slumped down on her desk, remembering carefully. All the images from last night were so clear. Every action, every word of Qin Yichi's, all of it could stir up her otherwise peaceful lake. Turns out a deep kiss like that can really bring two people closer together. She was on the verge of melting under Qin Yichi's hot body heat. She loved it too. Later, Qin Yichi went to take a cold shower because he was reacting to her. At the age of blood and vigor, it's also considered normal. But she could feel that her body was also reacting a little bit to Qin Yichi. For the next few days, Qin Yichi was preparing for some computer-related competitions. It's a lot of work. The two see each other slightly less often, but video calls have become significantly more frequent. There's always a video call every 2 days. Qin Yichi enjoyed looking at her and listening to her voice. Just seeing her makes me happy. Even in the middle of the night, he always dreamed of the two of them sharing the same bed, dreaming of Zhou Jin sitting on top of him of her own accord, while boldly touching his abs. She timidly said with a red face, Qin Yichi, I want to. However, waking up from a dream creates a huge sense of discrepancy with reality. Qin Yichi felt like a big pervert. Ever since the night he climbed the mountain, the whole day is full of wanting to kiss her. Can't read the questions, can't swipe the phone, and even the food has no taste. Every night I can dream of sleeping with my scented and soft girlfriend in my arms, only to wake up and the side of the bed was empty. Nothing. There was also always the sound of a few smelly boys in the dormitory snoring away. It's like playing music, or a trio ensemble. His whole body was depressed. So much I want to cuddle up with Jen again. But he was afraid that his girlfriend would think he was too perverted. So he never said anything, planning to find a suitable opportunity. At 10:30 p.m. He finally didn't resist making the video call from his dorm bed. Zhou Jin had just finished blow-drying her hair, put on her wireless headset, and pressed connect. Qin Yichi's very lustful voice could be heard. I missed you so much. With just 4 words, Zhou Jin's ears flopped and she nodded her head gently, saying nicely, me too. Qin Yichi half leaned on the cushion. His lips rippled with a smile. Love without concealment, open and passionate. Bluntly, thinking of you every moment. Wanted to squeeze her, hug her, kiss her. In his cell phone screen, Qiao Zhen occupied the large screen. She had just gotten out of the shower, her face slightly pink and her eyelashes were wet and her pretty eyes were slightly curved, tinted with a sweet smile. The knot in Qin Yichi's throat rolled slightly, silently adding in his heart, he still wanted to bully her. He wears wireless headphones, but his roommate still hears a few of the things he says out loud. The dormitory singles were envious and flirting. Men in love are so scary. Their voices are softer. Brother, Colonel change, right? Yo, why is someone sticking to his girlfriend again? Aren't you afraid of being disliked? Qin Yichi laughed and told them to get lost. Qiao Zhen also vaguely heard his roommate's words, and after a pause, read his name, Qin Yichi. Qin Yichi looked at her seriously through the screen. Zhou Jin leaned over the table and laughed softly, her eyes full of light. I like it when you cling to me and it doesn't bother me at all because I want to cling to you too. The young girl's soft and pleasant voice came into the ears. Qin Yichi heard the heartbeat accelerate. Even his breathing became much more ragged, his belly full of flames burning, his throat even drier, until it was nearly 11 o'clock when the lights went out. Just to say goodnight. In late March, spring is in full swing. Pink petals gently fall with the wind on the campus, and the air is filled with the faint scent of grass. After Qiao Zhen collected all the class participation papers and put them on the teacher's desk, it was already the point of time for dinner. There was hardly anyone in this school building. She had not been gone long. However, when suddenly there came from behind her a sound of footsteps that came. The wrist was clutched with a firm grip. Hiss! She sucked in a breath of cool air from the pain, turned around and raised her eyes to look, and was met with a pair of cool and shallow pupils. Familiar and strange. The man was dressed in a clean white shirt. His skin was cold and white, and his broken hair moved slightly on his forehead. Eyes rippled with brimming, broken light. It's Qi Envy. However, the Ji Xian at this moment was completely different from before. Once upon a time, he was always perfect and proper, forever reserved and arrogant, always shutting people out. And now, his eyes were red and bloodshot, a thick auburn haloed under them, and his lips were a little pale. The appearance was haggard, as if he had suffered some major blow. Ji Xian excitedly grabbed her hand. his voice thick with anticipation. Qiao Zhen, I finally got a chance to talk to you alone. Zhen froze. It had been so long since she had seen him that she had even forgotten about the man. After removing that layer of filters, Qiao Zhen suddenly realized that Ji Xian was actually not that good looking. It didn't appeal to her that much either. She frowned slightly at the tight grip on her wrist and struggled to get away from him. Let go of me. She was full of wariness and alertness, and immediately picked up her cell phone, wanting to find Qin Yichi, but Ji Xian grabbed his hands before him and was forced to pull him to a small classroom nearby. With a bang, Ji Xian closed the door, almost cornering her. Ji Xian looked at her steadily, as if his eyes were full of her, and his tone was a bit anxious. Zhen, didn't you like me before? I promise you. Really? He locked his hands in a deathlock, a gasp escaping his lips, and stared earnestly at Zhen. It was like a faint flame was burning under his eyes. Yes, he's lowered his stance to Qiao Zhen like this. Qiao Zhen is so soft-hearted. She'll definitely agree to it. It will definitely go back to the way it was before. Yet Zhen found it absurd and ridiculous. The man really is not very sane, is he? Blinded by confidence, Qiao Zhen looked at the camera in the empty classroom, expecting that Ji Xian wouldn't dare to really do anything to her. The whole thing gradually calmed down. Ji Xian, I've said many times that I stopped liking you a long time ago. Don't pester me anymore. It's really gross. Ji Xian, however, as if deliberately pretending not to understand her words, gripped her hand even harder and, red eyes, pressing a little closer to her. Stop it, Zhen. Be good and be my girlfriend. He even made an effort to curl his lips into a smile, trying to look sunny and warm, and yet it seems a little creepy. As his aura gradually enveloped his body, Qiao Zhen tried even more to get rid of him, only to be gripped even tighter by him and, only to press against the cold wall and shake his head. I like Qin Yichi, only him, and he's my boyfriend now. Qiao Zhen stared earnestly into his eyes, word for word, her tone calm. Ji Xian, there's no way we're going to make it. Give it up. If you don't like it, you don't like it. What's broken doesn't come back. Mirrors are like that, and so are human emotions. Qiao Zhen's voice was calm but strong, each word like a sharp knife that, stabbing deep into Ji Xian's fragile heart, stabbing it so hard that it drenched in blood and simply couldn't breathe. Ji Xian took a step back in a daze, his mind echoing with the phrase I like Qin Yichi, only like him, and suddenly felt the pain that tore through his heart. It was as if the only warm rays of sunshine in his world had all dispersed, too. Only a cold and darkness was left behind. Why? Ji Xian muttered to himself as he hung his head incredulously. It's one thing to hear someone say it. It's another to hear her admit to liking other guys in person. How could she possibly like someone else, when she actually does like someone else? Ji Xian's entire body stiffened. All the demeanor he had maintained shattered in an instant, and his eyes suddenly turned scarlet red. The voice was dry and questioning. Don't you just like me? Chapter 101 Ji Xian, you're bullying me too. Qiao Zhen felt that this person was really unreasonable and was about to open her mouth when she was abruptly interrupted by him. What can Qin Yichi give you? I can give you everything. Ji Xian's consistently cool voice became hoarse, and his eyes flushed an unwilling red, almost on the verge of a rampage. Jewelry? Diamonds? Bags and lipsticks? Or any cake and milk tea? I can give you better. His fingers clenched tighter and tighter, as if he were trying to hold on to a lifesaver. Zhen, come back to me and you can have anything you want. But Qiao Zhen's eyes were unusually calm, without a trace of emotion said, no, you can't give it. Blatant favoritism, pure passionate fondness, and respectful understanding and support. These were things that Ji Xian would never understand. As if he thought of something, Ji Xian reared his head and stared into her eyes in an effort to retain them. You don't like those boys around me, do you? They're always sneering at you. I swear, I'll never let them bully you again. Will you come back? I promise they dash. Ji Xian, you really are hypocritical. Qiao Zhen suddenly interrupted him. Ji Xian's voice suddenly stopped and he froze as he looked at her. The only thing left in the empty classroom was Zhen's reasoned voice, which was flat and, but word for word, you've obviously heard them every time they've demeaned me yin yang me, but you pretend you don't hear them and never stop them, and not once or twice, but countless times. Zhen stared hard into his light-colored pupils, as if mercilessly torturing his soul, because you're indulging them. In fact, you're bullying me. Or maybe you're the one who bullied me the most, always bullying her over and over again as she was full of him. But Qin Yichi was never like that. She was always treated with respect and warmth by Qin Yichi's friends, and as long as she stayed by Qin Yichi's side, no one dares to say a bad word about her, and no one dares to touch a single strand of her hair. Thinking about this, Qiao Zhen's insides were soft and her eyes were a little moist. I hadn't seen sunlight before, so I thought it was normal to be that dark. How can you want to go back in time when you really have the hot warm sun now? Ji Xian's ears were buzzing. His brain was in chaos, and his chest felt like it was viciously pressed against a huge stone. The whole thing became heavy and tired. He saw more than a little disgust and mockery in Qiao Zhen's pretty eyes. Not at all starry-eyed and likable like it used to be. Ji Xian didn't even dare to look directly into her clear eyes, and his grip on her hand loosened. The voice stammered with a touch of bitterness. Zhen, I'm not bullying you. I'm just trying to make sure you never leave. Just making sure that whatever comes your way, you're all set to burn for me, but no flame will never die, and even the hottest heart can get cold. Qiao Zhen broke his hand with all her might. I'll marry Qin Yichi in the future. It will be with him forever. Ji Xian, stop having unrealistic fantasies. I won't turn back. You deserve all of this. You deserve it. Inside the empty classroom, Qiao Zhen's voice echoed in Ji Xian's ears over and over again, completely shattering his long-woven dreams, especially the line, I will marry Qin Yichi. Married? Ji Xian's pupils suddenly tightened, bewilderment and confusion showing in his scarlet eyes. They got married. Why is it so familiar? As if some memory came flooding back uncontrollably. In a split second, a suffocating pain surged through his internal organs, and all the strength in his body disappeared. Ji Xian was dizzy and collapsed in the empty space next to him in exhaustion, hurting like crazy. Zhen took advantage of his fall and opened the classroom door in a hurry and ran away, without looking back. Run to another school building bathroom to wash your hands. Wash all the places where Ji Xian has touched her. Her fingertips trembled slightly as she opened her cell phone, and the next second, 2 messages jumped into her eyes. Just ordered you milk tea takeout. After 10 minutes. She patted me on the head. What are you doing? I missed you. Qiao Zhen hesitated for a moment, a little afraid that he would worry. After thinking about it, or not going to hide it, tell him roughly what happened. Just after sending the message, Qin Yichi instantly returned in seconds, and his urgency could be seen between the lines. Where are you now? I'm coming for you. Inside the classroom, Ji Xian lost his strength and lay on the floor, and part of the memory of his past life was like a tidal wave. It was overwhelming and drowned him out. It was something he hadn't dreamed of, and it was 7 years after Zhen had liked him. After being with Zhen, he still towered over Zhen's initiative. She also allowed those around her to taunt her and even secretly discourage her career, convinced that Qiao Zhen would not leave. So whenever he saw Qiao Zhen's disappointed and forlorn eyes, he will always feel valued, and that produces pleasure and satisfaction, until he temporarily misses a date for Zhen's birthday concert, due to pressure from his mother. Go pick up the other women back home. Don't be ridiculous, Joanne. Zhen liked him so much that she was never angry with him, but when he looked at his phone again, he saw the breakup message. He didn't bother, just sneered. Break up? How could Zhen really break up with him? He was confident and sure, all but assured that Zhen would never leave, will definitely bow down and voluntarily admit their mistakes as they did before. This time, however, he waited and waited for a long time. Half a year later, waiting for it was a hot take on Zhen's marriage. #Zhen. Qin Yichi announced their marriage. #explosion. #top racer versus top stream diva. #Qin Yichi CP so sweet. #explosion. Chapter 102. He really regrets it. The remaining images from his previous life also flashed through Ji Xian's brain one by one, constantly stimulating every nerve of his. There's the man who stares at their wedding photo, incredulous. There was the man who hastily came to the door begging for peace and struggling to stay, and the man who broke down on a stormy night and regretted it for the rest of his life. The memories dispersed. Ji Xian lay down on the classroom floor alone and helpless, his sanity instantly collapsing. The heart seemed to be plucked out with force, and the cramps spread to all the limbs in an instant. They got married. Out of nowhere, an unspoken emotion stuck in his throat, preventing him from catching his breath. It's hard to even breathe. Before that, he always dreamed that in his previous life, Qiao Zhen had been chasing him for 7 years with a true heart. He then took it for granted that Zhen would never leave him. He was complacent and emboldened then, and even still exalted. Enchantedly weaving gorgeous dreams. Yet this remaining memory, like a silver needle quenched with poison. No mercy in poking at this dream, at all the lies of his confidence, and even poking hard at the softest parts of his heart until they are full of holes. Ji Xian sat on the ground at a loss for words, his eyes so red that they looked like they were going to seep blood. It turns out that, whether in his past life or in this life, Qiao Zhen didn't want him. At the same time, Qin Yichi rushed out of the dormitory almost instantly, his eyes full of worry and heartache. I'm afraid that Zhen will be sad, that she'll be upset, and that she'll be scared. Niu Feng didn't realize that something had happened to Qiao Zhen and wailed bitterly towards the door. Hey, hey, no, brother Wild King ranked to play half of it. I'm this to advance to the tournament. Qin Yichi flew down the stairs without looking back, video calling with Qiao Zhen along the way. Only after confirming that she was not in the least bit alright did Qin Yichi slowly let out a sigh of relief. It's good to be okay, but his pace didn't slow down at all, and it didn't take him long to sprint to the farthest school building. Suddenly, as if sensing something, Qin Yichi raised his head alertly, his dark eyes narrowing dangerously. Ji Xian was standing on the stairs, staring at him with beady eyes, oozing monstrous jealousy and hatred. Silent hallways, silent brewing up a bloody storm, instantly ignited both sides of reason. Qin Yichi was furious when he remembered Qiao Zhen's claim that she had been grabbed by Ji Xian. Every cell boiled over. He rushed up the stairs in 2 or 3 arrow steps and ruthlessly grabbed Ji Xian by the collar of his shirt, veins rippling at the corners of his forehead. Pestering my girlfriend to stay with you. Do you think I'm dead? Try forcing her once more. But these words didn't know which sensitive nerve of Ji Xian was poked, and his reason kept screaming that. Decisively reaching out, he pinched Qin Yichi's neck with force. Obviously you're the one who took her from me. A past life has been snatched away. If it wasn't for Qin Yichi, how could Qiao Zhen leave him? Ji Xian had also systematically trained in fighting since he was a child, and instantly swung his fist to smash Qin Yichi's face. As if he didn't care, his opponent took a hard punch and struck out decisively, slamming his head hard against the wall in a quick, precise motion. There was a dull thud, accompanied by the clicking sound of bones breaking. Ji Xian's brain was in chaos. Qin Yichi slammed his head against the wall again, his hostile aura about to be suppressed. The voice was unusually vicious and appalling, and the words were devastating. Looks like you still won't admit it, or realize you're wrong, always trying to blame someone else. Ji Xian, it was you who pushed her away with your own hands. It was you who didn't cherish it. It was you who committed the crime. Half of Qin Yichi's face was hidden in the shadows, so angry that his fists were vaguely trembling. The whole body is in a state of stress. These words violently tore open Ji Envy's bloody scars, mercilessly exposing the truth. Like sharp, pointed blades, churning through him, all of his internal organs shattered into pieces of debris. It hurts to choke. Ji Xian's face turned pale as he listened, and a fine cold sweat continued to ooze from his forehead. His aura momentarily weakened, and for a moment his eyes were lost in thought and, surprisingly, I couldn't say a word in retort. It was like falling into a freezing cellar. Yes, he pushed that light away with his own hands. While Ji Xian was frozen, his opponent struck him sharply, smashing his face, hitting him straight in the vitals. It made a dull sound. The pain spread quickly throughout the face, like there were flames raging. Ji Xian subconsciously stepped back, until when he stepped on the empty steps, he suddenly exerted his full strength and, grabbing Qin Yichi's arm, boom! There was a loud bang. Both rolled down the stairs at the same time, hitting their heads hard on the ground. It was nearing the time of the evening class, and already 1 or 2 students had come early to take the last row of seats. A passing female classmate, clutching her book, dazed and confused, was just about to go up the stairs and, suddenly 2 people rolled down on their faces. She jumped away with a sharp pop. Oh, my God, I'm walking on a good road, and I can't believe that 2 men are smashing down on me. Qiao Zhen followed the sound and rushed over to see just such a gruesome scene. She sucked in a breath of cold air, her eyes full of worry and heartache, and hurried over. Ji Xian likewise collapsed to the ground, still clinging to a glimmer of hope as Qiao Zhen ran toward him. Slowly, he extended his hand toward her. He couldn't help but expect that if he was hurt, would Zhen be heartbroken? Even a hint of heartache would be nice. But Zhen's eyes were full of another person. Ji Xian watched as she helped Qin Yichi up, and personally heard Qiao Zhen's voice tremble lightly. Worried, he asked, Qin Yichi, how are you? Are you alright? Qin Yichi, on the other hand, leaned on her shoulder and comforted. Don't worry, I'm fine. The 2 figures were so harmonious, so distant, staring at the backs of the 2 leaving. Ji Xian's outstretched hand finally hung helplessly on the ground. Her eyes were red, and tears slowly glistened underneath them. Zhen. His throat was bitter, his mouth filled with the taste of blood, and he struggled to open his mouth and over again, he mumbled Zhen's name. Instead of turning back, the other man took hold of the other man heartily. At that moment, Ji Xian's spiritual pillar suddenly collapsed, and his body trembled slightly as he fell to the ground. A blur before my eyes. Many images of previous experiences suddenly came to mind. Zhou Jin, who sang in the practice room during the high school's school festival, asked him for advice on a math problem. Qiao Zhen, who happily said, "Thank you, sir." Qiao Zhen, who carefully followed him when he went to the kiosk to buy something. Qiao Zhen, who, when she gave him his birthday present, said, "Thank you, sir." nervous and expectant Jojin, and a constricted and embarrassed Jojin when she was shamed by his friends. Bitter tears slowly gushed out, falling silently down the corners of Ji Xian's eyes. He really regretted it. Chapter 103, I can fulfill a condition for you. Toward evening, the sun was slowly setting, and the whole sky was drenched in an orange-yellow glow, hazy and mysterious. It paints a magnificent oil painting. A gentle spring breeze blew a few pink petals down. Qin Yichi sat on a bench on a remote path, his long eyelashes slightly drooping to cover the emotions under his eyes, like a child who has done something wrong. Jojin, meanwhile, stood in front of him, carefully cupping his face and staring intently at a bag on his forehead. An indescribable heartache rolled over and over inside Qiao Zhen's chest, spreading silently to all her limbs. She pursed her lips and asked softly, "It's swollen. Do you hurt?" Qin Yichi hummed lightly, his tone careless. "It's just a small injury. It doesn't hurt at all." But he couldn't help but hiss when Jojin touched it gently. Knew he had a stiff upper lip. Jojin sighed softly and took a tissue from her pocket and gently wiped the dust off his forehead. Leaning down slightly more, he dropped a gentle kiss. She said how the other party suddenly stopped replying after chatting on WeChat before. It turned out to be a fight with Ji Xian. Or did she rush into a fight because she was being bullied? The more Qiao Zhen thought about it, the less she felt in her heart. Biting her lip and gradually her eyes burned a little. Qin Yichi sat in the chair in silence for a moment, gently pulling up her hand, his voice a little muffled. "Did he just grab your wrist?" Jojin dutifully nodded. "Well, but I've cleaned up." Qin Yichi didn't say anything. His warm palm stroked her wrist one after another. A few moments of heartache passed under his eyes. Qiao Zhen looked at him fixedly, and could feel that Qin Yichi was not in a very good mood. The corners of this man's mouth were down, his eyes were downcast, and a layer of depression seemed to hang over his body. Jojin volunteered to come forward and hug him. Qin Yichi was sitting on the bench. While she would be a bit taller than him when she stood in front of him, it was almost as if they were holding him in their arms, gentle and soothing, their voices sweet as water. "Qin Shaoqi, don't be upset, look. The evening sun is beautiful today." At those words, Qin Yichi's eyes moved slightly and he stretched out his arms around Qiao Zhen. The whole thing was buried silently in front of her. He wasn't unhappy. He was just heartbroken that Qiao Zhen was always being pestered by others and worried if she would feel insecure. There was also some backlash, feeling as if I hadn't protected her. Roadside rows of balsam camphor trees with the wind issued a rustle sound, upright and lush. The air was still lightly scented with flowers. Remote paths, silence all around. Not a soul in sight. Jojin hugged him tightly and rubbed his head like a child. "Think hard and think about what you can do to cheer him up." After a few moments, Qiao Zhen's eyes lit up and she lowered her head slightly, gently pulling his ear. "Qin Yichi, I can fulfill one of your conditions, okay?" Qin Yichi buried himself in front of her, his voice brightening up all of a sudden. "Really? On what terms?" Jojin hugged tighter and nodded her head vigorously. But don't go too far, I'll be the one to interpret it." Qin Yichi fell into a soft cloud before he suddenly realized that his face was buried in, hugging his fragrant and soft wife. His ears almost immediately burst red and his breathing was ragged. Even the throat was a little dry. And something in the underworld seemed to ignite and it's getting worse. The unpleasantness from earlier instantly dissipated into thin air, and all he could think of was to kiss her hard and bully her. Paranoid that Jojin hadn't realized it yet, she simply and sweetly asked, "Thinking about it, what do you want?" Qin Yichi's eyes were obscure and he rolled the knot in his throat. "I'll save it first, okay?" Qiao Zhen felt that his mood had significantly changed for the better, and couldn't help but curl her lips and smile lightly. "Yes, it's valid for a month." The sunset was getting prettier and prettier, the sky gradually turning orange-red, warm and open. Qin Yichi thought for a moment. Countless color scraps flashed in his mind, and began to sell his misery. "Jojin, I'm being bullied." In the next second, Jojin's eyes snapped open and she pulled away to ask, "Who bullied you?" It was rather like rushing up to fight for him. Qin Yichi laughed inwardly, but was serious on the surface. "My roommate bullied me. All three of them bully me." At that, Jojin breathed a sigh of relief and reached up to pinch his face, smiling dotingly. "Your roommate still bullies you?" "Ha, I'm lucky I didn't get bullied by you." Qin Yichi aggravated. "The three of them snore at night. It's very noisy. I haven't had a good night's sleep for many days in a row." He tilted his head and looked blearily at Jojin, like a poor puppy wagging its tail at her. "Really? I'm just trying to get a good night's sleep." How could Jojin stand him like this? And then looking at him with a noticeably large bump on his forehead. Just more heartache. It's a bag that's bulging from fighting for her. Falling headfirst down those stairs. Can it not hurt? Her heart instantly softened into a piece, and she warmly and gently coaxed. "Then today, I'll accompany you out to stay for the night? Today happens to be Friday and I don't have class tomorrow." Qin Yichi pursed his lips and deliberately hung his head where Qiao Zhen couldn't see him. Couldn't help but smile a triumphant and wicked smile. Good. The white rabbit is trapped. The two of them strolled through the campus hand in hand, taking in the soft evening breeze as they walked unhurriedly in the direction of their dormitory. Qiao Zhen was escorted all the way to the downstairs of the women's dormitory by Qin Yichi before the two of them parted ways briefly. She ran upstairs to briefly pack and gather her things. And, after polite inquiries from her roommate, "Tell me briefly what you just experienced." Shang Lulu almost vomited blood as she listened, and her entire body went berserk. No, does this Ji guy not understand human language? What a belated deep love is more cheap than grass. I really wanted to punch him in the face. Yunyu's voice was calm and steady. Don't worry guys, I divined 2 days ago that he seems to have a pretty bad future, particularly watery anyway. Chen Meixiang was even more furious and rolled her eyes, giving Ji Xian countless nicknames in a fit of rage, including but not limited to Brother Fridge, Brother Ice, Brother Frost, Brother Dumb, Brother Defense Breaker, Brother Regret, Shady Mouse Brother. Looking at Qiao Zhen's appearance as she packed her pajamas, Yunyu casually asked, Jin, going out to live with your boyfriend again? Zhojin folded her pajamas and put them in a small bag while she brought her ID. Well, his roommate snores and hasn't been sleeping well lately, so I went to keep him company. It's just plain tucked in and talking. Chen Meixiang choked. Actually, I feel that he is quite dark. In short, you be careful. Qiao Zhen nodded and said an okay, carrying her bag out the door. Bye. The roommates similarly waved at her. By the time she went downstairs, Qin Yichi had already packed his things and was standing at the door waiting for her. Qiao Zhen walked over with light footsteps and tilted her little face up. How did you get there so fast? The thought of being with him that long later made me happy. Very happy. Qin Yichi took her hand, and even stuffed several wine-scented chocolates into her pocket. It's still pink and heart-shaped. A new product that recently hit the shelves. Qiao Zhen's eyes were bright, and she smiled as if she contained a bright fine light, and 2 pearly swirls bloomed. Thanks boyfriend. Qin Yichi paused. You're welcome. He'd been thinking about how he'd kiss her and make her feel better later. How to make good use of that condition. But look at how sweetly Qiao Zhen smiles and trusts him. A strong feeling of guilt suddenly welled up inside him, because it should make her cry at night. The two of them went to the hotel and inserted their room cards and entered the door. And Qiao Zhen was just about to say something, and in the next second, the waist was suddenly wrapped around. Click. Closed the door. A heavenly whirlwind of hot breath enveloped the body of the. She was pressed against the door panel by Qin Yichi impatiently. Even the lights in the room hadn't been turned on yet, and it was pitch black all around. Qin Yichi's compelling voice fell on her ears. Zhojin, I wanted to kiss you all the way. Chapter 104, Wanting a girlfriend is driving me crazy. In the dim and ambiguous interior, Zhojin looked like she had fallen into a tender trap. The backpacks all fell to the floor, and she was held down forcefully by Qin Yichi in front of the door panel, unable to move. The man's hard silhouette blurred in the shadows, his eyes burning with. The air was thick with unspeakable affection, almost as if he were talking close to Zhojin's neck. Said he wanted to kiss her like crazy. Each word carries an intoxicating magic that promotes a racing heartbeat. Qiao Zhen was trapped between Qin Yichi and the door panel, could feel his ever-leaning, burning chest closing in. Qin, well, just out of breath. Her lips were immediately kissed, hot and familiar breath instantly invading in. Qin Yichi propped one hand on the door, lifted Qiao Zhen's chin with the other hand. Somewhat forcefully, he made her tilt her head back and take his attack. Qiao Zhen's mind went blank, and she subconsciously reached out and wrapped her arms around his neck. Noticing that the young girl took the initiative to cooperate, Qin Yichi's vision became even more thick and obscure, and he was simply unable to restrain himself. This time the kiss was even more urgent and raging than the last, as if a storm had suddenly risen from the sea. He pried his lips open and couldn't wait to suck and plunder Zhojin's sweetness, leaving no corner untouched. Like patrolling the territory, pressing down on her while kissing her passionately. These days Qin Yichi really wanted to go crazy, wanted to forcefully hold her down and kiss her, wanted to cuddle her intimately to sleep, and wanted to get even more aggressive. Thinking of her in my waking hours and in my dreams, Qin Yichi kept suppressing the thoughts in his mind and kept cursing himself for being a pervert. But as soon as he saw Qiao Zhen, he then went crazy, his self-control instantly shattering into powder, unable to control a bit at all. But, on the contrary, the young girl in his arms, so good and soft and innocent, smiling gently and soothing him with light, and that he could fulfill one of his conditions. He then wanted to bully her even more. Human desire is like a bottomless pit that can never be satisfied. The sound of lingering, loving voices amplified in the quiet space of like the release of long held back thick emotions, a hint of them festered in the air. Well, Jojin said as she was kissed to the point of confusion and ulceration. A pitiful whimper spilled from his lips. She didn't know what was wrong with her. Her body had gotten a little strange. Always tingly and numb. It goes soft without realizing it. Qin Yichi tightened his arm around her waist, pulling them closer together and kissing her more deeply. Jojin could barely catch her breath. Her head a little dizzy from the kiss. Even her eyes were a little moist. And she was afraid she would fall, so she had to hug him hard and tightly, like grasping for the only straw. Submissively catering to him. What to do? It felt like I was drowning in a gentle, rolling whirlpool. It didn't take long for Jojin to be blushing, her eyelashes fluttering ever so gently. The entire person was tinted with Qin Yichi's flavor and scent. The body temperature keeps rising and the heart rate keeps getting out of balance. It wasn't until he was almost out of breath that Qin Yichi loosely released her. Lowering his head, he pecked a mouthful of her soft cheeks, his eyes focused and affectionate. So like Qiao Zhen was finally able to breathe fresh air and her chest continued to rise and fall as her entire body came to life. Her cheeks rolled and she buried her head in front of Qin Yichi's shoulder, muffling her voice. Well, I like you too. Qiao Zhen wrapped her arms around his waist, and when she buried her face, she looked like a small animal dependent on him. Qin Yichi's heart softened, rubbed her head and asked, "Can you stand this kind of kiss?" Qiao Zhen froze for a moment, thinking hard before nodding slightly. It's okay. Although the kiss always felt that Qin Yichi was too violent and that he was about to drown, but she could strongly feel the other's hot and raging love, and she seemed to be willing to sink. It's like that. Seeing the young girl nod her head, Qin Yichi's mood cheered up and a warm current surged within his chest. It spreads to all the limbs. He inserted the rune card and turned on the warm-colored lights. By the way, have you slept well lately? Jojin, it's pretty good. Ever since she fell in love with Qin Yichi, she's been happy every day. Perhaps because Qin Yichi gave her enough security, the quality of her sleep instantly improved a lot, and she stayed dreamless all night. Qin Yichi's aggravated voice fell from the top of his head. But I can't sleep well. You were there in the dream, but you weren't there when I woke up. Jojin looked up painfully, reached up and cupped his face, and Bright smiled. That's why I came to keep you company tonight. The knot in Qin Yichi's throat rolled slightly, and his heart was indescribably sweet. He carried the person in his arms to the bed. Be good. Wait for a while. I'll take a shower first. The kiss was just a little too hot. Got to lower the fire. When he came out of the cold water after rinsing, Jojin dutifully took her pajamas and went in to wash them. The sound of the water clattering came out through the glass, and little by little it penetrated into Qin Yichi's ears, like it was vaguely tugging at his heartstrings. I don't know how much time passed, but he finally waited until Jojin ran out and she was also seen crouching down to stuff something into her small backpack. The young girl had changed into a snow-white nightgown with a small bath towel around her shoulders, and the long, dark hair like satin hung wet over the towel, like an angel that has descended into the world, snow-white and flawless, radiating the most innocent and beautiful light. The knots in Qin Yichi's throat rolled up and down, and his breathing began to be disorganized as he stood behind her. Let me blow you. As soon as the words left her mouth, Qiao Zhen's eyes widened slightly and she happily jumped into Qin Yichi's arms, standing on her tiptoes and a kiss on the right side of his face. His voice soft. You're so nice. The ink rolled under Qin Yichi's eyes as he carried her along to the bathroom, closed the door, and plugged in the hairdryer. The corners of his lips couldn't help but curl up slightly. He's good? It's not good to wait. The two faced the mirror, and he stood just behind Jojin, flicking the switch that the hairdryer makes a buzzing sound. Qin Yichi's fingertips ruffled Qiao Zhen's hair, and patiently blew it up from root to tip, combing her hair from time to time. The bathroom was watery and a little humid. The air also smells of body wash and shampoo, both fruity and fresh. Again, the fragrance of the flowers is refreshing. Jojin doesn't really like blow drying her hair. It's kind of a pain in the ass to hold it up for 20 minutes. Hands will be sore. Through the mirror in front of her, she could see Qin Yichi's face. The man's bone structure was extremely superior, with broken hair on his forehead hanging messily over his brow bone, and his phoenix eyes were deep and there was also a wanton, unruly curve to his lips. He was in a thin black nightshirt, with two buttons undone at the collar, and as the knot in his throat slid up and down it looked more and more evil and demonic. Jojin's eyes lingered on the knot of his throat for a moment before she slowly lowered her head. Qin Yichi's eyes looked earnestly at the hair, but his afterglow had long since taken in Qiao Zhen's small movements. The curve of his lips deepened, and the fingertips that stroked his hair were gentle and strong. It's like gently touching a soft, delicate feather to ensure that your hair is evenly heated. In almost 20 minutes, the young girl's seaweed-like hair became tousled and silky. Qin Yichi rubbed her head. All right. The sound of the hair dryer faded as he unplugged it and put it in the cabinet. Qiao Zhen took a look in the mirror and just turned around, and in the next second, strong arms slammed around her waist. Her entire body was picked up with one hand and sat firmly on the sink. You! She shrunk her neck and subconsciously climbed onto Qin Yichi's shoulder, exclaiming in shock. What are you doing? Without waiting for her to react, Qin Yichi had already come up to her, that handsome face constantly enlarging. The voice was lazy and seductive, the smile meaningful. What for? Doing something serious with my girlfriend? Of course. Chapter 105. Staring at him is even more adorable. The bathroom was bright and spacious, with moist air and a faint scent. Just after the words doing something serious with my girlfriend were said, Qin Yichi kissed him again. The two were now flush, making it easy for him to stand between Jojin's legs. Holding Jojin's waist steady with one hand, he cupped Jojin's face with the other. Jojin was sitting on the cold sink top, her back against the mirror, and it was cold. In front of her was Qin Yichi's burning hot embrace, one cold and one hot. She felt like she was caught in an ice and fire situation, not to mention the fact that the light was now bright and blinding, more exciting than just leaning against the door panel. Only this time, Qin Yichi kissed carefully. It was gentle and intimate. It wasn't mean at all. It was like calming her down. Jojin adapted quickly and enjoyed it, wrapping her arms around his neck and giving a slow response. But even with such gentle kisses, she was still a little overwhelmed after a long time. Gradually, he leaned helplessly against the mirror. Qin Yichi kissed her cherry lips, then raised his head and kissed the corners of her mouth and chin, even the neck and collarbone. Qiao Zhen was a little tickled. Her eyes narrowed slightly, and she abruptly looked away. Her heartbeat suddenly accelerated, and her ears burned up as she weakly called out his name, Qin Yichi. But Qin Yichi didn't stop, burying himself in the middle of her neck, getting more and more excessive, and exhaling hot breath. Jojin felt like her entire body was going to burn and couldn't help but let out a very soft gasp. Qin Yichi dropped one gentle kiss, as if he was carefully testing the. It wasn't until later in life that it slowly worsened, like warm water boiling a frog, a little bit of probing her bottom line. Qin Yichi, Qiao Zhen's cheeks were about to burn to the point of smoking, and her voice became extraordinarily sweet. I'm a little itchy. Qin Yichi shackled her wrists while lowering his head to kiss her, increasing his force. What about this? The man's voice carried a touch of compulsion and sensuality, like a siren stalking her. Qiao Zhen's voice trembled lightly. A little better. Actually, it still tickled a little, but Qiao Zhen didn't refuse, and her heart was still vaguely expectant and nervous. She simply had no way to refuse Qin Yichi. It's a good thing I'm sitting on the sink, or I'd probably be unsteady again. It was as if the places Qin Yichi kissed all the way seemed to be on fire. Extraordinarily hot. Jojin really can't stand it anymore. Qin Yichi's breath, lips, embrace, everything was enough to make her sink. The palm around his waist also looked like a cluster of flames, and through the thin layer of pajamas little by little, he moved upwards, but stopped abruptly when he was about to touch softness. Qin Yichi lowered himself to her ear and politely inquired, "May I touch?" Qiao Zhen's brain had long since fallen into chaos, and after understanding with difficulty what he meant by his words, breathing stopped slightly. She raised her clear eyes and sounded like a kitten. What? Looking at the young girl's well-behaved and trusting demeanor, Qin Yichi felt more and more that he was not human, kind of wanting to let her go and simply cover up and talk tonight and just simply hold her. But at that exact moment, a crystal droplet of water slid slowly down her collarbone, not into the collar of her coat, and snow-white skin stimulated his brain deeply. Qin Yichi's sanity shattered into pieces in an instant, and finally he still wasn't going to let her go. Getting close to Jojin's ear, he whispered a few words. The next second, Jojin's face became redder almost to the naked eye, and her neck was a blush. Qiao Zhen quietly raised her eyes to look at him, and when she happened to meet his gaze, she darted her head down and, jarringly, he said, yes. The heart inside Qin Yichi's chest was beating frantically, and the sound was deafening. He simply loved Qiao Zhen's blushing and shy look, and his palm became more and more reckless. It was getting dark, but the two people in the room were unaware of it. Jojin was suffering a little bit every second. The whole thing was like a piece of butter that was about to melt. It was only after a long time that Qin Yichi was satisfied and let go, carrying Qiao Zhen down. He lowered his head slightly so that the right side of his face was pressed against Jojin's, rubbing his cheek. I love it. His little Jane, whose face was soft when he pinched it. The lips are soft to kiss, and soft to rub. Qiao Zhen's feet dipped into the floor tiles. There was a little numbness, could not stand at all. One could only try to hug Qin Yichi tightly. She had been mentally tense a moment ago, and thinking it was finally over. She slowly loosened up, but at that moment, Qin Yichi suddenly held her down in his arms and faced the mirror. With her back against his chest, Jojin could see herself in the mirror just as well. Her own pajamas were a bit disheveled, and the pink haze that had long since dawned on her face was becoming more and more pronounced. There was some moisture in her eyes, and even her lips were glistening with a layer of brimming water. This is actually her. Qin Yichi was no better behind her. A ragged breath escaped his lips. His ears were especially red, and his chest rose and fell slightly. If the usual Qin Yichi is a misanthropic face, then the way he looks now, it's like forgiving the whole world. He wrapped his arm around Jojin's waist hard enough to prevent her from standing up, like he was trying to rub her into his body. Jojin, you have feelings for me. Jojin froze, meeting his eyes in the mirror, her eyelashes fluttering gently. Qin Yichi leaned over and continued to whisper in her ear. Are you a little hard to bear right now? I can help you. His voice was even lower than it had been during the day, as if it hit hooks and was extremely attractive. Qiao Zhen always felt that it wasn't something good. Her brain snapped to alertness and she hurriedly spoke. No, I didn't. She felt she was overreacting and added weakly. Qin Yichi, it's a bit late, I want to go to bed. But Qin Yichi pinched the flesh on her face, the corner of his lips curling more and more. No feeling? Really? Tricked into turning into a piglet. Qiao Zhen's ears turned even redder and she didn't say anything. The air was watery and moist. Qin Yichi pursued the attack. Didn't my girlfriend say she would fulfill one of my conditions? I'll use it now. Qiao Zhen felt like she had dug herself a hole and silently glared at him. But I also said not to go too far, and the final interpretation is mine. Qin Yichi looked at her glaring appearance in the mirror. Is even cuter. After glaring, Qiao Zhen lowered her head again. Go ahead. I'll consider it at my discretion and try to agree. Qin Yichi's heart completely softened into a piece as he hugged Qiao Zhen, his tone somewhat serious. Jen, I want to help you. I promise to make you comfortable. Chapter 106, Are you satisfied with your boyfriend? Inside the bathroom, Qiao Zhen was being held down by Qin Yichi's arm around her waist, the two of them facing the mirror. Qiao Zhen saw a very intense color from the bottom of his eyes and was scalded, shrinking her neck as she asked softly, How can you help me? Qin Yichi lowered his head and whispered a few words in her ear, and the crispy breath instantly wrapped around her whole body. It caused a shudder like an electric shock. Qiao Zhen froze, looking down at Qin Yichi's hand, the ends of her eyes all gradually turning red. His fingers were long and clean, his bones wild, the backs of his hands veined. The tension is high, but the thought of his hands. Jojin's head was dropping lower and lower, and her breath was uneven, not even daring to look up at my hickey-covered self in the mirror. At this particular moment, Qin Yichi also gently kissed the root of her ear, and the hand around her waist kept tightening. Bring the distance closer. Little by little, she was compelled. Don't be afraid. Trust me. Qiao Zhen's ears instantly exploded. Her mind scrambled, and she covered her face with her hands. After a long time, it finally nodded in agreement. She couldn't tell what she felt inside. It was obviously her who offered to fulfill Qin Yichi's conditions, but Qin Yichi was thinking of satisfying her. Jojin's heart felt like it was stuffed with sweet candy and like she was tasting rich, silky hot chocolate. Seeing her nod, Qin Yichi's smile deepened and he picked her up, carefully placing her on the edge of the bed. Qiao Zhen didn't even dare to take a big breath. Her head tilted and she made a small request. Qin Yichi, turn off some lights. I like it dark. She doesn't like it too bright. It's better to be dark. Qin Yichi walked away to turn off the lights, leaving only a faint warm light not far away. The whole bedroom became ambiguous. He took out disinfectant wipes from his bag and carefully wiped his hands to ensure cleanliness and hygiene. Jojin raised her eyes and watched nervously as he wiped his hands. The man was long, with a superior side profile, and deep eyes under his lashes. Tenderness and deep emotion overshadowed the original brashness. In a black nightgown, she looked sexy and ascetic. Qin Yichi finished wiping his hands and walked over to her, slowly lifting up her nightgown as he did so, while soothing the softness in front of her. Like me, he lowered his head and kissed Jojin's lips passionately, gently but dominantly, and, like an ever-burning fire, Qiao Zhen trembled lightly, her hands clenching Qin Yichi's clothes as she felt her tailbone crisp up. She opened her lips with difficulty. Like it. It was nearing 0 hour and the night was melting. Inside the room, the curtains blocked out the hazy, loving moonlight, and a slight gasp lingered in the air. Qin Yichi went to the bathroom to rinse cold water. The bathroom gave off a faint light shining on the side of Jojin's face. She lay under the covers, her lips red as vile flowers, her lips gasping for breath. The crystallized teardrops were still hanging from her eyelashes. I could clearly feel the roughness of Qin Yichi's fingers just now, and the coldness of his hands after wiping them with a wet wipe. He also kept warmly telling her to relax and not to cry, constantly complimenting her on how awesome she is, how well she gasps, and how she reacts in a particularly adorable way. Qiao Zhen's mind was in a mess, and she couldn't help but bury her face in the comforter. The whole thing was completely red warm. Soon, she heard Qin Yichi's footsteps coming out of the bathroom. Qin Yichi lifted the covers, sat her on the bed in his arms, fed her some chocolate and mineral water, and, the voice was low. Is the girlfriend satisfied with my service? White chocolate in the shape of a love heart with a hint of wine inside and a tart strawberry flavor. Qiao Zhen sipped her water and almost choked it out, nodding her head in a small voice. Satisfied. It's really, kind of an amazing feeling. She was comfortable, but she also really couldn't take it anymore. Can't stand Qin Yichi. Qiao Zhen was afraid that Qin Yichi would say something shameful again, so she hurriedly pulled away from the topic and pretended to yawn. Pull on his sleeve. I'm sleepy. Go to sleep soon. How could Qin Yichi not see her small mind? He only pinched her cheeks. As you command. After brushing her teeth, Qiao Zhen flung herself onto the big soft bed and rolled into Qin Yichi's arms like a cat, rubbing his chin affectionately. Good night, boyfriend. The lights in the room were all turned off, plunging the room into total darkness. Qin Yichi hugged her tightly, like he was holding his most precious and favorite treasure. The corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl up gently. Finally a good night's sleep after so many days, dreaming of her and waking up to her. Chapter 107, Princess Tri's birthday. March 30th is Zhou Jin's birthday. On Saturday, which also happens to be the day of the music finals, then the nerves and apprehension of the day of the preliminary round. Zhou Jin now has a little more confidence and courage visible to the naked eye, because she had sung to Qin Yichi many times, and Qin Yichi had complimented her many times. When you are deeply loved, you are not afraid of anything. The night of the finals was a starry one. In the evening, spectators entered the arena one after another, expectant and nervous. A lot of the audience had picked players and the rest were neutral passers-by. Previously the preliminary second round was divided into multiple divisions. So it was nowhere near as atmospheric, spacious and bright as this final stage. The competition was also calculated according to the judges' scores and online voting, with a total of 40 PKs. At 1800 hours, the finals broadcast officially began, and the hosts quickly began warming up the crowd with. The arena gradually got hotter. The audience at the bottom cheered loudly, especially some of the more famous bloggers that fans began to hold up signs in support. There was one heat wave of frenzy after another on stage. On the distant seat, Shang Lulu roared with a crying face. Jinjin actually made it to the finals. What to do? I'm so nervous. Chen Meishan fiercely pressed down on Rinzhong. Stop it. I'm nervous too. And just now Jen drew the penultimate third appearance. We're going to be on edge until 8 or 9 o'clock. Yunyu silently comforted them. It's fine. It's fine. Trust Jinjin. I've done the math. And the big event is wonderful. The three sisters were nervous and tense, so they cast their eyes on Qin Yichi in front of them. Observe him gloomily. It happened to be a beautiful sister singing an opera accent in a Chinese costume, which won countless applause and cheers. The response was deafening. Qin Yichi didn't raise his head much, only staring silently at the screen of his cell phone, sending a message to Qiao Zhen. Suddenly, Niu Yifeng poked his shoulder. Qin Yichi was still rippling with smiles when he sent the message, and when he looked up the smile instantly disappeared and his complexion faded. What's the matter with you? Niu Yifeng looks left and right, moving to his ear. He whispered, it's just that. We as a group are united in wanting to warn you. Reminder of what? Niu Yifeng said as he threw a pack of napkins at him. Don't get a nosebleed later. Qin Yichi, roll. At 8 o'clock a golden figure appeared on the stage. Instantly attracting Qin Yichi's full attention. No. 37. Zhou Jin. The performance song is Try by Colby Calais. Applause. Millions of people had flooded into the live room, and the pop-ups were slowly getting hot. Asterisk. As soon as I came in, it was my favorite English song. This is my girl Goose. This is my girl Goose. Jenny. Excited, tears. Oh, my God. It's beautiful. I've been in love with you since the preliminary round. I hope the baby passers-by can support our little sister Xiao more. Probe. Qiao Zhen was standing under the spotlight, wearing the golden princess dress that Qin Yichi had given her earlier. Streaming with color, it flashed with a dazzling golden aura. Seaweed-like black hair hung down over her chest, as fresh and pure as an angel's. The arena was bigger this time, and the crowd was so large that it looked like a dense mass of ants. She couldn't find her companions at all, and she couldn't find Qin Yichi at all. The mind drifted back to the previous confession on the mountaintop. Qin Yichi gave her golden coast roses. It means that you don't need to chase the sun. You are the most shining being. In his love letter, he wrote, Zhou Jin, you always seem to be less than confident. It always feels so ordinary and mundane. But in my eyes, you've always been a unique, sparkling princess. It shines brighter than the sun. Zhou Jin walked on the open stage, taking each step with aplomb. The lights slowly came on and she raised the microphone, smiling lightly as she looked directly into the camera. Do you like you? Do you like yourself? You don't have to try so hard. You don't have to give it all away. You don't have to be a people pleaser. No reservations. When you open your mouth to chant, it's as if time has stood still. The clear voice is like the first ray of sunshine in the morning sun, penetrating through the haze and dust and shining on the softest place in the human heart. For the final, she didn't choose a strong melodic song. Instead, she chose a quiet song, combining tenderness and strength, emotion and skill, weaving a feast for the ears. The eyes of the judges at the bottom brightened slightly, compelled to notice the talented young girl on stage. Qin Yichi, on the other hand, looked mesmerized. Try is about girls not having to change who they are to fit in. Please like the pure, authentic version of yourself. The lyrics probably mean, you don't have to change anything. You don't have to try to fit in. You just have to be brave. The lyrics aren't really easy to sing, and with her delicate, smooth voice lingering in her ears, the intonation and technique were especially perfect, and the emotions were on full display. It's clean and flawless, and to say it's heavenly would be an understatement. On the big screen, Qiao Zhen's eyes looked like they were hiding billions of stars, and she couldn't see the slightest bit of panic, like he was talking very calmly to someone off-screen. For a certain moment, it was as if she was literally glowing, and one could not take one's eyes off her at all. Perhaps it is too true. Already many sensual girls silently read eyes. Me, joy, happy, she, SOS. That's too much of an improvement over the first one, too, isn't it? Inexplicably there is a sense of fulfillment in raising a daughter who understands. It's so easy to fall in love. Is this the gift? Is too strong? Blast me. Objectively speaking, all open mic stage. So far listening to her is the most stable, very smooth and coherent. It doesn't sound like a show-off. It's really comfortable. I changed my vote. All 10 votes for her. Treasure sister. Sucks face. It's got to be number 1, or I'll suspect an inside job. Many people are vertically in the pit within the millions of live streams. When the last tone fell, Qiao Zhen smiled lightly, blossoming into 2 pair swirls. The audience was immersed in the music for a long time, constantly waving the glow sticks in their hands. The applause and cheers mingled and haunted the entire arena. A few of the boys shouted frantically, and the 3 sisters in the dormitory screamed at the top of their lungs. Shang Lulu was about to be moved to tears. I think Xinjin sang it the best. I'm not supposed to be wearing a filter, am I? Chen Meixiang waved a glow stick while saying, compared to the ones that run out of tune and go out of tune and break the sound of the, our Jen is so much better. She doesn't get nervous at all. Have you noticed? Zhojin lifted her skirt and stepped off the stage. And not 10 minutes later, the last 2 contestants ended the stage. 2. The organizers are constantly counting the votes. First the online votes were tallied and then folded according to the judges' scores. After much waiting, the host finally took the stage to announce, after many months and regions of selection, it's time to reveal the answers at the end. The screen will display the scores and names of the top 10. Applause for them. The online voting is actually a very small percentage, and most of it still depends on the judges' scores. The screen slowly lit up and the presenter read along with it. In a rousing tone, 10th place, Prince Han. Score 88. 4. Congratulations. Zhojin and the other contestants were sitting in the front row of the. Seeing that he was only ranked 18th in the online voting and never heard his name read by the host, she didn't feel too bad about it though. It was the best she'd ever played. After all, nothing to be sorry about. She silently looked at the 2 messages sent by Qin Yichi. Princess, you sing the best. Come home with me tonight. Qiao Zhen's face slowly burned, inexplicably recalling some charming and ambiguous images, until the next second, when she seemed to hear her name. The moderator's voice was extremely loud. First place, Qiao Zhen, with a score of 95. 5. Congratulations to the winner. The whole place boiled over like boiling water. Aha? Zhojin froze, kind of in disbelief that her ears were, because her internet voting scores aren't really that high. And how can? I didn't realize the judges' scores were given that high. The camera presents her dopey reaction on the big screen. The young girl looked up in confusion, her eyes blank and surprised, even as her cell phone slid to the floor, like a baby moose that got into the race by mistake. The live viewers were all planning to paddle away when they saw the scene, and then jerked back, frantically posting pop-ups. Emoji. So cute, my baby. Can you make a debut? I really want to be a fan of her QWQ. I want to pinch her cheeks. They must be so soft. Haha, this reaction. Can't act it out. At first glance it's real. No insider. Why are we Ruwashi in 3rd place? It's not fair. Anger. Is the upstairs fan okay? Your blogger was shaking in the middle of one sentence. I heard it with both ears. If it wasn't for the high fan vote, I don't think it would have even made it into the top 5. JoJo deserves it. She's my favorite singer. Meanwhile, off stage, The three sisters cried tears of joy, and the boys wowed. Asterisk asterisk. Joe is awesome. 1 points ahead of second. Mrs. God. My heart is beating out of my chest. The prize for first place is huge. Jojin was in a state of shock the whole time. Until the interview was over. It was only on the way to get changed and go for a late night snack that she steeply came back to her senses, hugging Qin Yichi's waist tightly and tilting her small face up. Am I really that good? Qin Yichi stared at his girlfriend who had a long reflex arc in his arms, and sneaked a kiss. Straight away. He picked her up and spun her around, a smile lifting his lips. Yeah, our Joe little Jane took first place, kissing and hugging and lifting high. The feeling of weightlessness came suddenly, and Jojin exclaimed in surprise that, Red ears, you put me down. The boys followed the two like a zombie, seeing the two show their love. Straight away, he closed his eyes in agony, hating to poke himself, convinced, spreading dog food every day. Chapter 108, I hope Qin Shaoqi is happy every day. The evening was a little cooler, the sky was overcast, and suddenly it started to rain. The rain poured down, the whole city was shrouded under a curtain of rain, and the sound of pattering water came to his ears. A group of people with umbrellas went next door to the barbecue restaurant to celebrate Jojin's birthday and to congratulate her on her first place. The store is filled with the aroma of grilled meat, with warm lighting that, the entire group feels cozy and pleasant. After tying Qiao Zhen's apron, Qin Yichi mixed the soul dip according to Qiao Zhen's taste. There was also a lot of pancetta, fatty golden mushrooms, chicken breasts and black pepper steaks grilled, and one by one they were put in her bowl. Qiao Zhen's eyes lit up and she smiled as she complimented him on the exceptionally good baking. And under the table, and kept poking and prodding his leg with his index finger. Qin Yichi answered without changing his face, but his hand was roasting even more vigorously. Hate to roast the boys in the room. There wasn't much in his own bowl, it all went to Jojin. The three sisters in the dormitory next to them took in Qin Yichi's movements, and a few of them exchanged glances to pass on the message. Not bad, give him extra points. When am I going to talk to a guy like that? OQAQ. To be honest, the meat roasted by Brother Worthless does smell good. Jojin looked at the small mountain of bowls, her mouth slightly open, and poked him under the table for a moment to poke him in the waist and whisper it. It's okay, I can't eat so much, my boyfriend eat more too. Niu Yifeng, who happened to be next to him, heard it, and he rubbed his hands together and, toward Qin Yichi, he smiled heatedly. I can eat it. Qin Yichi raised his eyes faintly and met Niu Yifeng's expectant and gluttonous expression. Then he put a piece of charred meat into his bowl and was very generous. Mumble, eat, Cow Yifeng. May I ask what? Am I some kind of very cheap cow? A few boys next to him opened a few cans of beer and drank them while staring wordlessly at Qin Yichi. Actually, at the beginning, they also imagined what it would be like for Qin Yichi, the misanthrope, to fall in love. They should be of the draggy, dominant type, who can't coax a girl, or don't care to coax a girl, just waiting for a girl to come forward to please him. Add to that the fact that he's gangly and handsome, and he looks a little scummy, like a swashbuckling love interest and a cheerleader with so many girlfriends. Yet the reality, spoiled and coaxed, thieves no romance, but also take the initiative to come over to kiss and hug and lift high, like a sticky spirit. When Xiao Mei praises him, he is like a cow that wants to plow 2 acres of land. If the two of them get married in the future, I guess Qiao Zhen will only have to say, that's awesome. Qin Yichi will then willingly do the laundry and cook, and even enjoy it. The boys looked at each other. No wonder this guy has a wife. The group started eating barbecue and playing a game. This time turtle soup. It's a kind of intellectual trivia game of reasoning about events. The questioner will throw out suspenseful hooks, also known as soup noodles. Players can ask questions that the questioner can only answer yes, no, and irrelevant to the question. And in the end the player needs to deduce the whole picture of the event, i.e., the soup base. There's a horror version and a funny version. At first the boys said a couple of funny versions that made the whole room laugh, followed by a very classic horror version. A girl is sleeping in her dorm room. I heard a window opening and banging downstairs at night and was so scared I hid under the bed, only to die immediately the next day. Why? Qiao Zhen shivered, and subconsciously wrapped her arms around Qin Yichi, weakly raising his hand to ask the question. Killed by someone? Boy, no. Zhou Jin continued to press. Suicide? Boy, neither. The crowd was confused and full of questions. Qin Yichi asked lightly. Scared to death? Yes. Did something get into her dorm room? Yes. Is that a live one? No. Zhou Jin was confused and completely clueless. The other boys racked their brains and couldn't guess. Qin Yichi combined the soup noodle clues, open window downstairs, bang bang, and slowly mapped it out. The corners of his mouth quirked up gently as he finally came to a conclusion step by step. because someone downstairs jumped to his death and became a ghost and went upstairs. When he jumped, it was head down. She floated in upside down even after she turned into a ghost. The girl hiding under the bed happened to see the ghost's upside down head at first glance, so she was scared straight to death. Shang Lulu reacted with goosebumps and a frantic growl. Don't play with it, don't play with it, eat your meat. I'm getting scared too. How am I supposed to stay alone in the dormitory from now on? Chen Meixian was already breaking out in a cold sweat and wanted to die. Order a ghost-repelling charm tonight and stick it on your dorm room door later. Zhang Ning listened to her brother from start to finish, plugging her ears and not listening to anything. Qiao Zhen, on the other hand, got a chill from her feet to her head, on the verge of exploding at the sound of. The whole person was almost glued to Qin Yichi. It's just too weird to brainstorm that image for yourself. The boy was still scratching his head in bewilderment. This isn't really very scary, is it? I've got a couple more even more scary ones. Anyone up for a game? As soon as the words left her mouth, Qiao Zhen shook her head in a hurry, wanting to cry, and stumbled over the words. No, I'm home alone tonight, don't you dare say that. Good and bad. It really kills a little girl who's afraid of ghosts, plus being home alone in the middle of the night. Thunderstorms are also possible during the night. Buff is simply stacked. In the next second, a compelling voice slowly swung into his ears. Sleep with me at night, it's my duty to protect the princess. Qin Yichi deliberately lowered his voice, using a volume that only two people could hear. The tone was still a little serious. He quietly wrapped his arm around Zhou Zhen's waist and stared straight into her eyes. Qiao Zhen silently glanced up at him, bumping into his dark, deep eyes, torn for a moment, but at the thought of a ghost floating in backwards in the middle of the night, Qiao Zhen had to nod her head stiffly. Aha! Qin Yichi gave her a roasted pancetta, where she couldn't see it. The curve of his lips deepened. He thinks he's a lot scarier than some ghost floating upside down. The dinner proceeded to a close, and at the end Zhou Zhen began to divide the birthday cake. After Qin Yichi put a golden cardboard birthday crown on Qiao Zhen and lit the heart-shaped candles, Qiao Zhen slowly closed her eyes, her face full of sincere devotion. A blessing came to my ears. There was the hilarious voice of those boys. Happy birthday, Zhou girl. There was the happy, warm voice of her roommate. Happy 19th birthday, Zhen. There was also Qin Yichi's heart-stopping low mellow voice. Happy birthday, princess. After making her wish, Qiao Zhen opened her eyes and blew out the candles and began to take a knife to cut the cake. The birthday cake was extra large and filled with a cute little buttercream frosted animal sitting on top of it. Each one has a corresponding one. She cuts the first piece of cake and distributes it to Qin Yichi, and digs him a little gray wolf. Chen Meixiang received her favorite little fox. Yunyu's counterpart was a little white sheep. Shang Lulu had her own little penguin. Zhang Ning was full of excitement holding a kitten. As for the boys, anything from a cow to an octopus to a pig, everything was warm and beautiful, a small part of a grand youth, fiery and heartfelt. Even years from now when the congregation will be reunited again, they will still recall bits and pieces of the present. Zhou Zhen's birthday wish was simple. I hope Qin Shaoqi is happy every day. I hope everyone is happy every day too. Chapter 109 Ji Xian. You're cheap. At 10 o'clock in the evening the rain was pouring down, and the whole world became dull and depressing. Lightning streaked across the sky like a sharp blade, and a few moments later there was a deafening rumble of thunder. A few people were happy to go back to their own homes after parting, and edited many friend circles. Qin Yichi held up a large umbrella and walked back with his arm around Qiao Zhen's waist, a faint smile at the corner of his mouth. The voice is magnetic and beautiful. You're really sleeping at my place tonight? The words were followed by another thunderclap, more violent than before, and it was like it was going to shatter the entire sky, scaring Zhou Zhen. She got a little creeped out at the thought of ghosts floating upside down, sniffling and sounding resigned. Of course it's true. Don't you welcome me? The knot in Qin Yichi's throat rolled slightly, trying to suppress the frantic upturned corners of his lips, and he wrapped his arms around her more tightly. Leaning down, he booped her on the left side of her face. A warm welcome. I can't wait to get a sack and stuff you right into my house every day. I can't wait to cuddle and sleep with you every day, and to hold you down and kiss you hard every day. Qiao Zhen rubbed the left side of her face. Pervert, how do you sneak up on people? She wasn't prepared for this. She was still thinking about ghosts, and this guy just rushes up and kisses her out of nowhere. Almost scared her to death. As the words fell, Qin Yichi suddenly gave her another peck on the cheek, justifying it. What's wrong with stealing a kiss from my girlfriend? Qiao Zhen muttered disgruntledly. Like a mosquito. Last time her neck, collarbone, and even her breasts were full of red marks, which were very eye-catching and harsh. It took a couple of days for it to go down. Luckily her roommate hadn't found out or she'd have been so embarrassed she'd have drilled into the ground. Qiao Zhen feigned anger and glared at him. Qin Yichi, however, felt that she was simply adorable and reached out to pinch her face, his mood becoming even more pleasant. Before he fell in love he loved Jojin to the bone, and now that he's in love, he didn't get tired of it at all, but rather liked Jojin even more. Every day there's a little bit more to like. The night was like a thick ink, and the streetlights gave off a faint white light. It looked even weaker under the torrential rain. The whole city was shrouded under a curtain of rain. The two of them walked to the entrance of the neighborhood, and suddenly, a familiar voice rang out from behind them. Like finding some kind of treasure. Jojin, Jojin. Qin Yichi turned around. The smile under his eyes instantly disappeared. In its place was vigilance and disgust. Qiao Zhen also stopped in her tracks and subconsciously turned around, her eyes showing inexplicable emotions. Ji Xian was standing in front of him with his umbrella, his lips white and his eyes dark underneath. The whole spirit was exhausted, as if it would collapse completely in the next second. His demeanor was irrelevant to the former high ridge flower. Now he was completely out of shape, without the slightest trace of perfect decency, and not only did his face look haggard and tired, the eyes were also all horribly red and bloodshot, like they were dripping blood. The high cool reserve that had been maintained for years shattered in an instant. Wolverine. But when he stared at Qiao Zhen, a bright light suddenly lit up under his eyes. Qiao Zhen subconsciously took Qin Yichi's arm and shrank towards his warm embrace. Qin Yichi patted her back to soothe her while uttering a warning. I didn't beat you up last time? Ji Xian did not care about his sarcasm. He could not listen to anything. His heart was full of eyes. Only Qiao Zhen couldn't even blink his eyelids, like he was completely bewitched. He clutched a bag with both hands, and hastily unzipped it, as if offering his heart. The husky voice trembled lightly. Qiao Zhen, I know it's your birthday today, and I've prepared a lot of birthday gifts for you. Diamonds, jewelry, pearls. The bag reveals a variety of necklaces, crowns, and other jewelry, reflecting a radiant, glittering glow. It shines with a fascinating light, and just one look tells you it's worth a lot. Ji Xian held his backpack like he was grasping some kind of life-saving straw, and looked up hopefully and, however, in the next instant, his entire body stiffened in place. Qiao Zhen's eyes rippled without a single rise or fall. She just watched him perform quietly, as if she were watching someone indifferent. Q's ears were buzzing, and I'm afraid that at this moment, pulling the heart out of the Jojin wouldn't have moved a muscle. There were a million things churning inside his chest, churning him up so much that he couldn't even speak or breathe. Scarlet eyes and humble tone. Jen, don't you like them? Haven't you always loved these things? But Jojin still swept him calmly without speaking, as if she were watching a strange animal show. In that split second, Ji Xian's eyes suddenly moistened and his eyes blurred. He thought of his past self and his former life. It was as if, no matter what kind of expectant and nervous look Jojin gave him, he was all cold and expressionless and emotionless, and always silent, and always had to be coaxed and cajoled by her. So this is what it's like to have your heart in your mouth? The boomerang stuck hard, like a million sharp splinters cutting hard into the heart. It was so deep in the bone marrow that even every breath was felt as a strong piercing pain that hurt like hell. Ji Xian was completely flustered, his face as pale as paper, his lips trembling as he stubbornly said, then, like this, I'll buy you back whatever you like or fancy, okay? The rain hit the umbrella hard enough to make a dull sound. It also exploded in a splash on the ground, playing a rousing melody. Qiao Zhen looked at his carefully pleasing and groveling appearance, his eyes flat as water. There are no ripples, so it's not like Ji Xian didn't know that March 30th was her birthday. Qiao Zhen held Qin Yichi's arm tightly, her voice smooth, stating word for word, it's cheap. As soon as the words fell, Ji Xian looked even more flustered and was stabbed back a step. No. He hastily pulled out a pigeon blood ruby bracelet and murmured under his breath, how can it be cheap? It's $3 million at a charity auction dash. You're the one who's cheap. Jojin interrupted him with a voice. Ji Xian was visibly stunned and looked up blankly, the last taut string of his brain snapping suddenly. He was completely taut, his eyes completely bloodshot, begging for mercy, stammering and choking. Like a little kid who made a mistake. Jen, I mean it now. Will you forgive me? Please, forgive me. I won't let others bully you anymore. It was really my fault in the past. Now it's my turn to chase you. So give me another chance. Chapter 110, Regret. But it's too late. Ji Xian's fingers began to tremble violently, and even his breathing began to be disorganized. The voice was hoarse and bitter. Jojin, I regret it. I've always liked you in my heart. He practically dropped all pride and pretense, revealing his truest and most humble state to Qiao Zhen. Longing for her to accept herself as such. Ji Xian's throat was dry, as if he was drowning in a pitch-black whirlpool, unable to speak. Desperate only to grasp the only light, he reached out toward Jojin, The next moment, there was a bang. He was hammered in the face with an unguarded blow, and his whole body was like a kite on a broken string. It fell straight backward, making a violent splash on the ground. The umbrella was knocked aside and the bag hit the ground hard, even dropping out a lot of precious jewelry. Qin Yichi rushed to him at some point, not giving him a chance to catch his breath, and one hand pinched his neck hard, the other hammered into his abdomen with precision. Fast, accurate and hard, practically killing him alive. Ji Xian's bones clicked and clacked, and it hurt so much that his internal organs were about to split open. The expression is distorted by pain, and both the physical and psychological aspects are severely destroyed. Qin Yichi's eyes were full of hostility, grabbed him by the collar of his shirt and knocked his head hard on the ground. A cold sneer. Like, if she really liked Zhen, she wouldn't stand by and watch her get bullied, wouldn't have touched her without her will, wouldn't have chosen to intervene to destroy her happiness, and wouldn't have stalked her and harassed her over and over and over again. Let her be afraid. Compared to Ji Xian, whose eyes were reddened and his defense broken to the extreme, Qin Yichi was full of calm. Reveal the bloody truth word for word. It's always been you that you like. Who are you pretending to be affectionate for? Selfishness, indifference and hypocrisy. Qin Yichi stared at Ji Xian's wretched face, his eyes ruthless and indifferent. It's like looking down on a clown who can't hold his own. The rainstorm grew heavier and pounded hard on the two men. The rain was too loud for Qiao Zhen to hear the conversation between the two as she stood on the edge with her umbrella, eyes full of anxiety and heartache. Suddenly, a thunderbolt exploded, cutting through the dullness of the sky and deafening the ears. Ji Xian's eyes widened in anger. His throat welled up with the salty taste of blood, and his brain went into a trance for a moment. He hadn't slept for many days, and his body was tired. Tired. It feels like the streetlights around me are constantly deflating. Since birth, he's been like a machine that's been programmed. One must do things strictly according to instructions. What are his goals? What are his beliefs? What are the hobbies? No. It's a blank slate. All nothing. All he knows is that everything should be perfect, just as long as the instructions are accepted and followed carefully. But then what? Finish these and then what? Continue key and then what? What should he do? He doesn't even have friends. He's lonely and despondent, and desperately needs a group of people to hold him up. It was the only way to make him feel like he was alive. How could he not know that that group of people actually didn't really mean him at all? He knows all about the masculine, the duplicitous, and the faceless. But so what? Until Zhen came along. How could he not like Zhen? Ji Xian couldn't tolerate it and lay down on the ground and pinched Qin Yichi's neck with all his might. Qin Yichi, however, as if he didn't feel it, his thin lips pursed tightly, only coldly and mercilessly picking him up. And then smashed his head hard on the ground again and again, splashing layers of water with a faint color of blood. I don't know how much time had passed, but Ji Xian was powerless and completely collapsed on the ground. The rain washed over his face, and Ji Xian watched as Qiao Zhen held an umbrella for Qin Yichi. The scene was like a sharp blade stabbing him deeply in both eyes, cutting all over his body. Qiao Zhen. Ji Xian whimpered with difficulty. Even his soul was struggling with pain. Pray that she will have mercy on herself and heartache. Qiao Zhen only slightly lowered her head and looked at him faintly for a few seconds, her eyes detached and indifferent. Like he was looking at someone who had nothing to do with him. His tone was calm. Stop looking for me. From now on, I don't know you. The voice was as light as a feather, but every word was as heavy as 1,000 pounds, nailed hard to the heart. There was no more of the former fondness and anticipation in the young girl's pretty, clear eyes. Not even a sneer or aversion. Ji Xian's face stiffened and his pupils suddenly tightened. The heart seemed to be firmly clenched by a big hand, seeping out drops of sour and painful liquid, slowly devouring his entire being mercilessly. He was about to go mad with impatience, and a rush of blood instantly gushed from his throat, and he struggled to his knees on the floor, and, mute shout, no, don't, Zhen, you hate me or not, don't forget me, don't be so expressionless, don't do this to him. Ji Xian was on his knees, watching with his own eyes as Qiao Zhen turned around and, watching her hold Qin Yichi's hand and walk inside, looking at the extraordinarily harmonious and matching figures of the two under the streetlights. Puff dash. As if all his strength had been removed, he collapsed to the ground, drenched in dirty standing water. The torrential rain completely blurred Ji Xian's eyes as he repeated his murmur in despair and brokenness. Don't forget me. The sweet moments of the past kept coming back to his mind, remembering the way Qiao Zhen smiled up at him and filled her eyes with him, remembering the way Qiao Zhen sneaked a look at him and looked down with a red face when she was discovered, thinking of the way Zhen gave him things and said she only liked him. These memories are like fireworks, bright and shiny, but fleeting, a stark contrast to the cold, harsh, stormy nights of today. The raindrops on his face seemed to mock him mercilessly. The water on the road became deeper and deeper, and Ji Xian was drowned little by little, closing his eyes in pain. It's like he's been hiding in a closed, dark little room, expecting someone to actually walk in. Many want to try to open the door, but they're only in it for the treasure in the house, and it doesn't last long before it shows up and slowly walks away. Zhen appeared just then, summoning up the courage to knock on his door, knocking over and over again, but he was slow to open the door, and countless times he verified Zhen's sincerity, trying to use indifference to make sure Zhen really wants to come in. He is emboldened and superior. Later, the person knocking on the door became disheartened and turned away, when he realized his mistake and rushed out to stay. It's too late for everything. He drove her away himself. Suddenly, a sound of footsteps gradually approached. The driver, holding his umbrella and full of surprise, panic ran over and tried to help him up. Hey, young master, I've finally found you. Why are you here? Madam is waiting. Ji Xian ears buzzing, cannot hear any sound, heart completely cold. I couldn't tell if my face was a mess of rain or tears or blood. His eyes festered hollowly, and he finally lowered his head, covering his face in bewilderment and helplessness. Tears of remorse slowly spilled out of his fingers. Ji Xian suppressed a whimper. Sobbing in a rainstorm. Chapter 11. Qin Yichi is so jealous that he goes crazy. After Qiao Zhen went home and packed up a little, she quickly ran to Qin Yichi's bedroom, but she was in a bit of a bad mood the whole way. Qin Yichi finished his shower and changed into dark pajamas, staring at her for 2 or 3 seconds, the knot in his throat rolling slightly. Qiao Zhen's change of mood wasn't really obvious, but Qin Yichi could always feel it keenly. Like this moment, she was in a bit of a low mood. It can't be that you're feeling sorry for Ji Xian, can it? Just thinking about this, Qin Yichi was angry. That dead mistress was pretending to be vulnerable and pitiful in the rainstorm, and giving away so much stuff, whispering and humbling to please. But after a few moments of serious thought, Qin Yichi felt otherwise. She wouldn't lose her mind over Ji Xian, but inexplicably, there was still a surge of jealousy, a sourness, in his chest. It stimulated every nerve of Qin Yichi. He took a deep breath and came back to his senses, pretending to walk up carelessly and pinch Zhen's face and warmly coaxed, "Not happy, birthday boy?" Suddenly, Qiao Zhen opened her arms and wrapped them around his waist, burying her face in his arms. Qin Yichi's chest warmed, dotingly rubbing her head. "What's wrong?" The little girl in her arms had been silent for a long time past, and her voice was muffled and the tone was tinged with a bit of heartache. "He hit you." Qin Yichi smiled indifferently and raised his eyebrows slightly. There was even some smugness. "He hit me once, but I punched him numerous times. I earned it." Zhen listened silently to what he said and held him tighter. She just thought about it. For a change, suppose Qin Yichi had a girl he'd been courting for 2 or 3 years, and suddenly one day the girl regretted it. In front of her, her real girlfriend, pleading with Qin Yichi to be together. Gosh, it's just horrible. Qiao Zhen's little face crumpled into a ball. Her eyes got hot all of a sudden, and she even breathed a little. If that's the case, she's going to feel angry, she's going to be jealous, and she's going to be very, very insecure. So now, will Qin Yichi also be angry and sad? Qiao Zhen was internally entangled for a long time, raised her head, and earnestly called out his name, Qin Yichi. Qiao Zhen's eyelashes fluttered lightly, and she asked softly, "Will you be jealous?" Qin Yichi's figure suddenly stiffened, paused, evading the question, and the corners of his lips pulled up a smirk. "Why are you asking this all of a sudden?" Zhen lowered her head again, arching her head against him, and soliloquized, saying the words clearly, word for word. "Don't worry, I really don't have a single bit of affection for Ji Xian right now. Whether you like it or loathe it, there's no more." Her small world had completely excluded Ji Xian. The young girl's sweet and gentle voice fell into Qin Yichi's ears. He was stunned, his whole being enlightened. Zhen's little loss turned out to be a fear that he would be nervous and jealous. At that moment, the little man in his arms suddenly stood on tiptoe, stole a kiss on his lips, and raised his hand to swear. "Qin Yichi, I've decided that you, and I like you alone from now on. No one can abduct me." Zhen's mood changed for the better with the naked eye after she got the words out of her mouth. Her eyes were clear and sincere, bright, as if studded with fresh winter snow, clean, and give him enough security. The bedroom was bright and spacious, with fresh air and a faint scent of grass. Qiao Zhen still wanted to say something. The next second, the man suddenly lowered his head and kissed her lips. Strongly, he held her, holding her firmly against the wall. Qin Yichi clasped the back of her head with one hand and pinched her waist with the other. Couldn't wait to kiss her. Gentle and fiery. It was only after a moment that Qin Yichi slowly loosened his lips, the ink color under his eyes rolling over, his voice gradually sinking. "I will." Zhen tilted her head in bewilderment. Qin Yichi stared at her delicate red lips and couldn't help but reach out and twist them, saying seriously, "I'd be jealous." "Really?" Jojin cocked her head and stared at him curiously. In that moment, Qin Yichi wanted to tell her the emotions buried deep inside his heart. Wanted to tell her all about his sour experience. His eyes reddened slightly and he closed them, a few dryness welling up in his throat. "Jojin, you don't know." She didn't realize that when she used to sneak glances at Ji Xian, he was also sneaking glances at her. She didn't know yet that when she was silently pursuing Ji Xian, he was also silently crushing on her inside. Jojin punched him in the abs angrily, a little aggressively accusatory. "And, why are you talking in half?" In the next instant, Qin Yichi fiercely pinched her waist and held her down deeply in his arms. The distance shrunk suddenly. Jojin buried herself in his arms again and reached around his waist, like a kitten, and, rubbing his chest affectionately, "Go ahead." Hormones run rampant in a quiet, small space. A moment later, Qin Yichi leaned over to her ear, the knot in his throat rolling slightly, and said in a single word, "Jen, you don't know. Every time I used to see you smile at Ji Xian I'm all jealous to the point of insanity. So crazy that I can't wait to just snatch you up and kiss you hard while holding you in my arms, while threatening you with not being allowed to like anyone else." A low, mellow voice fell into his ears with a strong sense of wildness and possessiveness. Jojin's brain went blank as she listened. Suddenly, Qin Yichi tightened his grip on her waist and violently carried her to the big soft bed. Pressed down hard, without hesitation, he lowered his head and bit down on Qiao Zhen's red lips that brimmed with watery light, easily prying them open. This time the kiss was even more ferocious and hot than earlier, itching to swallow her alive. Qin Yichi just wanted to kiss closer and closer, desperate to be closer to her. Jojin was pinned to the bed, unable to move, the eyes instantly misted with water. It dawned on her that Qin Yichi had given her a whole bunch of gifts when he confessed to her. Among them was a bottle of paper stars. 2 days ago she packed her things and tentatively unwrapped the star bottle and looked at it. It was folded by Qin Yichi when she was a child and he wanted to give it to her. 99 of them. A different love story is handwritten in each star. "I like you, but I was afraid you wouldn't like me and never dared tell you. If there is a chance in the future, I must give you the star bottle myself. I hope you are always happy, always blessed, and always get perfect scores on your tests. I swear I'll always be there for you." The handwriting was not as open and flowing as it is now, but was crooked and, it's even a little ugly to say the least, but stroke by stroke, attitude by attitude, and word by word, I mean it. Qin Yichi had liked her so much since he was so young, but at the beginning of high school, she developed a crush on Ji Xian, fearing that he would misunderstand her, and deliberately alienating and staying away from him. What was on his mind at that time? When she was delivering things to Ji Xian and chasing after him, he looked careless on the surface, but what was in his heart? A secret love. It's very, very bitter. Qiao Zhen noiselessly slipped a drop of crystalline tears from the corner of her eyes, and took the initiative to reach out and encircle Qin Yichi's neck, responding to him with little by little enthusiasm. Chapter 112, Birthday Girl, Open Your Present. The bedroom was half-curtained and the light was soft and loving. The wisps of ambiguity in the air intertwined into a net that enveloped the two. There was still a torrential downpour outside the house, and the raindrops kept pounding on the windows with a dull thud. The man's hot, moist breath hit me. His kisses were rougher than the raging storm outside, eager and out of control, with no semblance of retreat. A soft whimper spilled from Jojin's lips as she was pinned to the bed, instinctively hooking her arms around him. His face was dizzily pink, and his eyes were so dense with watery mist that he couldn't breathe at all. The lips, the tip of the tongue, the roots of the ears, all rolled up, and the head gradually faded. Qiao Zhen felt like she was drowning in Qin Yichi's hot, swampy arms again. Once you're in, you can't get out. It didn't take long to kiss, and through the thin fabric, she suddenly felt a change in Qin Yichi. After realizing what it was, Qiao Zhen's body instantly went limp and her mind went blank, and her eyelashes fluttered involuntarily. Qin Yichi slowly opened his eyes, the bottom of his pupils obscure and unknown, and loosely released Qiao Zhen's red lips. Pull away. Qiao Zhen's face was getting redder and redder, and her voice was getting lighter and lighter. Qin Yichi, how can a kiss be? Qin Yichi stared at her seriously, a faint smile coloring the bottom of his eyes, his voice compelling, word for word, because more than my heart loves you, my body likes you too. In the next second, he suddenly took Qiao Zhen's hand. Jojin's heart raced and she just felt something cold on her hand. She glanced sideways to see a ring in her left middle finger, glowing with a layer of silver. A ring on the middle finger of the left hand indicates a passionate love affair. Qiao Zhen's eyes tilted up and immediately took it off and carefully observed the ring, which was delicate and detailed. The inner circle is also engraved with Qin Yichi's initials, QYC. I have one too. Matching. Qin Yichi took out another ring with almost the same appearance and put it on his finger. The only difference is that the inner circle is engraved with Zhou Jin's initials. Qin Yichi, the name of the ring is, in your name. The two rings seem to be a meditative proof of a beautiful love. Qiao Zhen, she touched Qin Yichi's ring with her own after she reattached it. It makes a clear and pleasant sound. She couldn't help but curl her lips, revealing two pearly swirls and a cheerful voice. Is it a birthday present? I love it. Seeing her happy demeanor, Qin Yichi couldn't help but curl the corners of his mouth as well. It's not a birthday present. It's just something I've been wanting to give you for a long time and it just happened to be today. As for the birthday present, I'll go get it for you. Qiao Zhen sat on the edge of the bed, only to see Qin Yichi pushing a super large gift box from outside. It was as if they could all fit her in. Unwrap the box and inside is a small, beautifully wrapped gift box in a variety of colors and sizes. Qiao Zhen's eyes slid round, looking dazzled, her tone shocked. There are so many? And each gift box is labeled with a number, from 1 to 19. As if anticipating something, Zhou Jin said, yes, a gift for ages 1 through 19? Qin Yichi nodded lightly. Aha! A warm current instantly flowed through Qiao Zhen's heart, voice trembling. But, you used to give me a birthday present every year. Why all the fuss? Why all the seriousness and care? Do you really want to move her to death and cry? Qin Yichi, however, shook his head and stared into her eyes. The meaning is different. Now it's for you in the name of your boyfriend. He sounded diffident and, smoothly rubbing Zhou Jin's head. This way of doing birthday presents is hot on the internet. It's a little corny, but I see everyone else has it, so you have to have it too. Birthday boy, open your present. Each word was like a stone hitting the lake of the heart, sending ripples in circles. Qiao Zhen resisted the urge to open the red gift box for 1-year-olds, which was a koi piece button bracelet. The vivacity of red koi carp and the calmness of white jade collide skillfully, signifying good luck, peace and prosperity. Qin Yichi rippled with laughter, and the tear mole under his eye followed and swayed gently. Zhen is just a lucky little koi. At those words, Qiao Zhen paused, her heart suddenly missing a beat. It was as if there was a ball of cotton stuck in his throat, and he couldn't say anything at all. Truly, for the first time, she has been called blessed. The 5-year-old's gift box was sky blue and a wind chime stood out. The wind chime suspends a blue crystal butterfly with crystalline, lifelike wings, glowing with fascinating luster. When you pick it up, the ringing is crisp and pleasant, as if the whole string of wind chimes has come to life. He said, if you bloom, butterflies will come. Qiao Zhen's eyelashes fluttered gently, hiding the emotions under her eyes. She proceeded to unwrap her 12th birthday present like she was opening a blind box, nervous and surprised. Inside the box was a hairpin and wooden comb that gave off an ethereal fragrance, an ancient token of love, symbolizing long-lasting love and wishing to grow old together and be with each other for a lifetime. Qin Yichi hooked his lips. Remember? It was 5th grade in elementary school. You've got long hair, almost to your waist. Turns out that boy in your backseat had a cheap hand and took a pair of scissors to class and cut you a strand. He also refused to admit his fault and had an extremely arrogant attitude. When I found out about it, I rushed up and hit him like a madman, and the teacher ended up calling the parents to apologize. Qiao Zhen's eyes burned instantly, tears adorning the bottom of her eyes. I remember. She remembers it all. As she opened the remaining several birthday presents, Zhou Jin's eyes grew watery and blurry. There are couples' shoes and clothes, beautiful flowers, cosmetics and perfumes. It turns out that there really are people who will spoil her like a princess and will do everything they can to make her happy. Qiao Zhen sniffled and flung herself into Qin Yichi's arms, her small face buried into his chest. Secretly, he wiped his tears on his pajamas and choked. Thank you, I enjoyed. Gift man. Qin Yichi smiled and rubbed her head. I'll move the boxes to your house tomorrow. You go ahead and take a shower. By the way, I've got pajamas and a bath towel for you, too. Zhou Jin nodded with red eyes and turned to the bathroom to shower, marveling at his meticulousness. How can you not be impressed when faced with a man like this? But after the hot shower, when Zhou Jin picked up her pajamas and took a closer look, her heart completely died. She stared incredulously, her ears so red they were burning. No, why do these pajamas look like a bikini swimsuit? The fabric was of good quality, but pitifully small, and surrounded by a light pink tulle. It's easy to lift up and show skin. Zhou Jin gritted her teeth and changed into her pajamas. Comfortable, yes, but what's the difference between wearing it and not wearing it? It's almost as if it exists specifically for the purpose of between men and women. Qiao Zhen's face was on the verge of burning to the point of smoking as she opened a crack in the door. Qin Yichi, how did you get me these pajamas? Chapter 113, Ensuring My Birthday Girl's Satisfaction. Zhou Jin opened a crack in the door, but hid herself in the doorway, bashful, which expected Qin Yichi to directly push open the door. gently and domineeringly scooped her into his arms, his voice low and hoarse. Uncomfortable wearing it? Or you don't like the style? Isn't it pretty? Jojin was defenseless as he scooped her up into the king-sized bed, even bouncing up twice from the overly softness of the bed. She struggled to sit up and went straight to her hands, covering his eyes with precision. You're not allowed to look. Qiao Zhen gritted her teeth in anger. The bad guys. This man just did it on purpose, and it must have been a long time in the making. Qin Yichi, however, curved his lips slightly, and didn't try to grab her hand, and he let her cover his eyes. And, the slack is pulled full. Why don't you let me see? Where are you that I haven't touched? As the words fell, Qiao Zhen choked and tried to retort something, but it seemed like she couldn't really think of a reason. She hung her head slightly and pursed her lips. Mostly, the dress is just too astringent and burnt. Nope, can't even say it's a dress. Suddenly, Qin Yichi's muffled laughter came to his ears, like a sound that rolled out from deep in his throat. And, extremely hooked, Jojin's eyes snapped up and looked at him warily. Qin Yichi was still covered by her eyes, his lips raised in a bad smile that seemed to be laughing. Reaching down, he unbuttoned his pajamas. To be fair, I'll be honest with you too. Is that okay? The man's bony fingers undid a button, removed his black nightgown, and, showing off his sexy collarbone and abs, he was even able to vaguely see his beautiful mermaid line. The muscles are perfectly shaped and colored. The lines are smooth and superior, without the slightest excess. Simply impeccable, robust and powerful. With a full sexual tension pull, Jojin froze for 2 seconds, her right hand covering his eyes freezing slightly. In the next second, as if keenly aware of her hesitation, the man grabbed her wrist and, holding her hand firmly down on his abs, the burning touch passed little by little with his fingertips, spreading to all his limbs. Qiao Zhen heart were scalded a brain down. Froze. You. What are you doing? Qin Yichi lightly raised his sword eyebrows, his eyes compelling, living like a demonic spirit, and even slowly came closer to her. What? Don't you like it? When he said this, Qin Yichi inexplicably had some bottom. It's not so much narcissism as it is. At the hot springs, Jojin's eyes were glowing as she stared at his abs. He also kept wanting to touch his abs when he was drunk and commiserating when he didn't. He saw it all. Now that there were no more hands blocking his vision, Qin Yichi was also able to thoroughly see Qiao Zhen's full appearance. The pale pink tulle fluttered gently, and the curves of the young girl were half hidden, her waist slender and soft. The skin is even whiter, pure and desirable, like the petals of a flower in its first blossom in spring. You can't help but want to pick it. Sure enough, it suits her. Qin Yichi grabbed her hand and moved it slowly over his abs. Late at night, at 23:30, with a torrential downpour crackling against the windows of the air was a little humid and muggy. I don't know how long it took before Qin Yichi slightly tilted his head and asked with a gangly smile, "How does it feel?" Jojin was in a dilemma, completely unable to resist his strong compulsion and on the verge of losing her mind. She stiffly digressed, "Qin Yichi, you're so flirty." Qin Yichi stared at her, slowly loosening his palm and asking seriously, "So, to be fair, isn't it my turn to touch now?" Jojin looked up in confusion, her hand still resting on his abs, and was caught off guard when, once again, he was pressed into the big bed by Qin Yichi. Qin Yichi grabbed both of her wrists with one hand and held them high above her head, forcing her to move. Jojin's heart rhythm was so completely out of whack that she forgot to even breathe. In favor of this, the man's hot breath fell, sprayed on the neck, and came to her ear and said, "It's your birthday, I can help." Little by little he coaxed her, gradually, like a hunter patiently waiting for his prey to fall into his net. Qiao Zhen reacted for a long time before murmuring softly, "No, I don't have to." "No?" Qin Yichi's other hand wrapped around her hair, his voice compelling to the extreme, "Really? But your body is also saying it likes me." When Qiao Zhen heard this, her whole body was wrapped in tingling hormones, and her breathing was completely disorganized. Qin Yichi pursued the attack and pinched her cheeks. "Cheating is going to turn you into a little pig." Qiao Zhen's ears were red to the point of dripping blood, silently averting her face and stumbling over the question. "So, is it still like last time?" Recalling Qin Yichi's rough fingers, Qiao Zhen felt her legs burning and shaking. She took a deep breath and tried to calm down, but the deer inside her clung and, "It's getting confusing." She wanted to bury herself in the dirt, and she wanted to hunker down and bury herself in a quilt that, not willing to let anyone find her. Under Qin Yichi's straightforward and intense gaze, Qiao Zhen quietly moved to the side, and suddenly Qin Yichi firmly clasped her waist and stared intently into her eyes. "But this time, it's going to help you in a different way. My birthday girl is guaranteed to be satisfied." Jojin had a bad feeling. What method? Qin Yichi leaned down slightly and spoke a few words in her ear. In the next second, Qiao Zhen's pupils suddenly tightened, staring at his lips incredulously. The man's lips were sensual, and when he kissed they were fierce, sharp and wild. Qiao Zhen involuntarily shrank back. Don't you mind? As the words fell, the ink rolled in the pupils of Qin Yichi's eyes, dragging her toward his arms. The ends of his eyes were tinted with a demonic color of lust. I'd love to. Late at night, the room was dim and charming, and the hot breath continued to spread and spread. The taut strings in Qiao Zhen's mind snapped with a bang, and her whole body trembled lightly. A blush crawled across her face, and sobs continued to spill from her lips, until Qin Yichi straightened up and asked her if she liked it. Qiao Zhen silently pulled the quilt over her face and, like a little turtle in its shell, Qin Yichi's heart was adorable, tidied up his things, and once again went to the bathroom to take a cold shower. Rinse your mouth, by the way. After a long time in the bathroom, he changed into his pajamas and came out to turn off the light. The room fell into pitch blackness, and the sound of each other's breathing became more pronounced. After saying goodnight to each other, Qin Yichi still sleeps with his arms around her as usual, intimate and close. But on this night, Zhen was slow to sleep, carefully tossing and turning. All I could think about was what I had just seen. Help! She really was completely overwhelmed and totally aroused. Late at night, Qin Yichi seemed to be completely asleep. Zhen, torn for a long time, rolled into his arms, stole a kiss on the left side of his face, and whispered, I love you. Much love, much love. With that said, Zhen closed her eyes in contentment and fell into a sweet dream long afterward. But she didn't know that the moment she fell asleep, Qin Yichi's eyes abruptly opened. The man wrapped his arms around her and dropped a soft, sincere kiss on her forehead. Sweetie, I love you too. Chapter 114. You just want to eat my tofu. Zhen's first half of freshman year went by quickly. Not only did she get several certificates and play quite a few tournaments, it is also very fulfilling to participate in many volunteer activities, and almost every moment of the day. He was glued to Qin Yichi. It's said that there is a 3-month rule, that the limit of a couple's love period is 3 months. It doesn't take long for it to fall flat, but Qiao Zhen seemed to like Qin Yichi more than ever, and couldn't get tired of it. Qin Yichi is the same. Every day as long as you cannot see Qiao Zhen is uncomfortable. As the last of the spring rains fall, summer creeps in and the lush shade of the cicadas chirping. June 30th, the end of final exams, was Zhen's long-awaited trip to the beach. After the guys went skiing in Celluloid over winter break, they made plans to take a summer trip to the beach. Seeing the blue sea and blowing the sea breeze with friends in summer is undoubtedly youthful and enthusiastic. Early in the morning, Qiao Zhen followed Qin Yichi out the door after packing her bags at home. Qin Yichi picked up her suitcase and transformed into a kiss-stealing fiend as soon as he saw her. Zhen had evolved to the point where she could reach out and gag him with the precision of a glare alone. Ranting, no kissing. On the quiet path, the leaves of the balsam fir tree slowly drifted down and landed precisely on top of Qin Yichi's head. Qin Yichi was a bit aggravated after being ferociously finished, his throat dry. Why? Zhen silently brushed the leaves away for him, pausing to explain the explanation in a small voice. I'm wearing a light layer of makeup today, and if you kiss it, you're kissing foundation and loose powder. And it might be pro flower. She has also been working very hard to learn makeup from Master Chen Mei Xiang. I want to look beautiful in front of Qin Yichi. Qin Yichi stared earnestly at her face for a long time before encouragingly saying, it's beautiful. But really, he didn't really see that Zhen was wearing makeup. She seemed to look like this normally, with her pale skin and pink lips. The eyes are big and especially cute. Qin Yichi was carrying suitcases in both hands, so he couldn't kiss his face, and was a little lost. Inwardly, he was silently playing the math. You have to come back and kiss me when you're staying at the hotel at night. Kiss her until she's breathless and begging for mercy. The group met at the high-speed train station, and as soon as they met, a couple of the boys were jumping up and down with excitement and the road was hot. On the high-speed train, a group of people were full of anticipation and excitement. Qiao Zhen sat in the center of the 3 rows of seats that Qin Yichi leaned against the aisle, while Zhang Ning's little sister sat on the other side of Qiao Zhen. She seemed to particularly enjoy clinging to Zhen, pulling her little hand along the way. The sister is called affectionately. All of Qiao Zhen's attention was sucked away by Zhang Ning, not only taking pictures with her using jitterbug effects, also record simple gesture dance videos. Qin Yichi had been staring at the two of them for a long time, and silently moved over to Qiao Zhen's shoulder and pressed it intimately, squeeze into her cell phone screen. In the next second, 2 cat ears suddenly sprouted from his head on the screen. The cheeks are powdery blush makeup and there are even fake eyelash effects. Qiao Zhen's eyes lit up as she stared straight at him on the screen, curling her lips and quipping, Qin Yichi, you're so cute. Qin Yichi couldn't bear to look at it and silently retreated back. In the back row, Niu Feng sked twice and shoulder touched to Zhang Yu. Is this thing your sister or Qiao Zhen's sister? She doesn't seem to know you well at all. Zhang Yu turned his head and said with a smile on his face, eat your banana. Honestly, like an Amei mountain monkey with ADHD. Niu Weifeng was completely anxious. It's a 3 to 4 hour high-speed train ride to Q. Zhang Ning was tired of playing and leaned on Qiao Zhen to sleep. And Qiao Zhen was sleepy, collapsing onto Qin Yichi's shoulder. I probably didn't sleep well last night because I was so excited by the anticipation. And I'm sleeping exceptionally well now. Qin Yichi liked the feeling of being relied on and needed, and slightly hooked his lips, leaning gently against her head. After more than 3 hours, the group finally got off the station and took a cab to the hotel. Everyone lived on the same floor, with Qiao Zhen and Qin Yichi sharing a room. The most special. It's the romantic version of the double queen room that's hard to grab. With an oceanic theme, the king-size bed is in the shape of a seashell, white and soft. You can also project small movies directly in front of the bed. The ceilings are a healing creamy blue color, and the panoramic floor-to-ceiling windows next to it also offer views of the vast expanse of the ocean. The mood opened up. Zhojin ran over there with gusto, flung herself on the bed and bounced twice, looking out the window and couldn't help but curl his pretty eyes. Qin Yichi, I like it here so much. The knot in Qin Yichi's throat rolled, and his heart gradually began to melt again. Zhojin always seems to give high emotional value to those around her. She would always say, that's awesome, I love it, and would always be patient, comforting and encouraging to her friends, always with a genuine smile, like a healing angel doll, full of you. Qin Yichi's lips curved up in the same arc, while packing out his swimsuit and other things, while organizing the two men's suitcases. Long ago, he had fantasized about a scene in which he would go to see the ocean with Zhojin. Stay together in a marine-themed couple's hotel. Will also hold Zhojin down in front of the panoramic floor-to-ceiling windows and kiss her while looking at the ocean. Zhojin changed into her swimsuit and came out of the bathroom and started applying sunscreen. The sun is very strong in the summer season, and it's not a big deal for people to get a tan, but they are afraid of sunburning their skin. Suddenly, Qin Yichi directly took the sunscreen and squeezed 2 pumps in his hand. Here, let me help you apply it. Qiao Zhen looked up and snapped into his hot and deep Danfang eyes, like he was going to eat it the next second. In the man's eyes was an unabashedly intense color of lust. Qiao Zhen silently took a small step back, her eyes clear and clean, and spoke out weakly, are you that kind? Qin Yichi wrapped his other arm around her waist and forcefully scooped her into his arms, his eyes somewhat innocent. What else? What bad thoughts could I have? Qiao Zhen felt that this person was so thick-skinned that he was talking nonsense with his eyes open, and huffed, you just want to eat my tofu. As the words fell out, Qin Yichi raised his eyebrows, his tone deep and meaningful. His voice was low and husky. You can eat my tofu too. Touch me anywhere you want. My whole heart, my whole body, all of it belongs faithfully to my girlfriend. Zhojin didn't really want to talk to him and inclined her head in acquiescence. A smile rippled under Qin Yichi's eyes as he applied sunscreen to her body and his eyes fell on her swimsuit. It's a bright gold swimsuit with little daisy lace embellishments, revealing a young girl's slim, soft waist and the skin is exceptionally clear. It's really like white tofu. Want to take a nibble? Qin Yichi slowly applied sunscreen on her, not sparing any corner. It starts with the neck, arms, and back, and then gradually moves to the waist. Qiao Zhen narrowed her eyes slightly. Those 2 palms around her waist were extra hot. It also happened to rub on the most sensitive part of her waist, causing a tingling current. She couldn't help but tremble slightly as she raised her head and glared angrily at Qin Yichi. One word at a time. Be honest. As the words fell, Qin Yichi nodded in resignation and patiently applied sunscreen to her legs. After coating Qiao Zhen's entire body, Qin Yichi once again scooped the person back into his arms and held her tightly. Leaning down close to her, he asked in a low voice, is your boyfriend's sunscreen application service satisfactory? Chapter 115, Azure Sea, Golden Beach. Qiao Zhen was buried in his arms, her ears slightly reddening as she listened to Qin Yichi ask if she was satisfied with her service. This guy is really... Zhojin tussled for a long time, nodding her head in small increments. Qin Yichi hugged her tightly while coaxing her softly. A tip if you're satisfied? Qiao Zhen tilted her head and pointed at him, her voice sweet and soft. You're shameless. But looking at the other party's eager and aggrieved gaze, Qiao Zhen still couldn't help but soften her heart. Standing slightly on her tiptoes, she gave him a kiss on the lips. Boo. Satisfied. Qin Yichi collected his aggression and lifted her high end. Take the elevator and meet the others downstairs. It was afternoon after dinner and the guys couldn't wait to fly down to the beach. Niu Weifeng quickly pulled the other 2 boys and rushed over, like a wild horse out of control, yelling, I want to play in the sand, swim, and surf. The boy ran inside. Me too. I've waited for this day for so long. That's my spirit for finals week. The other guy next to me broke down. Why are you bringing this up when you're out traveling for a good reason? Python seems to be really failing. Oh, I hope the teacher rakes in the usual points. The afternoon sun was hot and dazzling, shining directly on the sea and laying down a brilliant light. The sea is sparkling, gorgeous and spectacular. There was also the occasional crash of waves against the reef. It's a weekday and not a lot of people are traveling. Qiao Zhen and Qin Yichi interlocked their fingers and strolled on the fine soft sandy beach, slowly approaching the sea. The sandy beach is fine and soft, like golden satin, and it's very comfortable to step on. Jojin felt like every step was not quite real. The blue ocean, the golden sandy beaches, and the company of your loved ones, all factors that promote her heart rate. Qiao Zhen turned her head sideways and surreptitiously raised her eyes to Qin Yichi. The man was wearing only his swim trunks, a large portion of his superior wildly desirable body exposed to the sun. His broken hair on his forehead blew slightly, and his features were portrayed by the sunlight to be more and more handsome, adding a bit of free and uninhibited flavor. In the next second, he suddenly turned his head and met Qiao Zhen's line of sight with precision. What's wrong? Qiao Zhen silently withdrew her gaze and turned to face the sea, letting the wet and salty sea breeze blow on her face. Qin Yichi, I really like looking at the sea. She curled her lips and said, to see the ocean with you. As the two words fell into his ears, Qin Yichi gave a start, and his heart felt as if he had been shot with an arrow with precision. Bursting with countless sweet candies, I enjoyed it too. With you. The corners of his lips couldn't restrain themselves from curling up, and inexplicably he was reminded of a time when, in the diary of a crush, similar words were written. Jojin, I want to watch the snow with you, and the mountains and the sea, and the sunrise and the sunset, watching shooting stars and aurora borealis, wanting to see all the romantic and beautiful scenery in this world with you. All those once sour and bitter emotions have now been turned one by one into a bubble of happiness. Gradually the smoke dissipated. His eyes were full of Jojin. The young girl had 2 fishbone braids, and 2 gold ribbons, braided together with her hair, on purpose. It's chic and pretty. The whole thing is golden and glowing. Qin Yichi was burning inside and couldn't help but lightly call out to her. Jin. Qin Yichi's grip with her tightened and he said in a single word, you are my little son. Was a little sun-like presence that descended warmly on his heart. Dispel those dark and painful glooms. Qiao Zhen was silent for a moment and shook her head decisively. I'm not. She said seriously. Qin Yichi, you are my son. If I had to use a metaphor to describe Qin Yichi, it would be the scorching hot sun. It's a flamboyant and dazzling presence. It was a flame that appeared after she'd been through a failed relationship and was disillusioned that, constantly blazing for her, she could always feel the other's rolling warmth in the smallest details. Melt her heart little by little. Qin Yichi paused, not expecting her to actually answer like this, just said a couple of words. Suddenly, Zhang Ning, wearing a pink bathing suit, ran over to him. Tada! She couldn't wait to drag the two of them to the beach for a photo. Come on, let's take a picture. Just the two of you. The boys also got an awesome-looking older woman to take a picture of them. Auntie with her cool sunglasses, steady horse stance, and very professional pose. Loud command, come on, handsome girls and boys look at the camera Lu. The boys were moved to tears, hearing someone call them handsome for the first time. Qin Yichi held Qiao Zhen's hand and hooked his lips lazily towards the camera. Qiao Zhen leaned on his shoulder and, sweetly, he held up his scissor hands. Inside the photo, a group of people stepped on the soft sandy beach, with their backs to the living blue ocean. It was so vibrant and free. The photo was frozen in that moment. Summer and the sea, the sun and the waves, but all reduced to a backdrop for the youth of teenagers. Paints a vivid canvas. After taking a group photo, the group began to move apart, waiting for sunset to join together to feed the seagulls on the boat. Zhang Ning clung to Qiao Zhen as she piled sand on the beach, holding a prop with a serious expression. Sister Jenny, I'm going to build SpongeBob's pineapple house this time. Jojin silently encouraged her. It didn't take long for Niu Yifeng next door to finish playing in the sand and bared his teeth. Brothers, take a look at this. I built the luxury toilet. Everyone looked up and there was an uncharacteristic 2 minutes of silence. Not, are you sick? You're here to take a, aren't you? You have to ruin the mood. Fork it out. Qiao Zhen also began to pile up sand, her eyes slowly falling on Qin Yichi, who was not far away. He went to the side to buy something, yet the next moment a beautiful, gorgeous young woman approached him and, opening the cell phone seems to add WeChat. The woman was hot and sexy in a red bathing suit, and extraordinarily polite too. Her awesomeness could be felt from a distance. Zhang Ning immediately stood up alertly, and the pineapple house was not hitched, and hastily patted Qiao Zhen on the shoulder. Full of wariness, Qiao Zhen didn't react much and asked her, what's wrong? The sand isn't playing? No. Zhang Ning quietly pointed in the direction of Qin Yichi and the woman in red. Sister, you just don't panic. Qiao Zhen's eyes fell on Qin Yichi, curling her lips slightly. It won't, because she believed in him, because Qin Yichi had already given her enough security. Sure enough, Qin Yichi revealed the ring on his own finger and politely shook his head. Without hesitation, he left without seeming to even remember the girls' faces. Qiao Zhen was sweet in her heart and continued to lower her head and knead the sand. In a short while, Qin Yichi was holding 2 sea salt-flavored ice creams in one hand and a large coconut in the other. Intimately, he came up to Zhen to post up. Come and try it. A new flavor. The next second, however, he saw Zhen's pile of sand. It's a 3-dimensional heart, and the heart is engraved. QYC79QZ. Qiao Zhen sat on the beach, smiling coquettishly and offering a treasure, her eyes shining brightly as she asked, "Look, do I look good in a pile?" Qin Yichi's footsteps lurched and he suddenly froze in place, inexplicably remembering the images he once had. On New Year's Eve, December 31st of last year, he secretly hid a secret under the first snow and moonlight, and now Zhen is painting it on the beach and offering it to him without reservation. And how is it not destiny? Chapter 116, giving her blatant favoritism. Zhen washed her hands with seawater and took the ice cream. Sea salt flavor, light blue in color, similar to the color of the sea, salty and sweet taste, and it melts in your mouth. Yummy! Her eyes lit up. It was the first time she'd ever had this flavor of ice cream. Special novelty, you eat quickly too. It's going to melt soon. After half a minute, hearing no response, Zhen turned her head slightly. Qin Yichi was sitting on the beach next to her, still giggling at the 3-dimensional love heart. Can't listen to anything. Qiao Zhen jabbed his shoulder with her finger. Qin Shaoqi, are you listening to me or not? This nerd. Qin Yichi back to God. Light not slow to take out his cell phone to take pictures. Hold the coconut in front of her again. Here, take a sip. Zhen looked down and bit into the straw. The flavor of the coconut water was refreshingly delicate. Especially good for sipping on the beach on a hot summer day. After eating the ice cream, she helped Zhang Ning build SpongeBob's pineapple house together. The afternoon was hot. The sun was blazing and every inch of skin was wrapped in heat. Qiao Zhen would blink her eyes at Qin Yichi whenever she felt thirsty. The two could tell what the other was trying to say just by looking at each other. Qin Yichi very sweetly held the coconut in front of her, and carefully fed it to her, like a loyal little servant, even looking at Zhen's bright eyes every time he fed her. He had a great sense of accomplishment in all of it. Qiao Zhen nodded at him. Delicious. Qin Yichi, on the other hand, tasted it with the straw she had sucked through, and the corners of his lips hooked up. Quite sweet. After finally finishing building the exquisite pineapple house, Zhen took a glass jar and started picking up beautiful shells. Planning to go home and make it into a picture frame. The sun is about to fall into the horizon over the ocean. The group boarded the ship at the scheduled time and stood on the second floor of the cruise ship to watch the sunset. With a humming sound and the sound of the water clattering, the ship heads out to sea. A visual feast is gradually unveiled. The blue sky is gradually laying down paint, turning pinkish purple. It seems to blend the elegance of violets with the shyness of peach blossoms. Compared to the warm and flamboyant orange-red, the pink-purple sunset is more gentle and dreamy, which is mesmerizing. The passerby lady next to me looked at the gentle pink haze and exclaimed. The afterglow dispersed into beautiful. A clear river is as quiet as a practice. Niu Yifeng, however, violently shouted. Asterisk. What an awesome sky. The contrast was particularly uncultured, and a couple of the boys next to him gently covered their mouths and snickered. Countless seagulls instantly surrounded the ship, hovering in mid-air. Qin Yichi was wearing a wireless headset and shoved the other one into Qiao Zhen's ear. A romantic piece of pure music was playing. Zhen tore the bread into small pieces and threw it in mid-air, where it was instantly held in the beak of a seagull. She turned back immediately, her eyes slightly curved and streaming as if they contained honey. Qin Yichi, did you get the shot? Qin Yichi stood beside her, his cell phone recording this vivid scene, thoroughly engrossed in the young girl's smile. Well, shoot. In the video footage, a young girl's yellow skirt is ruffled by the wind, dainty and clear, beautiful hair, thin waist, long legs, too pretty to be true. The knit brows and smile are mesmerizing, and even this romantic evening sun can only be a match for her. Qin Yichi's heartbeat gradually accelerated. He often felt lucky. I'm lucky to have met Zhen. I'm lucky to be with Zhen. Lucky to have a unique favorite in Zhen. Zhen gently propped up the buns, and it wasn't long before a white seagull swept by and beaked the food with precision and spread your wings. Zhen bounced happily, her eyes glittering. Niu Yifeng also learned her movements, but lifted half a day and no seagulls flew. Ignoring him, his arms were getting sore from lifting them, and he asked with a sad face. No way. Do seagulls look at faces? Why don't they eat me? Heartbreak. Immediately afterward, A boy next to him suddenly patted and flew over to open his mouth and bite the bread in Niu Yifeng's hand. Hey, hey, this little seagull of mine eats. Niu Yifeng stood speechless and silent for a full 2 minutes, almost spitting out his lunch. Ta-da, please, can you stop grossing me out? Vomit. The crowd laughed out loud. Surrounded by a single seagull, and enveloped in a gentle purple-pink evening glow, the ship slowly cuts across the sea. The teenagers didn't forget to take a group photo to preserve the free and unrestrained image forever. It constitutes a brilliant and enthusiastic youth. The sea, the beach, the shells, the evening sun, the seagulls. Each word is enough to make one's heart yearn for more. The sun slowly sets, the ship reaches the other side of the coast, and the sky darkens. Qin Yichi's eyes kept falling on Qiao Zhen, looking at her bright appearance when she smiled, unconsciously curving his lips himself. He couldn't resist reaching out and feeding Zhen a small piece of bread. Not quite like the regular bread you feed the seagulls. This one comes with a buttery sandwich. It's also one of Zhen's favorites. Very fluffy and sweet. Zhen, still taking pictures of the landscape, subconsciously opened her mouth to eat turning his head afterward. He said, "What are you feeding me for?" "Feed the seagulls." Qin Yichi, however, leaned back on the railing in a loose and uninhibited manner, slightly tilting his head, his features distinct and deep. The corners of his lips curved up in an extraordinarily good mood. Under the romantic evening sun, his broken hair on his forehead was slightly moved by the sea breeze. The aggressive phoenix eyes became doting and gentle, his voice low. "I'm not really interested in feeding the seagulls, Zhen. I just like to pitch in and feed you." After disembarking from the ship, the crowd ate a seafood buffet, and all of them were energized and ambitious. Said it must be eaten back. Drinking glasses were raised, and with a clink, a cheer went up. "Come on, cheers, eat more, have a nice trip, long live friendship, old-timers." As the words fell, a group of people began to frantically show off their meat, comparing who had eaten more. However, it wasn't long before Qiao Zhen couldn't do it anymore. Leaning on Qin Yichi's shoulder and muttering, "My stomach is bursting. Delicious, but you really can't eat much of it." She hated that she only had one stomach. In contrast, Qin Yichi's meal is huge and thieves can eat. What's even more infuriating is that he can't eat at all and his body is just perfect to the core. After dinner, the crowd took a walk to kill some food and head towards the hotel while sending friends. "You also have to bring a locator mount." Qin Yichi also posted a rare 9-panel frame, with a group photo in the C position. There's also a picture of a 3-dimensional love sand, leaving 7 pictures all of Zhen. The boys were so sour that they liked and commented 99 on WeChat. All the while, he was ing loudly at him. Yo 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 yo. Gee, when someone falls in love, they post their girlfriends all over their circle of friends. If you didn't know better, you'd think you were a sister. Except for the mandatory forwarding of school clubs and the sports department, Qin Yichi hardly sends out friend circles. He doesn't read his circle of friends much, and is one of those mysterious people who lie on the list. But after falling in love, he seems to be a different person. He hates to show it every day. Personality signature WeChat background are changed. Afraid that others do not know he has a girlfriend, it simply lights up their eyes. Upon hearing this, Qin Yichi had a smile on his lips and didn't bother to argue with him. It was just a quiet, leisurely walk down the path with Qiao Zhen interlocking their fingers. The sea breeze blew slowly on his face, and the street lamps shrouded a hazy light. He looked up at the bright moon and the knot in his throat rolled. Posting these friend circles is not really about showing love at all. Rather, it was because he wanted to give Zhen enough security to give Zhen the most sincere, fiery and blatant favoritism. Chapter 117, Jenny, Princess, Sweetie, Baby. Along the way, the crowd also took a little stroll through the light show, and returned to the hotel at almost 9:30 p.m. They also buy a couple watermelons and coconuts downstairs at the hotel. Qin Yichi in the next room shared a large watermelon, and when Qiao Zhen finished her bath, he then takes a spoon and digs into the center piece for her. The middle piece of watermelon is always the sweetest and tastiest, and more crucially, there are no seeds. Qiao Zhen noticed the details of his favor and lowered her eyelashes slightly. Inexplicably complex emotions welled up in his heart. It seemed like every time, Qin Yichi would always give her the best. Even when the two of them were lost in the desert and Qin Yichi only had a bottle of water, surely she would have given her all of it to drink too, and would have rambled on about it. "I'm just not a water person." Qiao Zhen pursed her lips and finally sighed, stretching out her index finger to gently poke him on the right side of his face, her voice clear and sweet. Boyfriend eats first. She wanted Qin Yichi to eat the centerpiece. She also had to give Qin Yichi all the best things, but Qin Yichi had to feed it to her mouth, asking with a strong and righteous attitude, "What kind of boyfriend eats the heart of a watermelon?" Zhen puffed out her face, learning from her mistakes. and glared at him in return. So tell me, how can any girlfriend eat the heart of a watermelon? She was dressed in a glistening white nightgown, her eyes were clear and crystalline, and her face, freshly showered, was dyed with a layer of light powder. The lips also looked extra soft and full of innocent good behavior. Qin Yichi thought she was cute as hell, and when she glared she became even more vivid and lively, like an anxious little bunny. Qin Yichi couldn't help but stifle a laugh. His other hand pinched her soft face and rubbed it recklessly. The voice was low. Qiao Zhen, it's just a watermelon. What are you being modest with me for? Zhen shook her head and said earnestly, but I just want you to eat dash. Before she could finish her sentence, Qin Yichi suddenly took advantage of her open mouth and shoved the small piece of watermelon into her mouth. Zhen slowly glared. How can this man be like this? How dare he engage in a sneak attack? However, in the next second, Qin Yichi put down the spoon and forcefully wrapped his arms around her waist. The deep eyes became thick, and a wicked smile rippled underneath them. In that case, let's eat together. As soon as the words were out of his mouth, he picked up Qiao Zhen in a domineering manner and held her firmly down in front of the panoramic floor-to-ceiling windows, one hand locked around both of her wrists. Zhen is even outside the situation. Suddenly, without hesitation, Qin Yichi lowered his head to kiss her, wild and hot, coming on strong, and it was as if all the previously suppressed emotions were released one by one. Couple theme room lit with ambiguous starlights. Even the air has become extra ambiguous charming. Pull the wire slowly. Every now and then the sound of waves lapping against the reef came from outside the window, and the atmosphere was subtle. Well, said Zhen, her back against the cool, clear glass window, her eyelashes fluttering softly as the heart is beating faster and faster, nervous and scared. This window is transparent. What if someone else sees it? But it wasn't long before she was completely unable to think. Qin Yichi held one hand on her waist, kissing her deeper and deeper. Crush the sweet watermelon juice little by little and savor it with abandon. Like a vicious wolf, it keeps seizing greedily. Rolling breath fell from the sky. Zhen had never tried a kiss like this before. Her body pressed firmly against the window by his. Even the whimpers were mercilessly swallowed. Sweet watermelon juice in her mouth. Her eyes were misty, and she was swept off her feet and even breathing became difficult. On the contrary, Qin Yichi's kissing skills were getting better and better, catching her and not letting go. The gentle sound of the waves slowly reached her ears, and Qiao Zhen's whole body was tingling and, already thoroughly engrossed in Qin Yichi's mouth, his brain was deprived of oxygen. Qin Yichi pressed close, tasting the watermelon before slowly pulling back some distance and letting go of her wrist. Badly asked. Sweet? Sweet, Zhen responded subconsciously, on the verge of not being able to stand up from the kiss, arms unconsciously wrapped around his neck. Just as Qin Yichi kissed her again, Qiao Zhen slightly inclined her head, her voice trembling with nervousness. Don't, someone will see it outside. They could vaguely make out the hotel bed when they were on the beach earlier. It's nighttime, but it's just too shameful. Suddenly, Qin Yichi lowered his eyes and rotated her entire body in a half circle, pressing her frontally against the floor-to-ceiling window. Qin Yichi lowered his head to rest on the nape of her neck and asked, "Look, is there anyone outside?" Zhen was held down against the window, and looking up, she could see the white waves of the ocean. There were also a few boys strolling the beach in groups, and it always felt as if they even looked up at her, talking and laughing. Qiao Zhen's heart was in her throat, thumping. She immediately turned around and, almost burying her face in front of Qin Yichi's chest, the roots of her ears instantly turned scarlet. She panicked and murmured in a whisper, "Someone." Qin Yichi smiled lazily and leaned over to comfort her. "Don't be afraid. This floor-to-ceiling window is a special material, and right now I'm tuned to be invisible. We can see out, but the people out there can't see ours." Qin Yichi smiled and pinched her cheeks. "Besides, how could I really let anyone see my baby?" At those words, Qiao Zhen only relaxed, puckering her face and slapping his hand away, looking like she didn't want to care about him. Hopefully, this person is doing it on purpose. It's just bad. As soon as Qin Yichi came over, she turned her head away with a cold face, and even gave a light humph. Qin Yichi was completely anxious this time, and came to her ear to commiserate. "Zhen, you're ignoring me." Qiao Zhen turned her head indifferently. Qin Yichi turned to her once again and wrapped his arms around her affectionately. "Qiao Zhen, pay attention to me." Zhen, frantically stifling laughter in her mind, simply closed her eyes and feigned anger. "Yeah, she's pretty pissed off right now. I thought that Qin Yichi would stop, but I didn't expect that this person was like reading her mind. It's getting more and more in your face. Jojo, Zhen, princess, sweetie." But no matter how much he screamed, Zhen didn't budge. Don't listen. The wanker reads the scriptures. As a result, Qin Yichi really didn't say anything. The room was extraordinarily quiet for the past full half-minute. Qiao Zhen waited a little anxiously, her eyes peeked open a slit and wanted to see what he was really up to now. How come this guy stopped coaxing half the time? As a result, in the next instant, her gaze suddenly slammed into the dark and deep underbelly of Qin Yichi's eyes. Qin Yichi hooked his lips violently, suddenly sneaked in and happily pecked a mouthful of her cheeks. The hug grew tighter and tighter, as if he wanted to rub it into his bones and blood. The man's voice was extraordinarily compelling, seductive and haunting. Baby, I knew you couldn't be mad at me. Chapter 118. Girlfriends can check in at any time. Qin Yichi hugged her very tightly, one hand around her waist, one hand clasping the back of her head. How can you struggle away? Zhen swung herself around in self-loathing and buried herself silently in his arms. The sound of the gentle lapping of the sea on the beach was faintly heard outside the window, and it was mesmerizing. It didn't take long for Zhen to feel the man's reaction so acutely that her body was stunned, her scalp tingling. The cheeks are burning. Qin Yichi, you pervert. At those words, Qin Yichi slowly let go of her and rolled the knot in his throat, his voice low. Normal phenomenon. My body likes you so much that I can't help it once I see you. In front of Qiao Zhen, all his willpower and self-control all shattered into pieces. The more Qiao Zhen heard, the more her ears turned red and she unconsciously lowered her head. Qin Yichi smiled and carried her to the bed, tucking her in. Be good. I'll take a cold shower. There were a lot of tours tomorrow, and he was going to leave Qiao Zhen alone for a while, fearing that she would get tired. And it's only college. It's still young, and he doesn't plan on really touching her, because it's impossible to give up. Zhen lay on the soft shell bed, leaning back against the soft cushions and staring at him with her head cocked. Qin Yichi put the watermelon on the bedside table, but also afraid of her boredom, incidentally, his cell phone for her to play. The cell phone password and the payment password are both your birthday. Qiao Zhen held his cell phone and froze, her eyes rippling with starry laughter. Really? You can watch everything? Qin Yichi raised those dark and compelling phoenix eyes while packing his pajamas. Thin lips arched. Sure. I don't keep any secrets from my girlfriends, and my girlfriends can always offer to check in. He took his pajamas to the bathroom, showered, closed the door and, soon there was the sound of water clattering. Qin Yichi didn't know that every word of his sincere words gently struck Qiao Zhen's heart. Zhen's heart raced at the tease, and she was inexplicably so happy that she was bubbling and sprouting with joy. Can't help but roll around in bed, like a sweet-smelling little flower blooming in the heart. She pursed her lips and hastened to report to the warlords. Even on summer vacation, the dormitory group is 99+ messages every day, chatting extraordinarily energetic. As soon as Zhen bubbled up, the remaining 3 all popped up. You knew, not. He took the initiative to give you a cell phone check? Even told you the payment password. Shang Lulu, aw, don't believe it. This is a sci-fi movie. Does this carbon-based creature really exist? Black question mark. JPG, Chen Mei Xiang, Zhen. Remember to look at his WeChat chats. Friends circle visible. Jitterbug favorites, likes and follows. Switch accounts to see if there are any trumpets. Search history and memes. After Qiao Zhen replied him, she curiously opened Qin Yichi's cell phone. She, on the contrary, had never doubted Qin Yichi, and even trusted him 100%. Just simply curious as to what he usually plays and can learn more about it himself. The phone wallpaper is a photo of the two confessing their love on a mountaintop, as is the lock screen. When I opened WeChat, the only thing on top was her, and the note was little boy with a red heart. At that moment, Qiao Zhen's heart seemed to be hit by a bang, exploding into countless bright ribbons of color. She slowly swiped the screen. There are a lot of people in Qin Yichi's WeChat list, but most of them are lying columns. Usually, all the chatting is done by guys, and they just talk about games and stuff, and the most common word is up. Regarding her circle of friends, Qin Yichi set each one to be visible to all in public. No one was blocked. The likes were all over 100, and there were a bunch of them in the comments. Happy again. /Chi-chan. Qiao Zhen's eyes slightly drooped, inexplicably having the feeling that she was being held and favored, like a pearl in the palm of her hand. She pursed her lips, exited WeChat, and opened Jitterbug to look at Qin Yichi's favorite likes and concerns list. It's basically sports stars, motorcycle rodeos, anime hot clips that. There are also emotional videos. For example, what is a good gift for your girlfriend? How to make the relationship last longer? How to be a competent boyfriend? How should I coax my girlfriend to be happy? Brushing and brushing, Qiao Zhen's eyes were hot. The tip of her nose was suddenly a little sour, and her heart was moistened little by little. As per the military advisors, she silently opened the Qin Yichi memo. There's only one meme named Joe Little Jane. Her favorite fruits are strawberries, watermelon, peaches, and a mild allergy to mango. Hate dragon fruit. Milk teas like jasmine milk green. Ice cream black tea, strawberry matcha buttermilk, less ice, 5 points of sugar, to add pearls, and taro puree depending on the situation. Physio is. Inside are recorded bits and pieces about her. Even her casual comment earlier about wanting to go see a certain band in concert. He made a silent note of it. Qiao Zhen hung her head, as if she was wrapped in warmth, and a wave of warmth flowed through her whole body. Ripple after ripple rippled from the tip of his heart. The softest part of your heart is poked with precision. At the same time, the sound of water in the bathroom slowly reached his ears. Qiao Zhen seemed to have a stone stuck in her throat, inexplicably remembering the 2 times Qin Yichi had helped her earlier. Jen, I want to help you and will make you comfortable. My birthday girl is guaranteed to be satisfied. Jojin covered her face, feeling it burn. The more I think about it, the less I feel in my heart. Good people should help each other. After a long time, she made up her mind and gathered her courage to walk to the bathroom and knock twice on the door. But the people inside didn't seem to hear and didn't react much. Jojin opened the bathroom door with a bold click. She's a cute probe with a sweet, soft voice. Qin Yichi, I want to help you. Inside the bathroom, Qin Yichi seemed to have completely failed to anticipate the scene, and his body suddenly froze. Astonishment welled up in his eyes. Through a layer of clear glass, the 2 men faced each other, staring straight ahead. Jojin took in his wild and lustful body. The man was broad-shouldered and narrow-waisted, with a long, straight body, as perfect as a Roman statue, and bursting with hormones. Even the mermaid line dripped with drops of crystalline water as it slowly slid down. The impact is extremely powerful. Jojin's breath froze, her brain went down, and her heart was almost ready to explode. Qin Yichi raised his eyebrows and turned off the faucet with interest, a smile on his lips as he slowly walked over. What did you just say? Qiao Zhen came back to her senses, her scalp tingling, and hastily sought to make up for it. It's nothing. I'm sleepy. Going to bed. Won't help you. Ha ha. As soon as the words left her mouth, there was a loud bang and she immediately closed the door in fear. Help. It's scary. Ah. Although I was prepared for this, it's really. Jojin drew her legs up and was about to go under the covers. In the next instant, the bathroom door suddenly opened and a strong arm scooped her back up with ease. Late. Qiao Zhen only felt a heavenly spin as she was violently held down in the corner of the bathroom. The back is pressed against the cold tiles. The door closed again. The bathroom water mist. The air humid, ambiguous and charming. Qin Yichi propped one hand on the wall, trapping Qiao Zhen firmly in his arms, seemingly smiling, not laughing. The voice was extraordinarily dark and compelling. Girlfriend trying to help me. Ha! Chapter 119, Elopement in Summer, End of Campus section. White mist constantly lingered in the bathroom, and the atmosphere was particularly ambiguous. Qin Yichi's eyes fell on Qiao Zhen, staring intently into her eyes. The little girlfriend was like a quail at the moment, cowering low in his arms. Her fawn eyes were wet and pure without a trace of impurity, and her face was like a peach. White and red. Extraordinarily attractive, as if it could pinch out water. It's like you've done something wrong. You're bowing down and admitting it, and you're a little aggravated. The corner of Qin Yichi's lips couldn't help but curl up, even if he stood in front of her with no clothes on, and not in the least. But Jojin was about to blow up now. She was blocked in the corner, her heart pounding so hard it felt like it was about to burst out. She buried her head lower and lower, but when she did, she could see something she shouldn't have seen. Solely close your eyes and play dead. Whoops, she shouldn't have gotten herself killed. It didn't take long before Qin Yichi sighed, smiled and pinched her cheeks, coaxing her warmly. Okay, you go to bed early. I'll do it myself. His tone was serious as he slowly pulled away and opened the bathroom door for Jojin. Qiao Zhen looked up incredulously, at his eyes full of favor. And the complicated emotions in his heart were becoming more and more pronounced and constantly surging up to the surface. Her ears grew hot as she nodded and slowly headed for the door. But the moment she was about to go out, she turned violently, and, without knowing where she got the courage to, suddenly rushed over and reached out, firmly pressing down on Qin Yichi's abs. Qiao Zhen's eyelashes lightly trembled, and she said in a jarring voice, Qin Yichi, I want to help you. She carefully raised her eyes to look at Qin Yichi, her voice lovingly soft and a little shaky. Well, as soon as the words fell, Qin Yichi's breath sank violently, and his ink eyes suddenly became thick and dangerous. 2 words ignited all of his sanity in an instant. He stared straight at Jojin, the hot flames in his belly about to press every drop of blood in his body was boiling and screaming, feverish and reckless, and all he could think of was bullying her, possessing her, making her cry. Qin Yichi inhaled deeply and took Qiao Zhen's soft hand, like a crazy and obsessed wolf. That's what you said, sweetie. Finally got you. The night was deepening, and the bright moonlight shrouded the beach, refracting a faint, fine light. The sea listens quietly to the moon's heart, and the surface of the sea shimmers and, from time to time, a wave swings in response, romantic and loving. After the minute hand on the bedroom wall had turned numerous revolutions, Jojin finally blushed and, leaning helplessly against the tiles. It always feels like I've thrown myself into a trap and run to the wolves of my own accord. After washing her hands, Qin Yichi carried her to the bed, squeezed a little hand cream and, patiently and gently, he applied it to her. Every now and then, he would come over and kiss her on the lips, praising her for being so good and so easy to learn. Qiao Zhen's ears rolled and her whole arm ached as she smothered her face into the covers and murmured softly, "Qin Yichi, I'm sleepy. It's almost 1 o'clock and I have to get up early today to watch the sunrise, so I don't have much sleep." Qin Yichi finished applying hand cream to her, packed up his things, and turned off the lights. He burrowed in and wrapped his arms around Jojin's waist, still sounding a little excited. Jojin was sleepy. Ha! Under the covers, Qin Yichi hooked her little thumb, his voice with a smile. "I just had a blast," he added. "It's especially cool." Qiao Zhen puffed up her face and silently rolled over, turning her back to Qin Yichi. "This bad guy, don't want to care about him." Late at night all is quiet. It wasn't long before Qiao Zhen was picked up by Qin Yichi in a daze, rubbing her bleary eyes. So sleepy. Qin Yichi knows that Qiao Zhen does not get up, but if she is woken up, she will stand by for a while. The standby state of Qiao Zhen looks confused and adorable. Her eyes are dull and her brain is empty. A look of being out of condition. Qin Ichi's heart was sweetened, and he couldn't help but peck her face, coaxing her gently. "It's 3:30 a.m. It's time to get up and watch the sunrise." After half a minute, Jojin nodded dutifully like a human machine, and it was a long time before she actually woke up. After washing her face and brushing her teeth, changing her clothes and putting on her shoes, she left the room in a trance holding Qin Ichi's hand. Zhang Ning had gone to bed at 9 o'clock at night, and was now refreshed, bouncy, and wide-eyed, and the boys had all stayed up all night and were now yawning and wilting. I don't know who suddenly yelled, "Attention! Pull yourself together." It startled everyone present. Their souls flew away, and they instantly became lucid. It was 4:40 a.m. When the crowd boarded the pre-booked hot air balloon. There is almost an hour of flight time. After the hot air balloon is ignited, the air expands by heat and becomes less dense, and the colorful hot air balloon gradually takes off. Getting farther and farther away from the ground, like a colorful star rising into the sky to start a romantic journey. Everyone was experiencing it for the first time and couldn't help but roar out in excitement and rush to take video of the takeoff. A group of hipsters waiting for the sunrise. Qin Yichi was still interlocked with Qiao Zhen, and in the eyes of the crowd, they seemed to stick together forever, not even more than 3 meters away. At exactly 5 a.m., the first rays of light penetrated through the clouds and lifted the curtain of darkness. A flash of red leaps out silently, like a flame lighting up the sky. Positive red fire clouds bloom in brilliant and colorful ways. Zhang Ning excitedly pointed at a place and shouted, "Wow! Look over there! Does it look like a burning phoenix?" She finally had material for her elementary school language summer essay. The man next to him nodded his head repeatedly. "You don't say! You really don't say! It's really a bit like that." Niu Yifeng scratched his head. "Ha! Why do I look like a pheasant? You dirtbag! Shut up, or I'll throw you down." With the laughter of the crowd, the red sun illuminates the whole world with fervor. Qiao Zhen's eyes reflected this spectacular scene for a long time before she slowly spoke. "Qin Xiaoqi." Qin Yichi always smiled at her. Qiao Zhen took advantage of the others' inattention to stand on her tiptoes and quietly came up to his ear, her voice soft and firm. "From now on, I want to be with you and see all the romantic and beautiful scenery in this world, to walk with him through spring, summer, fall and winter, to pass through every corner of the world together, become the most important people in each other's lives." Companionship is always the longest confession. The more Qiao Zhen thought about it, the happier she became, sweetly curving her lips and revealing 2 small pear swirls. The whole thing glowed with happiness. She didn't know that as she watched the sunrise with all her heart, Qin Yichi's eyes gradually burned. When they got out of the balloon, the crowd didn't realize that an hour could go by so fast, fly past in the blink of an eye. The group returned to the hotel after breakfast, muddled through, fell asleep and, sleepy enough to even sleep in the wrong room and see a bed and slam into it. Qiao Zhen obediently changed into her swimsuit and was dragged by Qin Yichi to play on the beach. "Won't you ask them to join you?" she asked as she walked. Qin Yichi's eyes rose upwards, his voice lazy. "They need to get some sleep. Besides, I don't want to bring a bunch of light bulbs along." He took Jojin by the shoulders and leaned in. "So we sneaking out to play without telling them. It's bad." Greeting the morning sun, Jojin stepped lightly on the sand and slowly drew closer to the ocean. Qin Yichi took her on a tandem sea motorboat this time, renting a red one. You can play on the sea for an hour. He was a first-timer, but as a professional racer, he became proficient and adept in barely 2 strokes. It can even perform some difficult maneuvers. Qiao Zhen put on her life jacket and sat in Qin Yichi's arms, holding the handle in front of her, and said obediently, "I'm ready." The next second, there was a loud bang and the engine started. The whole motorboat rushed into the sea like an arrow from a string, and went on a wild goose chase, cutting a beautiful arc on the surface of the sea. Qin Yichi would even drift and set off layers of waves. The ocean breeze was in the air, and Qiao Zhen was nervous and excited. Wow! The water droplets were extraordinarily crystalline and beautiful in the sunlight, and splashed on the hair of both of them, like brilliant diamonds, refracting fine light. The heartbeat and hormones were constantly and frantically stimulated, and the passion was almost on the verge of bursting out of the body. In that moment, their free souls also sped across the azure sea. Qiao Zhen couldn't help but say aloud, "Qin Yichi, you're amazing." Over the roar of the motorboat, she heard Qin Yichi chuckle. "More than just great on a motorcycle, better in some ways. Zhou Jin, you're going too fast." The golden sunlight and the blue sea intertwine with the 2 people on the motorboat to form a moving and dazzling picture. In a less crowded place, Qin Yichi slowly slowed down and came to Qiao Zhen's ear. The voice was reckless and serious. "Zhou Jin, run away with me. Come with me on a romantic elopement over the ocean in the height of summer." At the moment, the seagulls are chirping and the sun is shining. Qiao Zhen turned her head and happened to meet Qin Yichi's obsidian-like deep black eyes. The heartbeat suddenly missed a beat, then accelerated wildly. In her youth, Qin Yichi was the only male protagonist, a flame that lived and died. It's the brightest and hottest sun. Under the blazing summer sun, Qin Yichi's flamboyance and ardor will always make Qiao Zhen's heart pound. With the ocean breeze blowing, Qiao Zhen didn't hesitate to tilt her head and give him a kiss on the corner of his lips. The eyes contained a full smile. "Okay, let's elope." Asterisk.